Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Your Girlfriend is Amazing right here on GMT Recap.
Yangyu, Pingyuan Province, Huaxia.
The young man and a girl were walking toward a secluded corner next to a trash bin. A pair of rats were hugging each other and doing sweet things.
The young girl looked worried and asked, "What are you doing? Someone might see us."
His indecent hand was still resting on her thigh, ready to slide upward, as he tried to reassure her, "No one will come into this hidden spot."
But contrary to his expectation, a deafening explosion froze them both, ruining their fun. The young man turned his head toward the sound, visibly alarmed, and asked the girl, "What was that?" His eyes widened so much they looked like they might pop out. A bizarre monster emerged from a deep pit, roaring continuously.
The young man, terrified, screamed like a girl afraid of snakes. A bolt of electricity shot out and struck him. His face twisted grotesquely, drool flying everywhere. He screamed out for his father. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, ass up to the sky. The girl, though still scared, didn't scream like that. She merely trembled, leaning against the wall, as Bolang praised her, "Good, a quiet and obedient girl who doesn't make a sound won't get electrocuted by me." Suddenly, a guy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, and lazily said, "Blood of the malevolent earth spirit Bolang, can you stop running already? I just want to finish work early."
Bolang, furious and frustrated, yelled, Who are you? Why are you chasing me?"
Hao Shuang smirked, looking at him with disdain.
"Ridiculous. You think you're worthy of knowing my name?"
He had barely finished boasting when, out of nowhere, a loud voice called from behind, "Hao Shuang." Xiaoya was half kneeling, half sitting on a railing, and asked, "Hao Shuang, something big just happened." At that moment, Bolang repeated the name, his ears slightly ringing, realizing it was a homophone, but it was too much for him. Hearing that, the girl, who had been terrified, spat out a mouthful of water, laughing through her tears. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was furious but didn't know what to do about it. Hao Shuang turned around and shouted, "Yeah." She replied, "What's up?" Then, suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and screamed, "How many times do I have to say it?
Don't call my name when I'm trying to look cool. It's such an insult."
As soon as he was distracted, Bolang lunged at him, thinking to himself, "Just hearing that name, I can tell he's weak.
You should just die already." Hao Shuang's eyes suddenly brightened. He threw the man to the ground with a force that matched his intense thoughts and work style.
Even though his ideals didn't exactly connect, when it came to something like peeing, you had to aim precisely, and when it came to attacking, you had to be silent. Bolang's body slammed onto the ground, foam pouring from his mouth like he had overdosed. Xiaoya jumped down from the wall, landing smoothly, and heard him say, "I'll leave the cleanup to you. I'm going back to sleep." She quickly replied, "Got it." Then, suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Wait, why were you in such a hurry to find me?" She answered, I almost forgot to tell you." Her next words made Hao Shuang worry. Northstar showed up at Bailon Lake? He quickly sped off, cutting through the smoke like a god, and said, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Xiaoya had no more words to say, but she managed to warn him. "Unknown abilities, fighting capabilities unclear, be careful." Hao Shuang raced off at lightning speed, thinking to himself, "Finally, they've shown up. The Northstar I've been waiting for. I can't let them get there first, or that grumpy old man will start plotting against me again." In the quiet space, a girl sat on top of a guy, laughing with carefree joy. Seeing the intoxicated look on his face, she began to judge, an 18-year-old man, pure essence. She tilted her head upward, absorbing the young man's power. She then exclaimed, "Don't rush, I'll make you feel good." And she was precisely the one Hao Shuang was searching for. Northstar, Tian Tuesday Star, Qin Kuxian. The young man gradually weakened. He opened his mouth and exhaled a chilling breath, while Kuxian asked with scorn in her voice, Well, already worn out? I was planning to give you a little more, but it seems we'll have to save that for next time." A rustling sound seemed to come from the bushes.
Qin Koxian looked back in alarm and asked, "Who's there?"
Hao Shuang stepped out with an exaggeratedly amused face and said, "Wow, finally found you."
Spiritual monk. Koxian shouted in anger, "Damn, you got here this fast?
I won't just sit here and die." Hao Shuang raised both hands in front of him with a rejecting expression and said, "You misunderstood.
I'm not here to kill you."
Qin Koxian reached both hands behind her head and said with an angry look, "If you've come to kill me, don't expect me to be polite."
Qin Koxian used the essence illusion beads to split herself into multiple spirits and shouted, "Drain him dry."
Just as Qin Koxian's ugly face drew closer to him, Hao Shuang immediately said, "I already told you I mean no harm." She suddenly stopped and asked, "Golden Guardian, are you?
Are you from Mount Qingchang?" Just as Hao Shuang replied, "I'm not." Qin Koxian immediately turned and ran into the deep forest, saying, "How annoying." Both of them instantly hid in a nearby bush. Beneath the roots of a tree deep within the forest, the girl was giving the boy a passionate kiss when she suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Listen, what's that sound?" Seeing Qin Koxian walking away into the night, the boy instantly threw the girl from his arms and shouted, "Ah!" Qin Koxian dashed off at full speed, thinking, "Why would someone from Mount Qingchang come after me? Could it be that I'd become their target?" Just then, Hao Shuang caught up with Qin Koxian, grabbed her shirt, pulled it down, and cried out, "Got you!" Seeing he was about to catch up with her, Qin Koxian sped up even more. Seeing this, he said, "Hey, stop running, you're not getting away." Suddenly, she stopped and blushed, as the forbidden part of her body that had been covered by her shirt was now about to be exposed. Hao Shuang saw that Qin Koxian was about to crash into a nearby tree and immediately shouted, "In front! In front!" Hao Shuang's eyes grew as wide as a mudskipper's, and his mouth opened fully as her entire face was about to enter a place it shouldn't. However, because he couldn't stop in time, his cheek slammed hard into Qin Koxian's buttocks, causing a nosebleed, and he said, "I told you to stop running." In the still and dark night amidst the trees, Qin Koxian suddenly opened her eyes in astonishment, realizing she was in a strange place. She sat up, pulling the blanket over her body shyly and muttered to herself, "Where is this place?" Hao Shuang entered the room and asked, "You're awake?" "Just in time, I've just finished slicing some fruit. Have a bite." Qin Koxian jumped up and angrily demanded, "Who exactly are you?" He walked past her without even glancing and said, "Hey, let me warn you first." Hao Shuang added thoughtfully, "You're not wearing any clothes." At that moment, Qin Koxian immediately pulled the blanket to cover herself and screamed, "Ah! Don't look!" Hao Shuang used his elegant five-fingered hand to cover his eyes, but still tried to peek through his fingers at the springtime scene before him and said, "Don't worry, I didn't actually see anything." Qin Koxian shouted, "What on earth do you want?" A nearby chair suddenly made a noise. Hao Shuang took a bite of half an apple and continued, "Don't rush. Let me explain slowly." Looking at the plate of fruit, Qin Koxian wondered if it had been prepared for her. He then explained, "This all started 2 months ago." Hao Shuang suddenly remembered. At an electrical appliance repair shop, the iron door had been tightly shut. Hao Shuang placed his hand on 4 mobile phones, then firmly gripped the power strip and channeled electromagnetic energy from it into his body. A small note: those without supernatural abilities should not try this at home. With his other hand, he quickly transferred the electrical current into the phones. The microcircuits inside began to respond to the energy. Then he placed his hands on his hips and said, "It's done." He glanced at the 4 phones lying on the table and softly hummed a tune. An old man appeared and asked, "Just by touching the power strip, you fixed the phones?" "Impressive, really." From inside the shop came a startled scream, followed by the sound of something breaking and crashing to the ground. The old man clutched his head and asked, "Kid, why on earth are you hiding a frying pan behind the counter?" Hao Shuang hesitated and replied, "How? How did you get in here?" The old man grinned, his teeth gleaming like a toothpaste ambassador's, and said, "What's so difficult about that? I'm the current heavenly master." Even with a bump on his head like a bee sting, he stood tall and said proudly, "Would you like to become my disciple?" This left Hao Shuang so stunned he nearly lost his mind. The man who had just proposed that Hao Shuang take him as a master was simultaneously holding a phone, reading information, and said, "Your ancestor came from Lei and was a minion of the evil lightning god. The lightning god was killed in the previous heavenly cataclysm last year, and his followers scattered like bees from a broken hive. Your ancestor disguised himself as a human, blended into the mortal world, and the bloodline has been preserved to this day." Hao Shuang stood behind him, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, the man asked, "What I said isn't wrong, is it?" Just as Hao Shuang was about to strike, his hand was stopped by a formation. Immediately after, he was flung backward. Yet the old man remained calm and continued speaking. "Calm down. Even though the new heavenly cataclysm has already begun, your name isn't on the list, and I'm not here to slay demons either." Hao Shuang, now bound within a magical circle, furiously shouted, "Cut the act! You filthy Taoist exorcists have been hunting us down for years, wasn't it all just to wipe us out completely?" Seeing Hao Shuang's furious expression, the old man continued explaining. "Years ago, that was true. But times have changed. The current heavenly cataclysm has become an arena where the 3 mountains and 9 domains, along with the 21 eastern heavens, showcase their prowess and compete for the position of heavenly master. Whoever eliminates the most Northstar Earth fiends will earn the right to become the next heavenly master." His eyes gradually darkened and he continued, "As for the reason, forgive me for not being able to disclose it, but if you want to proceed, you must become my final disciple and also achieve victory in this heavenly tribulation to succeed as the next heavenly master." "Understood?" Hao Shuang burst out laughing and replied, "So that's how it is. Well then, that's too easy." Seeing that, the old man smiled and chimed in, "Isn't it? Then go ahead and call me master." But contrary to that expression, the old man, Hao Shuang, grew furious, bared his fangs, raised his claws, and shouted, "Master, my ass! I'm a demon, how could I possibly kill my own kind just to become that damned heavenly master?" The old man hesitated a little and explained, "I didn't say you had to kill them, just capture. You're free to refuse me." But his hand rose, now burning with a blazing flame. Hao Shuang looked at him anxiously as he continued, "Then I'll just have to kill you." Suspiciously eyeing the fire in his hand, Hao Shuang asked, "And what makes you think I'd believe you?" He explained, "Once you become heavenly master, your name will be Zhang Bolan. But before that, you'll go by the name Su Ruofeng." Recalling his father lying on his deathbed, he said, "The greatest regret of my life is not being able to wait until Su Ruofeng came back to find me. You must remember this well when he returns in the future, do not reject any of his requests." As a child, Hao Shuang cried uncontrollably and called out, "Grandpa!" Silently, upon hearing those words of admonition, he showed great kindness to our family. Gradually, Hao Shuang knelt down and said, "Disciple Hao Shuang." He bowed his head low to the ground and said, "Greetings, master." Qin Koxian was nibbling on a banana and asked, "The heavenly master takes a demon as a disciple? And even wants to make a demon the heavenly master? This is far too bizarre." Hao Shuang, also munching on an apple, said, "So, I've already captured 3 iron plates. You're the Northstar Celestial, so the reason I'm saying all this to you is because I want you to work with me." Pointing to a small golden pagoda, he said, "If you don't agree, then I'll just have to lock you in there. Those 3 lunatics are already inside just the right number to make up a mahjong table." Hearing this, Qin Koxian was frightened and thought, "Calm down, I need to find a chance to escape before he seals me. But my attacks are ineffective now. I realize he must be a heavenly master, protected by the golden coffin." A sudden idea flashed in Qin Koxian's mind. She thought, "That's right, the golden light protection cannot resist the temptation of the mortal realm. Isn't this exactly my forte?" Qin Koxian stood up, approached Hao Shuang, and said, "I am willing to join your plan, but you must agree to this condition of mine." While chewing something, he replied, What condition? She leaned closer, placing her hand on his chair, and said, I am a demoness who sustains herself on the essence of men. What do you think my condition might be? He hesitated, startled. Ha? Could it be?
Jin Kuxian pressed her body against Hao Shuang's and spoke in a seductive tone.
If you want my absolute loyalty, you must conquer me. So? Are you scared?
Terrified, he pushed her away and reluctantly said, If you put it that way, I suppose I have no choice but to comply.
Jin Kuxian smiled gleefully, thinking to herself.
Perfect, he's fallen for it. Once his golden light dissipates, I can easily turn the tables.
Hao Shuang extended his hand, encircled with currents of electricity, and boldly declared,
I have the golden light protection, which shields me from worldly temptations.
But we can try another way.
Right after that, his finger pointed toward Jin Kuxian and he said, like this, for example.
She immediately thought, am I dreaming? How could there be such a treasure in this world? Right after, Jin Kuxian blushed and screamed as if she were, Hi, brother Hao, yes, I will definitely follow you.
Outside a building, two dark figures were standing, watching the lit-up floors and lying in wait.
One of them said, Yes, it's this building.
The other, whose gender was indiscernible and walked beside him like a dwarf, replied, I heard it already, that rotting breath belongs only to a lust demon. I fear yet another man has met a gruesome end at her hands. Inside the room, Jin Kuxian kept blushing, moaning non-stop.
She stepped into the bathroom and said hesitantly, I can't take it anymore, I need a shower to calm myself down.
But Hao Shuang remained calm, one hand pointing at the sky, the other holding a slice of melon he was munching on, and asked, Isn't this great?
I can even unleash twin dragons into the sea. Only to be met with Jin Kuxian's piercing scream, Enough, enough.
Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was still lost in crude thoughts. Only 10 minutes have passed and she already can't endure it, yet she calls herself a female ghost who specializes in seducing men. Xiaoya beside him suddenly jumped up and said, Hao Shuang, something's happened.
Hao Shuang immediately asked, What's happened now?
Xiaoya replied, 3 minutes ago, 2 spiritual practitioners entered my sensing range. They've already gone upstairs.
Hao Shuang cried out in panic, 3 minutes ago. Why didn't you say so earlier? She responded, Didn't you say that when you act like a deity, you shouldn't be disturbed? He immediately replied, I was just pretending just now.
His face suddenly became gaunt, and thinking it over, what she said wasn't wrong. Inside the bathroom, Jin Kuxian closed her eyes, feeling the water flow over her. She gazed into the distance, wondering why she had been identified as Northstar. Water dripped onto the tiled floor. Suddenly, a mist enveloped her, making her panic.
Jin Kuxian had her mouth covered by a hand emerging from the water.
Outside the window of the building, a man was casting a spell toward her.
He was using the water coffin binding technique and said, Got you now.
Beads of water slithered through the door crevice. His body followed into the bathroom as he spoke. This body has harmed countless men.
It must be punished as a warning.
Surrounded by the curtain of water, Jin Kuxian appeared fragile and weak, silently calling Hao Shuang's name, hoping he would come to her rescue. The man standing outside suddenly heard a voice behind him, I didn't expect you to be able to control water.
Impressive. Could you teach me? He immediately replied, How could the ultimate technique of activating pressure points from our sect be so easily taught to an outsider?
At that moment, Hao Shuang appeared from behind, making the man scream, Good grief!
What kind of demon are you?
Hao Shuang calmly mimicked the same move and mocked him. A blonde-haired man had just stepped out, water still clinging to his body, and said, Caught him. Hao Shuang's expression turned serious as he said, You too, forcing an arrest like this isn't appropriate.
The man with glasses bared his teeth in a grin and said, So what? You dare to stop us?
The man began to manipulate the water flow, preparing to battle Hao Shuang. 2 enormous water pillars suddenly surged up to separate them. The man with glasses suddenly transformed into a body of pure water, then the water dispersed from the body, leaving behind an intact shape. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Keep going.
Kid, you'll never catch up to us."
Looking in their direction, Hao Shuang sighed. These Taoist priests truly had no shame.
Xiaoya immediately said, "Why aren't you chasing after them?"
It was hard enough to catch a Northstar. If we lose him, the Heavenly Master won't forgive you. Looking at the book in his hand, Hao Shuang said, "No, I'm thinking of another way." Then he thought about how difficult it was to study the book that old man had given him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "I found it." He quickly produced a bright yellow talisman and activated it.
It was a lightning guiding charm.
From where he stood, sparks of electricity continuously surged outward. One of the two men said, "Thought he was just a mere mortal, turns out he's one of us." "Who cares?
If we can take it, it's ours."
Suddenly, a golden bolt of lightning flew in, carrying Hao Shuang with it, startling the two men. He asked, "Long time no see." The two blonde men asked in shock, "Your divine thunder magic.
Who exactly are you?" Due to a lack of attention, both of them crashed hard into the wall.
Hao Shuang stood with one hand braced, watching them groan. "Ah, my nose." Then he asked, "You two can't escape.
Hand the person over to me."
The man with glasses tensed up and said, "I don't care which sect you're from.
If you push us this far, don't blame us for being rude."
The blonde-haired guy added, "Fellow Taoist, if you've got a death wish, don't blame us."
Hao Shuang replied calmly, "Xiaoya, did you hear that? They're the ones who want to make the first move."
From the phone, Xiaoya said, "Yeah, just go all out.
If he asks about it later, I'll testify for you."
Right after that, he put the phone into his pocket and said, "Then let's get started." Flames began to flicker around him. He continued, "My fists are itching already." The two men suddenly cracked their knuckles.
The guy with glasses asked, "Divine thunder magic, are you from Tian Mingguan?" The blonde guy added, "With strength like yours, you dare come out hunting? You really don't know your limits." Hao Shuang frowned and began provoking them, "Aren't Taoist priests supposed to be good at fortune telling? How come the second guy's guess is even worse than the first?"
A gourd carried a special source of power that enveloped the blonde-haired man.
He immediately cursed, "Screw your head sideways." Right after that was a water technique, boundless waves.
With anger in his voice, he shouted, "Take this boundless water waves." A horizontal whirlpool in a strange and terrifying form appeared before Hao Shuang. Clutching the lightning above his head, he commanded, "Open." After a few seconds, his hand, carrying the electric currents, pulled downward as he continued, "Give it to me." On the rooftop of that house, the whirlpool and the lightning clashed continuously. Xiaoya was riding some kind of animal, flying around the city.
Upon witnessing the scene below, she said, "What are they doing? Making such a loud commotion?"
Sitting on the back of that creature, she gave the order, "Fly faster." Below the building, the fog had thickened so much that nothing could be seen clearly, only Hao Shuang standing there alone. The blonde-haired man was still casting his spell, anxiously asking, "I can't believe he was able to break through my boundless water waves." Hao Shuang flashed a proud smile, sparks of electricity crackling in his hands. He looked arrogantly at the man, as if daring the blonde-haired guy to crack a grin for a few seconds, and said, "Now it's my turn." Suddenly, from behind, a bespectacled turtle-like man was preparing to attack Hao Shuang, who was completely unaware. In the next instant, the attack was launched directly at him. He raised his hand to block it, but it was already too late. The man with glasses had trapped Hao Shuang inside a prison of water. Satisfied, he sneered and cursed, "Idiot, can't even tell when someone's missing." Then he laughed so hard that his mouth stretched wider than a wedge of the laughing cow cheese and added, "No one has ever survived escaping from this water prison." The corners of his mouth curled up as he spoke to the world. Suddenly, lightning from inside the bubble pierced through to the outside, shattering it instantly. Smoke rose from the man's body, his face charred as black as a time-traveling Bao Zhang, and his hair hung down like a pot of scorched noodles. Hao Shuang gave him a shove and asked, "Don't you know water conducts electricity?
Just because you've taken vows doesn't mean you're exempt from 9 years of compulsory education, does it? The blonde-haired guy saw the scene before him and instantly roared in fury, "Senior brother!" Hao Shuang flew off, his mouth rounded in awe as he looked ahead. Both of his hands pressed against the chest as if trying to do something, channeling electric energy into the blonde-haired man. Immediately afterward, Hao Shuang exclaimed, "Well, that chest is developing quite a bit, huh?" He was so frenzied that he let out moaning sounds. After regaining his normal state of mind, he became furious, baring his teeth and roaring, "How dare you try to pull something lecherous on me? Die!" Right after, the blonde-haired man received a palm strike from Hao Shuang that sent his body flying off to some distant corner of the world. Finally, Xiaoya suddenly appeared and said, "Hao Shuang, doing this is going to cause trouble, don't you know that? Absolutely no mortals can know about the existence of spiritual practitioners." Hao Shuang stared intently at the charred body of the blonde-haired man lying in the corner and said, "Just a high-voltage electrical box leak, nothing to worry about. Lock these two up in the tower for now. We can't let them go back and report this." A pouch resembling Doraemon's magic pocket appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "Doraemon's slog. Found it." Xiaoya held a miniature golden tower in her hand and said, "Collect." Immediately after, she continued, "The disciples of Bayou Dong have begun robbing openly. This is not a good omen. It seems that this time, the confrontation with the heavenly way is very likely to turn into a bloody war between the sects." Hao Shuang turned the bag upside down and replied cheerfully, "Even better then. The more powerful ones die, the happier I am." Suddenly, a torrent of water shot out from the bag, overflowing like a breached levee, unstoppable. "Throw away that senseless bag," Hao Shuang said. "Are you all right?" Qin Kuxian had her back to him and said, "Couldn't you have waited until we got back to let me out?" "I'm not wearing anything." Hao Shuang asked awkwardly, "Do you?" Guessing what he meant, Xiaoya responded, "All my clothes are in the tower, but they probably won't fit her." "Delighted," he said, "as long as there are some, that's fine. Quick, bring them out." After putting on Xiaoya's completely improper outfit, Qin Kuxian blushed and said, This outfit is really a bit revealing, but thank you." "Are you also a demon he captured?" Hao Shuang explained, "She's not a demon. She's the guardian spirit of the 8-treasure Linglong Tower. Master sent her to assist me." Xiaoya added, "Also to keep an eye on him." Upon hearing that, Qin Kuxian said, "Can we go back now? I want to change into my own clothes." She suddenly thought, this outfit could rip at any moment. In the distance, an explosion suddenly erupted, drawing the attention of the two. A sharp-clawed foot, its beastly origin unknown, suddenly emerged. From within the smoke and fire, a 9-tailed fox stepped out. Someone shouted in panic, "A demon!" Xiaoya, standing nearby, asked in confusion, "Why is the fox demon causing trouble so blatantly in the middle of the street like this?" Hao Shuang, his eyes fixed on his phone, replied, "Let me check the latest heavenly watch and earthly suppression list." Staring at the swirling yin-yang symbol on his phone screen, he exclaimed, "Oh, it hasn't been updated yet?" Xiaoya pointed urgently into the distance, as if the sky were about to collapse, and said, "We have to stop it right away. If this keeps going, the city will fall into chaos." But Hao Shuang remained calm. "That's reasonable, but it has nothing to do with me." He then turned away, humming a few lines of a song and muttering some random phrases. Maybe some fruit at the supermarket just went on sale. I'd better go grab some bananas. Like a starving tiger, Xiaoya lunged at him and shouted, "If it's not on the heavenly watch list, you don't care? Want me to call the heavenly master?" Hao Shuang cried out miserably, "What do you expect me to do? If I just charge in like this, wouldn't I be exposing myself?" Suddenly, Xiaoya fell into a dark void. She continued, "Let me check. I think the 5th generation Heavenly Master had a magical artifact that might work." Immediately afterward, she pulled out a magical treasure and presented it like a true, mystical Doraemon. A boundary-setting brush wave it to draw a formation, and it could create an enchantment that blocks visibility between the inside and outside. Once that's done,
he could do whatever he wanted with the fox demon inside the barrier.
Hao Shuang twirled the brush in his hand and asked, "Is this really okay?"
Xiaoya reassured him, "Don't worry, using it just once won't drain you dry."
Qin Kuxian, standing behind like an unnecessary extra, suddenly asked, "Hold on, isn't this tower meant to imprison demons? How can it still contain the magical artifacts of past heavenly masters?"
Xiaoya suddenly transformed into a teacher standing on a podium, lecturing. "This tower is called the Treasure of Dust Linglong Tower, a sacred treasure passed down through generations of heavenly masters. It also serves as a place to venerate the heavenly master tablets. After each heavenly master ascends, their magical tools are preserved within the Linglong Tower."
"So, we're just borrowing them?" Qin Kuxian was stunned and asked, "Even the treasures are up for grabs? Just what kind of relationship do you have with the heavenly masters?"
Hao Shuang gave the brush a light shake, and sparkling, masculine pink dust began to appear. His expression suddenly stiffened as he said, "Last time I almost died using a magical artifact.
This time, I'd better be more careful." Qin Kuxian, upon hearing this, suddenly thought of things she shouldn't be thinking. What the hell?
Hao Shuang gently swept his pen through the air, drawing a light stroke.
Suddenly, the fox darted down the road, startling the crowd into shouting, "Ah, watch out! What is that?"
Abruptly, it came to a halt like a car with failed brakes just before the barrier.
Hao Shuang assumed a stern expression, staring directly at it.
The fox was trapped within the barrier, circling but unable to escape.
Smoke rose thickly around it. People kept murmuring in confusion. Why did it suddenly disappear? Was that just an illusion?
A man exclaimed.
"No way, my phone caught it. If I post this online, it'll definitely go viral." Out of nowhere, a group of men in black sunglasses appeared.
The fox had now turned dark, howling furiously behind the barrier. Its eyes glowed red with rage as it heard Hao Shuang say,
"Don't waste your strength. You're not getting out of there."
Hao Shuang, Xiaoya, and Qin Kuxian landed on the ground like transforming Gao superheroes in front of the fox.
Kuxian, furious, bared her teeth even more fiercely than the fox and shouted, "Why do you two always have to drag me along whenever you come down here?"
Hao Shuang gave a wry smile and replied,
"You need to get used to the process too." The fox demon walked slowly, its eyes filled with hatred. Suddenly, it lunged at the three Gao Rangers.
Hao Shuang shouted, "Get out of the way!" and pushed Qin Kuxian aside as the fox charged at them, baring its dazzling white teeth with confidence. Suddenly, a hint of worry flashed across his face.
He asked, "Huh?" Qin Kuxian was crying so hard it was like a flood, her clothes torn again.
She said, "Oh, all you ever do is rape me."
He replied, "I was trying to pull you away. Why did you run over there?"
Standing close to it, Hao Shuang warned, "It's about to go berserk, be careful." Xiaoya pointed at the fox and shouted, "The nine-tailed fox demon's attack power is incredibly strong. Even if you have the golden light protecting your body, it's still not guaranteed." Staring at the fox, Hao Shuang continued, "That's logical, but why hasn't it used its demonic power to attack yet?" Qin Kuxian sat down on the ground with her lower garment torn and cried out, "Blood." Watching its slow, deliberate steps, she said, "Wait, there's something under its belly." Looking closely, there was a talisman underneath. Someone had already sealed its demonic energy. Hao Shuang rubbed his chin and said, "No wonder it showed up causing trouble in the city." Xiaoya suddenly turned her head and said, "Someone's coming in." Outside the barrier, Gap suddenly appeared, drawing his attention. People wearing yellow jackets and helmets, looking just like tech-based motorbike taxi drivers from B, were stepping inside. They stood in a line, waiting for the last person to enter. The last to enter was a woman in towering high heels. She walked in slowly and said, "Sorry, fellow Taoist. This fox demon is our target." The arrogant girl stood there, watching the two of them move forward to capture it. Hao Shuang frowned. She didn't seem like a liar. Why on earth pretend to be a delivery worker? She put one hand on her hip and said with disdain that delivery was one of their main occupations, so technically, it didn't count as pretending.
His face went blank, left hand holding a delivery box, right hand holding the Tao Te Ching. Has the life of a Taoist really become this hard? No.
She raised a hand to her mouth shyly and said, not really.
We've run out of food. If you have time, could you support us?
The older brother scratched his head and gave an awkward smile.
Surely this little sister must have some kind of side job.
The delivery people were holding tightly onto the demon fox's legs, surrounding it, but unexpectedly, it clumsily threw them off balance, making them fall in all directions.
We're screwed, he said in panic, looking toward it. Why is it still charging at me?
Immediately, the girl beside him also escaped. It knew that this barrier had been created by him, so it had no other choice. He, too, got into a ready stance, forming an electric orb in the palm of his hand. There was no other way. He had to knock it out with electricity first and figure things out later. Before he could gather his thoughts, a kick landed squarely on the demon fox's face, twisting its mouth to one side in shock. With just one kick, it was sent flying, crashing into the wall. The pink-haired girl stood in front of him. Off balance, he dropped to his knees right at her feet. She gently asked, "Sorry about that, didn't mean to startle you." He looked up and stammered, "It's okay." The delivery guy sitting nearby placed a rice cooker down and shouted loudly. In sync from the front, the rice cooker emitted a beam of light that sealed the demon fox inside. Immediately, he slammed the lid shut. Hao Shuang said seriously, "This fox demon is neither a heavenly scourge nor an earthly calamity, so why catch it? To eliminate evil and restore order?" She chuckled softly, "Of course not. How could I bear to kill such an adorable little creature? Many of our clients enjoy playing with exotic things like this." He looked puzzled and turned to ask, "Play how?" She suddenly spaced out, then put on a playful face, "You're welcome to come experience it firsthand at the scene." With that, she handed him a ticket containing everything he could think of, and even more that he couldn't have imagined. He took the ticket. On it was her portrait along with a phone number. She suddenly snatched it back, startling him. She exclaimed, "Sorry, wrong one." Her face flushed red as she forced a smile. "This is our headquarters business card. The address and phone number are on the back." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, headquarters, I think I misunderstood." Then he waved his hand. "Well then, we'll be taking our leave." To the onlookers nearby, she also explained, "Just leave it to us to handle." Then, the three of them immediately leapt into the air and left. A delivery man approached. "Miss, a total of 89 people witnessed it. Their memories have been completely erased. Here is the video footage recorded on the phones, it has also been deleted." She still did not take her eyes off the spot where they had just departed. "Take 2 people with you and follow them. That fox demon woman must be captured and brought back to headquarters as the lead performer for the hotel." Sitting on the dragon's back, carrying Koxin, she shouted loudly, "Don't tear my clothes." When they arrived at the hotel, Koxin sat on the bed and said resentfully, "I can join you, but I have conditions." He had just finished bathing and stepped out, asking as well, "What conditions?" She immediately stepped forward and shouted, "You must help me find my younger sister. If I'm not mistaken, she must have been taken by that woman named Luine." He asked in surprise, "You have a younger sister?" She frowned, speaking in anguish. "She suddenly went missing 3 months ago without leaving any clues. She had no enemies, nor did she run away from home. The most likely possibility is that, just like the fox demon tonight, she was captured by those bastards." She immediately stood up, grabbed his hand tightly, and shouted so loudly that he was startled, dropping the towel wrapped around his lower body. "As long as you help me find my little sister, I'll do whatever you ask." The moment the towel hit the ground, her mouth dropped open. Was this really a size a human could have? He smiled innocently and pulled the towel back up. "Sorry, didn't wrap it properly. What's your sister's name?"
Her face flushed bright red as she shouted, "Don't let me see that again." He looked puzzled. "See what?" Then she gave a slight, somewhat impolite laugh. "My name is Chin Kuxin. The girl's name is Chin Keki. Doesn't it sound nice?" His face turned to stone. Very nice. Very straightforward. But deep down, he was telling himself not to laugh. The two of them continued discussing when he would go search for them, but all he got in return was an indifferent response. She went on, "Just now, you agreed to help me, didn't you? Then here comes the issue." She said seriously, "Why did you make me dress like this?" He gave a nonchalant yeah, still engrossed in his game. She was getting angry. This bastard. She ran through a dozen possible scenarios in her mind. Wait a minute. Could it be that he's some kind of pervert? Like those impotent men with strange fetishes to satisfy their abnormal desires? She held the towel tightly wrapped around her body, deep in thought. Even if I need something from him, I won't let him do whatever he wants. Forget it, I'll just reluctantly try a few kinds. Suddenly, the wall, already marked by several slashes, began to crack open. Instantly, a delivery man wielding two black blades leapt down above him, and another figure appeared behind her out of nowhere. She panicked, becoming alert. Without hesitation, the attacker slashed directly at the man sitting down. Fortunately, he dodged in time. He sprang backward, delivering a powerful kick straight to the attacker's face. "We've been waiting for you all for quite some time," three delivery men strode in confidently. "You knew we were coming and still didn't run? That's bold." Three more appeared from behind, including the one who had just been kicked in the mouth, now wiping his lips. The man calmly said, "So many of you here to silence me, or rob me?" One of them sneered, "Wrong on both counts. We want the girl. Be smart and hand over the demoness beside you, and we might spare your life." Kuxin shouted angrily, "Did you take my sister already?" The three exchanged looks, reacting to what she had said 3 months ago near Yongcheng Shopping Center. "The girl in the light blue shirt." A man sneered, "So noisy I could die. Catching so many demons every day, how are we supposed to know what your sister is?" She glared at them, tears welling up in her eyes, "You beasts." Immediately, the three of them drew their weapons and charged forward, killing the men and capturing the women. Xiaoya appeared in an instant. They were using qi condensation techniques, clearly elite warriors. He wouldn't be able to handle them easily. Hao Shuang understood this to some extent. "I know. I've already prepared for this." Without hesitation, he grabbed the towel still draped over Kuxin's body, causing them all to freeze for a moment. Then, with a swift tug, he ripped it off. Every one of them had a nosebleed, their eyes turning into heart shapes. He then used a single punch to pierce straight through their bodies, an obvious opening. One of them, blood still gushing from his nose, remained frozen. "You idiots can't even see through such an obvious trick." To everyone's surprise, he even turned around and gave a thumbs up with a grin. "I knew bringing you into the team wasn't a mistake. You're cavalry, and a miraculous one at that." She wept, clutching the torn cloth. All he ever did was bully her. "Oh come on, is there really no other way?" The other man, furious, grabbed 2 axes and leapt toward him. "Die, you little brat." But he still managed to dodge. The man extended his weapons. "Let's see how you escape this time." The air solidified. The two of them stood above, worried this time, there was no way to avoid it. Instantly, the blow struck straight into his stomach, but it shattered the weapon completely, leaving both men stiffened with glue-like shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A golden sigil appeared on his body, even startling him for a moment. It seemed the golden light could suppress the energy of these people. The man's eyes widened in fear. "Golden light protection, you're one of us." He rolled his shoulders a few times and stepped closer. "Just now you were chasing me down with such intensity, weren't you?" Immediately, the man recoiled in panic, drenched in sweat. It was a misunderstanding, just a big misunderstanding. Maybe we could. He didn't let him finish. With a punch straight to the face, he sent the man sprawling backward. Not interested. In front of a large building, he said, "This is the place." The three of them were hiding in an alley. He frowned. Too many people, it's hard to blend in. He had been beaten badly and was tightly bound. Yes, the guards at the door won't pay attention to you. Kuexayan's face darkened, and she angrily grabbed his collar. "Where is my sister being held?" He stammered, "Honestly, I'm not sure. But all the captured demons are kept on basement level 2. If you go there, you'll find out." He shoved his head into a hole in the wall, causing smoke to rise from it. Then he swaggered out. She was amazed when she entered the grand hall. A group of long-legged black bunnies appeared cheerfully. "Welcome to Yunjian, dear male guest." Welcome. He stared intently, beginning to think. Koexien, standing beside him, snapped angrily, "What are you doing?" His eyes were still fixed on the slender black bunnies. Could he sneak in through there? Instantly, she furiously pinched his ear and dragged him away. It wasn't his place to care, just get on with the real mission. But he still couldn't help glancing over at the rest. Stepping into the nightclub. The black bunny girl was dancing on stage to the rhythm of the music. He sat at the table below, cheering joyfully, raising his arms even higher. Only Kuexayan was still anxiously looking around. She was uneasy. "When will we get to basement level 2? He smiled and said happily, "There are so many ordinary people in here, there must be guards stationed. Unless we want to get to basement level 2, it definitely won't be simple. Be patient and wait, the opportunity will come." Kuexayan noticed Luin approaching with 2 bodyguards and panicked. "This isn't good, that woman is coming." Immediately, he pressed down on her. Luin walked right past the 2 of them without suspicion. He wore a serious expression. "The boss lady is personally welcoming someone, looks like a big shot has arrived." She sat beside him, stammering, "I'm a bit confused." Right away, he turned back to her and said, "Pull yourself together, you're already a member of the group, you need to play your role at critical moments." Soon after, Luin returned, arm in arm with a man. "Tonight is full of rare treasures, you're sure to be pleased, sir." She lunged forward, kissed him on the face, her cheeks flushed red, panting heavily. He went along with it, did well, just followed along. His face looked like some kind of idiot, glancing outside to scout the area, then stepping into an empty room. "No, strange, where is everyone?" Clearly saw them come in here. Then it began. He started groping randomly at the face of a statue hanging in the center. No guards outside at all, seems like there's a secret passage, this time it's going to be troublesome. She was worried, standing behind. So what do we do? Should we catch someone and ask? He began feeling around the walls. No need to rush, let me study it for a bit. She was uneasy, leaning against the demon's face. Why was it just a little short? We should have followed more closely to get in? Suddenly, the tongue from that grotesque face, the eye as well, turned toward her, but, startling her, she stepped back into a defensive stance. The demon stuck out its tongue and said in a mocking tone, "Such a delicious little girl, right at my mouth, truly can't hold back any longer." She panicked and hid behind her brother. He wore a smug, competitive look. "Oh my God, so this stone demon is the agency?" It shouted angrily, "You're the stone demon. Your whole family is stone demons. I'm the ancient stone leader, mind you." Its face darkened. "You want to go to basement 1, huh? Too bad. The only passage is through my mouth, but as the gatekeeper, I absolutely will not. Won't. Let." Before it could finish, he had already used his hands and feet to force its mouth wide open. "You go in first." Both were rendered speechless. It snapped, "Shut my mouth tight. Get your hands out of there." He quickly let go and said, "Oh wow, it bites." Then he began negotiating with it. Couldn't anyone be a little more cooperative? We really have an urgent matter inside. It smirked slyly, get the hell away from me.
He grinned wickedly, lightning crackling in his hands. Then I guess I'll have to take the hard route.
It burst out laughing, completely dismissive. So you're spirit cultivators, huh? Divine thunder magic, my ass. You think I'm scared of your little lightning tricks?
But it immediately made him break out in a cold sweat. Panic-stricken, he discovered a bundle of bombs attached to the tip of his nose. He casually said, "Thanks for the heads up, brother." Just as he was about to detonate it, he reminded her to cover her ears and get ready. She was so frightened that she trembled uncontrollably, hesitated, and finally opened her mouth to let the two of them in. He cheerfully thanked her. "I'll leave the explosives for you as a souvenir, brother." As the two descended into the basement, she seemed a bit worried.
I can feel it. My sister is down there.
He walked ahead, and it seemed they hadn't come to the wrong place. Right in front of them, Keki was hanging in midair from a wooden beam. She jolted awake, her face a bit dazed.
Sis.
In the pitch-dark basement, a bodyguard was walking when he heard a strange sound coming from somewhere. Curious, he turned to look and found a couple passionately kissing in the shadows.
His face flushed, and he walked over to them, gently reminding, "Excuse me, sir, you can't do that here. We can provide a room if needed."
Hao Shuang turned his face and smiled, "Thanks.
No need. Turns out it's not a girl you're kissing, it's a mask."
Seeing Hao Shuang's face clearly, he said in fear, "You?" Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Kuxian appeared behind him. Holding a stick in her hand, Qin Kuxian gathered all her strength and hurled it at his head. After taking a hit to the head, he was tied up and stripped by Qin Kuxian and Hao Shuang, leaving him with nothing but a pair of white boxer shorts. Hao Shuang put on the bodyguard's clothes, stepped outside, and handed the card to Qin Kuxian.
Seeing Hao Shuang step out, she asked him, "Where are we going now?"
Hao Shuang smiled and said, "Wherever there are the most people, that's where we go." They arrived at a room guarded by two men dressed in black. Hao Shuang smiled obsequiously, made a welcoming gesture, and said to Qin Kuxian, "Esteemed guest, please come inside."
Qin Kuxian calmly walked forward and responded, Then, the two entered the room. Inside, the host said, "Next, we will proceed with tonight's second round of the auction.
We invite all the leaders to evaluate the items." On the stage, the host continued speaking, introducing toys that were highly collectible. 4 large cages stood on the stage.
The host, dressed provocatively, continued to present information about the auction.
The relevant details were displayed on the screen in front of the guests. Everyone could take a moment to review the information, and the bidding would begin in 1 minute. Information about the caged items appeared on the screen. Seeing the things appearing on the screen, Qin Kuxian asked fearfully, "What are these things?" Hao Shuang didn't answer. She silently observed the surroundings. Below, the auction for the first display item was starting, and the voice of the host echoed as the auction commenced. Hao Shuang whispered to Qin Kuxian, "There are quite a few cultivators here as well. Have you already applied the spirit hiding talisman I gave you? That can conceal your demonic aura. You mustn't let them discover your identity." Hearing Hao Shuang's question, Qin Kuxian replied, "Don't worry, I applied it long ago." While the two were whispering, someone suddenly patted Hao Shuang on the shoulder from behind and said, "Who gave you permission to sit here and rest, huh?" It startled Hao Shuang. It turned out to be another security guard who had seen him sitting there and scolded angrily, "Come with me downstairs and get back to work." Hao Shuang smiled apologetically, rubbing his hands and saying, "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing that Hao Shuang had to go somewhere else to work, Qin Kuxian grew anxious, "Huh?" Hao Shuang followed the chubby man dressed in black. He asked, "Brother, I'm new here. What are we doing downstairs?" The man walking ahead replied, "There's a water leak below. We have to quickly find where it's coming from and bring the auction items up. We can't delay the auction schedule." Down below, there was another man dressed in black, shouting and pointing as he commanded, "Move faster."
All auction items must be transferred to the storage in basement 1. Nothing is allowed to be missed.
There's water flooding down there, along with caged beasts.
A fat man grabbed the black-clad man's tie and angrily asked, "Why haven't you shut off the water valve yet?"
The man in black replied fearfully, "The maintenance team has already gone to the water control room.
I don't know what their situation is."
Upon hearing that, he ran off and called out to Hao Shuang, "New guy, follow me." Hao Shuang obediently followed him, shouting, "Is your maintenance team all dead or what?
Why haven't you shut off the main valve yet?"
When they arrived, he opened the door and shouted loudly. Upon seeing the situation inside, other people lying unconscious on the ground after being beaten, he quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, "All units, be advised." But before he could finish his warning, a force from somewhere attacked him and knocked him into the water. On the other side, Hao Shuang was also attacked, but he quickly dodged the strike.
He tried to explain to them, "Don't be agitated, I'm here to save everyone."
Seeing multiple attacks coming from different directions, he reluctantly muttered, "Humph, what a headache." Despite being attacked from all sides, Hao Shuang still managed to dodge all their blows with agility. Inside the room, a fierce clash was taking place between Hao Shuang and some unknown lights. Hao Shuang landed a punch on someone, sending them crashing into the wall.
He shouted, "Hold on a second for me."
Hao Shuang was gripping the neck of a figure who resembled a fox demon, with white hair and a pair of fluffy white ears.
The fox demon was female.
Hao Shuang didn't know what to say about the beauty in distress.
"Listen, I'm not one of them. You want to escape, right? I can help you."
The fox demon struggled in pain as he choked her.
Angrily, she said, "I don't believe you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been captured yesterday."
Upon hearing her words, Hao Shuang quickly realized she was that same fox demon.
Enraged, she bit his hand.
The pain made Hao Shuang loosen his grip, and taking the opportunity, the fox demon fled. Behind her, Hao Shuang clutched his bitten hand and called out, "Wait!" The fox demon ran out of the room, not forgetting to slam the door shut behind her. Outside, in the auction hall, the beautiful host continued her work, 3 million, going once, 3 million, going twice. Up in the stands, two twin brothers, who were members of the audience, were holding a phone, watching something. One of them said to the other, "The latest list of the Heavenly Sentinels is out." The other replied with a confirming hum. Another customer, wearing wireless headphones, holding a phone and watching a tablet, saw the image of the fox spirit and said, "The intel was right. She's here. Time to make a move. 1.5 million. Anyone else want to place a bid?" The host pointed downwards, smiling as he asked. Below, a man dressed in red raised both hands. Seeing this, the host announced, "All right, this gentleman has raised the bid." Then, the man clapped his hands, and a stream of red light appeared. That light affected those around him. After the explosion subsided, the host and the other ordinary guests had all died, collapsing to the ground. The man stood up and arrogantly said, "Wow, it's really lively here today, isn't it?" Looking at those who remained unaffected by his attack, quite a few fellow Taoists seemed to be there for the heavenly prison star. Lin Xingyu, holding a fan in his hand, smiled and said, "The demon beast is below. Let's see who can act faster." After Lin Xingyu ordered, "Go." The auction room no longer showed any trace of those people, only the corpses of those attacked earlier remained. At that moment, Qin Kuxian was pinned beneath a corpse. Trembling, she crawled out, as the body was far too heavy. Seeing the situation, even though she was in pain from the attack's effects, her heart was focused on quickly informing Hao Shuang. "Over here, Hao Shuang." Yes, Hao Shuang was trying with all his might to pull open the door that had just been slammed shut by the fox spirit. He used every ounce of strength he had, but still couldn't get it to budge. Panting, Hao Shuang looked at his hands and muttered in frustration, "This door is way too sturdy." As he swam across the lake, he grumbled, "I really should have brought Xiaoya here. Just grabbing a random weapon from the Linglong Pagoda would have been enough to open it." Then, a spark of electricity flashed from his arm. He reminded himself inwardly to control his strength, otherwise, his bones might not be able to handle it. With his other hand, he brought his index and middle fingers together and tapped 2 specific points on the electrified arm. Once done, his arm transformed into a purplish hue, taking on the appearance of a rock-hard, muscular limb. Smirking at the door, he pressed the transformed arm against it. A second later, the entire wall and door crumbled under the mysterious force, revealing a wide passageway for him. As he stepped through the broken wall, he cradled his arm and said, "Still need more training." As he walked, something caught his attention. Turns out, Keki was hanging there, bound and suspended in the air ahead. When Keki saw someone approaching, she warily asked, "Who? Who are you?" Seeing her, Hao Shuang lost his composure and pointed at her. "Are you Keki?" Hearing the stranger call her name, Keki asked curiously, "How do you know me?" Hao Shuang didn't answer her question but instead approached her from behind, his hand caressing her lightly as he prepared to do something bad. As he moved, he chuckled suspiciously and said, "Perfect, I've been looking for you." Seeing Hao Shuang behind her, Keki blushed and angrily warned, "I'm warning you, don't you dare lay a hand on me." Hao Shuang didn't respond and went straight into action. He tried to undo the bindings on Keki, but it was a bit difficult since the arm he had enhanced earlier was still hurting. He grumbled, "Ugh, I still can't use my right arm properly." Keki, now so embarrassed she was trembling all over, grew furious. She locked her legs around Hao Shuang's head and snapped angrily, "I won't give in." Hao Shuang, his neck clamped by Keki, turned red from lack of air. In his mind, he cursed, "This girl's temper is really something else." Suddenly, he managed to unlock the restraints. Then, Hao Shuang hoisted Keki onto his shoulder and started running. As he ran, he explained, "Let's get out of here first, then we'll talk." Hao Shuang's nose was still pressed against Keki's bottom, making it hard for him to breathe, so he took a deep breath. Hao Shuang took a deep breath, making Keki feel as if thunder had struck right beside her ears. She exploded inwardly, thinking, "Pervert, you're actually inhaling." Her legs began to tremble. After the two of them had run for a while, Hao Shuang started to feel exhausted. He collapsed into the water, and Keki tumbled forward. Panting and exhilarated, Hao Shuang said, "We're saved." Keki fell forward and cried out, "Oh my God." At that moment, Hao Shuang earnestly explained to Keki, "It was your sister who told me to come save you. Her name is Xin, and your name is Keki. Right?" Hearing Hao Shuang's explanation, she exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, you really did come to save me." Keki asked Hao Shuang, "Where is she now?" Hao Shuang replied honestly, "Up above. We're about to see her." Behind Keki, a giant bald-headed monster suddenly appeared. In a gloomy voice, he said, "There are still so many demons down here? Then I might as well kill them all while I'm at it. It would be an act of immense virtue." Keki turned to look at him, her face filled with fear. She spun around and asked, "Who are you?" Before she could get a clear look at the monster, Hao Shuang had already grabbed her arm from behind, pulling her along to run. "No fly." Behind them, the bald-headed monster launched an attack, but fortunately, Hao Shuang quickly grabbed Keki and pulled her away, allowing both of them to escape his strike. Hao Shuang said to Keki, "Be careful, this one won't be easy to handle." After being pulled by Hao Shuang and then released, Keki's body, by inertia, collided into his. Reflexively, she reached out and wrapped her arms around him. The bald-headed monster behind them was initiating a new move. A green orb was gradually growing in his hand. He looked at them menacingly and sneered, "Just prolonging your dying breath. Is it really necessary to struggle this hard?" Then he threw the water orb at them. "May your journey begin soon." Accompanied by his smug words, Hao Shuang still managed to pull Keki into his arms and dodged the bald-headed monster's attack, though in a rather awkward position, leaping up, with the orb passing just beneath his crotch. Seeing the stream of water beneath his pants, Hao Shuang exclaimed in panic, "Ah, that angle was vicious." Realizing the danger of the water stream, Hao Shuang opened his mouth in shock and thought, "It's the same water element artillery, but this guy's cultivation is far superior to the two from before. And with so many people below, I can't counterattack with divine thunder magic. Hao Shuang held Qin Keki in his arms, his face filled with confusion as he watched the destructive power of the water element attack. The bald man, his entire body enveloped in a blue glow, chuckled and praised Hao Shuang.
Quick reflexes. But what will you do if I use this many at once?
Holding on to Qin Keki, Hao Shuang dodged the attacks coming from all directions, cursing. This old man talks nothing of martial ethics.
Doesn't even give a chance to get close. Running is the best option.
Saved by Hao Shuang, Qin Keki, now being carried while fleeing, screamed in fear.
Might as well have left me locked up.
Seeing Hao Shuang evade every one of his attacks, the bald old man snorted coldly.
Getting old, can't aim properly anymore.
Behind him appeared a man dressed identically, who folded his hands respectfully and said,
Martial uncle, the fox demon has escaped to the first basement level.
Members of other sects are also in pursuit. Brother Tang requests your immediate presence to bring the situation under control.
Hearing the report, the old man simply replied, understood.
Meanwhile, the fox demon was under attack, panting in exhaustion.
Her pursuers, impressed, commented, this little thing sure can run.
In front of the fox demon was a crowd, and none of those who wanted to capture her harbored good intentions. At that moment, someone spoke up first.
Heavenly Prison Star was spotted first by our Bayou Dong.
Fellow Taoists, we ask that you step aside, lest our fists find their way to the wrong faces.
The other side responded with a mocking laugh. How rare indeed.
Just because you saw it first, it's yours? If that's the case, then all the dung you see on the road must belong to you and you must have eaten it too. Their underlings burst into laughter in support.
The opposing side, enraged, shouted,
in this heavenly tribulation, our Bayou Dong has already lost 2 junior brothers.
Today, we must capture this fox demon. Anyone bold enough, come and try. Seeing the outsiders fighting over the fox demon, Qin Kuxian, hiding in a corner, thought to herself, who would have thought she was the heavenly prison star? What now? Falling into the hands of any of them means certain death.
After pondering for a long moment, Qin Kuxian saw no other way and decided to take a risk to save the fox demon. She opened her mouth, and a pink mist drifted out. From within the mist, the silhouettes of beautiful women emerged, flying forth. Upon seeing the shadows of the women, someone cried out in fear.
What is that? The others warned one another. Be careful. At that moment, a bald old man appeared. The people there addressed him as martial uncle.
After that, the bald man pointed at the shadows and said with disdain, petty tricks. Streams of water infused with light shot toward the heads of the shadows, causing them to shatter. The shattered shadows then dispersed into a cloud of smoke that filled the entire room. The bald man covered his mouth with his hand and warned the others, be careful, this smoke is poisonous. The fox demon stood in the smoke, being pulled by Qin Kuxian, who urged, hurry, let's go.
The fox demon looked dazed as it was dragged away.
As they ran past someone, that person shouted, don't let that fox get away. He shouted back, in your dreams. While dodging the chains attached to heavy iron balls. These iron balls had already shackled the legs of the fox demon and Qin Kuxian, causing them to fall to the ground.
Qin Kuxian cursed under her breath, damn, the aphrodisiac takes at least a minute to activate, there's no time.
So that pink smoke was an aphrodisiac.
Qin Kuxian thought to herself, Hao Shuang, where are you?
At the critical moment, the area beneath Qin Kuxian and the fox demon suddenly cracked open. They fell through, landing in the area where Qin Keki and Hao Shuang were standing. Qin Keki saw Qin Kuxian fall and recognized her immediately. She called out loudly, sister.
Hearing Qin Keki's voice, Qin Kuxian looked up and asked to confirm, Keki?
Qin Keki rushed toward Qin Kuxian, and the two of them embraced each other, crying. Qin Keki said, sister, I thought I'd never see you again. Qin Kuxian caught Qin Keki as she threw herself into her arms, also sobbing, and scolded, "Silly girl, how could that be?" Watching the reunion between the two sisters, Hao Shuang scratched his head and said, "I was just about to dig a hole and escaped straight out."
"How did you and this fox demon end up down here?"
Hearing Hao Shuang's question, Xin Kuxian suddenly remembered and shouted to them, "Quick, cover your noses, don't breathe in." At that moment, terrifying voices echoed from above, "Women!
I want women!"
Up there, the men who had been poisoned by Qin Kuxian's lust toxin had lost their minds and were frantically searching for women.
Qin Kuxian was the fastest to react. She ran while shouting, "Go, quickly!
Those guys have been poisoned by my lust toxin and have turned into a bunch of zombies, nothing in their heads but women." Hearing this, Hao Shuang said in terror, "Holy shit, I inhaled a few breaths of it too, quick, give me the antidote."
Qin Kuxian kept running, turned her head back, and said helplessly, "This is my ultimate survival technique, there is no antidote.
Unless you do it with a woman once, the poison will attack your heart, and your vital energy will backlash, leading to death." Upon hearing this, Hao Shuang's face turned gaunt as he muttered, "If I die now, I'll have no regrets."
My golden protective coffin, could it really be tonight?
Two men were running up the stairs while talking to each other.
Where the hell did all these fellow Taoists come from? We don't stand a chance.
The one running ahead agreed, "Exactly, let's hurry, let's go. If immortals are fighting, it's always the mortals who suffer." While the two unfortunate civilians were desperately fleeing, Luin appeared. With a flick of her rope, she struck the two pitiful men, sending them flying. Then she commanded her subordinates dressed in yellow, "Find all those damn cultivators causing trouble. I don't care if they live or die." The people in yellow, who looked like delivery workers, obeyed the order loudly and clearly. Meanwhile, Qin Kuxian was dragging the poisoned Hao Shuang, and Qin Keki was carrying the fox demon on her back as they tried to escape. Behind them, a group of poisoned people were chasing after the four of them, shouting as they ran, "Women, stop right there." Seeing the approaching crowd, Qin Kuxian cried out in fear, "This is bad, they've caught up to us." Beside her, the dangerous Hao Shuang, also poisoned, had a flushed face, his veins bulging as he struggled to suppress the effects and said through gritted teeth, "How this poison is too overpowering. I've used all the internal energy in my body and still can't suppress it." Qin Keki was carrying the unconscious fox demon on his back, striding boldly as he kicked open the door. Then the four of them entered the room and locked the door behind them. Qin Keki pushed a table against the iron door to barricade it.
Qin Kuxian said to Hao Shuang, "Let's hide here for now and think of a way to force the poison out."
Hao Shuang sat with his eyes tightly shut, clenching his teeth as he said, "I'll try." Qin Kuxian sat watching him struggle to expel the poison, feeling deeply guilty. She said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Outside the door were the men who had been poisoned with the aphrodisiac. They had already caught the scent of a woman. A crowd gathered outside the door, and one of them said, "I can smell a woman here."
Then someone started pounding on the iron door with his fists.
Qin Keki, standing near the door, was startled to see a handprint forming on the metal.
Seeing this, Qin Kuxian anxiously said, "It's useless.
After being poisoned, those men will become completely obsessed with women. They can even track them down by the faintest scent. And they're all skilled fighters. I'm afraid this iron door won't hold them back." Outside, the poisoned men were like a pack of starving wolves, crazily pounding on the door with terrifying faces, shouting, "Open the door." While furiously pounding on the door, a beam of light struck directly at his head. From a distance, Luin shouted orders to his subordinates.
"Move quickly, capture them." Following his command, the group in yellow surged forward, attacking the poisoned ones.
Meanwhile, those affected by the poison caught the scent of women and charged forward wildly, screaming,
"Women, mine."
Seeing them behave so crazily, Luin stepped back in fear, thinking, "What's wrong with these people?" Inside the room, upon hearing the commotion outside, a voice exclaimed,
"Ah, they've gone mad." Then, another order was issued. "Retreat, protect the young miss." Hearing the chaos from outside, Qin Kuxian breathed a sigh of relief, believing she had been saved.
At that moment, Hao Shuang appeared behind her, placing his hands on the shoulders of Qin Kuxian and Qin Keki, startling them into crying out. Hao Shuang's entire body was pitch black, his eyes filled with lust, and he said,
"Women, give them to me."
Far in the distance, another Hao Shuang sat, surrounded by golden light. Qin Keki was being pinned to the ground by the first Hao Shuang, struggling as she cried out.
"What is happening?"
On this side, Qin Kuxian was also being strangled by Hao Shuang. She raised her voice, trying to explain, he has the golden light body shield, which cannot be broken by lust, but he can temporarily escape the restraints of the golden light through a clone, neutralizing the toxin.
This move is truly brilliant.
At that moment, Qin Kuxian clamped her legs tightly around Hao Shuang's clone. With a noble gesture, she said, "Let my younger sister go, take me instead." Qin Keki was startled by her sister's action as Hao Shuang's hand tore open Qin Kuxian's clothes. Witnessing this, Qin Keki cried out in panic, calling for her sister.
Qin Keki recalled, she was a demon hiding in the bustling city.
Though she had no parents, she had always lived happily. Because she had an elder sister who loved her dearly and always took care of her. To her, her sister was the strongest support.
She wondered, this time, was her sister doing this to protect her or to seek pleasure for herself? After the passionate encounter ended, Hao Shuang woke up. He let out a breath and saw Qin Keki covering the naked Qin Kuxian with a robe. He walked over and saw that Qin Kuxian was sleeping, then asked worriedly, "What happened? Is Kuxian hurt?" Qin Keki didn't dare look him in the eye and lied.
"No, she just fell asleep."
At that moment, Qin Kuxian was sleeping with a face full of satisfaction.
Hao Shuang draped his arms around both the fox demon and Qin Kuxian. As they walked, Hao Shuang turned to Qin Keki, who was walking beside him, and curiously asked, "How did you two help me detoxify? Didn't you say there was no antidote?" Hearing Hao Shuang's question, Qin Keki asked in surprise,
"You don't remember anything?"
Carrying the two women on his shoulders, Hao Shuang innocently replied, "I only remember trying to force the poison out of my body, but after that, I don't remember anything else."
Did something happen in between? Qin Keki didn't know how to explain and helplessly said, "It doesn't matter. Let's get out of here first."
Seeing light ahead, Hao Shuang quickly said,
"That way, if we head up, we can get out."
Qin Keki agreed and quickly ran forward. While running forward to get out, passing through the hallway, Hao Shuang heard a scream. He turned back and saw many people crawling on the ground. In the distance, there was a group of men surrounding someone. Looking closer, it turned out to be Luin, who was being encircled by the group of poison men.
Luin cried out in fear, "Let me go."
The bald man, with saliva dripping from his mouth and a disgusting face, said, "I'm already hard as a rock." Luin struggled in despair, screaming in his heart, "Somebody save me." Suddenly, from somewhere, a foot struck between his legs, making him cry out in pain. The bald man clutched his crotch in agony. It turned out to be Hao Shuang. He said coldly, "3 men bullying a woman, how disgraceful." The other two, seeing their companion attacked, charged at him to fight. The 2 thugs lunged fiercely and said, "Tired of living, huh? Get him." Before Hao Shuang could make a move, the 2 girls, Qin Keki and Qin Kuxian, rushed forward together, each delivering a wind-slicing kick, breaking one man's teeth and making the other's nose bleed. Behind them, Hao Shuang was also surprised by the appearance of the 2 girls. Qin Kuxian crossed her arms and looked at Luin, saying, "This woman caused the deaths of so many of our people. Why should we save her?" Beside her, Qin Keki also rubbed her hands together and said, "Old grudges and new, I might as well settle them all at once." Before they could make a move, the Qin sisters were both grabbed by the collar and dragged away by Hao Shuang.
Qin Kuxian was hoisted onto Hao Shuang's shoulder, pounding on his back and shouting defiantly, "Put me down.
I want to pinch her to death." Hao Shuang remained calm, speaking gently, "Come on, let's go.
We'll talk once we're back." Qin Kuxian, still unconvinced, continued shouting, "Hao Shuang, put me down."
After being rescued by Hao Shuang, Luing seemed to fall head over heels for him. Her eyes sparkled with affection as she watched him, her face shy and bashful.
Keki, holding a bottle of water, drank it all in one go.
After finishing the entire bottle, she cheerfully raised both arms and exclaimed loudly, "Freedom feels amazing."
Meanwhile, the fox demon Lulu sat on the sofa, irritated, and asked Hao Shuang, "Why did you bring me back here?"
Seeing how agitated she looked, Hao Shuang calmly advised, "Don't get worked up.
People out there are looking for you right now. Sticking with us is your safest option."
Qin Kuxian stood by the window, looking outside anxiously and said, "Those people from the nightclub know where we are.
What if they come here for revenge?"
Hao Shuang smiled brightly and said, "Don't worry, Xiaoye is already making arrangements."
Outside, Xiaoye was arranging a formation.
With her eyes closed in concentration, a tower-like shape appeared before her, and wind swirled around her.
Then, Xiaoye raised both hands and shouted, "Go!"
It looked quite formidable.
Inside the room, the four people watched Xiaoye setting up the formation. Keki asked in confusion, "What is that?" Hao Shuang didn't know either and replied, "This is my first time seeing it too."
According to Xiaoye, this thing was extremely powerful, called the Blessed Celestial Grotto Hall.
Useless.
Along with those words came a slap to Lu Yin's face, causing it to swell rapidly.
Lu Bufeng pointed at Lu Yin's face and scolded loudly, "I entrusted the auction house business to you, and this is how you handle it? So many guests seriously injured, how am I supposed to do business in the future?"
Lu Ying touched her swollen cheek and explained to Lu Bufeng, "We've captured all the spiritual practitioners who caused trouble.
Once Father identifies them, we'll notify their sects to come and retrieve them. We'll definitely be able to compensate for the losses." Lu Bufeng, still skeptical, asked with a suspicious look, "All of them?"
"I heard 2 escaped and they even took 2 items with them. One of those items was the Star of the Celestial Prison." Upon hearing Star of the Celestial Prison, Lu Yin was startled. She quickly said, "I didn't know about the Star of the Celestial Prison.
I'll go after them right away."
Lu Bufeng turned his face away, looking at Secretary Qi behind him.
"Forget it, I won't give you another chance to disappoint me. Secretary Qi, handle this."
Secretary Qi stood behind Lu Bufeng, her demeanor calm and composed as she replied, "Yes." Lu Ying was anxious inside, "If I send her, then Hao Shuang and the others will." Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was still sleeping soundly, lying naked, unaware that danger was approaching him. Keki quietly pushed the door open and peeked inside. She entered the room, softly closing the door behind her. On the bed, Hao Shuang, still naked, was fast asleep. Keki climbed onto the bed, watching Hao Shuang sleep deeply. She thought, puzzled, clearly, this man is just ordinary, nothing special. How could even my sister, who understands men so well, not be able to resist him? Then, she lifted the blanket, silently thinking, I have to confirm again, does that size really exist? All this time, her sister had always forbidden her from getting involved with men, even forbidding her from dating. But Keki had secretly watched a few movies. It never seemed so exaggerated. As she thought this, Keki turned on the flash on her phone and curiously observed Hao Shuang's groin. She wondered if she had just imagined it. She needed to confirm what that size was like. When she saw it, her jaw dropped in surprise. While the hotel slept soundly, Hao Shuang's legs flailed around uncontrollably, causing Keki to accidentally bury her head in a rather inappropriate place. Hao Shuang, still in a deep sleep, drooled as he suddenly jolted awake, looking down at his body, confused, murmuring, "What's going on? Am I dreaming? Why is it so warm?" Under the covers, Keki was blushing and crying. Hao Shuang, still half asleep, sat up in a daze. After a brief silence, he lay back down, closed his eyes again, and muttered, "It's just a dream, keep sleeping, let's sleep well." As Hao Shuang fell back into a deep sleep, Keki crawled out from under the covers. She quietly closed the door to his room. Once outside, she was still shaken by the shock of what had just happened. After retreating to safety, Keki couldn't hold back her tears, trembling uncontrollably, her mind screaming, "I've been tainted." Then, she bitterly murmured, "That ended so quickly, this man is too fast." Seeing the fox demon Lulu lying on the sofa, Keki asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Hearing Keki's concern, Lulu sat up, looked into the air, and replied, "The suffering I've been through makes it impossible for me to sleep so easily. I have to stay alert at all times in order to protect myself." Hearing Lulu's worry, Keki comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, this place is very safe. No bad people can get in." Keki kindly extended her hand to introduce herself to Lulu. "My name is Keki." "I don't know your name yet." Seeing Keki being so friendly, Lulu was surprised. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly extended her hand, not daring to look her in the eyes. She awkwardly said, "You can call me Lulu." Keki responded, Lulu." Then, Lulu, looking pitiful, pleaded with Keki, "Can you promise me that you won't tell my sister about what happened? She'll kill me." Seeing Lulu so pitiful, Keki couldn't bear to refuse. She reluctantly agreed, saying, "All right." At that moment, a voice from outside could be heard, "Who is the noble person hiding here? How about we meet for once?" The two of them turned towards the window upon hearing the voice. Below is a girl wearing a red chipao, accompanied by 3 other men. The girl clasped her hands together and introduced herself. "I am lynching you from Manor Jianglang, specially bringing a disciple of the sect along to pay a visit." Upon hearing the mention of Manor Jianglang, Xiaoya appeared out of nowhere, looking worried as she said, "Even Manor Jianglang from the 9 manors has come here now, this is going to be troublesome." Seeing Xiaoya's sudden appearance, Keki was startled and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Xiaoya didn't pay attention to Keki's question. She shouted, "Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang." Hao Shuang, who was sleeping in her room, hurriedly dressed and ran out, replying, "I'm coming." Kuexayan, still in her pajamas, groggily walking while yawning, asked, "What happened?" At this point, Xiaoya spoke up to explain the seriousness of the situation. There are cultivation sects all over the world, 3 mountains, 9 palaces, and 21 caves. The 9 manors are considered the middle-tier pillars of the cultivation world. Lin Xingyu here is the young mistress of Manor Jianglang. If we handle this poorly, we'll be asking for trouble. The 9 manors here refer to Jade Cliff Manor, Changyuan Manor, Pingliang Manor, Lingya Manor, Fengshan Manor, Xingda Manor, Loud Mist Manor, Great Heaven Manor, and finally, Manor Jianglang. On the rooftop, there was a person dressed in black, wearing black glasses, observing the formation arranged by Xiaoya and commented, "This is the heavenly blessed cave. Whether entering or flying in, one will fall into a high-level illusion, and it's not easy to break it." Seeing that they did not charge indirectly, Xiaoya speculated, "It seems they know about the heavenly blessed cave, so they dare not rush in recklessly." To explain a bit, the heavenly blessed cave is a secret realm where spiritual practitioners live. It serves to gather spiritual energy and defend against enemies. With this grand formation, one can hope for protection. Relying on the heavenly blessed cave, Hao Shuang didn't care. He turned his back and walked toward the room, casually saying, "Forget about it, let's act like we haven't seen anything. Everyone go to your rooms and sleep." The 3 of them were at a loss for words when they saw Hao Shuang's irresponsible attitude. Before they could reach their rooms, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from behind him. Hao Shuang, startled, exclaimed, "What's going on? Didn't they say it couldn't be attacked?" The explosion had caused a massive hole in the room. Xiaoya held her head and said, the technique she used is not one of a spiritual practitioner." Around them were the 3 people Kuexayan, Keki, and Lulu who had been knocked unconscious by the impact of the explosion. Below the building, Lin Xingyu, holding a gun, was still smoking from the recent shot. Lin Xingyu held a gun in one hand and a fan in the other, warning them, "That was just a greeting earlier, no bombs or explosives involved. The next round will be the real deal." On both sides stood disciples aiming their guns toward the apartment. A Jianglang disciple hesitantly asked Lin Xingyu, "Miss, do you think this might attract the attention of the police?" Another Jianglang disciple calmly replied, "Don't worry. Every ordinary person within a 300-meter radius has already passed out. Seeing the situation below, Hao Shuang thought in fear, they're even using rocket launchers now.
Are all spiritual practitioners this lawless nowadays? Without waiting for a response, Lin Qingyu arrogantly threatened, I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, we'll open fire.
Then she began counting. Just as she reached 2, Hao Shuang jumped down. He clasped his hands in greeting toward Lin Qingyu, smiling as he said, Heroine, according to the code of the underworld, I've already captured the star of the celestial prison.
You can't snatch it now, can you?
Lin Qingyu remained unfazed. With a dangerous smile, she leaned in close and said, Brother, that's not how the laws of heaven work. As long as the heavenly stems and earthly fiends are still alive, anyone from the righteous alliance is fair game.
Since you didn't kill it, don't blame me for taking it.
As the two were still negotiating, in the distance appeared a pair of high heels and a hammer adorned with sharp spikes. That is Secretary Qi, sent by Lu Bufeng to carry out a mission. Secretary Qi, with a sledgehammer slung over one shoulder, eyes glinting dangerously behind her glasses, asked Hao Shuang and Lin Qingyu, you were the ones causing trouble at the auction, weren't you?
Fox Demon has escaped. Come with me.
Hao Shuang, upon seeing Secretary Qi's arrival, gritted his teeth in fear and annoyance and said, why is there another person here?
Can't people get some sleep?
Lin Qingyu, seeing Secretary Qi, seemed to understand the situation somewhat. She smiled menacingly and said arrogantly, so they even dared to send someone here for revenge.
In that case, I'll just deal with you first.
Secretary Qi was unfazed and declared coldly, anyone who gets in my way dies. Seeing how tense the two were, Hao Shuang chuckled and tried to negotiate, ladies, both of you are experts.
If you wreck this place of mine, it'll be hard to explain to your respective sect leaders, won't it? If both of you are here targeting me, why not find another place to settle this? Whoever wins, we'll follow them. Hearing Hao Shuang's words, Lulu angrily shouted, what nonsense is he spouting?
Qin Kuxin gestured to Lulu to calm down and whispered, he must have his own plan. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang continued to propose, if you're both willing to compete, then head to the heavenly blessed cave.
I'll find a good spot for you too. A glowing rectangular portal resembling a door appeared beneath his feet.
A disciple of Jiang Lang spoke up to stop her.
Miss, we can't risk ourselves.
Heavenly blessed cave was easy to enter but hard to exit. Secretary Qi didn't hesitate as she stepped into the heavenly blessed cave, even remarking that it was interesting. Lin Qingyu folded her fan, her feet also stepping into the heavenly blessed cave, paying no heed to the disciples' warning. She ordered the 3 of them. You stay here and keep watch upstairs. If I'm not out in half an hour, attack. The 3 disciples responded loudly in unison. Yes. Inside the heavenly blessed cave, the scenery was picturesque. Lin Qingyu and Secretary Qi stood by the waterfall. Holding her fan, Lin Qingyu was soaked by the water, and she said with annoyance, why choose a place like this? Secretary Qi didn't respond. She was also drenched by the water. Calmly, she took off her coat. Beside her, Hao Shuang sat clapping her hands, cheerfully saying, oh my, the setting doesn't matter. You two can begin now. Inwardly, she thought with malice, go ahead and fight to the death. Secretary Qi had removed her outer coat. Holding 2 hammers in her hands, she looked at Lin Qingyu and asked, where's your weapon? Lin Qingyu, with no weapon in hand, arrogantly said, dealing with someone as lowly as you, bare hands are enough. Outside, Hao Shuang clapped and praised, good, good, little sister truly has an extraordinary presence. Lin Qingyu snorted proudly. Secretary Qi casually grabbed a hammer without saying much and said, as you wish. Secretary Qi made a casual move but still created a great impact, closed her eyes, and said indifferently, in the end, you'll all die anyway. Seeing Secretary Qi's power, Hao Shuang looked on in surprise and reminded Lin Qingyu, oh, that was just a casual move. Little sister, you'd better be careful. Lin Qingyu also sensed the danger from Secretary Qi. She reasonably said, but out of respect for you, I am still willing to use a weapon. At the same time, a sharp spear appeared in her hand. Seeing Lin Xingyu's slyness, Hao Shuang was speechless and made no further comment. After taking up the weapon, Lin Xingyu took her stance and said seriously, "Come on."
Secretary Qi didn't say much either and launched a direct attack. Outside Heavenly Blessed Cave, 3 of Jiang Lang's disciples were discussing. One disciple, puzzled, asked, "What medicine is Hao Shuang actually selling in his gourd?" Another replied honestly, "No idea."
Xiaoya said worriedly, "It's been so long and they're still not out.
Could something have happened inside?" Xin Koxian also asked anxiously, "Wait, after he went in, can he even get out?"
Xiaoya said offhandedly, "Of course, this is his heavenly blessed cave after all." Then, realizing something was off, she startled and exclaimed, "That's not right, this is a formation I created myself, how could he possibly get out?" Xin Kursin and Xin Keki burst into tears upon hearing that, hurriedly saying, "Why are you still standing there?
Go down and save him."
The 4 girls were about to head down when they suddenly heard a shout from below, "Who's there?" A Jianglang disciple responded cautiously, "This is Jianglang Manor.
Who dares act so rashly?"
It turned out that down below, 3 disciples of Jianglang Manor were surrounded by a group of masked men dressed in black, each wielding a sword.
No one answered the group's question.
Without delay, the masked men launched a direct attack, their blades slashing straight through the Jianglang disciples. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Blessed Cave, 2 girls were locked in an intense battle. Lin Xingyu fought with swift and powerful strikes, but Secretary Qi was no less formidable and successfully dodged Lin Xingyu's attack.
Lin Xingyu smirked provocatively and said, "So tiny, and yet you dare fight me? You're bound to lose." No sooner had she spoken than Secretary Qi's hammer landed squarely on her. Unwilling to be outdone, Lin Xingyu quickly retaliated, but her counterattack missed.
Secretary Qi continued her assault, landing a strike that injured Lin Xingyu and caused her to spit out fresh blood. On this side, Hao Shuang excitedly watched the match and even commented, "Oh, wow, that move was amazing." Secretary Qi launched a finishing move, wielding her hammer with full force to strike Lin Xingyu, who was lying injured on the ground. Suddenly, a red flower appeared on Lin Xingyu's forehead, and then her entire body seemed to ignite, bursting with energy and sending Secretary Qi flying. Secretary Qi retreated, startled, and said, "I didn't expect her to still have the strength to fight back." After the burst of flames, Lin Xingyu closed her eyes and weakly thought, "This time
I'm really done for."
Then, she lost consciousness on the ground. Taking advantage of Lin Xingyu's unconscious state, Secretary Qi raised her hammer and, just as she was about to strike, said, "Die." But before the hammer could touch Lin Xingyu, Hao Shuang suddenly appeared, tightly grabbing the arm Secretary Qi was using to attack. Seeing Hao Shuang appear to save her, Lin Xingyu, lying on the ground, said in confusion, "Why is it you?" Still gripping Secretary Qi's arm, Hao Shuang looked at the injured Lin Xingyu on the ground and made an offer, "Looks like you've lost.
I saved your life, how about you spare us this time? How's that for a deal?"
Lin Xingyu had no choice but to agree to his request. She helplessly said, "Things have come to this point, I'll have to rely on you." At that moment, Lin Xingyu also understood Hao Shuang's true intentions. Secretary Qi angrily told Hao Shuang to let go and prepared to punch him. Hao Shuang looked at Secretary Qi and made a proposition to Lin Xingyu, "Then I'll help you take her down, but don't go saying I'm the one who killed her." Then, he pointed a finger at Secretary Qi's forehead, and a mysterious force sent her flying. Hao Shuang said, "Anyway, everyone saw it was the 2 of you who wanted to go inside and settle things with a duel." After defeating Secretary Qi, Hao Shuang blew on his fingers. Lin Xingyu held her injured arm, looked at Hao Shuang, and concluded, "So you had it all planned from the beginning, helping the loser kill the other one, avoiding any risk of retaliation, while protecting Star of the Celestial Prison. Truly a flawless plan." Secretary Qi, now dead, suddenly transformed into a terrifying form, with a tongue as long as a snake's and razor-sharp teeth. Her gloomy eyes fixed on Hao Shuang as she asked menacingly, "The question is, can you actually kill me?" It turned out the mask had been hiding her terrifying face all along. Seeing Secretary Chi's terrifying appearance, Hao Shuang exclaimed in fear, "No wonder she wears a mask, it turns out she has a cleft lip." Beside him, Lin Xingyu was also startled and frightened by the sight. Secretary Chi's long tongue extended and wrapped around Hao Shuang's leg, then began pulling him toward her.
Hao Shuang shouted, "This is bad."
Secretary Chi raised a hammer in her hand, ready to strike Hao Shuang. Fortunately, Hao Shuang was quick and skillful, narrowly dodging the blow, though it still left him shaken.
He quickly moved away from her.
Breaking out in a cold sweat, Hao Shuang said fearfully, "That was close.
I almost got my head bashed in."
Secretary Chi gave him no time to catch his breath.
Her tongue attacked from multiple directions as she arrogantly declared, "Surrender your life." Four tongues simultaneously grabbed Hao Shuang's limbs, causing him to cry out in fear, "What the hell is this?"
The four tongues dragged him toward her again. Hao Shuang shut his eyes tightly, terrified, thinking to himself, "This is bad.
My limbs are completely restrained this time."
Just as panic began to rise, Hao Shuang suddenly remembered he still had that one thing.
It was a dual kidney power booster.
Bursting forth heroically in a radiant glow, it launched an arrow straight at Secretary Chi, knocking her down and sending the hammer flying from her hand. Hao Shuang, at that moment, was also thrown headfirst into the ground by the four tongues released.
Witnessing the scene just now, Lin Xingyu was filled with question marks, wondering in her heart, what kind of hidden weapon was that just now? It suddenly appeared and then suddenly shrank again. Moreover, why is it that although I couldn't clearly see its shape, my heart is still burning with excitement? Hao Shuang laughed triumphantly and said, "Didn't expect that, did you?"
Secretary Chi held his forehead in anger. Hao Shuang, laughing and crying at the same time, clutched his pants and said gloomily, "I still have a third leg left, isn't that scary, huh?" In the sky above, Xiaoya appeared, anxiously calling out, "Hao Shuang, something's happened." She landed and reported the situation outside. A group of people suddenly showed up, killed the people from Jianglang Manor, and even took Qin Koxian and two others. Hearing Xiaoya's report, Hao Shuang asked again, "What? Isn't there the heavenly blessed cave? How did they still get captured?"
Xiaoya replied, "I don't know either.
Luckily, I escaped quickly, or else I would have fallen into their hands too.
Come with me quickly, we need to rescue them."
On this side, Secretary Chi, enraged by Hao Shuang's taunts, transformed into a monster, punched the ground, causing an earthquake accompanied by thunder and lightning, and roared in fury, "None of you are getting out of here."
Xiaoya was struck and thrown backwards.
Hao Shuang shouted in worry, "Xiaoya!" Secretary Chi looked at Hao Shuang and announced, "Next, it's your turn." She had barely begun to gloat when Hao Shuang landed a punch squarely on her face. Startled, she thought, "Too fast, the strength is terrifying." Seeing Hao Shuang, driven by worry for the injured Xiaoya, gain a sudden burst of power and repeatedly strike her face, she thought to herself, "Hao Shuang, this man is truly too powerful." After a flurry of punches, Secretary Chi was defeated. Hao Shuang panted heavily, his hands bleeding from exertion. Secretary Chi lay unconscious in the pit. At that moment, Lin Xingyu held the injured Xiaoya in her arms and called out to Hao Shuang, "She's still breathing, hurry and check on her." Hearing Lin Xingyu's voice, Hao Shuang snapped back to awareness. He rushed to Xiaoya's side, worriedly cradled her face, and let out a relieved breath, "Thank heavens, if Xiaoya didn't wake up, we'd have no way of getting out."
Hearing that, Lin Xingyu asked in surprise, "Huh? You don't know how to get out?"
Secretary Chi, still clinging to life like a leech, reappeared in spirit form and began to transform again, this time, her appearance even more terrifying than before. She warned, "I told you already, none of you are getting out of here." Seeing that Secretary Chi was still alive, Hao Shuang furiously exclaimed, "You're like a haunting ghost that just won't go away.
This time, I'll make sure you never get up again."
Secretary Chi attacked them, and a vast cloud of green smoke rapidly spread toward the three of them. Upon seeing the smoke, Lin Xingyu cried out in fear, "We're doomed. That's poisonous smoke." Wherever the poisonous smoke passed, the vegetation withered. Witnessing this, Hao Shuang's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "This stuff is insanely toxic." At that moment, Lin Xingyu had already taken off in a frantic scramble, not forgetting to shout a reminder to Hao Shuang, who was still frozen in place, "Run now!" As she ran with all her might, Lin Xingyu kept urging Hao Shuang, "Hurry up and get me out of this illusion." Hao Shuang, holding the unconscious Xiaoya in both arms, ran while helplessly replying, "I didn't create this heavenly blessed cave, I can't get out either." Just then, amidst the toxic smoke attacking them, Secretary Qi's familiar hammer appeared. It struck Lin Xingyu in the back, injuring her. Seeing this, Hao Shuang was thunderstruck.
"This is bad." Lin Xingyu lay on the ground, wounded and pitifully crying. She looked up at Hao Shuang with desperate eyes, reaching out a hand toward him and pleading, "Save me." The poisonous smoke passed through Lin Xingyu's body and was about to corrode her when Hao Shuang promptly pulled her out of the toxic cloud. At that moment, Lin Xingyu had already lost consciousness. Hao Shuang called out to her, "Wake up, hey!" No matter how many times he called, she didn't wake up, so Hao Shuang had no choice but to carry her and run. With a girl slung over each shoulder, Hao Shuang fled in a panic, grumbling, "Why the hell am I running away carrying two girls?" Seeing that Hao Shuang had run far and escaped the poisonous smoke, Secretary Qi, now transformed into a snake, sneered coldly, "You're fast. But you still can't escape the palm of my hand." She cursed viciously, "Before I die, I will make sure to send you on your way." Hao Shuang had escaped the poisonous smoke. Inside the cave, he propped Xiaoya against the rock wall and murmured, "She probably won't wake up for a while. Better hide here to avoid that monster for now." Then he turned to look at Lin Xingyu, who was seriously injured, with parts of her body already invaded by the poisonous smoke. Hao Shuang muttered anxiously, "Although I pulled her out immediately, the poison has already begun to invade her spirit core. At most, she'll only last another 30 minutes. Hao Shuang helped Lin Xingyu sit up and said helplessly, "If the young lady of Jianglang Manor dies in my heavenly blessed cave, even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash me clean of this sin." Hao Shuang closed one eye and said, "Sigh, I've got no choice but to bet it all on one last gamble." After that, he began performing the ritual to prepare for her treatment. Taoist arts are divided according to the 5 elements, and demonic energy is also categorized by the 5 elements. A spiritual practitioner is originally like a blank sheet of paper capable of cultivating any of the 5 elements, even dual or triple cultivation. Hao Shuang recalled the time during his training when his master told him, "Your life element is lightning, so naturally, lightning magic suits you best. But to truly grow, you must break through your limitations and achieve dual cultivation." Hao Shuang, exhausted to the point of collapse, lay on the ground panting, and asked in confusion, "But why choose such a domineering fire technique? It's too hard to harmonize with lightning magic, my body feels like it's about to explode." His master explained, "In the future, the enemies you'll face will be too many and too dangerous. Only by cultivating lethal techniques can you defend yourself. Moreover, the fire art I'm passing on to you is not only offensive, it can also expel evil." At that moment, fire surrounded the area where Lin Xingyu and Hao Shuang were seated. Hao Shuang was performing fire magic, using the sky current force to save Lin Xingyu. Gritting his teeth, Hao Shuang channeled the spell while enduring an unbearable heat, as though his internal organs were being scorched. His hand touched Lin Xingyu's back, her clothes had already been burned away by the flames. Hao Shuang's face bulged with veins as he clenched his teeth, urging himself, "Hang in there a little longer. It's almost done." Lin Xingyu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. After successfully expelling the evil from Lin Xingyu, Hao Shuang collapsed backward with a sigh of relief and said, "Finally got the poisonous smoke out." Regaining clarity after being detoxified, Lin Xingyu couldn't believe it and said, "I'm actually not dead." Then, overjoyed, she turned to look at Hao Shuang, who was panting behind her, and asked, "You? I didn't expect you could actually remove the poisonous smoke from me?" After her initial joy, Lin Xingyu realized she was naked. Embarrassed, she let out a loud scream, covered her chest, and asked, "Hao Shuang, where are my clothes?" Hao Shuang explained helplessly, "The divine fire burned away the toxins. There's no way the clothes could have survived." At that moment, just as Hao Shuang had predicted, Xiaoya also regained consciousness. She held her head and groaned, "My head hurts so much." Seeing Xiaoya awake, Hao Shuang clapped his hands in delight and cheered, "Xiaoya's awake! That's great, we can borrow her clothes to wear." Her clothes? Hearing Hao Shuang mention borrowing Xiaoya's clothes, Lin Qingyu was full of questions. Outside the cave, Hao Shuang asked Xiaoya in disbelief, "Huh? We have to go back under that waterfall to leave the illusion? Didn't you set up this formation yourself?" Xiaoya explained, "Of course I can enter and exit freely, but you're a demon, only the predetermined exit works for you." "Well, so be it." Hao Shuang looked toward the cave and urged Lin Qingyu, who was changing inside, "Hey, girl, hurry up and get dressed, we need to go." "I'm still in a rush to save someone." After getting changed, under Hao Shuang's urging, Lin Qingyu stepped out wearing the revealing maid outfit, her face as red as blood. Embarrassed, she said, "You all are cultivators, aren't you? How can you have such disgraceful clothes?" Hao Shuang and Xiaoya looked down at the entrance where they had searched earlier for Secretary Qi's figure but saw no trace of her. Xiaoya speculated, for the user, poisonous smoke is a deadly skill. Once activated, it can backfire. Could it be she got turned into blood? Hao Shuang replied uncertainly, "Not sure. Maybe she went looking for us." While the two were still discussing behind her, Lin Qingyu, dressed in the maid outfit, asked angrily, "Couldn't you have found me something a little more normal to wear?" Xiaoya innocently held up a shirt made of leaves and asked, "I specially bought this at the comic exhibition last week. If you don't like the other one, try this instead." Hao Shuang looked at the leafy outfit in Xiaoya's hand and imagined how Lin Qingyu would look wearing it. He said lewdly, "Might be worth a try, it definitely looks cooler." Seeing Hao Shuang's lustful expression, Lin Qingyu blushed and covered her chest, quickly responding, "Why, you pervert? There's no way I'm wearing something like that." Hao Shuang teased her, "Just kidding, what are you so nervous about?" Xiaoya tried to calm the brewing argument, "You two, stop it. We need to get out of here quickly." Hao Shuang shouted from behind, "Xiaoya, hurry up and open the way." Xiaoya replied, "All right." She began casting a spell to open the path. Behind them, the familiar red tongues of Secretary Qi appeared, aiming to grab Xiaoya mid-chant. Hao Shuang gritted his teeth and grabbed the tongues just as they were about to touch Xiaoya. He held onto one tightly and yanked with all his strength, "Get me out of here." As he finished speaking, Hao Shuang pulled out a massive worm. Startled by the sight, he quickly let go and asked, "What the hell is this thing?" Lin Qingyu responded to his question. This was her true form. Over on the other side, Xiaoya had successfully performed a spell to open a path. She turned and called out to the two of them, "Hao Shuang, Lin Qingyu, the path is open, hurry." Before they could rush out, a giant worm began attacking from beneath where they stood, forcing them to leap up to dodge. Lin Qingyu became the worm's target, and in fear, she cried out, "Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang." Hao Shuang swiftly grabbed Lin Qingyu's hand and threw her toward the exit in midair, telling her, "Go." Xiaoya, while continuing the spell, called out to Hao Shuang, but before she could fly toward the exit, the worm bit Hao Shuang in the abdomen. With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiaoya screamed, "Hao Shuang!" Outside, Lin Qingyu had already exited the heavenly blessed cave and was sitting, gasping for breath, looking toward Xiaoya who was crawling out. She anxiously asked, "Where's Hao Shuang? Why isn't he out yet?" Tears streamed down Xiaoya's face as she sobbed, "Hao Shuang, he was eaten by the monster." Hearing Xiaoya say that Hao Shuang was eaten by the demon worm, Lin Qingyu was stunned, filled with guilt, and said, "To save me. I didn't expect him to." Then, overcome with grief, she collapsed and cried, "Hao Shuang, why did you come from behind?" Just then, Hao Shuang emerged from somewhere and bumped into Lin Qingyu's backside as she grieved and blamed herself. Lin Qingyu blushed and let out a cry, "Ah." Xiaoya, confused by the reaction, asked, "Huh?" Hao Shuang's face had collided with Lin Qingyu's buttocks, leaving a strange imprint on his nose. Lying on the ground, he grimaced and said, "I think I just saw the abyss." Seeing Hao Shuang appear, the two girls happily called out his name, "Hao Shuang." Hao Shuang recounted what had happened while he was still inside the heavenly blessed cave. After being swallowed by the monster, he had cast a spell to blow up the worm.
When it exploded, Hao Shuang quickly leapt up and, taking advantage of the moment before the gate out of the heavenly blessed cave closed, he slipped through the exit.
Xiao Yang, hearing this, asked for confirmation. So you used lightning magic to blow up the mouth of that monster worm, and then rushed out before the passage disappeared?
Hao Shuang rubbed his forehead and said, yeah, if I had been a moment later, I wouldn't have made it out. Examining the corpses of Jiang Lang's 3 disciples, Hao Shuang concluded, they were killed in a single strike, no chance to fight back.
I didn't expect the people from the nightclub to have someone this skilled. Lin Xingyu refuted, that wasn't the work of the Zhaoyun gang, it was done by Tangmen. When Lin Xingyu mentioned Tangmen, Hao Shuang looked over at her with curiosity. Tangmen?
On the mountain, at this moment, a figure appeared at the door and spoke respectfully to the person inside. Master, Tangmen can't wait any longer, they have already made a move against Hao Shuang. The person inside was an old man wearing black glasses, who calmly said, wait a little longer, the forces hiding in the shadows are about to reveal themselves. On the map was a rugged mountain range, and someone suddenly explained, spiritual practitioners across the world, apart from the 3 mountains, 9 palaces, and 21 caves, there is another kind. This organization is called Tangmen.
Masked figures stood tall inside a pitch-dark cave.
Beneath them was a massive alchemy furnace. Although they also viewed demons as prey, their actions were insane. In fact, the goal of their demon hunts was to seize demon cores to refine ancient pills. While fleeing, Lin Xingyu recounted the origins of Tangmen to Hao Shuang.
Upon hearing about the ancient pills, Hao Shuang asked, what are ancient pills?
She explained, within the body of each demon lies a demon core, which condenses all the special properties of the demon.
Different demon cores can be refined into ancient pills with different effects.
She continued, and according to legend, if one gathers enough demon cores of the heavenly stems and earthly fiends, it is possible to refine the heavenless ancient pill. Consuming it grants power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Hao Shuang ran after her, puzzled.
So Tangmen also took part in the heavenly ritual to purify Lin Xingyu?
With disdain, she believed they weren't participants but saboteurs. The righteous sects would never let them get the heavenless ancient pill, let alone allow them to claim the position of heavenly master. While they were running, a dark purple vortex appeared in the sky.
Hao Shuang asked in confusion, what is that?
From the vortex emerged giant bats, swooping down to attack Hao Shuang and the others. He stepped in front to shield Xiaoya and Lin Xingyu. Performing a spell, he gritted his teeth and told the 2 girls, hide behind me. Hao Shuang cast a lightning spell called Dragon Sun Pillar. Bolts of lightning struck the savage bats violently. After exterminating the creatures, Hao Shuang wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed in frustration, that was close, almost froze to death. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere, startling them. Who would have thought someone from the Longhu sect would be here? At some unknown point, the 3 of them had already been surrounded by a group of strangers. Hao Shuang mocked them, you kidnapped someone and ran, yet you still set up an ambush here.
Tangmen really doesn't play by any rules.
One of them, a masked man from Tangmen, replied arrogantly, kid, looks like you've caught quite a few earth fiends yourself.
Hand them over if you want to keep your limbs intact.
Xiao Yang heard their intention and angrily said, no wonder they turned back, turns out they even want to pack up the earth vein and take it with them. Hao Shuang uncertainly asked, Xiaoya, I've never fought them before.
If we engage, are we confident of winning?
Lin Xingyu, hearing Hao Shuang's courteous question, replied tensely, all of them are top-tier fighters, and they use poison. There are too many things we need to guard against. With just the 3 of us, even if one escapes, that would already be considered lucky.
Hearing the word poison, Hao Shuang asked again, poison?
It seemed that at that moment, a plan to eliminate the Tangmen formed in his mind. He calmly smiled and said, Xiaoya, I'll buy us some time.
What happens next depends on you.
Xiaoya heard what Hao Shuang said, but she still didn't quite grasp his intention. Meanwhile, the Tangmen had already launched their attack, with their leader ordering his men to charge. Hao Shuang unleashed a move, golden light, take this. The light emitted by the golden glow was so blinding that the Tangmen were forced to shield their eyes. The leader shouted, surround them, surround them. Don't let them take this chance to scatter. Once the golden light lost its effect, they saw Hao Shuang still standing there, not running away.
The leader looked surprised and asked, Not running?
He pulled out a pair of black sunglasses from somewhere and said with disdain, "Such a clumsy trick, just trying to buy time," then ordered his men, "Get him." The henchmen all charged at once, arrogantly shouting, "Let's see what tricks you've got left." Hao Shuang saw them launching a simultaneous attack and smiled smugly, pleased that the plan had worked. At that moment, Xiaoya appeared behind him. Hao Shuang jumped to the side to let Xiaoya cast her spell. The Tangmen group, upon seeing the appearance of this monster, cursed silently, wondering what the hell it was. The leader, seeing its distorted face, asked, "What is that?" The giant worm-like monster attacked the Tangmen, causing them to scream in terror. Hao Shuang and the two girls continued their escape. As he ran, Hao Shuang said, "Good thing we kept that big-mouthed creature." At the critical moment, it came in handy. Lin Xingyu praised Hao Shuang, "You really know how to plan things." As they were desperately fleeing, another person appeared in the sky. When this person landed, he emitted a powerful force that made Hao Shuang shield his face and dodge away. Hao Shuang, on guard, said cautiously, "Such powerful energy." Lin Xingyu, also alert, said, "Another expert." The mysterious man praised Hao Shuang, "Impressive, kid. You actually managed to escape from my most capable subordinate." Hearing the compliment, Hao Shuang asked in confusion, "Most capable subordinate? Who are you?" The mysterious man turned around. Turns out, it was Lu Bufeng. He introduced himself, leader of the Zhaoyun gang, Lu Bufeng. Then he added, "I came especially to settle the score with you." Hearing the badass introduction from Lu Bufeng, Hao Shuang didn't quite understand and jokingly clapped his hands, asking, "Your surname's Lu too? Are you the big brother of my little sister?" Seeing Hao Shuang seemingly mocking him, Lu Bufeng gritted his teeth and thought, "I should have just beaten him to death earlier." With his hands on his hips, Hao Shuang asked Lu Bufeng in confusion, "So, you blocked my way because you want something?" Lu Bufeng remained calm as ever, pulled out his laptop and started tapping away. "Repair costs for my club, estimated value of the auction items that got stolen," he kept tapping, "compensation for damaged reputation, trust restoration, and client recovery fees." After some calculations, he showed the figure to his client. A ridiculously long number appeared on the screen. Lu Bufeng kindly said, "I'll round it down for you. Pay me 3.2 million yuan, and we'll call it even." Hao Shuang pointed at the laptop and asked, "So, you sent people to stop me in person just for this bit of money?" Hearing the question, Lu Bufeng snapped angrily, "That's right. Pay up." Hao Shuang scratched his head, beamed like a blooming flower, and said, "All my assets amount to 527 yuan, plus 2 pairs of underwear and 7 pairs of socks." "Want them?" Lu Bufeng chuckled and played along. "Is that so?" Then, Lu Bufeng's expression changed, and he furiously launched an attack on Hao Shuang. "Then I'll pluck all your eyebrows." Seeing Lu Bufeng enraged, Hao Shuang mocked him. "Oh dear, you're angry now." At the same time, Hao Shuang retreated to dodge Lu Bufeng's strike. Then, Hao Shuang began preparing to counterattack using thunder magic. "If we can't negotiate, then fists will have to do the talking." Lu Bufeng sneered with disdain and said, "Seems like you still don't understand how terrifying I am? Just a lowly little demon, yet you dare to act arrogant in front of me." Around Lu Bufeng, purple flames began to rise, then transformed into a head resembling a human's. Lin Xingyu saw this and immediately realized. The Demon King. No wonder that loose-lipped woman carried such an intense aura. It's because she had seen the Demon King's aura like this. Hao Shuang grew tense and softly exclaimed, "The Demon King!" Immediately after, ghostly shadows like grim reapers began attacking them. Hao Shuang used thunder magic to disperse the demonic entities, then called out to Xiaoya and Lin Xingyu behind him. "You two go ahead first." Lu Bufeng continued his vicious assault and said with malice, "No one is escaping from me." Seeing even more demon kings appearing in the sky, Hao Shuang cried out in fear.
This is bad. Those ghosts began attacking Xiaoya and lynching you from behind.
None of the three Hao Shuang included escaped the demon king's assault. Seeing them get hit, Lu Bufeng burst into triumphant laughter and said, "If you owe money and don't pay it back, then you'll pay with your lives." He truly valued money more than life itself. Through the smoke, Lu Bufeng couldn't see the bodies of the three, he stared in silence. Below, the three Hao Shuang and the others had luckily managed to escape.
Lynching you exclaimed in fear. That was so dangerous. We almost died.
Looking up and spotting someone, Hao Shuang asked in surprise.
Oh, why is it you?
Luin, sitting above, blushed as she looked at Hao Shuang and scolded.
Are you stupid? Facing the Demon King and you still didn't run? She continued.
If I hadn't shown up in time, you'd be a corpse by now. Hao Shuang rubbed his chin, looked at Luin suspiciously, and asked in confusion.
Wait a minute, you're not with that guy, are you? Why would you risk your life to save us?
Luin turned her face away in embarrassment.
I just didn't want to owe you a favor, that's all.
From behind, Lin Qingyu spoke up urgently.
Everyone, he could discover we're hiding here at any moment. If we don't run now, it'll be too late.
Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Hao Shuang was startled and realized.
She's right, even an idiot would notice the strain.
Luin sat above and told them to move aside so she could jump down.
Move aside a bit, I'm coming down now. Then, accidentally, Luin slipped and fell.
Below, Hao Shuang rushed out to catch her.
Lin Qingyu shouted, dangerous.
Xiaoya also cried out in fear, if her head hits the ground, that's gonna be bad. Fortunately, Hao Shuang caught Luin.
He let out a sigh of relief and said, got her.
But the catching posture was a bit strange. Looking down at Luin, Hao Shuang blushed and thought. This curve.
Luin is upside down like she's doing a handstand.
Luin screamed, put me down, you pervert. Hearing that, Hao Shuang let go and said,
all right, stop kicking around.
As a result, Luin landed in a rather uncomfortable position. During the fall, her skirt caught on Hao Shuang's belt. Well, and then came the awkward situation. In the end, Hao Shuang took a punch right to the eye, leaving it bruised and swollen. Hao Shuang gave an embarrassed laugh, trying to ease the tense atmosphere.
This sewer's surprisingly spacious, huh?
Walking beside him was Luin, blushing with embarrassment, while Lin Qingyu and Xiaoya were left speechless.
Xiaoya worriedly said,
with this delay, it's going to be even harder to catch up with Tang Men's people.
Lin Qingyu comforted her. It's all right.
The monk may escape, but the temple remains. Once I return, I'll summon more people and march on Tang Men to demand justice. At that moment, a pair of hands appeared behind Lin Qingyu. Hao Shuang said seriously, we should speed up.
We have to rescue them before they're refined.
Luin listened to their discussion, thinking that Hao Shuang was speaking when he suddenly turned to ask the silent Luin, what's your opinion? Then, as if seeing something terrifying, Hao Shuang's face stiffened.
Luin noticed his frozen expression and asked, what's wrong?
It turned out the reason Hao Shuang froze was that, at some unknown point, the face of Lu Bufeng had appeared beside her. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, I was just feeling annoyed, wondering who had the skill to rescue people in the blink of an eye. Turns out it's the adopted daughter I cherish the most. Then, he reached out to grab Luin.
You're really quite filial, aren't you?
Seeing Lu Bufeng ready to strike her, Luin panicked and dodged. Lu Bufeng took a punch so hard that one of his teeth broke, and he was slammed against the wall. Hao Shuang frowned and said, truly a ghost that won't go away. Behind him, Luin spoke anxiously, trying to stop him, you can't take on his demon king.
We need to run now.
Hao Shuang smiled confidently and said, the same move won't work on me twice. Then, he told Luin, wake those two up first. Luin supported Lin Qingyu and agreed, Hao Shuang understood.
Lu Bufeng angrily said, you little brat, you've got a pretty arrogant tone. Behind him, Luing warned Hao Shuang, be careful. In a place this small, the damage from corpse aura will be even more severe. Hao Shuang began casting a command spell, speaking as he did, got it. Lu Bufeng summoned the Demon King, laughing arrogantly and taunting him, you idiot, do you really think you can take me on with just that bit of lightning? He continued mocking Hao Shuang, you think you're a heavenly master or something?
Hao Shuang summoned his Thunder Beast. When Lu Bufeng's Demon King saw the Thunder Beast, his eyes bulged in terror.
Hao Shuang smirked and said, why bother defending against the Demon King? Isn't it enough to take him out before he even gets a chance to strike?
The Thunder Beast charged at the Demon King, making him scream in fear. The Thunder Beast swallowed him whole, his screams turning into agonized wails. Though Luing was raised by Lu Bufeng and still had some fatherly affection for him, she anxiously cried out, Godfather.
After destroying the Demon King, Hao Shuang withdrew his lightning technique and said, withdraw.
Hao Shuang prepared to launch another lightning strike at Lu Bufeng, but after reconsidering, he decided not to attack. Hao Shuang said to Luing, for your sake, I'll let him go this time. He'll be fine if he just goes home and cultivates for a while. Hearing that Hao Shuang would spare her godfather, Luing replied, yes, thank you. At that moment, a voice came from behind them, finally found you. So you were hiding here. It turned out to be a group from Tang men. The leader, clearly agitated, said, you damn brat, how dare you release a monster to ambush us? His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Hao Shuang and said, even if you're from Mount Longhu, today you'll pay with your life for what you did to our brothers. But Hao Shuang showed no fear. With confidence, he replied, that depends on whether you have what it takes. Suddenly, a demon rushed out from nowhere and attacked the Tang men group. One of the Tang men disciples, seeing such a strange creature, turned to the leader and asked, what is that? The leader recognized it immediately. He warned his subordinates, this is bad, it's a demon. Before he could finish speaking, the demon attacked him. Other Tang men disciples were also attacked, suffocated to death. Then, the demons returned to Lu Bufeng's side. Seeing that Lu Bufeng still had the strength to fight, Hao Shuang gritted his teeth and said, looks like things just got more troublesome. Lu Bufeng stood up and cheerfully said, that felt great. Watching Lu Bufeng recover, Hao Shuang clenched his teeth and cast a command, regretting as he said, I should have let the lightning strike through his body just now, never thought he could come back to life. Hao Shuang had yet to finish casting his spell when Lu Bufeng, standing across from him, waved his hand and said, wait, no more fighting, no more fighting. Seeing him act that way left Hao Shuang puzzled. Lu Bufeng smiled obsequiously like a sly merchant, his face beaming like a flower in bloom, rubbing his hands together as he said, let's be friends. Hao Shuang and his group returned to the headquarters of the Zhaoyun gang. Since Tang men wanted to refine ancient pills, he definitely had to go back to the main base in Sichuan, but the route remained unclear. Now, the members of the Zhaoyun gang had set up an inescapable net along the route. Once they spotted any trace of them, we could immediately rush over to intercept. While pouring tea, Lu Bufeng continued speaking to Hao Shuang, while we wait for news, let's just rest properly at the Zhaoyun gang headquarters. If you need anything, just say the word. Watching Lu Bufeng's change in attitude, Hao Shuang asked in confusion, you're not going to make me pay for the damages? Lu Bufeng sat on the sofa, laughing heartily, bringing up money makes things awkward. Wandering through the martial world, the thing I value most the thing the Lu family values most is righteousness. No, wait, I meant loyalty. Seeing his complete 180-degree turn, Hao Shuang stared wide-eyed in confusion, thinking, but just moments ago, we were fighting to the death. Lu Bufeng hurriedly explained, that was all just a misunderstanding. Lu Bufeng changed the subject, suddenly bringing up something unrelated, if I'm not mistaken, you're a demon, right? But you're well versed in the thunder magic of Mount Longhu's heavenly master. What's your connection to that old man? Hearing Lu Bufeng mention his master, Hao Shuang touched his nose and avoided eye contact, saying, who's Hao Shuang? That thunder magic is an ancestral art, it has nothing to do with Mount Longhu. Inside, he cursed silently, shit, he figured out my connection with master. Hearing Hao Shuang deny it, Lu Bufeng didn't press further and simply said, I see, I was just asking casually. Suddenly, Lu Bufeng said, come in. Hearing him call someone in, Hao Shuang curiously looked toward the door. When he saw who appeared, he choked on the water he was drinking. It turned out to be Luin, dressed up as a bunny girl. Blushing with embarrassment, she asked, Godfather, why did you ask me to dress like this? Lu Bufeng didn't answer her. He stood up and said, I have a meeting to attend. Stay here with Hao Shuang, and make sure you take good care of him. As Luin walked past, he threatened her in a low voice, I put something in the tea, you must take him down. Whether our Zhaoyan gang can survive this trial of the heavens, all hope lies in his child. Luin sat in the chair and stammered, then for now, let's just wait here for news. The Zhaoyan gang's intelligence network is still quite reliable. As she poured tea for Hao Shuang, Luin thought, if something was put in the tea, then wouldn't the next scene be me imagining me and Hao Shuang doing that? Embarrassed by her own imagination, Luin flushed. While handing the steaming cup of tea to Hao Shuang, Luin said, Here, have some more. Hao Shuang reached out and accepted the cup from Luin, replying, All right. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two became awkward. As Hao Shuang silently drank the tea, he thought the vibe was oddly strange. Meanwhile, Luin, blushing, thought, Why isn't the drug taking effect yet? I can't take this much longer. Time seemed to crawl by. Losing her patience, Luin stood up, deciding to take matters into her own hands. She would personally add a bit more fuel to his fire. Luin held the drawstring of her robe, her dreamy and seductive eyes gazing at him as she asked, Hao Shuang, do you think I'm beautiful? Hao Shuang was startled by her appearance and blankly asked, Huh? Did you take the wrong medicine or something? Why are you suddenly asking that? Luin continued to seduce him, crawling over to his side, speaking as she moved, Actually, from the moment you saved me, I haven't been able to forget you. You saved my life, and if possible, I'm willing to offer you my body. Hearing Luin talk about repaying him with her body, Hao Shuang immediately rejected her in fear, No. I only saved you out of convenience, you don't have to do this. Luin still refused to give up, revealing the truth to Hao Shuang, I'm sorry, but I have to do this. My foster father put an aphrodisiac in the tea. If I don't help you, very soon you'll be overwhelmed by a wave of desire that could kill you. Once the drug takes effect, you won't be able to control yourself. Hearing this, Hao Shuang spat the tea out from his ear into a cup and said, So that's what it was. No wonder the tea tasted strange. It's fine, I forced the poison out. Thank you, you're a good person. Seeing him purge the drug so easily, Luin glared at him in anger. She was so mad she stuttered, Well, what did you just do? Hao Shuang looked at the angry Luin, not understanding, and nervously asked, What's wrong? Still determined to throw away her pride and give herself to him, Luin said, Don't be polite. Yet Hao Shuang remained frozen in place. Luin, utterly humiliated, gave up on trying to seduce him and stood up, sulking, saying, Just stay here then. I'm done with you. Hao Shuang stopped her from leaving, calling out, Wait. Hearing Hao Shuang call, Luin impatiently turned around and asked, What now? Hao Shuang, holding a cup of tea in his hand, pondered for a moment and said, I think I've figured out Lu Bufeng's tricks. It seems that if I don't let him have his way, I won't be able to get any intelligence from Tang Men. He looked at her and continued, So, I can only make you suffer a little. Upon hearing this, Luin secretly felt relieved. She quickly replied, No, it's fine, it's not a loss. The secretary knocked on the door of Lu Bufeng's office, and he called out, Come in. The secretary entered hastily and reported the situation, Boss, it started inside. Hearing the secretary, Lu Bufeng, holding a book and reading, calmly responded, Oh, the effect of the medicine is a bit slower than I expected. He then asked in doubt, Are you sure? The secretary blushed but responded firmly, Absolutely sure. The noise is huge, even people on the 2 floors above can hear it. Lu Bufeng, upon hearing this, became curious. At that moment, a noise came from upstairs. The sound of groaning drifted down, causing people in the hallway to curiously eavesdrop, all of them blushing with embarrassment. Lu Bufong pressed his ear against the door, and suddenly said, "He really is a strong man." The secretary, watching his boss's strange behavior, thought to himself, such a loud sound, and he still has to press his ear to the door to listen? Inside the room, Hao Shuang slapped his thigh, moaning loudly as if in pain. Lu Ying watched Hao Shuang perform so convincingly, her arms crossed as she impatiently said, "Enough, enough, it's been 30 minutes already. Can we stop now?" Hao Shuang lowered his pant leg and smiled happily, pleased with the completion of the plan, almost done. "Let's go." By now, Boss Lu must be completely at ease. In the room, Hao Shuang embraced Lu Ying, awkwardly saying to Lu Bufong, "Oh dear, Boss Lu, I'm really sorry. Just now, in the break room, we couldn't hold back." Lu Bufong, who was sitting reading a book, twitched his mouth upon hearing Hao Shuang's words. He smiled and replied, I understand. Young people, full of passion, it's very normal." He then moved toward the sofa where the two were sitting, as per the pre-arranged plan, and spoke to Hao Shuang. "Lu Ying is the child I care for the most. You two can be together. I have no objections. If it comes to marital matters, from now on, you'll be one of us. If anything happens, Zhao Yungang will definitely help." Lu Bufong paused and then asked Hao Shuang for his opinion. "Mr. Hao, what do you think?" Hao Shuang cupped his hands and respectfully said to Lu Bufong, "Boss Lu, your concern and care mean a lot to me. From now on, if there's anything I can do to help Zhao Yungang, I'll give it my all." Hearing Hao Shuang's words, Lu Bufong felt his plans were going as expected. He laughed heartily, repeatedly saying, "Good, very good, very good." Then, he handed Hao Shuang a piece of paper and said, "The person you were looking for, I've investigated. They're here." Hao Shuang took the piece of paper and, after reading the information on it, sighed, "Indeed, Zhao Yungang lives up to its reputation. I'm going to save someone now." Hao Shuang asked Lin Qingyu and Xiaoya, "Have my two friends woken up yet?" Lu Bufong did not answer Hao Shuang's question. Instead, with a serious expression, he pointed at him and said, "Brother, there's something I need to remind you about. The people from Tang Men didn't return to their headquarters. They came to make a deal with Manor Jianglang and sold the demons you captured to them. Lin Qingyu, she is the head of Manor Jianglang, so why is she with Tang Men? You need to think carefully about this." Lu Bufong led Hao Shuang to the room where Xiaoya and Lin Qingyu were being held. The servant unlocked the door, and the two of them were inside. Before entering, Lu Bufong looked at Hao Shuang and asked one more time, "Are you sure you still want to go with Lin Qingyu?" Hao Shuang confidently replied, "Yes, I believe she knows nothing about this. Besides, if the people are in the hands of Manor Jianglang, I will need her help." Hao Shuang stepped into the room and firmly told Lu Bufong, "She won't harm me." As soon as he finished speaking, inside, Xiaoya and Lin Qingyu each kicked one leg out. Lin Qingyu shouted, "Xiaoya, rush out." Xiaoya obediently responded, "Understood." Hao Shuang was also caught off guard by their attack and took two kicks straight to the head, slamming into the wall. When Xiaoya and Lin Qingyu saw clearly who they had just kicked, both gasped in surprise. Upon realizing that the one they had just assaulted was Hao Shuang, Lin Qingyu immediately rushed over and called out in concern, "Ah, Hao Shuang." Xiaoya also hurried over and said, "Why is it you?" Hao Shuang, with the imprint of Lin Qingyu and Xiaoya's footprints on his face, grimaced and said, "At least look carefully before you strike." Lu Bufong and Lu Ying, father and daughter, stood silently without commenting on the scene they had just witnessed. Lu Bufong turned to Lu Ying and said, "Pack your things. From now on, you'll be working with him. You must find out what connection he really has with the Heavenly Master." Upon hearing that she still had to go to Jianglang Manor, Lu Ying protested, "I still have to follow him to Jianglang Manor? Why?" Lu Bufong, his expression serious, said to Lu Ying, "Our Zhao Yungang has been cast out of the 21 caves for nearly 100 years. Every generation of elders has longed to reclaim that glory. This heavenly cleansing is another opportunity to re-establish our place. We must seize it. If fortune is on our side, not only will we return to the 21 caves, we might even rise into the ranks of the 9 prefectures.
After explaining the mission this time, Lu Bufong looked at Luin and asked, "Now do you realize how important your mission is?"
Hearing that he had to bear such a heavy responsibility, Luin anxiously replied, "Yes, I will definitely do my best." On the train, the 3 of them Lin Xingyu, Hao Shuang, and Luin were on their way to the manor Jianglang. Lin Xingyu asked suspiciously, "I can't believe Tang Men is colluding with people from manor Jianglang.
Is this information reliable?" Luin confidently answered, "It's completely true. Our people saw with their own eyes the 3 of Qin Kuexian being picked up by Jianglang's people." Lin Xingyu didn't believe it.
Holding her phone, she was about to call to clarify, saying, "I'll ask immediately."
Something must be wrong. How could Jianlang possibly collude with Tangmen?
Hao Shuang stopped Lin Xingyu, saying, "No need to ask anymore, it's already been made public." On the phone, the current news about the heavenly cleansing of this month was being displayed.
Manor Jianglang had captured 2 heavenly candidates.
Hao Shuang analyzed, yesterday, Manor Jianglang didn't have any heavenly candidates, but today, in the blink of an eye, there are 2 Kuexian and Lulu. It seems that this deal was initiated by the person in charge of Manor Jianglang.
Lin Xingyu still didn't believe it. She refused to accept it and retorted, "How is that possible? As soon as we get back, I'll definitely ask my grandfather for a clear explanation."
Then, she said with unwavering certainty, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring all 3 of them back safely, without a scratch." In a corner, there were 2 girls, one wearing a coat and sunglasses, the other with blue hair blowing bubbles, while a third girl with pink hair was sucking on candy. They seemed to be eavesdropping on the conversation of the 3 people. In the city of Luyang, home to the manor of Jianglang, the 3 of Hao Shuang were strolling down the street.
Hao Shuang asked Lin Xingyu, "Do you have any plans?"
Lin Xingyu revealed her plans. "For now, no one can know that I've returned. I'll first quietly investigate the situation, then we'll see what to do next." Lin Xingyu voiced her suspicion, "I've thought about it, and the only person who could be behind this is one person." Before she could name the suspected individual, a voice called from behind, "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu." In the distance, Lin Fan, the elder of Manor Jianglang, was calling her. He smiled kindly and said, "How fortunate, I was just seeing off a guest and happened to run into you. You've returned, but why didn't you give me a heads up?" Upon seeing Lin Fan, Lin Xingyu became even more certain and said, "Now I'm sure, the one behind all this is him." Without waiting for Lin Xingyu to respond, he enthusiastically called her to get in the car, and even asked if she was bringing a friend along. "Hurry up and get in, he's waiting at home." On this side, Hao Shuang's mind was racing at lightning speed, as he held Luin, who was still confused, and smiled brightly, saying, "It's a misunderstanding, we don't know her." Hao Shuang accidentally bumped into a tall man, and at that moment, he and Luin were surrounded by people from Manor Jianglang. In the end, both of them had no choice but to go along to the Harmony Pavilion, the headquarters of Manor Jianglang. In the living room, Hao Shuang and Luin were served tea by a disciple of Manor Jianglang. "Please enjoy the tea, honored guests. My name is Xiao Ming. If you need anything, feel free to ask." The 2 guests were intimidated by Xiao Ming's imposing figure, and they forced a stiff smile as they replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." Meanwhile, as Lin Xingyu followed Lin Fan to her grandfather's room, she spoke to him while he was opening the door ahead. "I read the news today. Who captured those 2 stars of the celestial prison?" Lin Fan turned his head slightly, speaking without much attention. "A small group down below got lucky and happened to catch them. He's inside. After you've been away for 2 months, his health has gotten worse again." Entering the room, Lin Xingyu saw a person sitting on a chair at a distance. She hesitated before calling out, "Grandfather." Hearing Lin Xingyu's voice, Lin Jinnan, the master of Manor Jianglang, opened his eyes and asked, "Who is it?" At this moment, Lin Jinnan looked pale, weak, and frail, like someone on the verge of death. Covering her mouth with her hand, Lin Xingyu, unable to believe what she saw, cried out, "What happened?" Then, emotionally, she rushed to Lin Jinnan's side and called out, "Grandfather." She knelt before him, gently touching his face, her heart aching as she sobbed and asked, "Grandfather, it's me, Xingyu.
What happened? Why have you become like this?"
Upon hearing the name Lin Xingyu, Lin Jinnan, in a daze, repeated, "Xingyu, Lin Xingyu."
Hearing her grandfather call her name, Lin Xingyu quickly responded, "Yes, it's me."
Suddenly, Lin Jinnan, with an unexpected burst of strength, reached out with one hand and squeezed Lin Xingyu's neck. With hatred in his eyes, Lin Jinnan spat out, "It was you who wanted to harm me," and then, with both hands, he tightened his grip around her throat.
Choking, Lin Xingyu couldn't believe it. In her mind, she wondered, why was her grandfather attacking her so violently?
She turned to look at Lin Fan, who was standing behind her, and silently thought, "It must be this guy who's behind all this." To protect her small life, Lin Xingyu firmly held the knife and said, "Sorry, Grandpa." Then, she stabbed Lin Jinnan in the forearm. In contrast, while Lin Xingyu was extremely tense, Hao Shuang appeared calm. Outside in the corridor, a disciple of the Jianglang manor rushed into the living room where Hao Shuang was sitting. He whispered something to Xiao Ming, a bald man with a scarred face. Seeing this, Luing quietly said to Hao Shuang, who was calmly sipping tea, "I feel like something's off here." After Xiao Ming listened to what the disciple had said, he smiled and inquired about the two, asking the lady of the house, "You two are her best friends?
May I ask which sect you're from?" Hao Shuang cunningly pretended and replied, "What sect? We're just ordinary people."
Hao Shuang continued lying, "I'm a mobile phone repairman, and this girl here works as a delivery person and sometimes does home massage." Then, jokingly, she added, "Why don't you, handsome, try her skills?" After hearing Hao Shuang introduce themselves this way, Luing closed his eyes in anger, trying to hold back, pretending he couldn't hear or see anything. Xiao Ming, sensing danger, looked at the two and, as if giving a final warning, said, "If you don't want to speak, that's fine. Just make sure in your next life to live it well and don't make random friends." After giving the instructions, he turned to look at the disciple standing behind him and commanded, "Strike." As soon as he finished speaking, from the water basins behind Hao Shuang, other disciples suddenly appeared and attacked the two of them. A fierce battle erupted in the room, knocking the disciples unconscious and sending them flying out of the room. Xiao Ming, upon seeing Hao Shuang's move, suddenly asked, "Thunder of 10,000 troops, are you from Dragon and Tiger Mountain?" Inside the room, Hao Shuang slowly stepped forward and said, "I've already said, I'm just a phone repairman."
Lightning flickered around him.
Xiao Ming was not afraid and dangerously said, "You're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense.
Do you think our Jianglang manor is some sort of pushover?"
Above them, more disciples from Jianglang manor appeared, with Xiao Ming preparing to enhance his strength and launch his move. Seeing that they were surrounded on both sides, Luing anxiously said, "Where's Lin Xingyu?
Isn't she the mistress? How can she let her subordinates act like this?" Hao Shuang observed the situation and could also guess a little about Lin Xingyu's circumstances.
Given the current situation, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to protect herself. Break! Xiao Ming began his attack. The reinforced stones were hurled toward the two of them.
Hao Shuang performed the earth technique, his hands touching the ground as a move, earthquake strike, appeared. Seeing the earth-based move, Xiao Ming couldn't believe it, saying, "So it's two elements?"
Then, he saw a stream of blue water appear in the air, followed by fire surrounding and attacking him.
Xiao Ming, in disbelief, said, "What is this?"
Hao Shuang smiled and told Xiao Ming, "Guess." Xiao Ming gaped, unable to believe it, cursing, "Damn it, for elements, shit, what the hell are you?" After the sound of an explosion, Xiao Ming lay motionless on the ground. Hao Shuang rotated his wrist and muttered, "Luckily, I'm still used to using this technique." Luing ran up from behind, having been watching the battle. When she saw Hao Shuang possessing four elements, Luing was filled with fear and thought to herself, "A normal spiritual practitioner usually cultivates two elements because their inner elixir is difficult to balance, often leading to internal conflict. But this person holds four elements at once. How in the world is he able to do this?" Hao Shuang looked at the remaining disciples standing on the roof and asked, "Is there anyone who wants to try?" The disciples, terrified, stepped back. When they saw that no one was attacking anymore, Hao Shuang took Lu Yin's hand and declared, "If no one else is coming, then we'll go first."
Lu Yin curiously asked Hao Shuang, "Why didn't you tell them to hand over Lin Qingyu?"
Lu Ying noticed that Hao Shuang's condition was not good. His face had turned pale after the battle earlier. She realized something was wrong. Hao Shuang was about to collapse. Continuously risking using fatal moves with different attributes was actually a strategy to intimidate the enemy, preventing them from acting recklessly and allowing for a smooth escape. Before they could leave Jianglang Manor, Lin Fan suddenly appeared behind them, blocking their way. He shouted, "Stop!" Hao Shuang turned around to face Lin Fan and said, "It seems like today we'll have to risk it all, huh? It's going to be a case of dead fish, broken net." Lin Fan sneered and said, "What makes you think you have the right to die with me, to risk it all?" Then, swords appeared, ready to attack Hao Shuang. At the moment when the situation was hanging by a thread, suddenly someone spoke, "The matter of identity here." Hao Shuang and Lu Yin were surprised to see who had arrived. Hao Shuang immediately asked, "Who are these two?" It turned out the newcomers were two girls who had been on the same train as them. The girl with green hair, who was blowing bubbles, said, "Heavenly Master orders. Hao Shuang must go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain immediately, and no one is allowed to stop him." She held up a command token. Hao Shuang, puzzled, asked, "You want me to go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain?" In his heart, Hao Shuang thought, "Is this some kind of joke? With my identity? Going to Dragon and Tiger Mountain is no different than walking into a dead end." Lu Yin thought for a moment, then realized that using the Heavenly Master's orders for protection indeed showed a connection with powerful factions. Lin Fan, with a friendly expression, turned to speak to the two girls. Seeing the Heavenly Master's orders is the same as seeing the Heavenly Master himself. The 3 mountains, the 9 prefectures, and the 21 caves all must comply. Lin Fan, naturally, did not dare to act carelessly. He then extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "Since that's the case, please lead this brother along." Hao Shuang disagreed, saying, "That's not acceptable. Where is Lin Qingyu? Hand her over, and I'll go." Lin Fan disagreed and said, "Ridiculous, Lin Qingyu is a person of Jianglang Manor. Why would I go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain with you? If you want to go, go. What are you looking for her for?" Seeing Hao Shuang causing a scene and refusing to follow, the girl with pink hair said, "Hurry up and come back with us." The girl with green hair spoke up to advise, "Hao Shuang, don't talk nonsense." Lu Ying grabbed Hao Shuang's arm and said, "Let's go first. We really don't have a reason to go after them and demand the person back." Hao Shuang ignored the advice and shouted, "Qingyu is already mine, so she is a person of Dragon and Tiger Mountain." Lu Yin was struck speechless, looking at Hao Shuang in shock, saying, "You." Lin Fan's face also twisted in disgust, as if he had stepped in dog poop, and asked, "Huh?" The two girls didn't know how to handle the situation. The girl with green hair scratched her head and said, "This." Hao Shuang continued to act, looking embarrassed, scratching his face, and saying, I didn't want to announce it so soon. How should I put it? I can only blame us for being too impulsive, hasty, and unable to control ourselves." Lin Fan was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead as he cursed at Hao Shuang. "You are tarnishing the purity of our Qingyu family. How could the girl possibly love you?" Hao Shuang was not one to back down and retorted, "If you don't believe it, bring her here and let her speak for herself." The girl with green hair suggested to Lin Fan, "Elder Lin, this matter is very important. Please invite Miss Lin to come out and clarify it herself. After all, if this spreads, both Dragon and Tiger Mountain and Jianglang Manor will be embarrassed." At this point, Lin Fan found himself in a difficult situation, unsure of how to respond. Not wanting to bring Lin Qingyu out to face them, he gritted his teeth, cursing Hao Shuang in his heart. "You damn brat, actually using this method." He walked inside, turning back to speak to the two girls. "Please wait for a moment, I will go and ask the head of the family." Lin Fan, unafraid of death, added fuel to the fire by saying, "Please convey to Qingyu that I will take full responsibility for her." Lin Fan lost his temper, shouting at Hao Shuang.
You shut your mouth.
Seeing Lin Fan so angry, Hao Shuang smiled brightly as if he had won the lottery, feeling smug and thinking highly of himself.
Hao Shuang thought to himself, you want to play me? Fine, let's compete then.
After a show of arrogance, Hao Shuang approached the two girls to greet them.
Hello, beautiful ladies, thank you for your help. I'm not sure how to address you. They each introduced themselves in turn.
First was the girl with green hair, who served by Heavenly Master Zhang Beibei. The girl with pink hair replied briefly.
Zhang Ruanruan.
Hao Shuang repeated their names in his head, Beibei, Ruanruan. Just as he was about to continue speaking, suddenly, someone's hand squeezed Hao Shuang's crotch. Hao Shuang blushed, startled, and shouted.
Oh shit.
After squeezing, playing, and feeling around, Zhang Ruanruan concluded. The golden light in your lower body is still intact, the realm of lust hasn't been broken yet, you're lying. Then she placed her finger in her mouth, blushing, and said. But you have to say it really loud, loud.
Luin, hearing Zhang Ruanruan's comment, curiously asked. How loud?
Hao Shuang hugged his lower body, crying out in pain. Why did you use so much force? Zhang Beibei took off her glasses and seriously said to Hao Shuang, the Heavenly Master urgently called you back to the mountain, just asking you to leave Jianglang Manor quickly. After all, your identity is a monster, and if you're discovered, you'll definitely die. He really made up the story about lust with Lin Qingyu, not knowing what the word death even meant. Hao Shuang didn't want to return to Dragon and Tiger Mountain, so he forced a smile and said, I'm carrying an invisibility charm, something ordinary people can't detect. Besides, my two celestial stars were captured by Jianglang Manor, and I was hoping she would help them find them. How can I just leave like that?
Zhang Beibei looked at Zhang Ruanruan and suggested, what should we do? What if we knock him out and kidnap him?
Beibei disagreed, saying, the Heavenly Master said we must cooperate with Hao Shuang to protect his safety and follow his wishes.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruanruan called out to Beibei, then we'll just wait for someone to rescue him before we leave.
Then, they began to discuss.
Zhang Beibei curiously asked Zhang Ruanruan, is it really that big? Zhang Ruanruan replied, if you don't believe it, go ahead and feel it yourself.
Luin, hearing the two of them argue, also blushed, glancing at Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang, focused on waiting for Lin Fan's response, didn't pay attention to Beibei and Ruanruan's discussion, watching to see what Lin Fan would do next. Inside the room, at this moment, Lin Fan paced back and forth. A bald man, the deputy sect leader of Tang Men, named Tang Shanzong, proposed a solution. Lin Jinnan had a wound on his hand, left by Lin Qingyu's sword. The charge of assaulting the sect leader could not be erased. Calling the elders now would surely result in her being stripped of her position as the heir. Why should she let that brat lead her by the nose? Lin Fan disagreed and said, my ambition is not just to secure the position of sect leader, but to ensure that Jianglang Manor stands firm in this world. This is my long-held aspiration. Now, this foolish boy from Dragon and Tiger Mountain has brought it right to my doorstep. How can I let such a great opportunity go to waste? Two maids reported after inspecting Lin Qingyu's body. One maid said, Elder, I have checked Miss Qingyu's body. Lin Fan quickly asked, what is the result? The two maids reported, Miss Qingyu is still intact and has not been violated by him. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan laughed heartily, heaven is on my side. Hao Shuang, with suspicion, asked Lin Fan again, huh? He repeated it once more. Lin Fan happily repeated the good news to Hao Shuang. The family head said, if young Master Hao and Qingyu have already crossed that line, then there's no turning back. 3 days from now, their engagement ceremony will be held. Jianglang Manor has sent wedding invitations to the 21 estates of the 3 mountains and 9 prefectures, inviting all sects to witness the occasion. Hao Shuang disagreed and demanded to see Lin Qingyu. I want to meet Qingyu. Lin Fan, unfazed by his objections, turned and refused, saying, you shouldn't meet before the engagement ceremony. Wait for another 3 days. Hao Shuang clutched his head and screamed. Shit, that sly old fox, he must have figured it out.
Luin sat on the chair, analyzing his actions.
They had a plan to expose the truth and reveal his lies before the sex. This would bring disaster to the high mountains and ruin his reputation.
A clever move, it would solve everything.
Ruan firmly said if he dared to do this, it meant he had confirmed that Lin Qingyu was still innocent, so there must be no personal relationship between them.
Bei added.
If you want to turn the situation around, there's only one way: find her and destroy her. Hearing the two people discuss their plan, Hao Shuang's face turned pale with panic as he thought to himself, the speed of these two is so fast.
That evening at Zhanglang Manor, Hao Shuang opened the door to observe the yard and turned to the people in the room, saying,
"There's no one in the yard, they must be hiding in the dark, silently watching all our actions."
After checking the surroundings, Zhang Bei wiped her hands and said,
Zhanglang Manor is best known for its camouflage techniques, but I've already checked all the rooms, and there's nothing unusual.
Zhang Ruan, standing beside her, added, "There's no surveillance equipment either." Luin, sitting on the sofa, laid out the plan.
Tonight, we must find Lin Qingyu to confirm whether she's safe, and then discuss how to deal with the big engagement event in 3 days. Zhang Bei glanced at Hao Shuang with a meaningful expression and said,
"Talking about it, there's no loophole, but once it's executed, there are nothing but gaps.
We need to make sure it's set in stone to ensure everything is watertight." Hao Shuang looked at Zhang Bei's serious expression and thought to himself, she just wants to see bloodshed. Zhang Ruan patted Hao Shuang's shoulder, half comforting, half giving advice. "You're the only man here, and any trouble is caused by you. You'll have to handle it yourself, but don't worry, even if the protective golden light gets broken, I have a treasure that can help you." Hearing about the treasure, Hao Shuang's face lit up as he turned to Zhang Ruan and asked eagerly,
"Really? What kind of treasure?"
Zhang Ruan presented her treasure, which was a long cucumber with sharp thorns. Upon seeing the cucumber, Hao Shuang angrily slammed his hand down on the floor.
Seeing Hao Shuang's reaction, Wan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?"
"Ha? This is actually quite useful," Hao Shuang sighed, his face darkening, and then said, "Forget it." He continued, "I'll figure it out myself." Suddenly, he called out, "Xiaoya." At that moment, a crack in space appeared, and from it, a tower emerged. Xiaoya jumped out from the crack, wearing a cute bear outfit and holding a mini tower in her hand. She asked sweetly, "What's wrong?" Hao Shuang asked her to release the earth spirit Qumc Lang, who was imprisoned in the Linglong.
"I need to use him."
After hearing Hao Shuang's request, Xiaoya snapped her fingers and said, "Received." "He's the first earth spirit you've captured, and if you need his help, it won't be easy." Then, a puff of white smoke appeared on the ground. From it, a werewolf leaped toward Hao Shuang and attacked him. Luin saw this and anxiously reminded, "Danger." Hao Shuang calmly kicked the chair, making it hit the werewolf's lower abdomen. The sound of cracking eggs was heard, and Hao Shuang greeted, "Long time no see," still as reckless as ever. The werewolf's eyes turned red from the pain. Outside the room, 2 disciples of Zhanglang Manor were talking to each other. One of them said, "The elder instructed that we must keep a close watch, not even let a fly escape." The other one responded with a grunt. From inside, the werewolf let out a loud scream, causing the 2 disciples lurking outside to jump in fear and hug each other. Inside the room, Hao Shuang smiled and said, "The werewolf is holding his crotch in pain and groaning."
"Brother, help me find someone."
The werewolf angrily cursed, "What the hell?
Damn, I'm not yours, why should I help you find someone?"
Hao Shuang didn't care about the werewolf's expression and casually made his request, "This is the headset I borrowed from Qingyu on the bullet train, smell it." The werewolf angrily sat up and said, "Say that again, I'm a noble werewolf, not some errand dog." Hao Shuang nonchalantly replied, "In the end, it's all the same anyway." The werewolf continued to argue, "That's very different." Then, he crossed his arms and coldly said, "Even if you beat me to death, I won't help you. Either lock me up or kill me." Hao Shuang threatened, "Then I'll lock you in a room with no food." After 3 months of hunger, I'll give you a pile of shit and stream it live so the entire social media can witness whether you're truly a dog. Upon hearing Hao Shuang's threat, the werewolf was frightened and immediately agreed. I'll help you, alright?
Damn it, you're the dog.
The werewolf's eyes were teary, while Hao Shuang happily took the werewolf's hands, smiling brightly like a flower, and said, "That's more like it.
Now, let's shake hands."
Then he turned to Xiaoya, who was watching the drama from the side. "Xiaoya, give him a soul-calming pill so he doesn't run off once we get outside."
Xiaoya obediently agreed, "Got it." Luin anxiously asked, "But how are we all supposed to get out? Surely there are spies outside."
Hao Shuang confidently smiled and said to Luin, "If they want us to go outside, then let's show them."
A black shadow, resembling Hao Shuang, was lurking by the window. In the blink of an eye, the shadow swiftly dashed out. Behind it, 3 or 4 people were chasing after the shadow. The shadow ran into the forest, with 4 disciples from Jianglang Manor following closely behind. Outside the bushes, 2 mysterious figures watched the group chasing the black shadow ahead. One of the figures, with ears, said, "You're quite bold, daring to play a covert game right under their noses. How did you learn to use Jianglang Manor's transformation technique?" It turned out that the 2 figures were Hao Shuang and the werewolf. Hao Shuang, while observing the situation ahead, calmly replied, "I saw them use it during the day, so I just learned it on the spot." Hearing Hao Shuang's calm reply, the werewolf, bewildered, said, "Just learned it? You. Time is tight, hurry up and find the person." In a room, an old man with snow-white hair closed the door and stepped out, followed by the 2 figures of Hao Shuang. The werewolf glanced around and then said to Hao Shuang, "The person you're looking for is inside. There's only her scent inside the room." Hao Shuang ordered the werewolf and pushed the door open, saying, "I'll go in, you stay outside and enjoy the breeze." Inside the room, Lin Qingyu was sitting on a chair, wearing a bright red wedding dress as vivid as blood. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat eerie. Seeing the person sitting on the chair in bridal attire, Hao Shuang called out, "Qingyu." Not hearing Lin Qingyu respond, Hao Shuang anxiously stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? What have they done to you?" Hao Shuang was about to remove the veil from her head. As the veil was lifted, Lin Qingyu's face appeared, but it was a serious version of her, 3 parts terrifying and 7 parts resembling her father. Lin Qingyu remained silent and suddenly drew a weapon to attack Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang quickly dodged backward, parrying her blows while anxiously calling out, "Qingyu, it's me, calm down." Inside the room, the sound of the fierce struggle created a commotion so loud that the werewolf guarding outside was startled and shouted, "Keep the noise down inside." Within the room, Lin Qingyu's eyes, a suspicious shade of red, continued to attack Hao Shuang. Seeing Lin Qingyu's gaze, Hao Shuang guessed what had happened and grabbed the wrist that was attacking her, saying, "So that's it, you've been poisoned." Looking up at the sky behind, Lin Qingyu called out, "Xiaoya, can you help me check what kind of poison this is?" Lin Qingyu was dazzled, sitting in the chair, angrily shouting. Xiaoya observed Lin Qingyu's frenzied appearance and speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, she's been poisoned by the soul-seizing goo of Tangmen. This poison can confuse the mind, turning the poisoned person into a puppet that can be manipulated at will. It's extremely vicious, and it's clear that this is the work of Tangmen." Hearing Xiaoya's words, Hao Shuang anxiously asked, "How can we cure it?" Xiaoya stood up, looked at Hao Shuang, and said, "Only the person who administered the poison has the antidote, so that route is not an option. However, there is another way. This is a matter of pure yin and pure yang. If the pure yang energy is used to drive it out, it might work. Fortunately, you have a pure yang body." Hao Shuang asked her seriously, "How do we do it?" Xiaoya continued explaining, "The pure yang energy enters the body from the lower part." Xiaoya pointed toward the lower part of Lin Qingyu and then gestured toward her mouth, saying, "If things go smoothly, the soul-seizing goo should be expelled from the upper part in about 10 minutes. After explaining, Xiaoya put her hands on her hips, gave Hao Shuang a suspicious glance, and asked, "Do you understand?" Hao Shuang understood Xiaoya's meaning, widened his eyes, and refused, saying, "Are you asking me to use my third leg to exorcise for her? I don't think that's going to work." Xiaoya looked at Hao Shuang innocently and asked, "Why, is it too hard for you after 10 minutes?"
Feeling his pride hurt, Hao Shuang bristled and said,
"Of course not." He gritted his teeth, rubbed his head in frustration, and said,
"This method is too despicable. I definitely can't take advantage of the situation like that. Besides, my protective golden light can't break the color barrier." Lin Xingyu, who was being dazzled and controlled by the corpse goo, tried her best to speak, saying every word with difficulty.
"I'm willing. Please, you must help me, otherwise Jiang Lang Manor will be completely destroyed."
Seeing that Lin Xingyu was still conscious, Hao Shuang quickly said,
"Great, you're still able to communicate normally. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital." Xiaoya praised Lin Xingyu, saying,
"To still retain a bit of rationality under the toxicity of the soul-seizing goo, your willpower is truly incredible." Lin Xingyu, losing her patience, shouted angrily,
"Hurry up, stop dragging your feet, are you even a man?"
Hao Shuang, who was yelled at by Lin Xingyu, replied timidly,
"All right, fine."
Afterwards, looking worriedly at Xiaoya, Hao Shuang said, "But the golden light shield around me."
Xiaoya calmly replied, "Don't worry, I have a way to break it."
Then, Xiaoya pointed at Hao Shuang and explained, "Actually, this method was discovered by you yourself, and it's called spirit condensation externalization. When we were at the auction, you used this technique to cultivate together with Qin Ku Xin, and it was how you managed to neutralize the lustful poison in your body."
Upon hearing this, Hao Shuang was startled and asked again, "What? Does that mean something happened between me and Qin Ku Xin?" Xiaoya confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Outside, the werewolf guarding the door poked his head in and urged them, "Can you hurry up? The people outside could arrive at any moment. Can you do it? If not, let me handle it."
Hao Shuang threw the entire teapot at the werewolf, scolding, "Go outside and catch some fresh air." Hao Shuang clasped his hands together, preparing to condense his breath and spirit. "If that's the case, then let's do it." Xiaoya stood behind Hao Shuang and spoke to guide him. The key to the spirit condensation externalization technique is to circulate spiritual energy and condense it externally. Very few people in the cultivation world can master this method, but if you become proficient, you can even perform simultaneous cultivation using the 5 elements method. Hao Shuang didn't care, closing his eyes as he said, "Let's solve the immediate problem first, then we'll think about the rest." He then shouted, and another Hao Shuang appeared. Seeing 2 Hao Shuang, Xiaoya happily said, "It worked, the golden aura can escape now." Hao Shuang looked at his hand in confusion, then said, "It's not just the golden aura, I feel like my cultivation has disappeared as well. I can't sense the lightning magic anymore." Xiaoya explained, "It's hard for a spiritual practitioner to simultaneously cultivate the 5 elements method because the 5 elements are hard to balance. But after you've mastered the spirit transformation method, you can separate other attribute cultivations as reserves. In other words, although you don't have any cultivation now, you can recover it at any time. Do you understand?" Hao Shuang cautiously looked at Lin Xingyu and said, "Let's focus on the main task first." "Xingyu, sorry about that." Lin Xingyu was on the verge of losing control and softly said, "I don't blame you." She used all her magical power, her body glowing brilliantly, and said to Hao Shuang, "Hurry up." Hao Shuang saw the mysterious light emanating from Lin Xingyu's body. As he focused on the fluctuating spiritual energy, a pink energy suddenly burst out, enveloping Hao Shuang. His body seemed to merge with the light and then disappeared into a pure, ethereal aura. "I am a bud that has yet to bloom, quietly growing for 18 years in this dark cave. At this very moment, the cave's entrance suddenly opens, and before I can even react, a huge Yingtao fruit rushes in, and just like that, I was separated." Hao Shuang, after the battle, had a small object appear in the palm of his hand. Hao Shuang called out, "Xiaoya, the magic artifact." Xiaoya, who was drooling, hurriedly covered her mouth upon hearing this and shyly said, "Got it." She raised her hand, and a beam of golden light appeared. The object in Hao Shuang's palm grew larger. Looking at the round object floating in his hand,
Hao Shuang glanced at Xiaoya and asked with doubt, "Does this thing have any effect?" Xiaoya replied, "Of course, this is the golden-coated demon repelling ball. It was left behind by the 4th generation Heavenly Master after he passed away. It's purely focused on rigid energy, purifying soul-seizing goo is a small matter." At this moment, Lin Qingyu blushed and said, Can you take it out first?" Hao Shuang was startled and said, "Sorry about that." Xiaoya, while continuing her spellcasting, said, "It should be ready in about a minute. If the two of you have anything else to say, you'd better make use of the time." Hao Shuang responded, "There's nothing else, just follow what we discussed for the marriage ceremony 3 days from now." When Lin Qingyu finished dressing, she coldly said, "Lin Fan, that bastard, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. How dare he conspire with Tang men and do something like that to my grandfather?" Hao Shuang curiously asked Lin Qingyu, "What exactly is Lin Fan's background? How dare he act so arrogantly?" Lin Qingyu sighed and explained, "He is my uncle. Although my father passed away early, according to the rules in the mansion, the position of head of the household must be taken by me. He can only assist. He is unwilling and has always thought of various ways to claim the inheritance for himself." After hearing Lin Qingyu's explanation, Hao Shuang stroked his chin. Recalling what had happened, he could guess Lin Fan's plan. If that's the case, everything makes sense now. He sent people to secretly monitor her, and once they discovered the whereabouts of Kuxian's group, he sent Tang men to capture them. Then, Hao Shuang asked Lin Qingyu, "Do you know where Kuxian and the others are being held? I need to hurry and rescue them." Lin Qingyu suggested, "Basically, I didn't have time to investigate before I was controlled. But if you go to Lin Fan's wife, Xin Xiaofu, she will definitely know more." Hao Shuang repeated Lin Fan's wife's name, Xin Xiaofu. Xiaoya, behind them, raised her hand in excitement and announced, "The soul-seizing goo is ready." Looking at the golden soul-seizing goo in her hand, Xiaoya explained, "I have removed all the toxicity of the soul-seizing goo. It will no longer have control over a person's mind. However, even if the person who poisoned it is involved, they won't notice anything unusual." Lin Qingyu put the soul-seizing goo in her mouth, and after she swallowed it, he encouraged her, saying, "Endure a little inconvenience for the next few days, we must make sure they don't discover anything unusual. 3 days from now, we will strike back." Lin Qingyu spoke to Hao Shuang, who was jumping through the window, "Don't worry, just 3 days. I can wait. Go ahead and save the 3 of them." Hao Shuang reassured him, "All right, I'm off then." Lin Qingyu continued, "After that, you'll stay and finish the wedding with me, inherit the position of the head of the manor, and help Jianglang Manor grow stronger." Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Hao Shuang, who was jumping through the window, suddenly tripped and fell. Lin Qingyu watched Hao Shuang fall outside the window, resting his chin on his hand and said, "My pure body cannot be given away to you, not a chance." Hao Shuang scratched his face and laughed, "We'll see when the time comes." Lin Fan listened to his subordinate's report, not believing it and asking again. They went to the kitchen to steal 2 roasted chickens and 3 jars of wine, then returned? The subordinate of Lin Fan knelt on the ground and responded, "Yes, we followed them closely the whole way, ensuring that no detail was missed." They only went to the kitchen. Lin Fan asked again, "Was it Hao Shuang who went?" The subordinate replied, "It was too dark to see clearly, but based on his height, it was likely him." Lin Fan stroked his chin, closed his eyes to ponder, and then said, "What is this kid plotting now?" The man kneeling on the ground continued to report, "I also left a group of people guarding outside the living room, and no one else has gone out." As if suddenly remembering something, Lin Fan slapped the table and ordered, "Quickly check if there's anything unusual in Lin Qingyu's room. Set up a post near where he is staying, and make sure no one gets close." After his subordinate left to carry out the order, Lin Fan patted his head and muttered, "I just feel like something is off. Why does the top of my head feel so cold?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice from outside called out to Lin Fan, "Master, master." Lin Fan, irritated, turned around angrily and asked, "What now?" The maid, seeing Lin Fan's angry expression, fearfully said, "It's the mistress. The mistress said you must return immediately." Hearing his wife's name, Lin Fan stiffened for a moment, cold sweat running down his face as he thought, "Not good,
I've been so busy these past 2 days that I completely forgot about her. Outside, Hao Shuang was fumbling around, secretly searching for Madame Lin's room. Suddenly, she was startled when she saw Lin Fan walking ahead, not too far away. Lin Fan smiled, rubbing his hands together, and sweetly said to his wife, "Oh dear, my love, I feel like I could die from missing you." On the bed was Qin Xiaofu, Lin Fan's wife, and the granddaughter of Qin Majian, the immortal of Mount Qingcheng, who was reading a book. Not hearing any response from Qin Xiaofu, Lin Fan continued smiling and said, "I've truly been so busy these past 2 days, I couldn't come to your room, I'm really sorry." Qin Xiaofu glanced at Lin Fan and said, "It's fine, just right, you can try the medicine I made today." Seeing the maid bring the bowl of medicine over to him, Lin Fan panicked and instinctively pulled away, trying to make an excuse. "I'm feeling a bit unwell today, do you think it would be alright?" Qin Xiaofu coldly looked at Lin Fan and asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to drink it?" Lin Fan, terrified, quickly downed the entire large bowl of medicine, muttering, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare, I'll drink it." Qin Xiaofu watched Lin Fan finish the medicine with satisfaction and happily said, "That's right, drink it all, not a single drop should be left. This time, I'm sure I'll cure your illness, the one that makes you unable to get up." Lin Fan nervously raised his head and swallowed hard. The body began to tremble, reacting violently after ingesting a powerful stimulant herb. It seemed that the medicinal effects had started to take effect. His face was flushed, gasping for breath as he said, "Darling, it seems this medicine really works." The woman, who was kneeling on the bed, urged him. "Really? Then hurry up and come here." Lin Fan raised his head, his face turning deep red. His vision blurred. In a hurried state, he spoke with determination. "I'm coming, this time my performance will definitely." But before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly collapsed, and blood began to gush from his nose violently, spraying straight onto the ceiling. The woman, his wife, became furious and tossed him out of the room with a string of angry shouts. "Useless! Get out! Don't let me see you again!" Lin Fan sat on the ground, holding his cheek, crying without tears. "Darling, give me a little more time. I will definitely fix this." He stood up and stumbled away. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was hiding behind a nearby bush, observing the situation. He thought to himself, "Good, Lin Fan has left." Quickly, he made his way along the edge of the wall, moving like he was preparing for a high-level infiltration. Hao Shuang sneaked up to the window, looking for a way to control the woman and force her to reveal the whereabouts of those held by Qin Xiaofu. Sweat dripped from his forehead as Hao Shuang squinted through the crack in the window, silently considering, the only issue is, will she be easy to handle? The girl, sharp and alluring, still had a flushed face, her behavior somewhat unstable. Hao Shuang gritted his teeth. "It seems, I'll have to rely on myself after all." Hao Shuang looked inside, wondering to himself, didn't her husband just come by? Why does she still have to do this herself? The girl noticed his presence, threw the bottle of wine in her hand, and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" The bottle flew, and Hao Shuang quickly dodged it. He quickly ran away, a sudden, unsettling thought crossed his mind. "This is bad, this woman is definitely a master." Suddenly, Hao Shuang's head collided with something soft and large, causing him to be knocked back and fall to the ground. The woman smiled mischievously, looking down at him, and said, "Where did this little boy come from? You're quite handsome." He looked up, sweating. Her movements were too fast to keep up with, it seemed his only option was to face her head-on. The woman smirked and said, "Interesting, someone actually dares to confront me. Do you know who I am?" Hao Shuang suddenly attacked, "Aren't you Lin Fan's wife?" But the woman swiftly dodged, leaping up, and scoffed coldly, "I have many identities, but the one I dislike the most." Then the woman raised her leg. It was Lin Fan's wife. Her leg collided heavily with Hao Shuang's chest, making him grit his teeth and block the impact. The woman blushed as she thought about Hao Shuang's firm chest. He suddenly grabbed her leg, causing her to cry out. "This kid didn't expect to touch the ankle, the part that excites me the most." Hao Shuang gripped her leg tightly, spinning her around and throwing her, but her powerful reflexes caused no damage. The woman smiled maliciously. At this point, the brat still doesn't know how high the sky is. She punched Hao Shuang in the stomach, forcing him to steady himself and defend. She shivered, thinking to herself, the sound. The sensation. Hao Shuang suddenly launched a fierce attack, sending her flying a short distance. These flashy moves won't work on me, he gritted his teeth, gripping her neck in warning, my patience has limits. Tell me where the 3 demons are, or you'll find yourself in serious trouble. She suddenly sprang up. So, it turned out he was after those 3 demons. Of course, she could tell him, but could he make her talk? With that, she lunged at Hao Shuang, affectionately. We'll see what you're capable of. Scene change, Hao Shuang, completely naked, sat helplessly on the bed. Although it wasn't exactly moral, the situation forced his hand, and he had no choice but to do it. You closed your eyes, focused on gathering the light energy. A seductive foot stepped forward and touched Hao Shuang's back, distracting him. He turned and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" The girl who was just engaged in a fierce battle now appeared before him, alluring and naked, with only a white cloth covering what needed to be covered, her face flushed. Are you afraid that Lin Fan will cause trouble for you? Don't worry, as long as you satisfy me, no one in this world will dare to touch you. Hao Shuang suddenly turned around, placing his hand on the ground, causing her to stumble. He stared intently at the woman in front of him and said, Fine, I'll make you satisfied. Take me to meet them. The woman blushed deeper, exhaling seductively. Her long-cherished dream had finally come true, and a great light appeared. They were here. Lin Fan held a glass of red wine, crossing his legs. All the 3 mountains, 9 provinces, and 21 caves had responded and would send people to attend the engagement ceremony. The bald man sitting beside him joyfully clinked his glass. That's great, now we can strike a heavy blow to the morale of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain right in front of the fellow martial artists. Jianglang Manor was on the rise, it was only a matter of time. Lin Fan laughed heartily. You're too naive. The 4 words sounded like applause in the 4 corners. Lin Fan looked out towards the bright, full moon in the dark night, plotting and scheming as if the autumn wind rustled, slowly taking action, neither fast nor slow, neither tired nor stopping. The bald man applauded in praise, while Lin Fan, gazing far into the distance with pride, said, Nice, I must have been a philosopher in my past life. Shifting to Hao Xiao's side, the bed trembled continuously along with the soft cries of the woman. The 2 hands were tightly clasped, groaning, while Hao Shuang covered her mouth with one hand, and with the other, the actions below continued. The woman widened her eyes, pleading, Stop. 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 I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a girl pushed open the door. Madam, the bird's nest soup is ready, do you need it? Before she could finish speaking, the girl froze, accidentally knocking over the bowl of hot bird's nest soup. She looked at the naked man and woman in front of her. The woman furrowed her brows in anger at the girl's carelessness. How rude. Why didn't you knock before entering? Hao Shuang tightly shut her eyes in pain. A powerful burst of light exploded, sending the girl flying off her feet unexpectedly. She lay on the bed, completely naked, seductively saying, Not bad, young man, I'm very satisfied. Intao is my confidant. She will take you to meet some of those female demons. Intao stood to one side, while Hao Shuang got out of bed, his strong body reaching for his pants, puzzled. Ha? Aren't you coming with me? The woman lying there sighed and replied. Honestly, I can't even get up. Your little darling sure knows how to cause trouble. No wonder that girl named Qin Kuxian keeps thinking about you, even says you're the first man she's ever had, and that you're really something. Hao Shuang, dressed, stood there with his mouth agape, confused at first. Earlier, she specialized in draining men's essence for food, so how did it end up like this? The woman seductively propped herself up, scolding him. You fool, beauty is just a way to lure them in. How could she let those men take advantage of her like that? Hao Shuang broke into a sweat, recalling the incident in the basement.
Ah, so that moment in the basement was her first time. The woman interrupted his thoughts. Alright, go now, don't let anyone see you. Intel walked ahead, modestly. Please follow me. By now, Hao Shuang was fully dressed. He turned around and waved at her. Well, I'll be off now. Thank you. The woman sat there, watching him leave. Go ahead.
When the person had passed out of sight, the seductive woman picked up the blanket, lifted it, and gazed intently.
Kid, under this blanket, there's surprisingly blood from the girl. This time, you've truly lucked out.
Hao Shuang, following Yingtao, looked around cautiously.
We won't run into anyone, will we? Once I'm exposed, your mistress will also. Yingtao spoke slowly in response. The rear garden is a forbidden area personally marked by the mistress. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Moreover, even if discovered, no one would dare to touch my mistress. Yingtao turned her back.
Our Qingcheng mountain is not to be trifled with. Hao Shuang, behind her, suddenly thought deeply.
Qingcheng Mountain, one of the 3 sacred mountains.
I didn't expect her to be from Qingcheng Mountain.
Has Qingcheng Mountain formed an alliance with Jianglang Manor?
Yingtao led Hao Shuang to the iron gate of the prison.
This is the prison. You can meet them, but you can't take anyone away. I hope you won't hold it against me. Hao Shuang, with politeness, responded.
Of course, I won't cause any trouble for Mistress Jean.
The 3 girls inside, seeing Hao Shuang's figure, joyfully stood up. Mr. Hao Shuang.
Hao Shuang smiled with his eyes closed, waved his hand.
It's been so long since we last met.
Seeing you all so fair and delicate puts my mind at ease. Qin Keki and Qin Kurson moved, hugged Hao Shuang tightly.
Finally, you've come to save us. He glanced towards the girl, then asked, Lulu, are you all right? Lulu looked away, blushing. I'm fine.
The arrogant purple-haired girl threw a glance over.
How about that?
I told you Hao Shuang would definitely come to save us. You lost. Hao Shuang felt helpless. They were still betting with each other. The purple-haired girl mischievously leaned close to Hao Shuang's ear.
I made a bet with Lulu,
and if he really comes to save us, Lulu has to stay in the bathhouse with him once. Hao Shuang twitched his lips after hearing that.
You girls are really too idle.
Lulu turned even redder, her head practically steaming, stammering, I
was just joking. Yingtao, standing by the door, reminded them we're running out of time. Let's get to the main issue, sir.
Hao Shuang looked over.
All right, give me 3 more minutes. He pointed, talking to the girls.
You'll have to endure 2 more days of playing along with me.
By then, you'll say this.
The purple-haired girl suddenly covered her mouth.
Oh my, do you really want to go this far?
If we offend the 3 mountains, 9 regions, and 21 caves, then we. Hao Shuang's eyes gleamed with confidence, his smile sharp.
If we're playing, we might as well go big. Now, just wait for the curtain to rise.
Outside the gates of Jianglang Manor, long red flowers hung down to greet the guests.
Welcome, honored guests.
Today, Jianglang Manor is very honored to host all of you. Inside, everyone was elegantly dressed and seated at the table, waiting for the dishes to be served and ready to enjoy. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and smiled, his eyes squinting with warmth. I am deeply grateful to all of you who have traveled from afar to join us. My father is not in good health and unable to attend, so he entrusted me with the honor of hosting today's wedding. A few chatty guests chuckled mockingly. I heard the head of the Lin family is gravely ill.
Is that true? How could someone suddenly fall so seriously ill?
There must be something shady going on behind the scenes.
Also, why does Lin Qingyu look so strange? Could it be that she's been possessed?
Lin Fan paid no attention to the gossiping crowd, calmly gesturing to introduce Hao Shuang. Next, allow me to formally introduce the esteemed son-in-law of Jianlang Manor, a direct disciple of the Heavenly Master from Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Hao Shuang. He smiled and patted his own head. Many of the curious onlookers exchanged glances, whispering to each other, the Heavenly Master has a disciple like this? I've never heard of him before. Could he be a fake? Impossible. People from Dragon and Tiger Mountain are already here today. If his identity were false, he'd be dead by now. Lin Fan's eyes darkened, but he still spoke, feigning a defense. Hao Shuang is indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Master. Then he turned to look at the man leisurely drinking tea at the table over there. The man, with long golden hair, calmly held his teacup. He was the third disciple of the Heavenly Master, Bayou. Shueme, the leader of the Qinglong Mountain, with a wicked smile, looked at him and said, everyone knows how many friends Heavenly Master has in the martial world. If young Master Bei is an imposter, feel free to say it. I'm sure everyone will help take care of it. The person who spoke was Dao Su, the elder of rituals from Mount Qiyun, who added, if Heavenly Master has sent young Master Bei to attend this ceremony, then of course, he cannot be an imposter. Perhaps he is a new disciple that Heavenly Master has accepted. Bayou remains silent, savoring his tea and closing his eyes. The two seniors are overthinking it. Hao Shuang is indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Master. Lin Fan smiled, placing his arm around Hao Shuang's shoulder. Heavenly Master has a sharp eye to find such talent in a sea of people. What you represent is the Heavenly Master's mountain and its dignity, and there's no way to bring shame to the sect. Hao Shuang could only smile wryly at this slippery situation. Of course, someone else, eager to stir things up, raised their hand to comment, Elder Lin, why are you in such a rush to organize the engagement ceremony? Are these two in such a hurry to get married? Lin Fan smiled, his thoughts unreadable. His friend asked a great question. After all, Xingyu was the future family head, and marriage was a matter that needed great caution. Hao Shuang himself said it, he has pledged his life to Xingyu, and they have already become husband and wife. Anything related to the reputation of the future family head naturally cannot be delayed, so today I've invited you all here to witness this together. The crowd below became noisy, with some showing clear disdain. Was Lin Fan an idiot? He would openly say something like this? Who didn't know that he was aiming to take the position of family head? He was just waiting for Lin Xingyu to do something embarrassing. Just wait, there would definitely be more drama. At the back, someone stepped forward, striking a wooden staff hard onto the floor. Old Master Lin, my old bones have a few words. I'm not sure if I should say them. Several people, upon seeing the elderly woman's appearance, broke into a cold sweat and started whispering. Marvelous hand of the East, meow, she's here. Her gaze is so sharp, could she have seen something? Lin Fan pretended not to know the old woman and clasped his hands in greeting. Granny Meow, if you have something to say, just speak your mind. The righteous sects of the world are all present here, and no one will blame you for your straightforward words. The old woman maintained her posture, staring intently. I have been studying medicine for many years, and just by observing her condition, I can tell whether this young lady is a virgin or not. She pointed directly at Xingyu and concluded, I have just carefully evaluated, and this girl, Lin Xingyu, is still pure. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. People began to quietly assess. What? Dao Su, this is getting more and more confusing. The crowd started to murmur, feeling like it was almost like scoring an own goal. Who is really lying here? Lin Fan turned to Hao Shuang, his face serious, and asked, are you saying this to tarnish the reputation of our Qingyu? Hao Shuang glanced at the people around him performing their little drama, then answered, I will quietly watch you all perform before responding. Hao Shuang continued, I'm not lying, indeed, the two of us have had relations. Bayou smiled and pointed out the issue, you, from the Lin family, are part of the drama. Why don't you just ask her directly? Someone following Bayou chimed in, exactly, why is the Lin family's young mistress staying silent like this? Lin Fan pretended to explain, maybe everyone doesn't know, but a few days ago, Qingyu returned to the manor with Hao Shuang. As a result, when they arrived home, she suddenly fell ill with a strange disease and couldn't speak. I, respecting Dragon and Tiger Mountain and the Heavenly Master, believed Hao Shuang's words.
Oh, who would have thought?
And Xuemei stood up, smiled, and made a suggestion: if it can't be explained clearly, a test will reveal the truth.
Elder Lin, if you don't mind, may I act as the referee?
And Xuemei gently walked over and called Qingyu, "Come with me." Lin Fan, standing beside them, clasped his hands and explained, "If it can be proven that my Qingyu is innocent, then I will trouble the roadmaster."
A chattering man raised his voice provocatively. Is this kid relying on the reputation of Dragon and Tiger Mountain?
The Heavenly Master must be crazy to take such an unreliable disciple. Clearly, nothing happened, yet he keeps saying the girl likes him. Who knows, maybe Lin Qingyu was poisoned by this guy. Lin Fan crossed his arms, smirking to himself, "You little brat, keep pretending to be calm.
Let's see how you will be completely disgraced later."
Granny Miao stood in the corner and unexpectedly called out softly,
"Master Lin."
Lin Fan turned pale with anger, looking around in confusion.
Didn't I tell you to pretend you don't know me? What are you doing here? Granny Miao looked up and said, "I have something extremely important to discuss."
Her face turned serious, her expression solemn. "Are you sure she's a virgin? Although my divine sight isn't what it used to be, it's still not too bad. Just now, when I observed her body condition, it looked as though she had been with 100 men." She looked at Qingyu's perfectly shaped body, evaluating it with a look of someone who had experienced much, enduring endless torment, worn down through countless trials. Lin Fan glared at her with a darkened face, fuming with anger. "You must have been the one to sleep with 100 men, you just had your body checked 2 days ago.
Could it be fake? Hurry up and leave, or don't even think about getting your final payment."
The old woman turned away, muttering,
"This doesn't make sense. How could I have seen wrong?"
Lin Fan glared at her, coldly sneering.
"Old woman, talking nonsense."
The person following Bayou asked,
"Senior brother Bei, what should we do next?" Bayou calmly sipped his tea. "Master has already instructed us, we can only watch, we cannot participate."
Having said that, he placed the cup of tea on the table. His fate was already sealed, it was up to destiny now for that person. The sound of the door opening drew everyone's attention.
And Xuemei came out with Lin Qingyu. Lin Fan inquired cautiously, "En, how's the situation?"
And Xuemei looked at the person and delivered the result, "It's lost, definitely not a virgin." Hao Shuang wasn't lying, Granny Miao made a mistake. Lin Fan stood frozen, his mouth agape. Hao Shuang happily grabbed Lin Fan's hand. "Uncle, don't worry, I'll definitely play my role well as the bridge between Jianglang Manor and Dragon and Tiger Mountain, helping Qingyu firmly establish her position as the family head and ensuring you can enjoy your old age."
Lin Fan, enraged, spat fire, "Enjoy my old age? Dream on."
His eyes flashed with murderous intent, his mind racing. "I must have seen a ghost.
Could it be that I made a mistake in the checkup? No matter, I still have other tricks up my sleeve.
I'm sure there won't be any flaws." Everyone congratulated Hao Shuang. "Congratulations, Hao, on marrying such a beautiful wife." Hao Shuang smiled, clasping his hands in thanks. Someone eagerly asked about Hao Shuang's pursuit of Qingyu. Qingyu was one of the best among the younger generation.
How did you manage to win her over? Share your experience with us. That's right.
Hao Shuang closed his eyes and brushed his hair. "Well, this. Not really suitable for a crowd, is it?" The person responded politely, "Oh, come on, don't treat us like outsiders. Please, go ahead, we also want to learn." Hao Shuang seriously extended his hand. "Then I'll give everyone 3 words, good morning."
The 3 people were momentarily stunned. "Good morning."
Then, everyone suddenly realized the meaning behind it and simultaneously praised Hao Shuang. On this side, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and made a phone call, preparing a plan.
"The soul-seizing goo is still no problem, right?"
A voice came from the other end. "I can sense it. It's still in her body, and I can control it at any time. Lin Fan smiled wickedly. Very good. I can't wait to see that couple's disgrace and downfall.
While everyone was enjoying the banquet, suddenly a loud voice called out.
Distinguished guests, dear friends. Lin Fan slowly stepped forward. I invited all of you here today because there is still one matter I want you to preside over for justice. Lin Fan pointed directly at Qingyu and Hao Shuang. Lin Qingyu colluded with Hao Shuang in order to inherit the position of the family head as soon as possible, and took the opportunity to attack the family head. After being caught red-handed, she pretended to be crazy and ignorant. All their actions are truly enraging to both man and God.
The person at the front rubbed his chin and asked, why the sudden change of topic? The people behind started whispering, wow, didn't expect something like this.
Hao Shuang smiled and confronted him, Elder Lin, you really know how to talk nonsense.
If this were true, then why have you waited until now to bring it up?
Lin Fan smirked wickedly, damn, I was too careful. You all conspired to harm the clan leader, of course, I wanted to take revenge immediately. But Heavenly Master sent someone to protect according to his orders, how could Jianglang Manor dare to defy the dragon in Tiger Mountain? Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward Bayou, judging him, I didn't expect this. Who would have thought that the highly respected Heavenly Master would turn a blind eye to his disciples doing such immoral things? Bayou furrowed his brows, angry but still controlling his emotions, I don't know anything about this, so I can't comment. Lin Fan pretended to cry, clutching his chest and leaning to the side, my poor father, harmed by the one he loved and trusted the most, his soul and body both severely wounded. Even someone with a strong constitution like me feels as if my heart is being sliced by a knife. If Dragon in Tiger Mountain has any issues with Jianglang Manor, they can take it, but why would they commit such a heinous act? Bayou expressionlessly took the cup of tea and drank. The two people beside him were awkward, unsure of what to do, and could only stand and listen to the discussions around them. How ridiculous, is that even a star? With such morals, how can she lead a righteous path? Dragon in Tiger Mountain is truly vile, they'll face retribution soon. Lin Fan thought maliciously about the plan to have Lin Shuyun attack him. Perfect, Dragon in Tiger Mountain has already made everyone angry. Next, I'll fuel the fire and make Lin Qingyu so furious that she'll lose control and attack me crazily. This will prove that she's colluding with Dragon and Tiger Mountain. A man's shadow appeared behind a pillar. It was the one who had drunk with Lin Fan that night. The timing had arrived, and soul-seizing goo was set into motion. He was stunned to see that Lin Qingyu showed no reaction. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he anxiously urged, move, move, why is there no response? Suddenly, Lin Qingyu's eyes flicked toward him, her killing intent glaring at him, leaving him in a daze. Am I seeing things? Why did she suddenly look at me? Then, Lin Qingyu leaped up, launching a powerful kick as she yelled, found you. He was shocked and dodged her strong attack. This wasn't good. He hadn't expected her to trace the link of spiritual energy between him and the soul-seizing goo, reverse engineering it and locating his position. Why wasn't soul-seizing goo working anymore? He turned around, smirking, thought for a moment, then said, but catching me won't be so easy. I'm known as the King of Speed, and I can accelerate 100 miles in just 4.3 seconds. Above, the two girls with pink and blue hair, wearing black sunglasses, jumped down and used all their strength to land a powerful surprise Ma-Fook strike to the bald man's head. Hao Shuang was at a loss for words. He had only told them to block the man, yet they ended up beating him like this? The scene on the ground showed the bald man lying unconscious, blood splattered everywhere, his face unrecognizable. The two girls smirked and defended themselves, we just knocked him down to the ground. Unexpectedly, his running speed was extremely fast. His face slammed into the ground and slid another 60 meters, which is why he ended up looking like this. Hao Shuang supported himself with his hands, looking at Lin Fan, and said, Elder Lin, you must know him, right? Qingyu, standing next to him, spoke seriously, clenching her fists, and yet you colluded with Tangmen to poison my grandfather and even dared to frame me. The crowd around them murmured, colluding with Tangmen? What's that about?
Could it be that Lin Qingyu lost her composure before because she was poisoned? But who is the person lying on the ground?
It's impossible to recognize him. Lin Fan laughed foolishly, proving that Qingyu did not expect her to resort to such a vile trick to slander him.
You say I'm colluding with Tang men, who can prove that? Who can prove that I'm colluding with Tang men?
He thought to himself, fortunately that fool Tang Shanzang is dead now, as long as I deny it with my life, no one can suspect me. Lin Qingyu and Hao Shuang were speechless.
Indeed, death prevents confrontation. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
Lin Fan's wife has arrived, I can prove it. It's so lively here, yet no one informed me, so I had no choice but to show up uninvited. Lin Fan was surprised.
Why are you here, my dear wife?
He broke into a cold sweat, raising his hand.
This place is a bit chaotic. If there's anything, let's go back and talk about it.
Madame Qin crossed her arms.
What's wrong? Don't I have the right to go out and meet anyone?
Lin Fan grabbed Madame Qin's wrist, gritting his teeth.
Don't forget whose side you're on now.
If you dare speak nonsense, I. Something shot toward him, forcing Lin Fan to let go of Madame Qin and dodge.
It embedded itself in the wall.
Only then did he realize it was a chopstick. And Xu Mei's eyes blazed with anger as she defended, though Qin Xiaofu is married into Jian Lang Manor, she will forever be a daughter of Mount Qingcheng. Anyone who dares to disrespect her, I will be the first to stand against them. Lin Fan's face darkened. Qin Xiaofu smiled and gave her thanks. Qin Xiaofu pointed forcefully at Lin Fan, causing him to curse, I can prove that the family head wasn't ill at all but was poisoned. 3 months ago, Lin Fan colluded with the Tang sect, plotting to seize the position of family head. Bayou watched the scene with a gloomy expression. Someone nearby couldn't help but speak up, that disgraceful scum has truly brought shame to our orthodoxy. Lin Fan sweat profusely and retorted, slander her, slander me, don't let that crazy woman deceive anyone. I will invite the family head here to explain everything clearly right here. In his heart, he thought, fortunately, I had planned an escape route in advance and arranged for loyal subordinates at that old bastard's place. They must have already disposed of the body and erased all traces by now. Suddenly, 2 people were thrown at Lin Fan's feet, tied up and struggling, which surprised him.
No need to invite anyone.
The 4 beautiful girls standing at the 4 corners escorting the family head, we've already brought the people here, said the woman with long pink hair. Elder Lin didn't expect that these 2 would act against the family head. Luckily, we arrived just in time to stop them.
You tell us, should we kill them or interrogate them?
The 2 tied-up people, bruised and battered, begged for mercy. Elder, please save us.
We were just following his orders. This infuriated Lin Fan, and he shouted, shut up.
The man with the shaved head immediately stepped forward.
Let me see. He checked the family head's pulse and was shocked.
Indeed, it was the poison of Tang men. Bayou stood up and said, the family head is so powerful, how could such a small poison from Tang men harm him?
Unless someone close to him secretly poisoned him. Lin Fan was pressured by everyone and didn't know what to say, stammering.
He was furious and used his internal energy to charge at Hao Shuang. Damn it, all of this is your fault. Before he could even touch a single hair of Hao Shuang, a hand suddenly struck him, knocking out a few of his teeth.
Qin Xiaofu angrily slapped Lin Fan away, dare to touch my person? Do you want to die? Lin Qingyu suspiciously questioned, why is she paying so much attention to you?
Hao Shuang could only smile awkwardly, maybe she thinks I'm too handsome.
Qingyu ordered his subordinates, lock the traitor Lin Fan in the prison. Once the poison in the head of the family is cured, we will decide what to do. Hao Shuang pointed at himself, can it be cured? If not, I can try, though it might be a bit forced.
Qingyu patted his head, Senior Dao Su is using needles to expel the poison, so you don't need to worry about it. A man's silhouette slowly approached, calling out to Hao Shuang. Bayou stood there with 2 companions, staring at Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang cupped his hands and thanked, Senior Brother Bei, thanks to you today.
Though you didn't do anything, you also didn't cause any trouble.
Those standing around were astonished.
How bold to speak like this to senior brother Bay.
Bayou said seriously, according to the intelligence in your stance, regarding the demons, there's an issue.
The elder has asked you to come forward and explain.
I'm here today to deliver the order. Within 3 days, you must go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain to report in. If you fail to arrive by then, I will clear your sect on behalf of the master. Having said that, he turned around to take his leave. Hao Shuang smiled faintly and waved his hand.
Got it, senior brother.
Take care. Then his expression darkened again. It seemed he would have to go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain. In the dark of night, with the crescent moon hanging in the sky, Hao Shuang wearily opened the door to his room and sighed. After a busy day, I can finally rest and recover.
A voice echoed. You must be really tired, huh?
The words caught him off guard. The girl with green hair, dressed in a seductive outfit, spoke. To repay you for saving my life, let me help you relax. She thought to herself, with this battle attire I carefully chose, I'm sure I can handle him. Hao Shuang panted, his face turning red, and turned his head.
Why are you in my room?
He immediately closed the door and found himself face to face with her older sister. The girl with purple hair asked, Why are you standing at the door?
Why don't you come in?
Hao Shuang pointed.
Ah, your sister?
Upon hearing this, the girl with purple hair asked, How is my little sister?
The seductive girl then snapped back to reality. I'm done for.
If my sister finds out I'm dressed like this, I'm doomed.
Sis, please, no.
The girl, Keki, gestured to Hao Shuang from inside.
Don't mention me.
Her older sister, standing outside, tried to peek inside.
Keki is here too?
Hao Shuang grabbed Qin Kuexayan's shoulder, stopping her from stepping inside, then pushed her back towards the cabin door. Hao Shuang smiled and said, My thanks to you.
There's something I've always wanted to say to you. Thank you for detoxifying me back then.
Qin Kuexayan placed her hand over her chest, her face flushing with embarrassment.
You already know about it? I guess it wasn't for nothing, the effort I put in for you. If you have something to say, let's go into the room.
After saying that, she forcefully pulled Hao Shuang's hand.
I'm afraid those people from Keki might see us. Hao Shuang was anxious and tried to stop Qin Kuexayan, but couldn't.
Once inside the room, Hao Shuang was surprised to see that Keki, who had been there earlier, was nowhere to be found.
Qin Kuexayan, still holding his hand, asked with confusion, Why can't we?
Hao Shuang rubbed the back of his neck and sneered, It's nothing, nothing at all.
Looks like Keki took the opportunity to slip away. Suddenly, Qin Kuexayan unbuttoned her shirt, revealing a bikini underneath.
She blushed deeply. You didn't mind traveling all that way to rescue us.
I don't even know how to repay you. After thinking it over, all I could come up with is.
Hao Shuang was at a loss for words, his face darkening as he mentally noted, the line sounded so familiar, no wonder they were sisters.
Even their dialogue was the same.
The girl Qin Kuexayan casually took off her outer jacket, looking enchanting. This is the model I specifically chose, I wonder if you like it? Suddenly, a loud knocking on the door startled Hao Shuang, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He slowly approached the door.
Qin Kuexayan asked curiously, Who is it?
Hao Shuang looked through the peephole and was surprised to see Qin Xiaofu standing outside, raising her leg seductively. Shuang, open the door, I've come to bring you some food. Hao Shuang felt helpless and leaned his head against the door.
Behind him, Qin Kuexayan asked, Why does she call you Shuang?
What's your relationship with her? It seemed like Qin Xiaofu had heard Qin Kuexayan's voice from outside, and she asked, Why is there a woman's voice in the room?
Hao Shuang broke into a sweat and pushed Qin Kuexayan's back. Let me handle this.
You hide first.
Qin Kuexayan pouted, Why should I hide?
Hao Shuang had no choice but to explain to Qin Kuexayan, My current identity is that of a heavenly master's disciple.
If they find out I'm closely associated with a demon, those spirit cultivators won't let me off easily. Shin Koxin shook her head, understanding at once. Oh, right. With that, she pushed her into the bathroom. Stay in there and don't make a sound. The bathroom door closed, and Shin Koxin called out, hurry up then. Shin Koxin crossed her arms, sulking. Men truly were all greedy. Keki, sweating, raised her hand and stammered, sister. Sister. Outside, Shin Xiaofu knocked on the door repeatedly. Hao Shuang, open the door. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're in there. Hao Shuang smiled and opened the door. I'm here. It's so late, what's the matter? Shin Xiaofu shoved Hao Shuang aside, walking in angrily. Let me see which woman you're having fun with. Hao Shuang, sweating, looked around. There was no one in the room. Shin Xiaofu smiled slyly. I don't care what you do with other women, but if I've helped you overthrow Lin Fan, you have to prioritize feeding me first, got it? Hao Shuang flicked his finger. I'll try my best, but I have to go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain tomorrow. Shin Xiaofu's eyes sparkled, his smile devilish. Then don't sleep tonight. Shin Koxin, inside the bathroom, was furious. Where did that woman come from? Keki shut her eyes tightly, doing her best to hold back her older sister from intervening. Keki's buttocks brushed against the faucet, causing both of them to simultaneously stop their actions. Shin Xiaofu turned around with a serious face. What was that sound? In the bathroom, Hao Shuang, panicked, tried to stop them. Wait. She confidently flung the door open, smiling triumphantly. Gotcha. The two looked inside, only to find a bathtub filled with bubbles and overflowing water. Shin Xiaofu crossed his arms. There's no one here. Hao Shuang wiped the sweat off her forehead. I told you there's no one here, the faucet must be broken. Shin Xiaofu speculated, so, were you intentionally not opening the door earlier to set this up? She slid the dress off her shoulder. I'm a conservative woman, but if you like it, I'll reluctantly satisfy you today. Hao Shuang was taken aback. What is it that you like? Keki and Shin Koxin were both rolling their eyes, covering their mouths underwater, too scared to make a sound. Shin Xiaofu dipped his foot into the water seductively. The water's temperature is just right, I'll try it out in here. Hao Shuang, her face darkened, pondered. The only way to save them now would be to knock Shin Xiaofu out, but if she did that, everything would become even more complicated. It seemed the only option left was to use the method she most desired to satisfy her, so she could faint. The two sisters, Shin Koxin and Keki, held their breath under the water, daring not to make a sound. Outside, Shin Xiaofu stood with her back turned, her face conflicted. Do we really have to go in there? I feel unsafe, she said, reaching up to push her dripping wet hair back. A faint silhouette appeared through the mist. It was Hao Shuang. His gaze was serious, without a trace of jest. Don't worry. Just follow the plan, Hao Shuang replied. Immediately, a powerful wave of water crashed down, causing Shin Xiaofu to lose her balance. She struggled to stay afloat, but her breath grew weaker. The current seemed as though it might sweep everything away. This is bad, Hao Shuang thought to himself. She won't be able to hold on much longer under this pressure. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Shin Xiaofu's gaze flickered toward the two figures hidden beneath the water. And then everything faded into darkness. The two sisters, Shin Koxin and Keki, surfaced and gasped for air. They both stood up, sighing in relief. That was too dangerous, we almost lost our lives. Hao Shuang turned his head to look at the two of them. You two should go back to your rooms. Shin Koxin stared at him for a moment, then said, You dared to cheat on Lin Xingyu, aren't you afraid Jianglang Manor will risk everything to deal with you? Hao Shuang smiled and shrugged, Isn't it all to save you too? I had no choice but to offer my body. Who would have thought she would crave it so much, and come after me so quickly? Keki stared at Hao Shuang. Shin Koxin turned and stepped out of the bathtub,
speaking calmly as if nothing had happened. It's best if you don't let her speak nonsense, otherwise Jianglang Manor will never let it go.
Keki, let's go.
She called out but didn't hear Keki, so she immediately turned back and asked, why haven't you left yet? Keki blushed, turned her head, and said, sis, I'm already an adult.
I really like how Shuang. Can I have a try? Qin Kuexayan's mouth fell open and her eyes widened, silently cursing the unfortunate fate repeatedly. Qin Kuexayan gritted her teeth and growled, yanking her younger sister by the collar, forcing her to cling to the doorframe. Don't even think about it.
You can fall in love with anyone you want, but if it's Hao Shuang, Keki will cling to him tightly and never let go, she said.
Are you afraid I'll steal him from you? If you've got the guts, let's compete fairly.
Hao Shuang stepped out, pushing the two sisters aside and slamming the door shut behind them.
Go back to sleep. Keki smacked her hands seriously. I won't admit defeat.
Qin Kuexayan crossed her arms, looking at her little sister.
So, you're declaring war on me?
Show me your skills in flirting with guys.
Keki snorted. Let's just wait and see.
The bathroom door opened, and Qin Xiaofu stepped out, wearing a small t-shirt, holding his head as he walked out.
Why did I pass out?
Hao Shuang was sweating, propping himself up with his hand.
It might be because I was too rough. If it happens again, I'll be gentler. You're overthinking it. Luckily, I got them out of here.
Qin Xiaofu waved his hand.
No need, no need. I feel like it's swollen already. You're really something.
Hao Shuang smiled, glancing at him.
You're too kind.
Qin Xiaofu leaned into Hao Shuang's chest, reminding him.
I can't stay long, I need to go back. Before I leave, there are a few things I need to tell you.
Be extra careful at Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Hao Shuang looked puzzled.
Careful? Careful about what?
Qin Xiaofu leaned back and explained, I don't know why the Heavenly Master accepted you as a disciple at this critical moment, but he is a smart person, and he certainly wouldn't make a bad business deal. Qin Xiaofu gently touched Hao Shuang's cheek. His other disciples were not weak, and perhaps you were just the one he found to act as a shield. Hao Shuang glanced over, thinking about stopping the situation. Qin Xiaofu lightly kissed his cheek and said, take care of yourself.
Remember, when you visit me next time, I will definitely make you happy.
After saying this, Qin Xiaofu took long strides and walked out the door. Hao Shuang crossed his arms and watched him go, thinking to himself, the sister of mine is really quite kind-hearted. I must be extra careful on this trip to Dragon and Tiger Mountain. On a waning moon night in a house on Dragon and Tiger Mountain, the senior brother and disciples witnessed with their own eyes that Hao Shuang and Qin Xiaofu indeed had an affair. The person turned to Bayou and asked, should we report this to the master immediately? Bayou held his teacup, his eyes cold and calculating, and replied slowly, such a potent herb should naturally be exposed at the right time to maximize its value.
Let's enjoy the moon for now.
In the morning at Jianglang Manor, Hao Shuang clasped his hands together and said, if Kuexayan and the others are already under the name of Jianglang Manor, then let them stay. It can also serve as a form of protection. Across from him, Lin Qingyu stared seriously and replied, don't worry. As long as I am here, no one will dare harm them. Xingyu's face darkened as she leaned close to Hao Shuang, her voice low and threatening, my reputation and purity have already been tarnished.
If you dare not marry me, you know the consequences. Hao Shuang broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, has she really turned them into hostages?
The two parties waved each other off in farewell. Qin Xiaofu, standing from a distance, relayed a message to Mount Qingcheng, Hao Shuang is mine.
No matter what happens, he must be protected. Lu Yin, looking worried, asked, is your spirit concealment talisman still effective? The Dragon and Tiger Mountain is filled with experts. What if your identity is exposed?
The woman beside her responded, no need to worry.
The spirit concealment talisman was personally crafted by the Heavenly Master. No one can break it.
Hao Shuang clenched his fists seriously, if they've sent me, something big must have happened. Let's see what kind of bloody storm will unfold at Marvelous Hand of the East.
The towering mountain stood tall, piercing the sky.
The four of them got into the carriage, and after stepping down, they expressed their thanks. At the moment, there are long steps leading upwards, seemingly towards the mountain.
A large stone door forms the entrance. Hao Shuang looked at it and said, "This is the entrance to the Marvelous Hand of the East."
The green-haired girl with glasses looked over and said, "This is just behind the mountain." The front of the mountain opens to ordinary visitors. All the secrets of the Marvelous Hand of the East are hidden behind the mountain. The four of them ascended the steps. The pink-haired girl wearing a hat and cloak said, "From here, it takes about 5 minutes to reach the Heavenly Master's hall. Although you are a disciple of the Heavenly Master, and almost no one dares to offend you, there is still one person you must be cautious of."
Hao Shuang asked, "Who is that person?"
The green-haired girl continued, "It is the Grand Elder, Master Zhang of the Marvelous Hand of the East. Zhang Jiuyuan, Master Zhang is the one who leads the group and has the power to dismiss the Heavenly Master. He was also the senior brother of the Heavenly Master. In the last confrontation of the Heavenly Tao, he lost by a single point and could not compete for the position of Heavenly Master." Hao Shuang's eyes widened, and he sighed, "So it's simply that he hates the people of the Heavenly Master sect and wishes he could wipe them all out, right?"
The green-haired girl looked at Hao Shuang and said, "That's absolutely right."
The four of them continued upward, with Luing walking behind, arms crossed, saying, "It's certainly not going to be as smooth as we hoped." As they moved forward, they looked up and saw a pillar of a tea temple ahead. Inside was Master Zhang, his long white hair flowing, leisurely sipping a cup of tea.
Master Zhang glanced over and asked, "Young friend, what brings you here?"
The two girls cupped their hands and bowed, saying, "Honorable Elder, we are here on the orders of the Heavenly Master to bring Hao Shuang to the mountain to receive instructions." Master Zhang swiftly tossed aside his teacup and immediately stood behind Hao Shuang. As customary, anyone coming to the mountain for the first time had to be checked thoroughly. He placed a hand on Hao Shuang's shoulder, remembering that in the past, a bold demon had once used a spirit concealment talisman to sneak up the mountain. Hao Shuang turned around and looked at him, a bead of sweat trickling down. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. The two girls in front of them also started sweating and spoke up, "Great Elder, the Heavenly Master has given orders."
"You cannot."
Master Zhang held Hao Shuang by the shoulder with one hand while using the other to swiftly strike, sending the two girls flying away. He kept his hand on Hao Shuang's shoulder and said, "I'm merely pouring a bit of spiritual energy to check things. Why are you all so tense?" Luin, nervous, drew out her whip and shouted, "Let him go." Hao Shuang quickly spoke, turning around and smiling, "Elder Zhang is only making sure there are no enemies sneaking up the mountain. Why are you stopping him?"
Luin paused, hesitant.
"This." Hao Shuang, sweating but unfazed, teased, "If there's any suspicion, feel free to check. But when Elder Zhang pours his spiritual energy, just be careful. I'm quite ill, and if something happens, you'll all have to explain to my master in the world."
"It's absolutely not Elder Zhang's fault, it's just that my constitution is too weak." Master Zhang's face went blank upon hearing this.
He looked at Hao Shuang with his opposite hand, slightly amused. Not only was Tsongming decisive, but he also dared to threaten me.
Hao Shuang smirked, "What younger generation would dare?"
"You misunderstood, sir." Master Zhang turned and walked away, boring, "I'm going down the mountain for a walk."
"You all do as you please." The two girls turned and quickly asked, "Did he find anything?"
Hao Shuang shrugged, "I don't know, but at least he didn't infuse any spiritual energy." The green-haired girl spoke seriously, "He definitely won't let this go.
We need to quickly go up the mountain to meet the Heavenly Master."
Meanwhile, Master Zhang casually descended the mountain for a stroll.
A man appeared in front of him, bowing respectfully and asking, "Elder, did you discover anything?"
Master Zhang looked at the man and ordered, "You go down the mountain personally and immediately gather all information on Hao Shuang."
Master Zhang laughed sinisterly, "Heaven has eyes. After so many years, I've finally waited for the opportunity to reclaim the position of Heavenly Master.
At the Heavenly Master's main hall, a few shadows were standing, waiting. The Heavenly Master, Hao Shuang, had arrived.
Luing looked up in surprise. Is this the Heavenly Master of Dragon and Tiger Mountain?
The two girls in green and pink led the way. Hao Shuang looked at Luing. I know you can't accept this, but...
Inside the hall, 4 people were playing mahjong.
The master of Hao Shuang laughed heartily, and he could immediately tell that the dragon was mine. Everyone at the table looked at him with expressions of disbelief, handing their money over to the Heavenly Master. Oh, Heavenly Master, you really have the magic touch today.
My entire monthly salary is gone.
Master Hao Shuang chuckled and looked at Luoying, saying, I'm lucky to have you, Sister Luoying, who's willing to play along with me.
You're truly my lucky star.
Luoying transformed into a fearsome figure, raising her fist towards Master Hao Shuang. She grabbed the dragon figurine in her hand, saying, I only agreed to play with you because you helped me make the double blossom pill, but don't think you can get away with being reckless.
Luoying's punch left a large hole in the roof of the temple.
Master Hao Shuang smiled awkwardly, sweating as he said, Got it, got it. Everyone at the table began to disperse, each with their own matters to attend to. Master Hao Shuang tried to hold them back.
Ha! Why leave so soon? Let's have one more round.
But no one paid him any mind, they all quickly rushed off to protect their wallets. Move quickly, or we'll end up with no money for next month.
As Hao Shuang walked past Luoying, their eyes met.
Master Hao Shuang smiled brightly and stuffed money into his coat, saying, Hao Shuang is here, and you're still standing there.
Come on in.
The 4 of them entered the temple, and the 2 girls in pink and green closed the door behind them. Hao Shuang rubbed his neck and asked, Master, you urgently called me here.
What's the matter? Master Hao Shuang picked up the mahjong tile and said, Because I miss you, am I not allowed to see you?
He gently threw the mahjong tile in his hand up toward the ceiling.
Unexpectedly, someone was eavesdropping on the roof and got hit on the chin. Everyone was surprised.
The 2 girls, one in green and the other in pink, rushed over and shouted, Who is it? They jumped up to the roof, but there was no one there, not even a shadow. The girl with pink hair sneered coldly, The thief runs really fast. Master Hao Shuang looked up at the hole in the roof and sighed, I won the gambling money today, but it's not even enough to repair the roof.
What a sin!
Hao Shuang was puzzled and pointed at the hole. This is the headquarters of Dragon and Tiger Mountain.
How could a thief break in and eavesdrop here?
Master Hao Shuang chuckled and explained, Who says that a thief must always be an outsider? It's difficult to guard against thieves, even within one's own house.
The boy rubbed his hair in confusion. Could it be Zhang Jiuyuan?
Master Hao Shuang looked at Hao Shuang, You've met him before. Hao Shuang seriously explained, Yes, when I first came to the mountain, he even tried to check my identity, but then he gave up. Master Hao Shuang put the mahjong tiles back into the box and smiled, Oh, then he must have discovered your identity.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up.
Hao Shuang rolled his eyes, Huh?
Then why didn't he make a move?
Closing the mahjong box, Master Hao Shuang stroked his chin and speculated, Maybe he needs to prepare a more ruthless plan. Never mind him, let's deal with the main matter first. The real reason I called you here is for you to participate in the hero competition.
Hao Shuang was surprised, the hero competition.
Master Hao Shuang poured the tea and said, The list of the top 10 heavenly candidates is expected to be released in 3 days. As usual, the heavenly candidates will be selected by the various sects, who will send their disciples with the best chances of winning the final contest to go on the hunt.
This is a hero competition, both a chance to showcase one's talents and an opportunity for a public debut.
He smiled and handed the steaming cup of tea to Hao Shuang.
The Dragon and Tiger Mountain can select one person. I intend to send you.
If that happens, even if Zhang Jiuyuan discovers your true identity, he won't dare to cause trouble. Consider it your protective charm. Hao Shuang smirked and propped his hand up.
But will he agree to that?
Master Hao Shuang chuckled confidently. Of course, he won't agree,
but this isn't for him to decide. It's for me to decide. The rule for choosing which disciple participates in the contest is determined by a vote from the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Master in Elder Ming Chi. The one with the most votes wins. Hao Shuang slapped his hand in understanding. Ah, so all you need to do is pay a visit to Elder Ming Chi. When the time comes, it'll be 2 against 1, and no matter how he opposes, it'll be useless. I guess Elder Ming Chi must be quite close to you, huh? He smiled wickedly, rubbing his chin. She's the one who almost cut off my head just now. Getting her to agree seems impossible, but I have a way. Hao Shuang behind him was at a loss for words, eyes full of questions. Hao Shuang quietly approached Luo Ying's room, the plan of his master echoing in his mind. As long as we get this ballot with her seal, it'll be fine. Tonight, you go steal her name seal and bring it here. We'll force things through. Once the list is announced, even if she wants to retract, it'll be too late. Hao Shuang remembered his master's carefree and reckless gestures. She's a hot-tempered person, the hardest to deal with in the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. If you don't want to get beaten to death on the spot, don't let her find out. Good luck. Hao Shuang, speechless, thought to himself, why did I have to take on such an unreliable master? He jumped through the window, scanning left and right. The old man said that every day at this time, she would go for a jog. As long as he could get her name seal before she returned, then. Before he could finish his thought, the door to the room opened, and Hao Shuang hurriedly dove beneath the bed. Luo Ying, sweaty from her run, walked in. Hao Shuang cursed inwardly, damn old man, is this the intel you gave me? Sooner or later, I'll be the one getting killed because of him. His face flushed as he watched Luo Ying take off her black pants. There was a small wound on her leg, but it was both purple and black, making the overall sight quite unappealing. She frowned, applying the ointment while complaining, so careless, I just climbed the stairs and ended up spraining my ankle. Hao Shuang was hiding under the bed, witnessing the scene with everything exposed in front of him, unable to look away, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Luo Ying looked at something sticking out from the bed, a large question mark suddenly appearing in her mind. Meanwhile, the person under the bed was also gaping in surprise. The sound of rapid knocking on the door echoed, as if trying to make it known that the door could no longer stand. Luo Ying, wearing a towel, slowly walked out and said, "Come in." She opened the door slightly and saw 2 men standing outside. With a wary expression, she asked, "Who is it?" Outside, 3 masked figures with a sharp air yet oddly comedic expressions were staring intently at Luo Ying. They released a wave of green gas into the air. Luo Ying, unguarded, inhaled it. She pinched her nose and stumbled back, a warning flashing in her mind, this is bad, it's poisonous. She pulled back, but unfortunately, the small bird belonging to Hao Shuang was hit. This caused him to clutch at his tiny self beneath the bed, crying out in agony, "Sis, could you not step on me like that?" The 3 masked figures rushed forward aggressively, as if intending to capture Luo Ying. Sweat dripped from her face. She was deeply worried, but still forced herself to stay calm and prepare to retaliate. They drew out something resembling a staff, continuously emitting electric sparks as they attacked Luo Ying. Hao Shuang, from below, looked up in a daze as if she had fallen from the sky. Luo Ying gathered her energy and shouted, "If you have the ability, then try to block this move of mine." But before she could execute the move, her consciousness began to fade, and a look of indescribable worry appeared on her face. Taking advantage of this moment, the masked figure attacked. He kicked straight into Luo Ying's chest, causing her to cough up blood in a spray. Along with that was a scream that shook the entire solar system. The blood flew from her mouth, splattering onto her clothes and nearby surroundings. Luo Ying sat on the cold ground, clutching her chest and asked, Who are you people?" The masked figures looked at her with murderous intent, glaring at Luo Ying and growling, "Stop talking so much. Where is your seal?" Hao Shuang, hiding below, was sweating. She thought to herself, I didn't expect their target to be the seal? Luo Ying, clutching her chest, widened her eyes in surprise, the seal? You broke in here just because of my seal? The masked figure gathered energy in his hand, speaking in sweet words that carried an invisible pressure, hand it over obediently. Otherwise, even though you are one of the top 3 of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, you wouldn't want to end up with your reputation ruined, would you? Hao Shuang looked at the screen in front of him, anxiously glancing left and right to find a way out. If they actually went through with it, everything would be for nothing, but he couldn't just rush out like that. If Luoying saw him, he would be in serious danger. His eyes locked onto the pink frilly underwear that was caught, suspended between the corner of the bed and the wall, unable to fall. The masked man approached Luoying, teasing, "Elder Luo, how old are you, really? Your skin is so well maintained, you look just like an 18-year-old girl." They laughed crudely, teasing Luoying, trying to see if she was as youthful down below. They stood there, laughing, completely unaware of Hao Shuang, whose sharp eyes and crossed arms indicated he was standing behind them. Hao Shuang made his move, blinking to strike down the 2 unguarded men. With a kick from each leg, he sent them flying at a 180-degree angle. The man closest to Luoying suddenly turned and asked, "Who's there?" Hao Shuang, pulling something from between the bed and wall, fashioned a masculine pink face mask and introduced himself, "A name that doesn't change whether I walk or sit. A masked knight." Luoying's face flushed red with embarrassment as she looked at the object covering his face and thought, "Isn't that the underwear I lost earlier?" The remaining masked man angrily charged, "Damn, stop talking nonsense, are you asking for death?" Hao Shuang moved swiftly, landing a punch that sent the man's mask flying off, knocking out a few of his teeth. "Here's a punch for you." Hao Shuang played the role of the hero saving the damsel in distress, with one punch sending the masked man flying and sticking him to the ceiling, creating a stunning masterpiece. He moved forward to help Luoying, who was sitting on the ground, and asked, "Are you okay? Who are those people?" Luoying took his hand, accepting his concern, and responded in a somewhat cold tone. "I don't know them, they're not from the marvelous hand of the East." She glanced at the unconscious figures on the floor before offering her guess. "There's no internal support, so it's impossible for outsiders to infiltrate without making a sound. A traitor has appeared in the marvelous hand of the East." She adjusted her clothes and turned to question the man before her. "Then who are you? Why were you hiding under the bed?" Hao Shuang covered his face, turning away. Being recognized meant certain death. He clasped his hands in a formal greeting and responded curtly, "I was just passing by, I'm just passing by. Farewell." Suddenly, she called out, stopping him. "Wait." A strange sound came from the window, followed by brilliant golden lightning arcs. The sudden turn of events caused Hao Shuang to instinctively look back. A surge of golden lightning energy rushed towards Luoying, striking her directly. The assailant's elbow pressed hard against her chest, sending her crashing into the wall as she coughed up blood. Another masked figure attacked, and Luoying, badly injured, recognized the lightning figure. "You are from the marvelous hand of the East." The figure glared at her with eyes like burning embers, exuding a murderous intent, and asked, "Where is the seal? Don't force me to kill you." Luoying, despite being restrained and severely injured, still struggled to resist. She gritted her teeth and responded, "Even if you manage to take it, so what? Would you dare to use it? I certainly won't give it to you." The person mobilized his energy, and then it was no longer something she needed to worry about. Hao Shuang flew up from behind like a superhero, kicking towards him and shouting, "I'm still here." The masked man gathered a spherical ball of energy, and with one hand, he pulled Hao Shuang inside and flew him far away, slamming him to the ground. His brain quickly processed and concluded, "This person is too strong." He threw something with killing intent, his gaze filled with murderous rage, and his fury rose in a storm as he shouted, "You ruined my plans. I'll deal with you first." Luoying spoke up to stop him, "Wait, let him go, I'll give you the seal." He paused his actions and turned around, "Oh, alright, where is it?" Luoying pointed to a wooden cabinet and revealed, "The second drawer, inside there's a secret compartment. Take it." The masked man grew cautious and suspiciously asked, "Hidden so well, are you sure there's no trap?" He turned to look at Hao Shuang and ordered while still wearing that inconspicuous mask, Kid, go over there and bring the seal here. Hao Shuang moved towards the cabinet, grabbing the old, worn-out pole and preparing to open the drawer. He gazed at the cabinet intently and muttered. Hidden so well, if I were to search, how long would it take? He threatened Luoying with violent actions and urged Hao Shuang. Hurry up. Hao Shuang gripped the seal tightly and replied. The item is here. Once you take it, you must release the person. A flash of lightning, accompanied by the masked figure, darted forward to snatch the seal. Immediately after, he flew straight toward the window, snorted coldly, and vanished. Luoying collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest with fatigue and anxiety. Phew, if it weren't for the poison, I wouldn't have let him act so arrogantly. Luoying struggled to stand up and expressed his gratitude. You've worked hard too. Hao Shuang, I never expected you to risk your life to save me. Hao Shuang didn't mind the formality. Don't be so polite, after all, I couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Then you stopped, suddenly realizing, oh shit, I've been caught. Luoying sat on the bed, with Hao Shuang standing by her side, cautiously. The Heavenly Master had asked her to steal the seal in order to recommend her to participate in the hero competition, right? She sighed, oh, I'm really too naive. And then let out a soft hiss due to the injury. Hao Shuang patted her head and asked, does it hurt where you're injured? Do you need to see a doctor? Luoying rubbed her back and refused, no need. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Just put some medicine on it. Can you bring me the ointment on the table? Hao Shuang walked over, took the small box. Does this medicine work? It looks like your wound isn't small. He was startled, dropping the box, and looked at the woman in front of him. Huh? What are you doing? Luoying was not wearing any clothes, only a towel covering her, blushing as she lay face down. I can't reach it, can you apply it for me? Hao Shuang grinned, his face taking on a slightly perverted expression. Can I really do it? Luoying urged, stop talking so much, just apply it quickly. Luoying guided Hao Shuang on how to apply the ointment. When you apply it, be gentle. It's best to gather some energy on your fingertips to help the medicine work better. Hao Shuang knelt beside her, then, please excuse me. He gathered energy on his fingertips and pressed down on the wound, causing her to moan softly. Okay, let me try, she said, and then let out a somewhat seductive sound. Hao Shuang used the energy in his fingers to gently rub over the wound. Luoying moaned quietly, be gentle, be gentle. Hao Shuang rubbed lightly from behind, I'm being very gentle already. Does it still hurt? She blushed, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato, and replied, it's not that I can't stand the pain, just keep going. Hao Shuang continued, applying the medicine while saying, if it doesn't hurt, then why are you screaming? You're really hard to understand. A group of disciples walked toward the room. The two of them slowly approached the door, which had been visibly damaged. As expected, someone had ambushed Elder Luo, breaking in. Wait, let's listen for a moment before going in. They pressed their ears against the door, trying to overhear something. Suddenly, they heard some unusual sounds, which made their faces flush red, and a strange look appeared on their faces. They turned around and started whispering. What's going on inside? It sounds a bit strange. What should we do now? Should we be worried? Inside, Luoying heard the commotion. She cast a spell, sending a blast outside, causing Hao Shuang to panic. Who's out there? Hao Shuang couldn't stop her in time and could only watch as the door was shattered to pieces. The group covered their heads, shielding their eyes, looking utterly sincere. Elder Luo, we didn't see anything. Please don't kill us. Inside, Luoying became more flustered and embarrassed than ever. Hao Shuang was speechless, covering her face. This was getting impossible to explain. The next morning, in the Heavenly Master's main hall. Heavenly Master smiled with delight, patting his shoulder in a teasing manner, as expected of my favorite disciple. On your first day up the mountain, you already subdued the female demon of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Well done, very well done.
Hao Shuang felt helpless, not knowing how to stop his master's mouth.
He glanced ahead, thinking, "Master, please stop talking, someone's about to explode."
The figure of the bloodthirsty woman blazed with fury, her killing intent overwhelming. Luoying sat with her arms crossed, resting on the chair. "I'm too lazy to explain."
Let's get to the point. What should we do about the stolen seal? Master Hao Shuang analyzed the situation. The opponent acted ruthlessly, clearly not thinking about leaving any way out. It's strange, though why would they have an interest in your name seal? Hao Shuang pointed to himself. Could it be to prevent me from participating in the hero competition?
Master Hao Shuang responded, "Even if they steal it, they can always carve another one."
The likelihood of this being the case is quite low.
Luoying calmly reasoned, her gaze sweeping across Dragon and Tiger Mountain. "The only one bold enough to take action against me is Zhang Jiuyuan. The person who injured me has considerable cultivation, and only his disciples possess such strength." Master Hao Shuang leaned on his hands, understanding the reasoning, but this couldn't be said outright. Without evidence, even if they accused him, it would surely be denied, putting them in a passive position. Hao Shuang's deep voice pointed and laughed. "If it's like that, then let him expose his own flaws."
The Heavenly Master called for an urgent meeting, and as expected, everyone knew that a thief had ambushed and injured Elder Luo last night, stealing her seal. The elders were discussing, "This is too arrogant. If we tolerate this any longer, what else can't we tolerate?"
They truly don't take our Dragon and Tiger Mountains seriously. The Heavenly Master raised his hand to stop the discussion. "Everyone, please calm down.
The thief will eventually be caught. Surely, he will strike again.
You all must remain vigilant. Once the thief shows himself, we must capture him on the spot." On Zhang Jiuyuan's side, his third disciple, Hu Tsongming, was kneeling with his eyes closed. In front of him, Zhang Jiuyuan sat on a chair, scolding, "I told you before you left, don't expose your techniques. She could tell right away that you're from our sect."
"And what did you do?"
"Not only did you act without thinking, but you didn't even check the seal before bringing it back." Hu Tsongming took out the seal and the paper in disbelief. "She hid it so well, how could it be fake?"
"Let me try it."
The three of them, Hao Shuang and the others, were standing on the roof.
The master, impatient, asked, "Didn't you say they would expose their own flaws? Why haven't you gone to find them yet? Stop beating around the bush, just say it. What exactly do you have?"
Hao Shuang leaned on his hand and chuckled softly. "Actually, at that time, I just took the opportunity to add something on top of the seal."
Luoying asked again, "What did you put on the seal?"
Hao Shuang crossed his arms and looked at Luoying, explaining, "It's something that a senior Heavenly Master used when refining pills long ago, which was left behind in the Linglong Tower. I took it out and used it. If you strike it with force, pause for a moment, look at the houses, and then continue, it will explode." As soon as the words were finished, a loud explosion occurred near Zhang Jiuyuan. Hao Shuang glanced at the explosion in the distance and sighed. "Oh, as expected, that guy Tsongming must have touched the seal to check whether it was real or fake." Master Hao Shuang smiled, while Luoying looked around and exclaimed, "That direction is the main hall of Zhang Jiuyuan." Master Hao Shuang then gave him another somewhat clueless smile along with a gentle urging.
"Let's go, let's see what's going on."
At the Zhang Jiuyuan main hall, a large fire burned, engulfed in smoke and flames, with people shouting for water to put it out. Hu Tsongming, covered in dirt and grime, stumbled out, coughing violently. He knelt to the ground with a look of disbelief at the events that had just unfolded, exclaiming, "Impossible, when did they tamper with the seal?" Zhang Jiuyuan stood before him, despite being physically present, not a single trace of dirt on him.
"Fool, you've walked right into a trap." He glanced at the three figures hurrying toward him.
"Look, the dogs that love to sniff out filth have already arrived." Zhang Jiuyuan reached out and placed a hand on Hu Tsongming's shoulder, causing him to sit there in disbelief. Then he spoke to him, "Tsongming, you are the disciple I cherish the most. Now that things have come to this point, don't blame your master." With that, Zhang Jiuyuan activated an enhancement spell and struck Hu Tsongming's head with a powerful punch, forcing him to endure the pain.
From behind, Hao Shuang quickly ran over and shouted, "It's bad, he's trying to kill to cover his tracks." Hu Tsongming died with his eyes wide open, his mouth agape as he collapsed to the ground. Hao Shuang rushed forward and yelled, "Stop!" Behind Zhang Jiuyuan, a massive fire was raging, unexpectedly flaring up. The fire had caught everyone's attention, causing the Heavenly Master to rush to the scene. Hao Shuang hurried to check Hu Tsongming's breath. He was dead. Truly ruthless. Zhang Jiuyuan closed his eyes, pretending not to see, and explained, "Hu Tsongming met with an unfortunate incident in the fire. As his master, I am deeply heartbroken. As for how the fire started, I will certainly investigate and provide Hu Tsongming with a satisfactory answer." Hao Shuang could only stand there, watching helplessly as they carried Hu Tsongming's body away. He gritted his teeth, clutching the sword tightly. This old man was truly vicious. Whenever he sensed something wrong, he could immediately strike and kill his own disciple just to save himself. Master Hao Shuang turned to look at Luoying. "Well, have you calmed down?" Luoying turned his gaze away, sneering coldly, "This old man, sooner or later, I will settle all debts, old and new, with him." Master Hao Shuang turned around and said to the two of them, "Forget it, that's enough for now." At least he won't oppose Hao Shuang participating in the hero competition anymore. "Let's head back to the room for drinks." Luoying turned to Hao Shuang and asked, "What are you thinking?" Hao Shuang rubbed his chin, his gaze drifting outside. "I find it very strange. What exactly are they planning by stealing the seal?" On the tranquil full moon night at Dragon and Tiger Mountain, a girl moaned, completely naked. Zhang Jiuyuan, uninterested, growled with force, "Scream louder, be more lascivious." After finishing, he let out a breath just as a figure arrived to report, "Master Zhang, the detective is back." The girl lay unconscious on the bed after their passionate encounter. Zhang Jiuyuan put on his clothes and stepped down. "Tell him to come in." The detective stepped in, knelt down, and presented a scroll of paper. "Master, I have fulfilled my mission. I have thoroughly investigated the background of the person named Hao Shuang." Zhang Jiuyuan took the scroll and opened it. "Has anyone discovered your movements?" The detective clasped his hands together. "I was very careful, no one noticed me." The old man's blue eyes brightened. He hadn't expected Hao Shuang's identity to be. After speaking, he laughed heartily. "Truly, the heavens are helping me." Meanwhile, Hao Shuang's master and Hao Shuang were standing face to face. Hao Shuang rubbed his head, puzzled. "Master, why did you bring me here?" Master Hao Shuang leaned on his hands behind him and smiled. "Although the foundational power from Dragon and Tiger Mountain has been removed, it's not easy to win in the hero competition. I must see how strong you have become. Go ahead and attack me with all your strength." Hao Shuang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and laughed wickedly. "Since you've said that, I'll be disrespectful, master." Master Hao Shuang was speechless. This little brat definitely has some personal grudges in this. Hao Shuang tensed up, channeling his energy, causing his entire body to glow brightly like flames surrounding him. The Heavenly Master was surprised. "Wait a minute, when did this kid?" Hao Shuang shot forward at incredible speed toward the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master focused, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, "This is wrong, the kid's power has grown significantly." He dodged Hao Shuang's powerful attack, and suddenly, a cloud of dust rose. "This is too freakish now." But the wall would be punctured in a large area, and the smoke filled the air, causing the scene to become blurry. Master Hao Shuang stood frozen, mouth agape, staring at the large hole in the wall. He rubbed his head and began his usual routine of complaining. "Oh my, master, surely I don't have to pay for the repairs, right?" Master Hao Shuang turned to him, spitting out words in anger, his mind filled with thoughts of money. "Are you not afraid that one punch from me will kill you?" Hao Shuang shrugged nonchalantly in response. "You're the one who told me to go all out." The Heavenly Master was so enraged that he gritted his teeth and broke out in a sweat, thinking hard. "This brat, not for nothing is he the grandson of that old man. I'll have to show him my skills, or how could I still call myself his teacher?"
Zhang Jiuyuan immediately began to gather his energy. One hand emitted a green light, the other a red glow. The charms hovered side by side, and Hao Shuang was even more surprised at the sight, as both hands simultaneously drew out the entire scene, leaving only the two attributes.
Master's glasses flashed with a sharp gleam.
Zhang Jiuyuan extended his whole hand, wrapped in green energy, pointing at Hao Shuang and commanding him as if speaking to an object in front of him.
Go!
A large stream of water shot down from above, soaking Hao Shuang's head. The unexpected turn of events startled him, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, don't be so aggressive." Master Hao Shuang, pleased with himself, explained, "In battle, you need to be proactive.
You must learn to adapt."
Hao Shuang, angrily furrowing his brows, said, "The more I beg, the more you get excited, don't you?"
With that, he immediately released a burst of energy.
However, due to the impact of the waves, even though his body was protected by a golden aura, it still felt as if it were about to shatter. The master was surprised that his disciple had broken through the realm of desires but still retained the golden aura. He felt proud because his student had discovered the flaw in the golden aura.
Hao Shuang, severely wounded, clutching his stomach, spoke to his master, "Do you have a story behind this too?" After much persuasion, the master finally stopped fighting and sat down to drink and chat.
Zhang Jiuyuan, furious, said, "Dare to expose your master's secret." He raised his hand, wrapped in golden energy, towards Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang refused to relent and countered.
This move could not be blocked by the golden aura. Hao Shuang also used the divine beast summoning technique.
But it was useless, a red flame burned Hao Shuang. The master, standing by, wore a sorrowful expression, calling out in a passionate and urgent tone, "Hao Shuang, don't blame me. It's because I want you to grow stronger, to unlock all your potential so that you can survive in the competition for the talented." Hao Shuang cried out, and suddenly his eyes sparked with a fiery light. Zhang Jiuyuan, taken aback, wondered what that was. Then he suddenly realized that Hao Shuang had absorbed all of his spiritual energy. Hao Shuang raised his hand, swinging the blue and red light toward his master. Zhang Jiuyuan was terrified and astonished, and then a large beam of light shot out from the mountain where Hao Shuang and his master were standing. Surrounding them was thick smoke, and as Hao Shuang waved his hand with his fiery golden eyes, a voice suddenly rang out. "Traitor! Traitor!" Hao Shuang returned to his normal state, still waving his hand. Unexpectedly, he paused and asked, "What happened?" His master, with a filthy face and tattered clothes, angrily scolded him. "Look at the mess you've caused." He muttered to himself, "I must have spoken unconsciously earlier, not knowing what was hiding within Hao Shuang." A voice then called out, "Go to the martial arts hall quickly and see what's going on." His master, alarmed and fearful, said, "This is bad, someone from the sect is urging us." "Hao Shuang, hurry up, don't let them see you." He continued, "Just pretend you don't know anything." The master pushed Hao Shuang forward. Hao Shuang was also surprised, quickly saying, "I got it, I'll go and say I saw a ghost or something, I don't remember a thing." At that moment, a figure appeared on the roof, wearing clothes similar to his master's, clearly furious, and said, "That's why he found you. You wicked creature, you don't deserve to live in this world." Inside a room, someone was sitting, beginning to enter a state of deep concentration, emanating a new energy from their body. He focused all his thoughts, "My strength couldn't possibly force the master to that extent. But what happened? Why do I have no memory of any of this?" Suddenly, a stone flew through the door and grazed his face, making him freeze in shock with wide eyes. Without hesitation, he ran outside, but the person had already disappeared. All anyone saw was that he had grabbed someone and run off. Immediately, they gave chase, without thinking too much. Sometimes it was an intrusion to rob, sometimes it was kidnapping. Had Dragon and Tiger Mountain turned into a marketplace? He ran up to a stream and the man slowed down. He chased closely, shouting, "Give her to me." Instantly, he leaped into the air, kicked hard at the man's waist, knocking him back and causing him to cry out, crashing face first into a large tree in front. He rushed over to catch her, pulling her into his arms, anxiously calling, "Luin, Luin." A white-haired man's voice sounded from behind, "Don't worry, she's just sleeping." He sighed in relief but then suddenly realized, immediately bracing his hands on the ground, turning, and kicking the man. Cautiously, he raised his hand and began to perform a technique. It was that old man again. Hao Shuang immediately used both hands and all his strength to strike, but to his surprise, the man only used one hand and easily blocked it. He was stunned, took out the red talisman, and calmly said, "Don't be afraid, I just want to talk to you." He scoffed, "Sorry, I have nothing to talk to you about." But the next words from the man left him stunned. "Aren't you going to talk about your grandfather? You don't want to discuss that?" He furrowed his brow. "My grandfather? How do you know him?" The man explained, "I know your true identity, and you no longer need to hide it." His tone deepened. "You are a demon, aren't you?" He had nothing to argue with, and simply fell silent, tacitly accepting. The man continued, "I know Ruofeng is also your master, and I understand what he's plotting, but there is something I must tell you. In the past, Ruofeng participated in the heavenly cleansing Tao. His grandfather, Hao Lei, was the leader of the 36 heavenly cultivations announced by the He-Tu." Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock. The man remained calm and said, "Ruofeng was able to defeat the heavenly cleansing Tao because he killed many of the most powerful beings. The heavenly master's records are very clear. The heavenly star died at his hands, and that's where the problem lies." He sneered and said, "If he has killed the heavenly star, then where did you come from? Could it be that Ruofeng has deceived you across the whole world?" It seemed like he understood something, furrowing his brows and releasing a killing aura. "What do you want?" Unexpectedly, he simply raised his hand and smiled lightly, "Don't get tense. Although you're a demon, I'm not interested in killing you. On the contrary, I need you to live well so that we can expose Ruofeng's fraudulent actions." Seeing the young man close his eyes and sigh sadly confused him. Why was he sighing? But he didn't bother with it. The young man turned, picked up Luin, and said coldly, "Elder, what's wrong with you? You've only had one drink, and now you're already talking nonsense?" "My grandfather's name is Hao de Biao, not Hao Lei like you said, and definitely not some heavenly star or whatever." The man was stunned. Hao de Biao. The young man remained indifferent, turned coldly, and said, "I need to go back and focus on my cultivation, preparing for the battle to bring glory to Dragon and Tiger Mountain in the hero tournament. Don't spread rumors about me being a demon. If that gets out, Dragon and Tiger Mountain won't be able to roll in the martial world anymore." He gritted his teeth in frustration, and the group hiding behind was astonished. Did he realize we are recording? Impossible, we used the public rule to conceal it. Even if the Heavenly Master himself came, he wouldn't be able to detect it. He was slightly irritated. Without any evidence now, he could only think of ways to extract it from him. "Children, mobilize and gather people, prepare to act during the hero competition. Even if we have to use force, we must make him admit that he is Hao Lei's grandson." The two immediately received the order and responded in unison, "Yes." One of them furrowed his brows and said, "But he has the golden aura protecting him, personally bestowed by the Heavenly Master. I'm afraid it will be hard for us to capture him." He smiled wickedly. "Don't worry, I've left him a great gift. Tonight, he definitely won't be able to protect the golden aura." After he had returned to that house and held Luin in his arms, he thought carefully and made sure Luin was settled first, then he had to quickly find his master to report the news. He was trying to extract a confession, which showed that there was still no solid evidence. Suddenly, her hand shot up in front of him, catching him off guard. "Yeah." Her face turned bright red as she stammered, I want you." He broke out in a cold sweat. "What are you doing, lady? We're in the middle of something important, and you're getting all weird?" Suddenly, his body was shoved hard into the wall, causing him to feel sore all over. Was this woman always this aggressive when she was hungry? Her face flushed as she screamed, "From you, give it to me, quickly." He panicked, trying to find a way to escape, but it was clear he'd been poisoned. He had to find his master for help, fast. Unexpectedly, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she pulled out a whip, striking it towards him. The whip coiled around him, causing him to grit his teeth. She threw him onto the bed. He screamed, turned to face her, and shouted, "Luin, get a hold of yourself." It seemed like her consciousness was still hazy, her face flushed, her hand reaching up. He noticed the change in her expression, and fear gripped him even more. "Wait, could it be that you think of me as?" Immediately, his panic intensified as he saw that she had somehow removed her pants, raised both hands into the air, and jumped on top of him, shouting, "Get inside me." He was breathing heavily in panic. "I'm about to be crushed to death." Meanwhile, she let out soft, delicate moans full of grace. Elder Luo, outside the edge of the forest, was still deep in thought, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He silently thought that he should ask that young man to help apply the medicine. Deep down, a strange feeling suddenly arose within her. After practicing Taoism for 30 years, why couldn't she control her inner demons now? Another part of her mind wondered, is there any sect rule that forbids disciples from giving massages? What about breaking the rules of chastity? Didn't the Heavenly Master go down the mountain every now and then to help impoverished female students? While still lost in thought, she suddenly heard strange moaning sounds. She leaned her head out the window and listened, puzzled. What is that? It sounds so painful. She peered inside, seeing him completely wrapped in the blanket lying at Lu Yin's feet, which made her face flush red. She quickly sat back down. What are they doing? Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Could this be the legendary dual cultivation? He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. I'm about to die. At this moment, Lu Yin regained her composure and turned to look at him. What's going on? He was overjoyed. Have you regained your sanity? Quickly, let me go. He frowned and questioned. Have you been poisoned? Why are you suddenly acting so strange with me? She looked confused. Me? Her eyes blurry, not understanding what was happening. He looked closer and noticed red streaks spreading across her neck. She whispered weakly. I don't remember anything. The red marks became more pronounced, like an allergy spreading over her body. She bent down, realizing her body was drenched in sweat, her voice filled with concern. What's happening to me? Her face suddenly flushed, her voice cracking with panic. I feel so uncomfortable. At that moment, a voice came from the window. That's the cinnamon soul technique from the 8 great sects of the martial world. Once you're struck by this poison, your mind becomes chaotic, and the only way to break it is by regulating your internal energy through cooperative cultivation. He turned around, stunned. Elder Luo? Why are you here? Luo averted her gaze slightly and responded quickly. Don't worry about me. Hurry and help her stabilize her energy, I'll keep watch outside. He nodded, supporting the trembling Lu Yin. All right. Thank you. Lu Yin clutched his sleeve tightly, her voice almost pleading. Please. Help me. He reassured her, placing his hand on her acupoint. Stay calm. I'll help you regulate your energy and maintain your spirit. Inside the room, the seductive sounds echoed, startling Elder Luo, who was outside. She wondered whether these sounds were a sign of comfort. In that moment, she suddenly found herself questioning her own actions, wondering if she was doing the right thing. Time passed, second by second, minute by minute, and the sounds from inside the room continued to reverberate outward, causing Elder Luo's heart to race uncontrollably. She scolded herself, telling herself not to be affected by these things. Yet, for some unknown reason, her mind couldn't focus. The more she tried, the more it pleased her. You have to scream, and you must absorb it, trying to release as much energy as possible. What is this strange attraction? Then, suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth, the golden aura surrounding him began to crumble, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Something was wrong. The golden aura's clone was about to be destroyed. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped the golden aura.
So it's Elder Luo. I'll temporarily protect the golden aura. You can continue. He wiped the sweat off his face, relieved. Thank you, Elder Luo.
Meanwhile, Luing continued to moan incessantly. Elder Luo, standing beside her, found it difficult to control herself as well, her face turning red. With such close proximity, the sensation was even more intense. A little bit of moisture had seeped through the fabric of her dress. Strange, why does my body feel so unstable? She frowned. After a while, Luing regained consciousness and found herself lying on the bed. What happened? Why am I here? Elder Luo gently asked, You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? He quickly nodded and explained, You were poisoned by Zhang Zhuoyuan, lost consciousness, and were in danger of your life. Elder Luo continued to clarify, I can vouch for him, he only did it to save you. Don't blame him. Luing blushed with embarrassment. Could it be that I? Immediately, she started crying. He panicked, I swear, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I'll make it up to you, okay? While crying, Luing asked, How will you make it up to me? That was my first time. I was barely aware of what was happening when you took it from me. He grew anxious. Then tell me, I'll agree to anything as long as I can do it. Immediately, she stopped crying, her eyes sparkling like stars. You said it yourself. He felt as though he had been tricked. What do you want me to do to make it up to you? She raised a finger, smiled faintly, and said, I don't remember anything, so you have to make it up to me once again, leaving you standing frozen in place. Elder Luo, feeling embarrassed, had no choice but to turn around and leave, leaving the two of them behind. Luing gradually approached, saying, Hurry up, don't you know how long I've been waiting for this? He, on the other hand, was so frightened that he kept retreating. It can't be like this, you should at least give me some time to cool down my skills. She muttered to herself, Guess I'll just go back and apply some medicine, and conveniently change my underwear. The next day, Zhang Zhuoyuan and the disciples stood around Hao Shuang, who had been entrusted with the mission to win the hero's trial to eliminate evil and protect the people. Was he serious? Did he even have faith? His eyes were hollow, muttering weakly, as people around him whispered. What had that kid done last night? Elder Luo stepped up beside him and asked, Why do you look like this? Haven't you already embarrassed your master enough? He cried out, unsure of how to explain, Help, what's wrong with doing that with a woman? It's not like with a man. Do you have any idea how I've been living these past 3 days? No, not even the fire in the production team could be controlled like this. She immediately stepped forward and whispered, I heard that the little girl always gave Zhang Zhuoyuan a brocade flag with the words The Living Bodhisattva on Dragon and Tiger Mountain, bringing joy and benefit to both men and women. Zhang Zhuoyuan was so furious that his nose turned crooked, and he fell ill right then and there. His eyes were like a panda's, and he sighed, I truly believe she was sincere. Bei Shixiang, standing nearby, spoke up and glanced at him, Hao Shuang, we need to depart. I'll take you to the hero competition's arena. He immediately accepted the order. Yes, Master. He turned to perform a salute and said, Master, I will not disappoint everyone's expectations and will bring honor back. At that moment, the eagle's talons grabbed him and lifted him into the air, leaving him stunned. He screamed in panic. Elder Luo and his master, standing below, sighed and remarked, You asked Bayou to take him because you want someone to help in case of danger, right? Of course. Only Bayou makes me feel at ease. Up in the sky, the eagle was still carrying him. Bei Shixiang, this mount of yours is impressive. Can you find me one like it when you return? Bayou smiled faintly, All right, I'll wait for you to return from the hero competition, and I'll personally choose one for you. He was also pleased, then, Thank you in advance, senior brother. But unexpectedly, his face turned sly, and he said, Then we'll have to see if you survive until the hero competition ends first. In the southwest of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the two had stopped at a steep, treacherous cliff. Bayou stepped forward and suddenly exclaimed, "Over here, there's a place nearby for registering for the hero competition." A chubby man was sitting there, nibbling on sunflower seeds, waiting. He walked up and respectfully said, "Sorry to trouble you, but I am a disciple of Dragon and Tiger Mountain here to register for the competition." The man smiled, showing his bright, pearly white teeth, and pressed a button on a box in front of him. "Quickly go and join the competition."
He was stunned and said, "Is it starting already? Isn't the official competition tomorrow? We have to wait for people from other sects to arrive before we can start together, right?"
The man spoke in a somewhat arrogant tone, not bothering to listen to him. "Only the lazy ones show up a day early." After a pause, he raised his voice and compared, "Some people have already arrived 10 days in advance." After hearing this, you should be left speechless, as if something had just fallen from the sky, unable to understand what was happening.
He continued, "You are the last ones." Bayou, standing to one side, was equally confused.
He quickly made his way onto the field, thinking he wouldn't be left behind for too long.
Upon hearing this, Hao Shuang was even more bewildered and responded, "This is completely chaotic. Isn't this supposed to be a unified start to the competition?"
The man stroked his beard and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame your marvelous hand of the East for not taking this competition seriously.
There's only one resource bag left, and inside it, there's a weapon."
Immediately, he snatched the bag and dashed off.
"I'm leaving. When I return, I'll find you all to file a complaint."
The man, still standing behind, laughed and spoke with a tone of disdain, greeting him as if it were nothing. In the next moment, he jumped down from the rock. "Senior brother, go back and tell master to wait for good news from me." Bayou, standing above, watched him leave, his face turning serious.
"Do you want to wait here?"
He simply turned his head slightly and replied, "No, I have other matters to attend to.
I'll be back in 3 days." He smiled as if he understood. 3 days? That's enough.
Don't worry, I'll be a witness when something unexpected happens to him, and you won't be here." After landing, he caused the ground to sink deeply. He stood up, dusting himself off. Then, suddenly, he asked, "I thought I'd come here and at least get a decent meal, but who would have thought I'd rush straight into the mountains like this?
Where am I supposed to find food?"
Suddenly, a large shadow stood behind him, startling him. It turned out to be a massive wild bull, looking like a wild boar, standing right behind him, but it didn't scare him at all.
"Immediately," he said, "looks like there's meat to eat now." He politely thanked Mother Nature for the gift.
Without wasting any time, he started inspecting the surroundings, checking what resources he had. After pulling everything out, he found a pair of scissors, a rope, and a card that left him stunned.
Holy shit, is he saying these things are weapons?
He picked up the card shaped like a lynx, puzzled. A lynx, huh? This little guy looks pretty special.
Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind him.
The sound of footsteps approached. He detected it immediately and spun around, throwing a punch straight toward that person.
"So it's Sua Lu Ji," she said.
"You've only taken one step, but you've already created a wave that made him feel discouraged."
He couldn't help but praise her, good reflexes.
She quickly grabbed a piece of meat, raised her hand in a gesture of peace.
I'm not fighting. I just want to get some food."
"Consider it a debt to you, I'll pay you back when I leave."
He still didn't understand what was going on.
"No need to pay back," he replied, "there's plenty more over there, but still," he asked her, "who are you?" She hurriedly ate the piece of meat, looking over at Lu Ba and Sua Lu Ji.
"You can just call me Ji Ji."
He sat down calmly.
"Take your time eating, no one's going to fight you for it."
She chewed eagerly and said, "You grill really well, your skills are even better than the chef at our place." He was briefly stunned.
"You're the only one who participated in the hero contest, right?" She raised an eyebrow. "That's right." "Why?" Then, a few people appeared in the distance.
She recognized them, furrowed her brows, and shouted loudly,
"Hey, don't come over here. The grilled meat is all gone, I've eaten it all."
He broke into a sweat, exasperated by this greedy eater. Immediately, the others shot an arrow that flew straight toward him, but he managed to dodge in time. Sweat poured down his face, filled with anxiety, realizing they were targeting him.
Sua Luji, furious, shouted, "Huh? Why are they starting to attack him like that?"
The young man, holding the girl in his arms, shouted, "Damn, it must be people from Zhangzhou Yuan."
The girl, holding onto his thigh, cried out, "How did you offend that shameless old man?"
The young man, looking dazed, replied, "Oh, seems like this old man's bad reputation precedes him." An explosion shook the ground, causing both of them to scream and be thrown far away. The young man suddenly dropped to the ground, reaching out and touching something he shouldn't, letting out a cry. This had nothing to do with her, yet she got caught up in it. She angrily shouted, "Wait!" The sunlight shone on his face, and he yelled, "Go!" Immediately after, he dashed toward the man who was standing and waiting ahead.
He smirked and said, "You're biting down too hard."
Then he silently commented to himself, the speed was just right, the attack was strong, and the number of people was overwhelming. Looks like this time, it's more likely to end badly for me. Around him, 6 men were standing to block his way.
He glanced at the masked man and said, "Seems like they're all seasoned hounds, huh?"
The masked man suddenly spoke, "The order from above is to capture him alive. Make sure you act decisively and quickly." The young man pulled out a pair of scissors and shouted, "Don't move."
The scissors were held right against his neck as he said, "The order is to capture me alive, right? What do you think will happen if I kill myself right now?"
The masked man stammered, No, don't do anything rash.
Let's talk this through, don't be irrational."
The young man stubbornly kept the scissors in his hand, saying, "Step forward now, or I will act." The men surrounding him continuously tried to calm him down. "You're still young, you have a long future ahead of you, it's not worth it.
Put the scissors down, let's talk things through." The young man seized the opportunity and retorted, "Talk things through? Don't even think about getting what you want from me."
At that moment, a man appeared behind him, ready to land a punch to knock him out. The next second, the punch hit his back hard, causing him to tumble forward.
The masked man froze and scolded, "Oh shit, wasn't it said that he was not supposed to be killed?"
Then they began to discuss.
"Boss, our people are here." The other man replied, "Huh?
Right, the people across from us are not ours." The young man, pushed back, covered his chest and said, "I didn't expect there to be others."
He then silently assessed, "This person is more skilled than me, yet he didn't notice when I got close."
He suddenly cursed, "The one assigned to you guys, don't make such stupid mistakes again."
The masked man watched as he dashed off and said, "Huh? Yes, and thank you, hero, for lending a hand."
The masked man continued when he saw the young man lying on the ground, "Kid, now you can't even commit suicide.
Wait until later, you'll get a taste of our family's 18 traditional tortures.
I guarantee you'll obediently tell us who you were secretly watching bathing." His hand was placed on his chest, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Damn, I have no choice but to charge at them and risk it." Suddenly, a flash of lightning shot past the masked people. Due to the intense attack, they could only shout, "Boss, over there."
A voice rang out, "Who is it?"
Sualuji stood on a tree branch and said, "Luckily, I made it in time." The young man was stunned. He hadn't expected that girl to come back.
Sualuji squatted on the tree and introduced herself. "Sualuji, from Bayudong, is here.
I'm protecting this handsome guy." She glanced down and said, "If you're not afraid of death, step forward and take 2 more steps to see what happens."
The masked man, after hearing the introduction, also showed his broad knowledge.
The wave-stepping sword art, Sualuji, a technique fast as the wind, elusive as a ghost, was honored as the strongest genius in the past 100 years of Bayudong.
She once set a terrifying record by killing 100 people in a single night.
The young man, upon hearing this, trembled like a leaf in the wind, thinking, "I didn't expect this food-loving girl to be so formidable."
Her eyes sparkled brightly as she asked, "If you know my nickname, why don't you hurry up and leave?"
Suddenly, a hand reached into a pouch, revealing that she was just a disciple of Bayudong.
A medallion appeared, and the person continued, "Do you dare defy the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment?
It bears the seal of the Bayou Dong sect leader. Once you enter the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment, disciples of the sect must obey the orders, following the battle instructions of the bearer of the medallion." Sua Luji's face showed concern as she said, "The Jianghu has long rumored that within the 3 mountains, 9 prefectures, and 21 caves, there exists a mysterious organization called the Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment.
I never expected the sect leader to have joined it."
The masked man continued, looking closely. "Above is the seal and signature of Hong Si Xiang, the leader of Bayou Dong, right?
Now I order you to help us capture this kid."
The young man, secretly spitting blood, silently hoped, "Sister, you might as well not turn back.
There's no chance of winning this time."
The masked man suddenly said, "Spiritual practitioners all over the world have suffered for a long time. Because of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, they secretly formed an alliance to pursue the great cause of independence."
Sua Luji, standing on a large branch nearby, heard the command, "Capture this kid in accordance with the will of the leader of the Wanxiang sect. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and act."
She responded, "If it is the will of the leader, then naturally I dare not resist." Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and thought, "No other way, I have no choice but to risk it." Then she said, her words sparking lightning around her, "But the tone you're using to give me orders really irritates me, old lady here." Immediately, streams of power surged and attacked those standing below, causing them to scream in panic. A hand slammed heavily onto the ground, and shortly after, the masked figure shouted, "Inferno Dragon Penitentiary." Right after those words were spoken, the two opposing forces collided.
Sua Luji said anxiously, "Someone from Dong Hongyan?"
The masked figure with a red shield surrounding them replied, "Dong Hongyan, a practitioner who specializes in fire techniques that counter Bayou Dong's deadly moves. With just one of her techniques, even if you enter my barrier, you'd be cooked in an instant.
Let's see what you can do to me."
The figure spoke with a provocative tone, accompanied by a hint of arrogant laughter. Looking down at her full chest, she asked, "Then, do you know that 85% of the human body is water?"
The masked figure trembled and said, "No, I didn't expect you to."
The mask on his face suddenly fell to the ground, and his entire face began to distort, becoming hideous and filthy. He screamed, "How dare you speak to the sect leader like that?" Sua Luji shouted angrily, "The one he wants is Hao Xuan, not any of you. I'll just take him there myself." Suddenly, a red light appeared before his eyes. The young man looked at Sua Luji, snot dripping from his nose, and exclaimed, "This woman is terrifying."
Sua Luji ran over and shouted, "Let's go."
This made the young man jump as if he had seen a ghost, and he asked, "Where to?" She raised a finger with a mischievous expression and said, "I haven't eaten enough yet, we still have to continue grilling meat."
The young man anxiously asked, "Grilled meat?"
From a distance, a young man with white hair watched them and thought to himself, "Where did this troublemaker come from halfway? This is a disaster." He turned away and said, "But I still have someone who can help." A sly smile spread across his face as he continued, "Junior, very soon, you'll have to pay the price for your flirtatious ways."
Sua Luji and the young man sat around a fire roasting meat. He asked, "So what exactly is that Van Ming Tua?"
She hugged a piece of meat larger than her mouth and said, "Not sure, it seems like an organization that broke away from Dragon and Tiger Mountain."
"I heard many sects have joined." The young man stroked his chin and said, "Broke away from Dragon and Tiger Mountain? Could it be that the people trying to capture me weren't sent by Zhang Zhou Yuan? He wouldn't be able to deal with me personally, would he?"
The rope not tied to the person was suddenly tightened.
The young man felt his body bound tightly, anxiously asking, "What is this?"
Sua Luji gripped the rope in her hand and shouted, "Your cooking skills are good, starting from now.
You are my slave, responsible for cooking for me.
If you dare disobey, I'll throw you into the ravine for the wolves to eat." The young man screamed helplessly, "I said this was to repay a favor."
"Is this your way of showing gratitude?" She replied, "I ate your meat and saved your life. Now, you owe me, so being my slave is perfectly justified." Then, she dragged him along the ground and said, "Let's go, time to do the real work." He was dragged along, feeling 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like a child, shouting, "Let me go, I can walk by myself." So Aluji turned him into a little guard dog, tied him to a tree, and said, "There, good." Immediately afterward, she wiped her hands and said, "If anything happens, shout loudly, and I'll come." Once she left, he screamed in helplessness, "Do you think I'm a fool? Come back here." The grass swayed in the night breeze, accompanied by the glowing fireflies. So Aluji passed through the grass and said, "Oh, I knew there was a pond nearby." Looking at the shimmering surface of the lake ahead, she gently muttered, "Finally, I can replenish my water. The battle just now drained too much of my stock." Immediately after, she quickly undressed, revealing her long legs up to her hips. Gradually, Suwa Luji sank into the cool water and savored it. Splashing the water up high, this feels so good. Suddenly, the red gleam in the girl's eyes turned frightening. Staring into the distant void, Suwa Luji speculated, "That's strange, it feels like something is approaching." While the creature was indeed entering the water, she still felt an unusual sensation. Was it wrong? Suwa Luji blushed in embarrassment. Suddenly her eyes widened in shock, utterly amazed. Her body was being controlled by a strange creature, unable to struggle or break free. Beneath the deep water, Suwa Luji held her breath and calmly thought of a way to deal with it, quickly using 3 rings to strike. Her feet were immediately gripped by a powerful force. Her whole body was enveloped by its power, her eyes wide with streaks, her mouth agape. Suwa Luji began to lose control of her breath, slipping into an unconscious state. She collapsed, losing consciousness instantly in the water. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was using all his strength to bite through the rope. After finally severing it, he panted heavily and clicked his tongue, "Still, my teeth are sharp." Hao Shuang stood up, making a decision, "I can't deal with this woman. I should quickly get as far away as possible." As he began to walk, his gaze was drawn to the dark, ominous sky, with a murderous aura radiating from it. His eyes scanned the surroundings, thinking to himself, "The aura is so strong." Hao Shuang slowly waded through the bushes to escape. When he saw Suwa Luji's clothes on the ground, confusion and uncertainty filled him. The clothes are still here, but where is she? She couldn't have been taken away while naked, could she? The young man quickly threw caution to the wind and jumped into the water. His gaze turned sharp when he saw the jellyfish entangling Suwa Luji in front of him. He extended his hand and thought, "To be ambushed even in the water, I must have been too careless." The jellyfish also opened its eyes wide, staying alert. They immediately attacked Hao Shuang, but he skillfully dodged the strike. "With this speed, you think you can defeat us?" He raised his hand straight, ready to free her. But instantly, he was enveloped by a powerful, overwhelming force. Hao Shuang's eyes strained to open wider, trying to assess the situation. With each moment, his eyes widened further. He moved forward. Hao Shuang observed carefully, with strength and overwhelming power in his steps. He charged forward like a moth to a flame. A small explosion went off, and the jellyfish was immediately struck, frozen in place. Hao Shuang picked up Suwa Luji, thinking, "I wasn't sure I could defeat you, but I didn't expect you to charge me with energy." He walked with a confident, arrogant demeanor, "And by the way, on land, your chances of winning aren't that high." Suddenly, a powerful surprise attack hit, damaging the jellyfish. Hao Shuang, stunned, shouted, "Who just helped us?" Shuiyan held his sword and sat on the tree, leisurely speaking. "You're Hao Shuang, right?" He placed Suwa Luji down and replied. "That's right, but I don't know who you are." Shuiyan answered with a gaze as sharp as a sword. "Mount Qingchang. Shui Yun." Hao Shuang smiled warmly and clasped his hands together. "So you're from Mount Qingchang. I used to be friends with Miss Qin Xiaofu of your clan. I hope we can get along well from now on." Shuiyan tightly bit his lip, gnashing in anger. Old friends? Shouldn't it be ex-lovers? Hao Shuang was confused. "Why are you saying that?" Internally, he felt a wave of panic, and suddenly,
the killing intent grew too intense.
Both hands, both swords, Shuiyin shouted fiercely. Do you have any idea how much effort I put in to successfully match Sister Qin with that useless piece of trash? I originally planned to wait until I inherit the position of sect leader to bring her back, but I never expected that you, this beast, would defile her. The young man was left speechless, his mouth agape in shock. Can you not make the love affair so dramatic? Shuiyin screamed in a fit of furious rage. Die, damn you! His eyes burned with the fire of wrath, exuding a commanding pressure. He wielded his sword, using it like a self-inflicted strike to launch a fierce attack. One blow sent Hao Shuang flying, causing him to tumble and writhe. He grimaced, irritated, "You strike so ruthlessly. Are you really planning to take my life?" Shuiyin, growing more agitated, boldly declared. That's right, go die. This time, he used his sword with even greater strength, thanks to the self-inflicted strike, magnifying its power. Hao Shuang clenched his fists, seething with anger. Well then, I won't hold back any longer. He created a massive spherical bubble to break through. Shuiyin was sent flying back, but his anger only intensified as he growled. Not bad, but you're no match for me. You dared to do such inhumane things to my sister. Even if I have to use all my strength, I'll kill you. Hao Shuang, now furious, demanded. Wait, what the hell did I do to her? What do you mean by inhumane? Explain yourself. He gritted his teeth, his anger reaching its peak, and you still won't admit it. Shuiyin sneered, you drugged her, then took her away, forcing her against her will. You're a monster with crimes that can't even be fully described. The young man's face was blank and confused, still not understanding what was wrong. Brother, who did you hear say this? We captured her, it's obvious she was the one who captured me. Shuiyin took out the letter, accusing him sharply. This is a secret letter sent by our martial brothers from the Jianghu, and you still dare to be deceitful. Hao Shuangfei chuckled and made a guess. I bet it's definitely an anonymous letter. You don't even know who wrote it. He yelled loudly, pointing at the letter, confidently affirming. That doesn't matter, but what's written above is the truth. How can a fellow martial artist deceive another? Hao Shuang was so helpless that he slapped his forehead in frustration. Really, you've cultivated to the point of being so dumb. You don't even understand how malicious people's hearts can be. He was boiling with anger again, his eyes burning with rage and killing intent. Stop with your sophistry, let's settle this once and for all. Hao Shuang gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue, truly a fool. Just as the two were locked in a tense standoff, a sound from afar suddenly interrupted them. Stop! A parrot on a tree branch squawked angrily. Shuiyin, what did the sect leader tell you before coming here? Did he send you to participate in the hero competition so you could vent your anger? Shuiyin clasped his hands and apologized. Uncle Jiu, I, the disciple, dare not. Hao Shuang was confused and puzzled. Uncle Jiu, what do you mean by Uncle Jiu? He scratched his head in utter confusion, like a parrot. Shuiyin glanced at him and tried to explain. Uncle Jiu is a divine bird that our Qingcheng mountain ancestors have raised for 3 generations. It's already 280 years old. In terms of seniority, even the sect leader is not as old as it, but Uncle Jiu, being a person of great virtue, voluntarily ranks last among the elders, hence he is called Uncle Jiu. The parrot angrily screeched, you two stop causing trouble. Hao Shuang, you say you haven't done anything wrong to Xiaofu, do you dare to say otherwise? Hao Shuang resolutely raised 3 fingers and said, what's there to not dare? Under the heavens, if Hao Shuang here forced anything upon Xiaofu and something bad were to happen, I would be willing to be struck by heavenly lightning as punishment. The parrot ordered, did you hear that? Any grievances can be set aside for now. The most important thing at this moment is to find the heavenly star, so make haste. Shuiyin had no choice but to obediently agree, yes. Sua Luji slowly opened her eyes, and Hao Shuang asked, you're awake? He smiled and leaned down, showing concern. How are you feeling? Is it any better? She clenched her hand into a fist, preparing to strike. Who took off all my clothes like this? Pervert. He dodged the punch and explained. Hey, don't tell me you lost your memory? You were the one who took them off yourself. Sualuji pointed at herself, confused. Ah, I remember now, I was attacked by a jellyfish. She then inquired about the situation. Did you two save me? Hao Shuang pointed at Shui Yun. It was this guy who saved you. He added. But it was the jellyfish he killed. Sualuji blinked, her hand raised in admiration. I've long heard that jellyfish in the water are very hard to deal with. I didn't expect this hero to be able to deal with it with a single strike, truly impressive. I'm Sualuji from Bayou Dong, she introduced herself. Xingcheng Mountain, Shui Yun. Hao Shuang frowned and shouted. Wait a minute, you said jellyfish in the water gather? How is that possible? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right, they gather in family groups. Immediately, a large number of jellyfish appeared, and a massive swarm of jellyfish emerged. The three of them gaped in shock. Holy shit, we just hit a jellyfish nest. A group of jellyfish began to charge frantically toward the enemy, attacking uncontrollably. Sualuji shouted loudly to warn everyone, be careful. The jellyfish can not only discharge electricity, but they can also release venom. Shui Yun, with a serious expression, prepared for battle, leave it to me. He swung his arm, releasing countless swords, slashing directly at the jellyfish. Hao Shuang turned around, observing in confusion, something's not right, it's not just jellyfish. The sound of thundering footsteps grew louder as a herd of beasts charged toward them, shaking the ground. Looking at the beasts with a cold, sharp gaze, he yelled, this entire forest considers us their enemies now. Sualuji clasped her hands in front of her chest, releasing a surging aura, speaking with confidence, leave it to me. She unleashed a terrifying force forward. The herd of beasts scattered in panic, running in all directions like a swarm of bees fleeing their hive. Hao Shuang stood still, his expression uncertain and somewhat bewildered. He stood there in a daze, suddenly his face showing a look of urgency as he asked himself, it can't be, right? He looked up at the sky and said, the attack from the sky is coming too. Shui Yun and Sualuji, having seamlessly combined their swordplay, stood side by side to handle the situation. Indeed, this place is overwhelmed by demonic aura. Watch as I take care of these strange beasts. Hao Shuang shouted loudly, warning everyone once again. Shui Yun glanced at him with a dismissive and mocking look. Now we're surrounded on three sides. This isn't the time for direct confrontation. If you're not brave enough, you can take the chance to slip away while it's still early. Having said that, he was struck on the head by a parrot, which scolded him, you foolish child. The parrot flapped its wings incessantly, criticizing, can't you see this is a trap? And you still want to act recklessly. What's in your head? Water, maybe? Shui Yun rubbed his head in embarrassment. So what should we do? The parrot, with a serious expression, instructed, listen to Hao Shuang. This kid is clever, he's a talent. He obediently clasped his hands and followed suit. If he has said that, then I will follow the advice of Brother Hao. Sualuji added. I will also follow your words. Tell us, what should we do? He observed everything and then spoke, these beasts have no idea how to coordinate, there's definitely someone secretly manipulating them. Right now, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, in a disadvantaged position. We need to figure out a way to create an opportunity to turn the tide. She was surprised, but a hint of doubt crept into her heart before she asked again, how do we turn the tide? He clasped his hands together and reminded her, when I make my move, you both need to close your eyes. Looking up at the sky, the flock of birds flew away at a terrifying speed. He shouted, the birds have started attacking. Hao Shuang was both directing those around him on how to defend and ordering them to prepare for battle. He joined his hands together, releasing a terrifying aura.
It hit directly in front of him, and the space around them was filled with explosive energy. The birds dropped their wings and fell backward, while the beasts were struck by the force, screaming in painful chaos. All the strange beasts in the forest were shaken in horror as the sky grew darker, obscuring the sunlight, and the crimson hue of the sunset flooded the scene. Hao Shuang sat on a tree, breathing a sigh of relief, then directed, "We've made it a few hundred meters out, we should be undetected by now, right?" Sua Luji sneered sarcastically, "You're making such a big deal out of it, I thought you were going to show us some grand move." Shui Yun followed up with a biting remark, "So it's just blinding light." He smirked and retorted, "At least it managed to get 2 people out of here." The young man calmly spoke up, "Next, let's see who's behind this. Could it be heavenly phenomenon enlightenment?" Sua Luji firmly and decisively stated, "No, it absolutely cannot be them." He questioned her in return, "How do you know that?" Shui Yun's face turned grim as she said, "Our ancestor above." Looking at the tragic scene, he couldn't help but doubt, what exactly happened here? These were all disciples from various sects participating in the hero competition. The questions continued to swirl in his mind. From the wounds, it was clear they had all died under the attack of wild beasts. But who was behind this? He never expected that someone could control wild beasts and launch an attack simultaneously. A pair of bright eyes suddenly opened and began observing the situation. Hao Shuang unexpectedly suggested, "The current situation is definitely abnormal, we need to send out a message. If necessary, we should immediately stop the hero competition." He raised his phone high, searching for a signal, and exclaimed again in worry, "This is bad, there's no signal in the mountains at all." Sua Luji stared at his phone, anxious. "I don't have a signal either." He glanced at the parrot, which looked confused, and suddenly had an idea. "Then, the only option is..." The parrot flapped its wings violently, steaming with anger, and shouted, "What is this nonsense? You want me to be your messenger? Kid, do you know who I am in the martial world?" The young man chuckled, flattering him with all his might. "Of course, I know. How could someone as noble as Uncle Joe easily get involved? But right now, the elite disciples of various sects are in danger. This is the perfect opportunity for you to make an appearance and save the day." The parrot, hearing his words, began to imagine a glorious scene. At that moment, he would be a legendary hero bird, saving the world, worshipped by millions, with countless generations honoring him as the savior. So, it immediately agreed. "Shui Yun, you wait here while I go get help for you." Shui Yun nodded. "Yes." Hao Shuang waved happily, bidding everyone farewell with a parting word and a reminder, "Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Joe." The parrot flew off in excitement, finally feeling like it was going to make a name for itself. The young man laughed with satisfaction and said, "It's done." Shui Yun suggested, "Then let's find a place to rest first." Staring at the haze in front of them, Sua Luji suddenly asked, "What is this?" Hao Shuang covered his nose and warned, "This isn't good. It's poisonous mist." The two of them immediately tensed up, their faces serious and on high alert. "Are they enemies? Where are they? Stay vigilant." But within moments, their eyes grew heavy and they collapsed. Seeing them fall to the ground, the young man muttered helplessly, "It's true what they say, don't fear God like enemies, fear pig like teammates. I already told them it was poisonous, and they still forgot to hold their breath." Hao Shuang began chanting a spell, gathering spiritual energy in his hand. A swirling vortex of aura enveloped the surrounding space. Then, suddenly, he grabbed Shui Yun's clothes with one hand. After that, he carried the two of them and flew away. "Remember this, you both owe me a big favor." Hao Shuang carried them through dark, misty forests and overshadowed mountains. Up ahead was a trap woven from dark energy, lying in wait. He was instantly caught in it. Isn't this a bit much? Just how much effort did it take to set up an ambush for a few of us? He stood dumbfounded as a foot stepped toward him. A girl with a knife approached threateningly, still thinking of running? "Today, this place will become the grave of the enemies who dared to surround you." Hao Shuang broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he pleaded, "Sister, sister, please don't act recklessly.
I'm just like you, a demon too."
The girl furiously snapped back, "Stop making excuses.
"I want you all to pay for Lulu's life." He froze and blurted out, "Lulu? You know Lulu?" Suddenly, he shouted, "Lulu is a fox demon. I know where she is."
The girl was startled, surprised. "What did you say?
Lulu is still alive?"
Hao Shuang quickly pulled out his phone to show her a photo of them. Then he firmly confirmed, "This was taken last week when we were together."
"Do you believe now that we're friends?" The girl took the phone and nodded thoughtfully, "That really is Lulu." She pointed toward Shui Yun and asked, "And those two?" He responded quickly and smoothly, "Them too. We came here together."
The girl's demeanor shifted, turning warm and friendly. She placed a hand on his shoulder and exclaimed, "So that's how it is.
I almost hurt one of our own. I'm really sorry." He smiled brightly, "It's all right. Clearing up misunderstandings is what matters."
The girl snapped her fingers and signaled, "Everyone, come out. Take down the net and release our kin." Seeing so many spiritual beasts nearby made him unable to stop marveling.
"Are there really that many?" The girl leading the way began to give instructions. "Let's go.
I'll take you to meet the big boss and discuss whether we can send someone to bring Lulu back."
Hao Shuang asked curiously, "Who's your big boss?" The girl smiled kindly and recounted.
"If it weren't for the big boss, we wouldn't have been able to gather so many spiritual practitioners this time. He is generous and has a renowned reputation in our demon world.
The demon spirit cat Hong Lijiao."
Upon hearing this, his face twisted in disbelief, and he froze for a few seconds before he could finally exclaim,
"The sky fierce demon spirit?"
The monkeys quickly picked up Suo Luji and Shui Yun and carried them back on their shoulders. As they walked, Hao Shuang kept looking at the monkey groups behind him, his mind filled with thoughts.
"This is too dangerous. I almost harmed my people. My mistake is huge."
He clenched his fists, his mind constantly praying, "Please, ancestors, don't wake up now."
Dudu unexpectedly spoke up and inquired, "How did you two end up here?"
A monkey held out a bag in front of her and reported, "This is the supplies bag on their person. They are all spiritual practitioners here to participate in the hero competition."
Lulu's eyes widened in shock. "What?"
She took the bag of supplies, surprised, and exclaimed, "I didn't expect they are disciples of spiritual practitioners coming to participate in the competition."
"Could it be you?"
Hao Shuang grimaced, raising his hand in an attempt to salvage the situation.
"Let me explain first, it's a rather complicated story."
His mind was in turmoil, desperate and confused. In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly step forward. Without pausing, she suddenly embraced him with a sincere attitude, showing understanding of Hao Shuang's situation.
"So you intentionally infiltrated the spiritual practitioner world, huh?"
The young man still hadn't grasped the situation.
"Infiltrate?"
Other beasts joyfully exclaimed, unable to stop their praises. "So that's it, they made this plan.
They risked their lives to strike at the enemy's internal forces and led them here. Truly courageous, truly heroic."
They raised their hands high, demonstrating their boundless admiration for him. "Hero, hero." Taking advantage of the situation, Hao Shuang accepted the glory.
Everyone just went along with it.
Dudu tightly gripped his hand and led him forward. Brother Hong always refuses to reveal his undercover identity.
"Who would have thought we would meet here? Let's go, let's quickly meet Brother Hong. I'm sure you have a lot of important things to say to him, right?"
Hao Shuang's face went pale, and his expression turned gloomy.
"Actually, there's nothing much to say." His mind was in a panic, overwhelmed with endless anxiety. This time, it was certain he was doomed.
They quickly reached an area that seemed to be a secret base, illuminated by a mysterious light ahead.
Dudu looked at him and announced, "We're here." This is our main base.
Seeing his face contorted in pain, clutching his stomach, Du, concerned, asked.
Hero, what's wrong?
Hao Shuang pretended to be suffering from severe pain.
Oh, my.
The young man shamelessly lied without hesitation. It seems I ate something that upset my stomach. I need to use the restroom.
Unaware of the plan he was scheming, Du was solely focused on his health. Should I call a doctor?
Panicking, as if someone was chasing him, he hurriedly declined.
No need, I'll just use the restroom for a bit. Peeking through the tree branches, Hao Shuang couldn't help but praise himself. Thankfully, I'm smart. In the end, as long as I can talk, it's fine.
I'll run first and figure out how to save those two later. But life isn't always as smooth as one might hope, and at that moment, two overly enthusiastic bears suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hero, there might still be some spiritual practitioners lurking in the mountains, safety first.
Hero, you shouldn't go too far. Hao Shuang's face twisted like a monkey's bottom, clearly irritated.
Sorry to trouble you, one bear said, holding a weapon, while the other cheerfully added, we are close to the perimeter, so you don't have to worry about revenge. Rest assured. The bear gave a firm order to the other monkeys, increase the defenses, not even a fly should get through.
Du approached and asked with concern. Hero, is your stomach feeling better? Hao Shuang reluctantly replied. Yeah, it's better. Thanks.
Then she grabbed his hand again, enthusiastically saying.
Let's go quickly, the boss is probably getting anxious by now.
On the way, the two of them chatted and got to know each other.
Little sister, how should I address you? My name is Shuei Du, you can call me Xiao Shuei.
Hao Shuang clenched his teeth and asked again.
Shuei Du, is it? Du turned her face and spoke. Hong de Gu. Hong de Gu spoke in a low tone. Is this the hero you brought back?
Du was extremely surprised.
You don't know him?
In his heart, Hao Shuang calculated silently, it's best to capture the leader first when catching thieves. Capturing this guy named Hong first might give him a chance.
Hong de Gu stepped forward to greet. Finally, I meet you.
He cupped his hands in greeting, appearing as calm as possible. Hong de Gu had admired him for a long time. He breathed a sigh of relief inside. You startled me, so it turns out you two have never met.
Hong de Gu sighed deeply.
Looking at the handwriting on your letter, strong and powerful, I didn't expect you to be so young. Du was no less surprised, so, you two really have never met. He continued to praise. You are someone who knows how to handle everything, hidden within the enemy's camp. With the grand plan we've drawn up, you will definitely be the light of the demon world.
Xiao Shuei, how did the result of this ambush turn out?
She raised a finger and quickly reported the situation. As per your instructions, we chose a location near the water source to set up an ambush. Indeed, quite a few spiritual practitioners have arrived, and so far, we have killed 2 to 3 people.
He asked again, who is the representative of Dragon and Tiger Mountain? Have they been killed?
Du rested her chin on her hand, recalling and reporting, we have checked every corpse, and there were no signs of a token from any disciple of Dragon and Tiger Mountain.
They may have fled or are hiding somewhere.
At this point, Hao Shuang was sweating profusely. His eyes, fiery red, glared as he growled, the status of Dragon and Tiger Mountain in the spiritual practitioner community is well known. If we can kill their participants in this competition, it would certainly deliver a strong blow to their arrogant demeanor. She nodded and responded, I understand, I will arrange for others to continue searching.
Brother Hong turned to face him and continued the conversation. By the way, Mr. Yu, now that your identity has been revealed, shouldn't you prove your identity? What's your name? Which sect are you from?
He fabricated a new identity. My name is Bei Shuang, a disciple of Bayou Don. He raised his hand and demanded, all right, Bei young hero, hand over the item. Hong, the elder, looked at him with a serious face and said, we clearly stated in the letter, when we meet, you hand over the item. You haven't forgotten, have you? He smiled on the surface, saying, oh,
that's what you meant? But inside, he was proudly shouting, who knows what the item you guys agreed on is?
Hao Shuang furrowed his brows, worried, as he was thinking of how to handle this situation. Making a mistake would lead to certain death.
I need to find a way to extract information, he thought. So he slowly inquired, do you know how important that item is?
Elder Han looked at him coldly and responded with a serious tone, of course, with that item, we can destroy the world of spiritual practitioners. Still confused, Hao Shuang continued to buy time.
If that's the case, do you think I would just hand it over so easily?
Inside, he was panicking, lost in thoughts.
What could this item be that could destroy the world of spiritual practitioners? He was starting to lose his calm. Elder Han, now enraged, threatened, what, do you want to go back on your word?
I put myself forward as bait to lure talented spiritual practitioners into this canyon.
Now you still want to play games with us?
He had only said a few words, but Hao Shuang was already feeling a bit scared, lowering his voice to continue thinking of a way out.
No, wait. Can we talk this over?
However, Elder Hong's attitude was extremely resolute.
He used an unyielding gaze to clearly announce, there's nothing more to discuss. I will count to 3. Either hand over the items, or die. He began speaking coldly, 1, 2.
Fortunately, at this moment, a loud noise came from the other side.
Catch him. Elder Hong shouted angrily, snapping, what's all the noise about?
Du, flustered, pointed towards the cave. She explained the situation, the man who came with Bei is awake now. Without saying a word, he struck us very hard.
We couldn't stop him.
Hao Shuang, though still acting politely, pretended to be furious, tightly clenching his fist to show his anger, causing trouble just to add fuel to the fire, let me handle him.
But inwardly, he was overjoyed. My love, you woke up at just the right time.
On the cave side, Shuayan brandished his sword, warning everyone with an irritable attitude, don't come any closer. Hao Shuang once again played the role of pretending to be panic-stricken, rushing over to stop him. Shuayan, calm down, he's one of us.
Hearing such absurd nonsense, Shuayan clenched his teeth, bewildered, one of us? Are you sure?
Hao Shuang grabbed the hand holding the sword and answered firmly, yes, they're all one of us.
Don't do anything foolish.
Shuayan, still in the midst of existential doubt, stammered, you.
I.
Elder Hong observed all their actions from a distance without taking his eyes off them. A familiar figure approached him, whispering, I've investigated, these 3 are all human.
Shuayan tried to clarify the situation, turning his head to express his concern, what exactly is going on?
Hao Shuang whispered in his ear, giving instructions, if you don't want to die, play along with me. After settling Shuayan's doubts, Hao Shuang smiled as if nothing had happened, just woke up, my mind's still a bit foggy.
I almost hurt my own person.
I hope Elder Hong will let it slide. Shuayan quickly fell into character, and Hao Shuang cheerfully apologized, Elder Hong, don't blame me. Elder Hong appeared friendly, not at all upset, it's fine, just a small matter.
Suddenly, Hao Shuang's luck ran out, and he turned to ask, I almost forgot about Ji, she's still unconscious, isn't she? Shuayan hesitated, unsure, I think so?
Without hesitation, Hao Shuang pushed his shoulder and urged, hurry, go find her, it'll be trouble if she causes a scene.
Shuayan hurriedly agreed, all right.
But before he could go far, they were blocked by 2 large, angry bears.
They roared, stop pretending. Elder Hong, from behind, dropped his friendly facade and, with a look of anger, exposed them, you're really bold, daring to infiltrate my base like this? His face was as cold as ice, filled with an overwhelming aura of killing intent as he asked, do you want to resolve this once and for all? Hao Shuang continued to play the role of the innocent, naive deer, suggesting, a misunderstanding? Surely there must be a misunderstanding. Why don't we go outside and talk? Of course, Elder Hong could never agree. He roared furiously, now that you're in here, don't even think about getting out. Then he summoned many spirit beasts, each bearing the terrifying power of the forest, catch them for me. Before Elder Hong could capture them, a sound from outside rang out,
shaking the very space around them, drawing his curious gaze.
This anger only compounded his frustration, and he cursed loudly, "What's going on?"
In the midst of the dense smoke, a spirit beast with a wounded arm rushed in, breathless, and reported, "Something big is happening."
The entrance is surrounded by spiritual practitioners.
Then, a massive explosion erupted, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. The leader of the attack appeared with an arrogant demeanor, giving orders to everyone, "Fellow Taoists, there's no need to hold back.
Flatten the lair of these vile creatures." "Yes, master."
Like violent tornadoes, they unleashed their power, shaking the earth and stones of the cave more violently than ever before. The person in the cave was pinned down by rocks, with some rushing to escape, and chaos filled the air along with frantic cries.
"Help! Help!" Hong, the elder inside, looked out and couldn't believe the immense force of the attack, his mouth constantly denying the reality. How could this be?
Clearly, there's no top expert here, so why is this happening? A large stone fell close to him, causing Hao Shuang to panic and shout loudly.
"Boss, be careful."
He quickly helped the elder move away from the devastating impact the rock caused. Once they reached a temporarily safe spot, Hao Shuang tightly grabbed Hong's collar and interrogated him.
"Where is the girl you brought here? Where is she?"
Despite being saved, the elder stubbornly refused to cooperate.
"Damned humans, even if I die, I won't let you off."
Feeling utterly helpless against the old man's stubbornness, Hao Shuang decided to risk it all and lifted his shirt.
"Look closely, I'm sticking this here."
Hong stared wide-eyed, all his focus now on Hao Shuang, and he seemed bewildered.
"A talisman to conceal one's breath." "Why are you sticking this?"
Shuaiyun looked toward them, who were conversing, with growing suspicion.
"Who exactly is he?"
Hao Shuang clenched his fists, his cold, icy expression commanding, "Enough talk.
Only I can save you now. Take me to him immediately."
Upon learning Hao Shuang's true identity, Brother Hong's attitude shifted, and he quickly agreed to lead the way.
"There is only one exit from the cave. How could you possibly get out? But if you are indeed of the same clan, I have no reason not to help you."
Elder Hong walked ahead, while Hao Shuang called out sharply, "Shuaiyun, stay on guard." Shuaiyun, enraged after discovering the truth, became irritable and snapped, "Don't call me Shuaiyun." On the other side, Dudu was supporting Sua Lu Ji, trying to comfort her.
"Don't be afraid, I will definitely get you out."
Sua Lu Ji, gasping painfully, began to plead, "Give me some water."
Dudu replied, "I'll find some for you once we're out."
Looking at the massive boulders ahead, Dudu became anxious, her worry growing.
"This is bad. The exit is blocked."
Bright, radiant beams of light, carrying immense power, suddenly struck directly at the huge boulder. Shuaiyun was swinging her sword, creating a swirl of spiritual energy that suppressed the surrounding space, causing the massive stone to slowly crack apart. Hao Shuang, both excited and somewhat pleased, shouted, "Found it!" Elder Hong quickly called out the name, searching, "Xiao Shuai."
Hao Shuang quickly ran forward and asked about her condition. "How is she? Can she move?"
Sua Luji was breathing heavily, struggling to answer, her body still lacking strength. "What exactly is going on right now?"
He gently took her hand, replying, "We'll talk outside." Elder Hong frowned and inquired, "You found the person you were looking for. Now, how do we get out of here?"
Over here, Shuaiyun is doing her best to resist the oppressive force of the stone, frowning and grumbling.
"What do you mean, get out? We've been buried in the deepest part now.
Even if we had a spiritual practitioner who could perform the earth-clearing technique, we still wouldn't be able to leave the mountain to save us." Hao Shuang spoke up, "All right, you help her up, and I'll help you in a bit."
Dudu looked on with a puzzled expression, clearly curious. "What do you want to do?"
Hao Shuang used his spiritual energy to perform the earth elemental technique, causing the flames to blaze up intensely, creating a fiery heat.
Shuaiyun, holding his sword nearby, sneered, "The earth elemental technique is merely a basic method to channel energy for geological exploration. What are you using it for?"
Hao Shuang's gaze suddenly brightened, his aura surging wildly. He screamed fiercely, lightning technique. Elder Hong was stunned, his face expressing disbelief at what he had just witnessed.
What? 2 attributes?
Hao Shuang's lightning-infused heat created a fiery vortex, shattering the earth and stones around them. Above them, a hole had been opened, releasing the pressure.
Du, overjoyed, exclaimed, "It's a success."
Hao Shuang coughed up blood, frustrated. He shouted loudly, urging everyone in desperation, "Hurry up!" Shuaiyun, anxious, rushed over to support Hao Shuang. Their steps grew faster than ever.
They quickly moved away from the location.
Carrying Hao Shuang on his back, Shuaiyun looked up at the light in the sky, which filled him with joy.
"We're out."
Behind them, Suo Luji was uneasy, worried.
"Hao Shuang, wake up."
Elder Hong instructed the group, "This place is too dangerous. Let's leave first and talk later." After finishing his words, suddenly, a surge of power pierced through his body. Seeing him fall, the crowd was stirred, shocked by the sight. Hong De-ge, the commander standing above, looked down and said, "There's still a fish slipping through the net, then take care of it thoroughly." Suo Luji, furious, gathered her energy in her hand for vengeance, "Die." The commander raised his hand to control her power and scornfully remarked, "Childish. You fell and were sent flying far by his strike." Shuaiyun, enraged, swung his sword and shouted, "Exterminate."
But then, he too was miserably defeated.
One blow from the commander caused his sword to crack in two. Shuaiyun opened his eyes wide, watching his sword shatter, his heart breaking into pieces. "My sword." Immediately, the commander unleashed a palm strike, sending him tumbling painfully. Du rushed forward, shouting, "I'll fight you all." The commander arrogantly launched a sword attack, "You're just trash. Accept your death quietly." The sword was drawing nearer to Du, but suddenly, an immense force of 11 powers intervened, preventing the worst from happening. They all looked on in confusion, questioning the nature of life. Du, confused, turned her head to look behind. Hao Shuang's entire body was glowing, and the swirling aura made her wonder, has Hao Shuang exploded with power?
Du widened her eyes, surprised, and thought, why is his demonic aura so overwhelming? The commander began to seethe with anger and ordered, "Dare to destroy my sword? Fellow cultivator, chop him to pieces."
Hao Shuang opened his mouth wide, unleashing a force of energy that was impossible to control. A surge of pressure erupted from his mouth, terrifying everyone around. Flames blazed and consumed everything in their path, crashing violently into the world around them.
Du crouched down, observing him fight.
Her eyes widened in shock as she muttered, "His strength is terrifying."
The mighty sword fell, embedding itself firmly in the ground in front of Suo Luji.
More and more swords followed, piercing the earth, their numbers multiplying exponentially.
Suo Luji shouted in alarm, "This is bad, there's more enemies."
Another group of people in the sky clasped their hands together, discussing their strategy. "Such a powerful demonic aura, everyone, let's combine our strength to reactivate the formation to kill the demons." As the force surged like a tidal wave, Suo Luji screamed in panic, "This is bad, they want to kill us all." Hao Shuang growled furiously.
A huge explosion occurred, shattering everything.
Hao Shuang rushed forward like a moth to a flame, fighting head-on against their overwhelming strength alone. Du covered her ears from the terrifying noise. Suo Luji also felt a sharp pain from the thunderous sound. They, spitting blood, worried, "Even with all 6 of us working together, we couldn't stop a single attack from that person. What should we do?" Hao Shuang was filled with raging fury as he activated the Great Demon Formation. He unleashed another devastating shockwave that shook the entire mountain forest. His roar echoed, commanding authority everywhere. The curly-haired guy suggested, "Let's land a final blow and send him to heaven." The 2 girls looked at Hao Shuang, struggling under the control of the immense power, panicking in fear.
"This is bad, we're too late."
A beam of light arrived just in time to resolve the issue. Fu, wielding a spear, struck them relentlessly with terrifying strength. The two girls were still stunned, not understanding what had just happened.
Fu screamed in fury, losing all reason, "How dare you touch my man, you'll all die for it." Faced with her overwhelming power, they could only think of running. "Retreat, retreat quickly." She angrily gave the order, "Chase after them, I want them alive." On the other side, Hao Shuang, with a headache, sat up suddenly. "What happened to me just now?" Dudu asked cautiously, "You don't remember anything?" The parrot appeared, sighing, "Young man, you've got a strong life. If I had been a few minutes late, you'd all be done for." A sound caught their attention, causing them to immediately turn around.
Hao Shuang saw Elder Hong, on the verge of death, lying on the ground. His voice became weak, but he still tried to speak.
"Come here."
Hao Shuang, worried, approached him and reassured, "Big brother Hong, hold on a little longer, I'll have someone treat you right away." He struggled to refuse, "No need, I don't have much time left." He was helped to sit up and then, with great effort, he spoke, word by word, giving instructions.
"Xiao Shui, it all depends on you now.
Please take care of her." Dudu choked on her sobs, unable to say anything.
"Big brother Hong."
Hao Shuang firmly reassured him, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect her."
Then, he asked straightforwardly, "You're not an undercover agent, are you?"
At this point, Hao Shuang explained everything. "There has indeed been a misunderstanding."
Elder Hong replied, "It's all right, being a demon is enough."
He handed the knife to Hao Shuang, saying, "I have one more gift for you."
Hao Shuang widened his eyes in confusion. "A gift?"
Elder Hong tightened his grip on Hao Shuang's hand, and then, with strength, he stabbed himself. Hao Shuang was stunned and shouted loudly, "Big brother Hong!" He placed his hand on Hong's shoulder, saying, "Don't be afraid, after all, I won't live much longer.
This life is yours now. This way, you will be the victor in the hero competition."
He whispered in Hao Shuang's ear, "Remember, you must find that mysterious person.
The item in their possession can lead you to the river diagram and Luo writing. You must destroy the river diagram and Luo writing." He continued, "Save the demonic tribe."
He closed his eyes and spoke his final words, "We." Dudu, in agony, unable to accept this painful reality, screamed, "Big brother Hong!"
Hao Shuang, deep in thought, reflected on their goal. Was it really the river diagram and Luo writing?
A grand conspiracy was slowly surfacing, one powerful enough to shake the foundation of the spiritual practitioner world.
Outside, in the dark cave,
Fu Girl punched Hao Shuang's shoulder while saying, "That was too dangerous. If I had been even half a minute late, you would have lost your life."
He smiled faintly, "It's fine, my injury is okay, I don't need a massage."
Her face was full of worry, with a concerned and anxious expression as she said, "That's not okay, you need to rest properly now, relax a bit, don't get too agitated." Seeing her lean her cheek against his shoulder, Hao Shuang blushed and exclaimed, "With you doing that, how can I not be agitated?" At that moment, her disciples returned and reported, "Master Fu, those 5 people weren't looking for a fight, they fled immediately. We only managed to get this corpse." She picked up her wooden clog and angrily shouted, "A bunch of useless fools, isn't this the person I stabbed to death?" They all knelt down in fear, trembling before her reprimand. "With so many of you, you couldn't catch those few people? How do you usually cultivate?" Hao Shuang calmly inquired, "Is there any clue on the corpse?" One of them, tearfully sobbing, reported, "It's someone from Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment, but we can't tell if they belong to the 3 mountains, 9 prefectures, or 21 caves." He continued to explain, "The body was thoroughly cleaned, leaving no trace of any clues." Hao Shuang rested his chin and thought, as expected, "This is the second time they've ambushed me after entering the mountains." Miss Fu hesitated as she glanced at the corpses and then asked, "Why is Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment targeting you?" On this side, Sua Luji leaned against a tree, brooding, "Again, it's Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment. This organization is too much. They say my master has joined Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment, but I don't even know if it's true or not." Shuayan clenched his teeth, dazed as he regained consciousness. Am I still alive?" She recounted the situation, attributing his survival to his good fortune, as Uncle Gio had arrived just in time with reinforcements.
Shuaiyun looked ahead, his eyes widening. That's not.
Tears streamed down his face in gratitude. Sister Fu.
I can't believe she came to save me. Am I dreaming?
Seeing Miss Fu so close to Hao Shuang made him panic. My goddess.
Hao Shuang furrowed his brows and warned, what are you doing? There are many people watching.
Miss Fu, unashamed, boldly expressed, I traveled all this way to save you.
Can't I at least give you a hug?
Shuaiyun angrily shouted, that Hao guy. His body shook, unable to move, but his jealousy and rage forced him to stand up, a duel for honor between men.
Hao Shuang smiled mockingly, which of your nerves short-circuited? Fu girl angrily retorted, Shuaiyun, what do you want to do?
Shuaiyun shouted loudly, Sister, you've been deceived by him.
Hao Shuang is a monster.
I saw with my own eyes when he used a charm to hide his aura.
The other disciples were suspicious, a monster? Even Sua Luji was stunned upon hearing this information. What? But only Fu girl, blinded by love, disregarded everything. So what? Has he been put on the wanted list yet?
Shuaiyun then drew his sword. Sister, you've completely been bewitched by him.
I absolutely won't allow you to be with this monster. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and do justice.
Fu girl raised her fist without hesitation and physically struck him in the face.
Acting on behalf of heaven? Since when has it been your turn to act so arrogantly?
After being struck repeatedly, he sobbed, Sister, please don't hit me anymore. Hao Shuang ran over to massage her shoulder to calm her down. All right, he's still injured.
Let's talk things through slowly.
Fu girl couldn't control her emotions. This brat grew up in the cage and still dares to teach me a lesson. Shuaiyun lay on the ground, holding his head, looking pitiful. You people are bullying me too much. Hao Shuang became pensive and expressed his feelings. It's true that I am a monster, and now I can't hide it anymore.
It's better to clearly set boundaries with me. It'll be for your own good.
She shouted loudly, her voice carrying a clear threat. Who said you're a monster?
Who heard that you're a monster? Did any of you hear that?
All the disciples forced a smile, putting on a confused, naive face like a startled deer.
No. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything.
She smiled in satisfaction. Don't worry, I'll protect you.
No one will dare to touch you.
Hao Shuang groaned inwardly.
I guess now I understand why they married you off.
If you stayed on Mount Qingchang, you'd surely become a female demon lord. Meanwhile, Dudu was crying uncontrollably, wiping away the tears that streamed down her face.
They're all dead. Over 100 of my brothers, not a single one made it out. Miss Fu inquired cautiously. What are you planning to do next? Go back to Dragon and Tiger Mountain?
Hao Shuang replied calmly. I'll go to Bayou Dong to search for clues about the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment.
She pressed her lips tightly together in anger. Why did you go and cause trouble with them? Are you afraid of dying too slowly?
He smiled slyly, his eyes gleaming brightly. If you've made up your mind to deal with me, then there's no need to hide anymore.
I prefer to take the initiative.
Bayou appeared out of nowhere and waved, calling loudly, Junior brother. Hao Shuang looked at him and greeted him back, Senior brother Bayou. Bayou approached and explained, I received the news and rushed here quickly.
How is it? Are you all right?
Bayou recounted, I nearly lost my life, but fortunately, Sister Qin arrived just in time to save me. Bayou hastily clasped his hands together, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you, Sister Qin.
I am deeply grateful. I will definitely report to the Heavenly Master and arrange a meeting to express my thanks.
But Sister Fu didn't hesitate to expose him. You're so good at saying nice things, but in reality, you're just impatient for Hao Shuang to get into trouble, aren't you?
That way, there will be no one left to compete with you for the position of heir.
A little while later, Bayou left.
As soon as he was gone, Sister Fu asked, So, what do you think? What about him?
Hao Shuang looked at his departing figure and said, he chased over here just now, and logically, he shouldn't know anything about what's happening here.
Yet he didn't ask any further questions.
When I mentioned going to Bayou Dong, he didn't try to stop me either, which means he doesn't want me to return.
Fu Xianing, worried and anxious, asked, "Is he still planning to find an opportunity to deal with you?" He guessed and replied, "It seems like that for now."
She furrowed her brows, puzzled. Then why would you give him such an important letter?
What if he reads it on the way?
He winked confidently. He will definitely read it. I need him to do that so that the message can reach my master. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang's master repeated, at the scene of the hero competition, did the disciples of the sects die tragically or get severely injured? Bayou presented the letter and reported, yes, it said that it was a trap set by the demon, which caused the losses.
Fortunately, Junior Brother is fine.
This is what Junior Brother wanted me to pass on to you. They concluded the conversation. All right, good work.
You may leave now.
Yes, Master.
I take my leave.
The letter contained the words, Master, I was ambushed by the people of Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment in the mountains.
This cannot be tolerated.
First, I will go to Bayou Dong to handle some personal grievances, and in a few days, I will return to Dragon and Tiger Mountain to meet with you.
Reading these nonsense lines made him frown. This brat writes a letter for just a few sentences?
He must be preparing some kind of plan to cause trouble. So, he held the letter near the fire. The contents of the letter changed. I knew you'd understand the hidden meaning, Master.
There's an insider at Dragon and Tiger Mountain.
Their goal is to destroy the river diagram and Luo writing, so be extra careful. Also, if there are any fingerprints, that's because Bayou's senior brother read it.
He's suspicious. The master's eyes suddenly lit up with a sense of lingering regret. Bayou.
Looking at the handprint, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. So it really is you, after all.
Miss Fu was surprised. A piece of paper with a photo?
Hao Shuang explained, it's a tool to control lightning power that I trained with when I was cultivating.
After using the lightning technique to create a small electric shock, the paper turns black.
If I apply a bit of force, the paper will tear, and I'll be punished.
This type of paper has a special property. After it changes color, faint acidic marks will appear.
So, I wrote the hidden message, which Bayou basically can't see, but it leaves behind fingerprints instead. She smiled and looked at him with sparkling eyes. So clever, no wonder you wanted to write that letter, it was a trap to make him fall into.
He puffed out his chest proudly. This is also the result of many years of experience in the martial world. Sua Luji appeared and announced, I just called my master, he definitely did not join Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment, those people are deceiving me. He pondered and raised a question, then why is his name seal in the hands of Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment?
She continued, he said that his seal was stolen a few days ago, and he has already made a new one. Hao Shuang made a statement, even if it wasn't him, it was definitely stolen by a close spy. If we find that spy, we can still investigate.
Let's leave now.
As they were about to leave, Fu's hand was raised to stop them.
Wait.
He turned his head. What's wrong? She pushed up her glasses and gestured, I've come a long way to get here.
Are you just going to leave without leaving anything behind? He asked in surprise. Here? Sua Luji, innocent and confused, replied, leave something? What do you mean?
Not allowing him to escape, Fu grabbed his hand. Come here, stop being so surprised by me over there.
He tried to negotiate. Wait, can I pay the debt from before first?
But she refused outright. No.
Sua Luji scratched his head in doubt. What are they talking about, exactly?
Dudu was kneeling on the ground, paying respects at the grave. She clasped her hands together and promised, Hong, I will definitely inherit your will and rescue the demonic tribe from the sea of fire. She glanced sideways when she heard a strange sound. It's been a few days since we last met, and you've grown quite a bit, haven't you? Hurry up, if someone sees us, it'll be a disaster, especially with them around.
Dudu vaguely recognized the familiar sound. It seemed to be Hao Shuang's voice. She walked forward, parting the leaves, wondering. What are they doing? Are they fighting?
She tried hard to stare ahead, her hand gripping the ground, Fu girl moaning and crying out, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Fantastic, I missed this so much.
Hao Shuang reminded her, keep your voice down. If the people from Qingcheng Mountain hear us, I'll be chopped up into potato chips. His eyes flickered toward Dudu, who was sneaking behind, observing. Dudu remained blissfully unaware as she stood there, then quickly turned around, her face reddened, trying to cover her mouth to avoid making a sound. Hao Shuang sighed, letting a child see such unclean things. Hao Shuang made a decision, forget it, I'll explain it to her later, for now, let's repay this young lady's life-saving favor properly first. Fu girl was satisfied, exactly, that's how it should be. Continue. Dudu thought to herself, it's so hot, this feels really strange. I want to leave, but why can't I move my legs at all? After a moment, Miss Fu firmly and clearly spoke up, earlier, I had a deep conversation with Hao Shuang, and we've decided to fully support him in investigating the next actions of heavenly phenomenon enlightenment. Shui Yun's eyes widened in anger, what? She immediately ordered, Shui Yun, you don't need to return to the mountain. Stay by Hao Shuang's side and protect him. Of course, he flatly refused, that scum Hao Shuang and I are sworn enemies. How can I protect him properly? I still have some integrity as a disciple of Qingqing Mountain. Miss Fu then used a ruthless tactic, in that case, I won't force you. I'll stay by his side to protect him instead. Fury flared within him. If Miss Fu went with Hao Shuang, wouldn't that mean he'd have to hold back his tears? Reluctantly, he agreed, there's no need to trouble you, sister. I'll escort Hao Shuang myself. That should be fine. Hao Shuang turned around and said, Xiao Shui, come with me. She blushed and stammered, I heard that from the eldest brother. Hao Shuang pouted, sighing, and you already can't even look me in the eye. They quickly crossed the swampy road ahead, navigating through the shallow puddles of water, then continued their journey using spiritual energy. Sua Luji's face grew serious as he announced, we've arrived. This is Bayou Dong, Daichang. As they walked, they wondered aloud, why didn't you just use water to take us directly to the entrance of Bayou Dong? Sua Luji replied, Master has forbidden the use of any magical techniques within 3 miles of the Bayou Dong headquarters. That's why we have to walk. Suddenly, a person wearing a mask appeared. Hao Shuang glanced over, raising her guard, and instinctively launched a surprise attack. Hao Shuang stepped forward to protect them, be careful. Shui Yun fought fiercely with the masked assailants using his sword. The two masked individuals suddenly spoke, probing, disciples of Mount Qingcheng? What business do you have at our Bayou Dong? Sua Luji appeared arrogantly, they are guests I brought. They wish to meet the cave lord. Don't try to stop them. A forceful step forward, the tone too loud. Bui gritted her teeth and said, if no one knew better, they'd think you were the cave lord. Sua Luji clasped her hands respectfully and said, greetings, elder. Bui turned and said, they stay here. You follow me to meet the cave lord first. Until the cave lord gives permission, no outsider is allowed to come any closer. Hao Shuang advised her, the elder is right. We must notify them first before we can go near. She waved her hand and followed Bui, saying, wait here, everyone. I'll be back soon. Shui Yun watched her retreating figure, doubtful. Do you think we can wait for her to return? Hao Shuang replied helplessly, let's try. One person from their group spoke up, unless these people are just here to bathe and have no intention of doing anything to us. At Bayou Dong, Bui reported, Cave Lord, Sua Luji has returned. She knelt and apologized, I, the incompetent disciple, was unable to win the hero competition. Please punish me, master. The cave lord, gentle and understanding, did not scold her. Winning or losing is natural. What matters is to continue your efforts in cultivation and improve your abilities. Go and rest now. She immediately reported, disciple has brought 2 friends who are waiting outside the cave, and still hopes the master will allow them to enter. He was surprised and asked, oh, friends? Where are they from? Why did you bring them here? Sua Luji hesitated before replying, to investigate, the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment at Bayou Dong. His gaze changed, and he shouted furiously. One of his strikes sent her flying, crashing to the ground with intense pain coursing through her body. Sua Luji struggled to sit up. Disciple.
Disciple knows I was wrong. The cave lord angrily scolded. You don't even believe my words anymore? You brought people all the way here to investigate? Do you want to rebel?
Bui intervened, speaking on her behalf. Cave lord, please calm your anger. Sua Luji must have been deceived. Please give her a chance to reflect and correct her mistake. Thus, the cave lord issued an order: take her down, lock her in the water prison, and forbid her from eating for 3 days. Bui asked further, yes, what should be done with the two outside the cave? They came to an agreement: you decide how to handle them, I don't like leaving behind any future trouble. Orders were carried out. Sua Luji shouted desperately, Master, please don't. Before she could finish, Bui slapped her hard. Sua Luji tumbled to the ground, shouting loudly, where is everyone? The cave lord issued an order: inform the outside, it's time to act. Outside, their group appeared, starting to handle Hao Shuang's people. Shuaiyun sensed that something was wrong. He thought to himself, the situation is a bit off. We need to talk things out properly later, no need for conflict. Out of nowhere, Hao Shuang relieved himself in front of him. Apologies, he couldn't hold it anymore. He screamed, what are you doing? A bullet flew across, causing a sharp, intense shockwave in the air. The two of them furrowed their brows, observing the direction in which the bullet had flown. The two young men scratched their heads, puzzled. What was that signal shot? It's not mealtime, is it? They appeared in large numbers, surrounding them. Each one carried an overwhelming strength, sending a terrifying wave toward the front. Shuaiyun retaliated with force and threatened, fellow cultivators, please stop. I am a disciple of Qingcheng Mountain, Shuaiyun. This man is a direct disciple of Heavenly Master Hao Shuang. If you hurt us, aren't you afraid of the destruction of your sect? Hao Shuang leaned on his arm, annoyed. By introducing yourself like that, aren't you forcing them to kill in order to silence us? Shuaiyun frowned and turned his head. Thanks for the reminder. So what do you think we should do now? Hao Shuang's hand erupted with power as he continued, no need to worry, I'll use my electric water technique. They'll be roasted alive. Hao Shuang signaled, you, my guardian, help me. Wait until I unleash my strongest move. Shuaiyun agreed, all right, with you saying that, I trust you. The green-haired man reported the intel, Elder Bu, they plan to use lightning magic to attack. Buhi, smug and satisfied, thought to himself, how naive, still using the old mindset to view the interaction between attributes. The Dragon and Tiger Mountain has suppressed us for years with their lightning magic. Finally, we have the chance to test a technique that could turn their suppression back on them. After gathering enough spiritual power and preparing himself, Hao Shuang signaled, I'm ready. Buhi looked at Hao Shuang and said, the moment you unleash your lightning attack, he predicted with glee, will be the moment you'll lose your soul and spirit. Shuaiyun vaguely sensed something was off. That's not right. A doubt arose in his heart. Those people had seen Hao Shuang use lightning magic, but why did they not avoid it? The blue-haired man speculated, it seems that the person with the sword has already noticed something unusual, but Buhi is still eagerly watching the drama unfold. It was too late, the lightning magic had been unleashed. If not released, the caster would end up killing themselves. Shuaiyun rushed out with his sword to stop him. Stop. Hao Shuang smiled, clapped his hands together, and created a surge of pressure. The explosion of spiritual energy occurred, causing them to scatter in disarray, their hair flying wildly, their teeth gritting in pain. Shuaiyun shielded his eyes with his hand, feeling discomfort. They screamed in panic, unable to stop. Buhi, annoyed, realized his opponent's trick, this kid. What he's using isn't lightning magic, I can't believe he. The subordinates crouched down, screaming, each of them clutching their faces. My eyes. I can't see anything anymore. The blue-haired guy tried to open his eyes wide. Where did they go?
Did everyone run away when the blinding light appeared? Boo, he reproached, aren't you going to hurry and take someone to chase after them? He was furious and determined, the duck is already cooked, how can we just let it fly away so easily? After taking Shui Yun to another place, Hao Shuang decided to stop. The distance was far enough, and those people probably wouldn't find their way here for a while. Shui Yun rubbed his eyes and complained, next time, can you let me know in advance if you're going to play this game?
Hao Shuang crossed his arms and explained, originally, I was using my body to shield you.
Who knew you'd suddenly rush out like that? He squinted, confused, why did you think of not attacking and using a dazzling technique instead?
Hao Shuang explained, there's a barrier in the water that repels lightning.
When I went to the bathroom, I checked it. Essentially, lightning spells can't strike here, and will only backfire. Shui Yun nodded, I see.
Then, his face went blank as he suddenly realized something was off.
Wait a minute, how could you have checked when you went to the bathroom? Hao Shuang smiled proudly, every part of my body can generate electricity, do you believe it? He collapsed into the water, sobbing, no wonder my sister has been so obsessed with you. Damn it, I've lost.
Hao Shuang, confused, asked, what's wrong with you?
He stood up, forget it, I'm not as good as others. I have nothing more to say. Let's go, it's time to report back.
Hao Shuang refused, I came here to investigate the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment.
I'm not leaving until I've figured it out. Are you crazy? Shui Yun yelled loudly, are you still planning to storm into Bayou Dong?
Hao Shuang turned his face and bluntly dismissed him, it's none of your business anymore.
If you're scared, you can go back.
The blow caused him to shout again, I'll stay and see what those punks from Bayou Dong dare to do to me.
Seeing Hao Shuang clasp his hands seriously, Shui Yun curiously asked, what are you doing? Hao Shuang replied, looking for an ally. He performed the 8 trigram spirit summoning technique.
He slowly explained. Before participating in the hero competition, I had already left the Linglong Tower at Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Now it seems that if I want to infiltrate Bayou Dong, I'll have to use it.
Shui Yun looked ahead, her mouth agape. The Linglong Tower holds countless treasures. Isn't that the sacred artifact of the Heavenly Master? And yet Hao Shuang can summon and use it so effortlessly.
This shows just how much the Heavenly Master values him.
As for me, my master has never even given me a proper glance.
The youth's heart shattered once again, damn it, I've lost again.
Xiaoya, come out. Xiaoya appeared cheerfully. You finally came looking for me. Being locked up inside was suffocating. They chatted together. How's Dragon and Tiger Mountain? Anything unusual? With the Heavenly Master there, those people wouldn't dare stir up trouble. Everything is normal. Tell me, what magical item do you need this time? He replied, no magical item. I need the 2 people locked in the tower. Meanwhile, the 2 bound individuals grimaced and firmly declared, you want us to help you get into Bayou Dong? What a fool's dream.
Even if we die, we will never betray our sect.
Hao Shuang scratched his head. Pretty stubborn, huh? This might be tough to handle.
The 2 of them shouted resolutely. We are loyal to our sect with all our hearts, heaven and earth can bear witness to that.
Hao Shuang laughed menacingly and threatened, if that's the case, then what's the point of keeping these 2 alive?
Let's just sell them to the Tang men to be used as food for the insects, they love cultivating people the most. The man with glasses shook his head and said, wait, I can help you.
I know of a hidden underwater passage.
The younger disciple, angry, retorted, Senior brother, how could you betray the sect like this? Hao Shuang, feeling satisfied, replied, of course, a man who knows when to act is a true hero.
Don't worry, I won't do anything that would harm Bayou Dong. Where is this underwater passage?
The man with glasses explained, behind the mountain, there is a river, and by its bank, there is a small unnamed stream that runs parallel. Although the stream doesn't flow into Bayou Dong, there is an underground passage beneath the water. The younger disciple smiled inwardly, pleased. Great, senior brother is planning to use that monster to kill him.
What a brilliant idea. In the area behind the mountain, Hao Shuang anxiously waited, eagerly asking, has he returned yet?
The man with glasses replied, don't rush.
We need to check everything thoroughly before we can be sure.
Suddenly, a shout of joy rang out, he's back. Hao Shuang quickly approached and began to inquire, how was it, Xiao Shui? Du reported, I dived down to check, and indeed, there is an underground stream.
It seems to be connected to the deepest part of Bayou Dong.
The two men regained their confidence and spoke assertively, yet sincerely.
What we said is the truth, how could we deceive you?
Hao Shuang suddenly reminded them, all right, you should transform into an animal form and hide beside us.
He then instructed Shui Yun, keep a close watch on those two on the way. If anything unusual happens, just strike directly. Shui Yun glared at them with a cold, murderous intent, did you hear that? If you pull any tricks, I'll send you off with one strike. The two men broke into a cold sweat, utterly frightened, and immediately became submissive. We won't dare, we won't dare. We will be completely honest.
Thus, Hao Shuang swam ahead, while they followed closely behind. Shui Yun held his breath and slowly sank into the water, swimming along. The two men were tightly bound and had no choice but to follow the person in front. Suddenly, a strange and unusual phenomenon appeared ahead, drawing their attention.
A dormant monster lay in wait up ahead.
Hao Shuang waved his hand as a signal, but remained silent, not uttering a word.
Withdraw quickly, withdraw quickly.
The group of people behind slowly observed the scene around them.
The demoness in front emanated a terrifying wave of power, preparing to strike.
Her eyes suddenly blazed brightly, like headlights of a car. She unleashed a torrent of force that exploded with immense power. The blast sent them tumbling backward in surprise. Shui Yun covered his ears with his hands. Damn it, we've fallen into their trap, he said, his mouth agape, filled with anxiety.
The pressure from the water is terrifying, my bones are about to snap.
Seeing Hao Shuang still standing motionless made him uneasy.
Why is Hao Shuang not reacting? Did he faint?
The two men behind were gradually retreating.
Shui Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. This is bad, they're running away. He ground his teeth together, fuming.
I told you we couldn't trust those two, but now it's too late to regret.
He raised his hand, deep in thought.
Finally, he muttered to himself, in the end, I'll have to save you. His eyes widened in shock. The other two were trying hard to swim away, quickly heading to report to their master. As expected, senior brother has a good plan.
This time, they're definitely done for.
The guy held his breath and struggled to stay submerged in the water, and they suddenly eagerly retreated. Hao Shuang smiled and appeared in front of them.
On this side, Shui Yun was exhausted, struggling to lift his head.
Hao Shuang leaned on his hand and sighed, oh, that was fast. He angrily shouted, Hao Shuang, damn it, you used a clone and told me I was stupid for taking risks with you. Hao Shuang smiled brightly and explained, calm down. That's why I let you take charge of guiding those two. Even if there's any danger, as long as you're around, it won't be a big problem, Shui Yun elaborated.
What should we do now? The female demon down there is a huge problem. If I get hit again, I'm definitely done for. Hao Shuang's two fingers touched, releasing spiritual energy, and he denied, no.
The power exploded, and he spoke through gritted teeth.
Using a clone is enough.
Hao Shuang transferred the clone's energy into the water, diving deeper to search and observe his surroundings. Hao Shuang made an effort to punch the demoness hard.
The demoness glared angrily, and she released a terrifying shockwave sound.
Hao Shuang was attacked, blood spurted from his body. Shui Yun, worried, cautiously asked,
how is it? Can you deal with it? Hao Shuang replied,
the clone of the Thunder Law I left under the water has been suppressed, so it's not causing any damage. However, the sonic attack from the succubus will transmit to my body, which is quite troublesome.
Hao Shuang glanced at the two people behind. We'll need your help now. I hope it's not too much trouble, is it? The two of them looked pale, trembling, and said.
The succubus queen, the one master intentionally left below to guard, surely no one can break through.
We have no idea how to deal with it.
Shui Yun grabbed the collar, shouting angrily.
You frauds keep lying, you won't tell the truth unless we make you bleed, huh?
They helplessly begged.
Please spare us, we really don't know anything.
Hao Shuang lightly tapped his shoulder to calm him down.
It's fine, then let's forget about the succubus for now. Do you know if there's anything mysterious about the water? Why can't we use the thunder law, and even get counterattacked?
The man with long hair explained the reason. This is a defensive technique that Bayou Dong developed recently to counter lightning magic, which has been researched only in the past few years. Underwater, within a 10-mile radius, there are cursed talismans embedded to neutralize the lightning. If anyone uses lightning magic in the water, the talismans will immediately activate. He continued, then, a counterforce will be generated, 10 times stronger, suppressing the person who cast the spell. Hao Shuang pondered, analyzing, a counterforce 10 times stronger. Then, they sneered and changed their attitude. Although lightning magic counters water magic, when near Bayou Dong, you still need to respect our mountain. That's right, stop thinking about impractical things, let us go, and we can discuss this slowly. Hao Shuang smiled contentedly, the binding is very useful, thank you both.
The monster over here opened its mouth and was about to swallow.
She kept releasing poisonous gas into the swirling water. Her body exuded a powerful force, causing bubbles to rise to the surface, and the entire river was shaken. Gradually, she released more and more of her aura. Hao Shuang listened attentively, feeling the release of the thunderous magic as the talisman was activated. The talisman began to unleash its power. It struck directly at her, reflecting the backlash tenfold, causing her to explode in a painful burst. Hao Shuang sighed in relief. He signaled, let's go, it's resolved.
Shui Yun was surprised, are you sure?
The other two laughed derisively, not believing it.
What are you joking about?
That's the demon queen of the netherworld, even our grandmaster couldn't defeat her. You're sitting here and you've already solved it, but in the end, they'll still have to follow him. The three of them stood there, speechless, in awe. Truly, as a practitioner of water magic, it was like keeping your mouth open underwater and still being fine.
Hao Shuang waved his hand, signaling urgently, stop standing there, we can move forward now. Shui Yun cried out from underwater, come help me. Hao Shuang asked cautiously, what's wrong with these two? Shui Yun growled in frustration, God only knows.
They somehow managed to drown themselves in the water.
I feel embarrassed for the people of Bayou Dong.
Hao Shuang stepped away, and I walked around to observe.
He gave artificial respiration to those two. Shui Yun was furious, why don't you do the resuscitation instead?
The cave lord, who had been focusing on cultivation on this side, suddenly noticed a girl appear. She scratched her head and whispered softly, standing behind him, asking,
are you done yet? I've been waiting for you for so long.
She gently spoke sweet words in his ear. The cave lord, angry, opened his mouth wide. Hao Shuang walked along the entrance of the cave when suddenly a loud scream caught his attention. He glanced in the direction of the sound coming from deep within the cave, where a woman was saying,
Master is amazing, so wonderful.
Xiaoyu was ecstatic, her face full of pleasure. The old man underneath coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing, leaving her with a piece of cloth to cover her body, sitting on him and sneering. She scornfully insulted. Useless old man. A man approached her and asked, how is the progress on the collection? She didn't know when exactly she had put on proper clothes again, revealing a seductive expression before saying, have you regained another 3 parts? In the past, he could still take aphrodisiac pills, but after that, he couldn't anymore. This time, I need to drain all the energy he's accumulated over the past few days for me. He, hiding behind the rock, had observed everything. It seemed that Hong Si Xiang had been completely drained and was on the verge of death. If this continued, he would be like a lamp running out of oil, suffering from erectile dysfunction and dying.
The man with the mask, tense, ordered, "Where is everyone?"
Help the leader to rest, give him more ginseng soup to nourish his body. The people behind immediately obeyed the order and began to proceed. Seeing this, she stepped forward, moving close to the man with a cunning look on his face, and sweetly said, "That old man has only been through a few rounds and he's already failing.
He hasn't seen the best part yet. I can be gentle and seductive, or should I help you relax a little?" However, he bluntly refused, "No need. Wait until you've drained all his power, then I'll take it back." Without hesitation, he shoved her away. "Until then, hold yourself back.
If you dare secretly mess things up and ruin my big plans, I won't spare you." She looked annoyed as she watched them pretend to take someone to work. Suddenly, a sharp blow to the back of her neck. Before she could react, she collapsed into Hao Shuang's arms. She groggily opened her eyes, and his voice made her realize she was bound tightly to a rock.
"You're awake?"
She looked at the two people in front of her, surprised. "Who are you?" She glanced at him, the disciple of Bayou Dong, and he bent down to face her, speaking.
"Don't rush. Answer my question first."
His tone was serious. "Who are you? What's your purpose in approaching Hong Xixiang?" She wasn't one to back down, furrowing her brows provocatively.
"I see now, you're not disciples of Bayou Dong."
No one in Bayou Dong would dare ask such a thing. The two people who were also bound nearby immediately retorted.
"Femme fatale. You infiltrated Bayou Dong, what do you really want? What have you done to our master?"
She nonchalantly crossed her legs and said, "You people really know how to insult others. I was invited by Elder Bu of your sect. How could you say I infiltrated?" Hao Shuang sneered mockingly.
"That guy, Bu, wants you to use some secret technique to drain Hong Xixiang dry.
After he indulges himself and dies, Bu will be able to inherit the position of sect leader, and on top of that, through some dual cultivation method, he could absorb Hong Xixiang's cultivation from you.
Am I right?"
She still spoke confidently, not bothering to notice him laughing mockingly, and said, "Let's just say that, I'm only doing this job for the money. There's always a culprit behind every injustice, and if you want revenge for Hong Xixiang, you can go find that Bu guy to settle the score." The silver-haired man pondered for a moment, suddenly struck by a thought. "I've heard that there's a cult on the underworld, called the Female Ancestors Palace. It's entirely made up of female disciples skilled in the art of seduction, especially a secret technique called Xian Fu, which can take a person's original spirit and transfer it to another. It's very dangerous." The two people, bound by chains, still struggled to whisper, urging him to turn around. "Great kindness, unforgettable for life, please take our master instead." Hao Shuang walked over to help them up, gently saying, "If we're here, of course, we won't just stand by and watch." He patted his chest confidently and added, "Don't worry, Bayou Dong has me protecting it." The two of them were overjoyed and praised each other enthusiastically. "The hero is truly righteous. From now on, my brother and I will only follow the orders of the hero. We would not hesitate to jump into boiling water or a sea of fire." The old man with white hair sighed in disdain and criticized them. "No wonder you deliberately interrogated them in front of these two. It turns out you wanted to win their hearts." He continued to sit down in front of her and asked, "Where is Sua Lu Ji? Is she alive or dead?" No matter what he said, she still kept her eyes closed and ignored him. "Then I don't know. I am only responsible for seducing Hong Xixiang, not for dealing with the disciples below." Without allowing her to say more, he clenched his fist, flames flickering as a threat, causing her to panic and break into a cold sweat. After thinking carefully, he spoke again. "If I throw this punch, the cultivation you drained from Hong Xixiang will surely dissipate." Her face turned pale, and she quickly said, "Yes, today we caught a female disciple and locked her in the water prison. There are also some disciples who refuse to obey Buhi, they are locked in there as well." After getting the answer he wanted, he stood up confidently and folded his arms. It seemed that to finish this matter, he had to rescue the resisting forces trapped in the water prison. The man with glasses lowered his head, looking worried. After all, the water prison was an important place in Bayou Dong, heavily guarded. He glanced at the man with green hair and added, "Just relying on the few of us to break in there, it might be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." He turned his head, his words full of implication.
"The problem isn't that big, we can take advantage of the loophole." They skeptically asked again. "Take advantage of the loophole?"
Saying that, every detail was drawn out as he picked up his pen and smiled, surprising the two people beside him. When he finished, neither of them expected it, a mask. Hao Shuang put on the self-made mask and walked straight through, as if nothing had happened.
Xiao Yu followed closely behind.
The two guards, without suspicion, greeted them respectfully.
"Elder Bu, you're just walking right past them." "MHM."
She glanced at him, unable to help but marvel.
"Your imitation of the voice is really convincing. But what if we end up going back and forth like this? What if someone notices a flaw?" He remained calm, saying nonchalantly,
"I didn't expect you to be so proactive about caring for me." She recalled the seal on her waist with annoyance. "If you hadn't drawn that thunder rune on my stomach, I would have wished for you to drop dead right then and there." He seemed to have planned this from the start, suddenly turning and instructing her.
"Later, just follow me into the water prison.
Anyone who tries to stop me, I'll take care of them." Upon hearing this, she was left gaping in shock.
"You're really bold, aren't you? What if?"
He remained composed, casually extending his hand behind him as he took slow steps forward, unperturbed, leading the way to the water prison. "That said, you're still sticking close.
Are you afraid you won't die fast enough? You just have to drag me down with you."
When they arrived at the entrance of the water prison, the two guards were dozing off at the gate with two beasts. One of the guards let out a long yawn before being startled awake by a stick hitting his head. A lump appeared on his forehead, and both of them immediately turned around to look at Shin Hui, who angrily reprimanded them.
"What are you doing? Can't you sleep at night?" he sternly instructed.
"I've told you countless times, the people locked up in the water prison are all dangerous elements, you have to keep a close watch. They got too close, and now you see him lecturing the other two.
If I catch you doing personal stuff again, next month you'll be cleaning toilets." You're sweating nervously. "This is bad, that guy is a confidant of Bu He."
One of the guards, noticing this, spoke up in surprise, prompting Shin Hui to turn his head and look as well.
"Elder Bu?"
She anxiously covered her mouth and whispered to Hao Shuang.
"What should we do?" "Let's hurry."
He remained composed.
"It would be even more troublesome if they turned and left now. Relax, just follow me."
Shin Hui stepped forward and respectfully greeted.
"Elder Bu, aren't you resting? What brings you to this filthy place?" Her heart was uneasy. She stole a quick glance at him.
His name was Shin Hui.
He casually replied,
"I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll." His words left the old man looking dazed.
"Ha?"
Before he could say anything, Shin Hui asked,
"What are you doing here, Shin Hui?"
The guards couldn't help but laugh, teasing him as they repeated the words. He chuckled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head. "I'm patrolling here, making sure no one's being lazy and ruining anything for you." He maintained his cold demeanor.
"Good. However, I still have something more important that requires you to do immediately."
He bowed respectfully to receive the order. "Yes, sir, feel free to instruct me." Unexpectedly, he immediately continued, "Now, go outside and catch 99 frogs, 99 earthworms, and 99 water snakes right away." These words made him freeze in place, unable to react.
"Huh, this?"
The man stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and praised him with a few words that left him dumbfounded. "You must go catch them yourself."
I don't trust anyone else to do it. This is also an important test for you. Do you understand what I mean?
Upon hearing this, he was almost in tears, filled with determination as he said, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder.
I will run right out and catch them immediately."
She was astonished and sighed, "You truly are a cunning one. You've agreed to this request, that's too much praise. Just walk through the guards proudly.
I want to go inside and take a look."
The 2 guards stationed outside did not need to follow them. They bowed and accepted the command. Suddenly, the red-eyed beast, fur bristling, growled menacingly. She panicked, realizing too late that she had forgotten that these creatures could use their sense of smell to identify people.
This was a slip-up.
Immediately, 2 of the beasts were punched in the head, causing them to shut their eyes tightly, then they were scolded and told to keep quiet.
One even bared its teeth, ready to snap back.
The tip of the pipe, emitting smoke, was lying flat, while the 2 of them continued to walk through the gate. As they ventured deeper, he began to examine the structure of this place. He wondered how many people were imprisoned in this water prison, and although she had some doubts, she still answered. Several tens of thousands of people, all of them are those who refuse to obey Buhi.
You don't mean to rescue all of them, do you?
That would be very difficult. The further they went, the more the bitter, resentful words gnawed at the air.
Buhi, you have harmed Bayou Dong, you won't die peacefully. Even if I become a ghost, I will never forgive you, you witch.
Hao Shuang was quite pleased with this attitude.
Good, there was spirit in them.
She blushed slightly and pointed ahead.
You're looking for is her, right?
At the far end of the water prison, there was a cage placed separately. She was there, her eyes full of murderous rage and resentment, her hands tightly gripping the bars.
Buhi, I will definitely kill you. The 2 soldiers, still dazed, sat by the gate chatting.
You owe me 2 rounds of drinks.
How about it, huh? Another round?
The voice suddenly rang out, causing both of them to jump in surprise.
Buhi, along with a group of attendants, stood solemnly in front of them and said, "What are you 2 doing?
It's working hours, and you're here laughing and joking around.
What kind of behavior is this?"
They stared blankly, their faces contorted in shock, and screamed, "Why is there another person here?" She, with eyes blazing red, shot out bolts of lightning, her gaze full of hatred and fury as she roared, "Traitor, die for me!" Xiaoyu panicked for a moment, intending to turn and run, and fearfully shouted, "She's determined to take a life for a life." Hao Shuang crouched down and slammed her hand onto the ground, sending out a brilliant flash of light that ran along the surface of the water at 100 volts. The electric current quickly spread, paralyzing her body before she collapsed onto the water's surface. Hao Shuang glanced at Xiaoyu, who was trying to escape, and sneered, "What are you running for?
Isn't this already settled?"
Xiaoyu, though embarrassed, twisted her body and spoke, "What did you just do?"
"That was amazing. Can you do it again?"
Hao Shuang froze, staring at her with a surprised expression, muttering, "This woman is truly like a wolf or a tiger," thinking she's some kind of adult toy that's short-circuiting. After saying that, he stepped forward, helped her up, and placed her on his shoulder.
Xiaoyu continued to follow closely behind, not giving up, asking, "I'm serious, can I try again one more time?"
Hao Shuang responded bluntly, "Shut up, go outside first." He stopped, looked ahead with a mocking gaze, and said, "So it turns out that the whole group from earlier entered here.
Looks like he really didn't take a nap today." At that moment, Buhi commanded, "Catch him."
The group immediately advanced, surrounding the 2 of them. One of them shouted loudly, "Die, daring to impersonate Elder Bu, you can't be forgiven." Hao Shuang's eyes flashed with lightning, shouting, "Impudent." Immediately, the whole group lost control of themselves and kneeled down in unison.
One of them muttered in confusion, "What's going on? What just happened?" Suddenly my legs went numb.
Buhi trembled slightly, his face contorted in fear. Xiaoyu's face also flushed from the electric shock, and she excitedly exclaimed, "This time it's even more intense, he's releasing electricity again."
Another person looked around in confusion and said, "He must be the one."
Xiaoyu glanced at Hao Shuang with her captivating eyes, speaking softly, the man the sect leader has been searching for so desperately. Hao Shuang looked at the people before her and said with a growl, a bunch of fools, you can't even recognize a fake, what do you need all of you for? The people around her were confused, one of them muttered, he just let out a roar.
Our legs went weak, this must be the real Elder Bu.
The person beside them seemed to understand, turning to look with a horrified expression.
Could it be the fake one is?
Bu He, pretending to stay calm, spoke coldly, it's just a little trick, using electricity and water.
Do you really think you can fool me? Don't forget, you're in the water right now. If I wanted to take your life, it'd be as easy as flipping my hand. Hao Shuang blared and confidently replied, then go ahead and try.
Let everyone see how you plan to take my life with water. This sentence made the impostor feel a wave of fear, causing him to retreat. Hao Shuang raised his hand and gently moved it, causing a large mass of water to slowly accumulate in the palm of his hand.
No way, no way?
The water beneath his feet gradually gathered, forming a massive ball of water. The impostor, who had claimed to be the elder, panicked and retreated, mumbling, you don't even know a bit of water magic. He was enraged and snarled, just wait, I'll make you regret this.
He then kicked his subordinate beside him hard and commanded, what are you standing there for? Capture them.
The subordinate, though doubtful, did not dare to resist and immediately obeyed the command. The group of them rushed forward, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Hao Shuang only shouted one word, don't move. His words seemed to freeze the entire group, as if glue had stuck them to the ground, rendering them immobile. Seeing the dire situation, the impostor swiftly pulled a small dagger from his sleeve, his killing intent soaring as he charged forward, slashing at the necks of his subordinates. Fresh blood poured out, and one by one, they collapsed. Hao Shuang stood and looked on, softly sighing, such a cruel, treacherous move.
Xiaoyu frowned and asked him, how do you know he's an impostor?
He surveyed the chaotic scene before him and explained, he used you to gain access to Hong Xiang's job, which was already very suspicious. The thinking of an elder from any sect wouldn't differ too much from that of the sect leader. Bringing in an outsider to probe is too risky, unless he doesn't know any of the sect's magic.
He continued, confirming, it seems I was right.
The impostor gritted his teeth, angrily saying, Han Shui, damn it, the situation I've worked so hard to set up for a whole year has been ruined by you bastards. In a fit of rage, he charged forward, leaping towards the two, shouting, die. The masked man hissed, swinging a knife at them. You brat, your day has come. Just as the blade was about to strike Hao Shuang, Xiaoyu, in panic, quickly warned, be careful. But before she could finish her sentence, she realized the impostor's feet were trapped by water, making him hover in the air in panic. The surface of the water continued to churn, creating waves. Immediately, he was slammed by the water into the cave wall. His subordinates, frightened, stood in stunned silence, watching him mockingly, already knowing he would make a move. Ka Kan, who had somehow woken up on Hao Shuang's shoulder, was still casting a spell. I was waiting for the right moment. He came closer, and now it's time to act.
Moments later, she hung the impostor upside down.
Furious, he roared, you trash, I should have killed you earlier. After being dropped to the ground by him, she angrily waved her hand, muttering, speak properly. He was thrown and slammed hard against the walls of the cave, causing his face to bruise and his mask to shatter. With regal composure, she continued to turn her hand, I want to see who dares to impersonate Elder Bu and cause trouble in Bayou Dong. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from his direction, straight down to the ground, leaving her stunned. Then, as quick as lightning, he darted past everyone and escaped, prompting him to exclaim, his martial skills may be lacking, but his ability to run is truly impressive. It turned out he had severed one of his legs, and Xin Luji had to admit, but this person is ruthless and resolute, to decide to give up a leg in the blink of an eye. Deep within Bayou Dong, Xin Hui was still searching tirelessly as Hao Shuang had instructed, exhausted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, a stone flew straight at his head, causing him to erupt in anger. He crushed the stone in his hand, who wants to die? It was Buhi in disguise, limping as he walked, blood still dripping from the other leg.
Calmly, he said, what is it that frightens you? Shinhui moved forward to help him. Elder Bu, what happened? Where's your leg? Where did it go? He glanced at her and spat out, shut up, listen to me. If you still want to inherit my position, to become the Grotto Lord in the future, then immediately take over my work on the other side. Xiang was lying unconscious on the sickbed, and Lu Ji stood beside her, filled with sorrow. Master, master. She frowned and glared at the group of people. What exactly did you do to him? Why has my master turned into this? Xiaoyu, frightened, stammered, hiding behind Hao Shuang, I was forced to. He captured me and said that he would only release me after completely draining Hong Xian's cultivation. Shuiyun stepped closer, took the cup of water beside her, and frowned as she observed, the cup has been laced with heart-cleansing fungus. If consumed over a long period, the meridians will weaken gradually, and eventually, death will follow. It seems like Buhi intends to force him to death. Lu Ji, furious yet helpless, said, I never expected that the elder would turn out to be a fake. What exactly is his goal? Hao Shuang, standing beside them, furrowed her brows and explained, it seems that heavenly phenomenon enlightenment is very likely his backing. That also explains how they managed to get Hong Xiang's token during the hero competition. She clenched her fists in anger and said, no matter who he is, I will catch him and tear him to pieces. Suddenly, a person with black hair flashed by and exclaimed, Big sister, it's too late. There are many people outside surrounding our cave. Hearing this news, he was also somewhat panicked. The leader is that imposter, along with Shinhui as well. A group of people stood tall before the sky. Shinhui, a little frightened, asked, Elder, who are these people? Why are they hiding in the canyon outside? He replied indifferently, without bothering to look back, this is not important. Just remember, they are the allies who will help us reclaim Bayou Dong. Shinhui looked towards the cave entrance, silently thinking, after all, Bayou Dong has been heavily guarded for so many years. If we want to launch a strong attack, it certainly won't be easy. The imposter, angered, his eyes bloodshot and full of killing intent, said, outsiders definitely can't break in, but if we had planted mines beforehand, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Lu Ji, leading 18 people, his eyes full of determination, clenched his fists with great enthusiasm, kill whoever comes. Hao Shuang, standing beside him, was also resolute. It was clear this person had prepared beforehand. In such a short time, he had already gathered all the people to storm the mountain. Shinhui hovered above, announcing, the disciples of Bayou Dong, you have all been deceived. He shouted loudly, Sua Lu Ji has conspired with outsiders, harmed the Grotto Lord, and forced Elder Bu. Everyone, you must open your eyes and see clearly. Lu Ji extended his arms forward, making a gesture, and snapped angrily, shut up, you traitor of the sect. As his hands came together, massive waves surged out. Shinhui was startled, exclaiming, that little brat is playing dirty, not even letting me finish before attacking. The torrent charged directly towards them, the water rising violently, but to their surprise, it was easily blocked. Shuiyun, a bit flustered, realized that Jin Zhengzhou was a master from Yunya Cave. Could it be that these people were all from the 21 caves? She remained determined, rallying the spirits of those behind her. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself came, they would not let anyone break into Bayou Dong. The disciples, hearing the order to form a formation, were taken aback. Everyone behind her voiced in unison. Hao Shuang, standing beside, sensed something was wrong and hurried forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't do anything rash. I'm sure he has another trick up his sleeve. The impersonator, exuding a murderous aura, grinned wickedly. It's time. Immediately, colorful auroras appeared in the sky, dazzling in their brightness, causing the group to inhale the dust. They coughed violently, and Shuiyun warned, this is bad, it's fragrant paralysis powder. If inhaled, it will disperse all your internal energy, rendering you unable to move. Hao Shuang held his breath and clasped his hands, wind technique. He took a deep breath and blew out a massive wind vortex, sweeping away the dust and air from earlier with one exhale. Xinhui was astonished. Isn't that kid a disciple of Dragon and Tiger Mountain? How can he be so skilled? Lu Ji, surprised, looked at him. He didn't expect him to know so many techniques. Hao Xuan quickly made an excuse. I only know a little. Focus on the task at hand. How many people can still move?
Shui Yun scoffed. Apart from us, nearly the entire army has been wiped out.
Damn, this is too vicious.
I didn't expect them to have hidden toxic gas traps that could explode from a distance inside the cave. The impostor glanced at Xinhui. Elder Shin, it's your turn to clear up the sect. He clasped his hands together and smiled confidently. I obey. Immediately, they charged forward. All that could be heard was the rush of wind.
Lu Ji's body glowed with light as he roared, Come on, today I'll risk everything with you.
But she was immediately pulled backward, her face filled with confusion as she couldn't understand what was happening. It turned out that the two were pulling her deeper into the cave.
He said, There are too many enemies, we can't fight them. Let's run first.
She angrily struggled, Let go of me, I won't let them escape.
He ordered, Capture them.
Inside the room, Xiaoyu heard the explosion and was terrified, not knowing what had happened.
What was that explosion just now?
At this moment, they had just returned to the room.
He said, What time is it now, and you still want to bring Hong Xixiang along? You don't understand. If you want to take Bayou Dong, Hong Xixiang must die.
Otherwise, no matter what, Hong Xixiang could jump out and declare that he wants to kill everyone. Immediately, he led the group running after him.
Xiaoyu wondered, Why are we running? What happened? What are we going to do? He explained, Buhi has already brought in experts, how can we stay here? Shui Yun, carrying Xixiang on his back, moved through the narrow cave, like a maze. Escaping through the underground river wouldn't be as easy as that.
He had vaguely opened his eyes from the moment they entered the long table cave. He always had to glance at Hong Grotto Lord to make sure he was awake. His health was still weak, and he coughed a few times.
Lu Ji turned back, worried.
Hong Xixiang regained his composure and sternly said, Stop talking, hurry to the end of the cave.
I know a secret passage. No one else can find it except me.
The scene shifts to some time later. The group of Xinhui arrives to search the place but finds nothing. Over here, there's no need to go further ahead. I'm sure standing above, looking down, sweating but still feeling a bit of relief.
For now, we're safe.
I'm certain they won't be able to find this place. He had regained his strength, closed his eyes, and said, It's my foolishness that led to my betrayal.
Now, to acquire Bayou Dong, there is only one last way left.
With determination, he continued, I will pass on the strongest skill of Bayou Dong, the 3 texts of divine arts to everyone. If you can master this cultivation method, then there is nothing to fear from those outside.
Hao Shuang and Lu Ji were bewildered. Just like that, you'll pass it on to us?
Xixiang squinted, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and painstakingly said, The 3 texts of divine arts are the unparalleled techniques of our sect since its founding. Though the secret mantra has been passed down through generations, no descendant has been able to fully comprehend it. If it were not so, Bayou Dong would have already earned fame throughout the world. He sat upright and gestured, Today, you risked your lives to save me, which means there is some fate between us.
I will pass on the mantra to you. If you can truly understand it, it will be because of destiny.
But if not, please take this mantra with you, as a symbol of Bayou Dong's strength. From now on, the debt of helping to drive away the invaders will be considered settled.
Hao Shuang's face tightened, understood.
Although we are outer disciples, we will do our utmost to protect the legitimate Bayou Dong.
Lu Ji rubbed his eyes, Master.
He closed his eyes tightly, focusing intensely, as golden flames flickered around him. Listen closely, the mental technique of the 3-pattern technique. After a while, the other side is still desperately searching.
The impostor continued to command all his subordinates, Search thoroughly, don't miss any trace.
Xinhui, standing nearby, asked in confusion, Elder, those people are nowhere to be seen. They took Hong Si-xiang with them.
He was furious. That brat is clever.
He knows that as long as Hong Si-xiang is alive, we won't be able to officially take over Bayou Dong.
He's worried. Could they have escaped by water? Let's chase after them.
But the person was very calm and certain that Si-xiang's body was like a lamp with no oil left. If they went into the water, they're as good as dead.
They must still be in this cave. Have the disciples of Bayou Dong awakened yet? How many are willing to submit to us?
Seeing this, Xinhui extended his hand toward the group of people bowing their heads, showing off, at least 6 of them.
Lock up the stubborn ones. They immediately obeyed the order, following the elder's command.
The impostor's face hardened. Very well, release the venom-spitting lizard beast. If we can't find them with our eyes, we'll use our noses. On the other side, he was still teaching them public law, while Xiaoyu stood alone from afar.
Have you all remembered the mindset I taught you?
They replied in unison, we've remembered, Master.
We have memorized it.
As soon as the words left his mouth, it seemed as though he had shed all his worries and fell backward.
Now I can rest easy. Lu Ji, sitting beside him, was crying miserably.
Master. The other 2 didn't know what else to say, but suddenly, he sprang up and shouted, I'm not dead yet.
Why aren't you off to cultivate?
This caused Lu Ji to be startled.
Yes.
Hao Shuang seemed to sense something and immediately spoke up.
Hey, there's a noise.
It turned out that the beast they had released was starting to track their scent. It seemed to have sniffed it out and rushed forward.
The group chased after it, sensing that there was a clue in this direction.
Xiaoyu, standing behind Hao Shuang, was panicked. She clung to the stone wall, as the venom-spitting lizard beast was as sharp-nosed as a dog.
Looks like we're in trouble this time. She hesitated and said, maybe I can help. This took the 2 of them by surprise.
Around her, dark purple miasmic air swirled. She spoke softly.
My magic works not only on humans but also on animals.
The beast took a deep breath to search, but immediately circled around the rock outcrop. They stood behind, chasing after it, and found it over here. But when they glanced inside, he smiled in delight. Finally, we've found it.
This credit belongs to us.
However, to their surprise, they saw 2 spirit beasts engaged in lewd acts with each other. They were all startled and had to run back to report.
All the venom-spitting lizard beasts had become lustful. Xinhui was confused, not understanding what was happening.
Suddenly, one of the beasts climbed up his leg, its face full of lust. He wasn't frightened, instead, he immediately kicked it aside. Get lost. The impostor gritted his teeth in discomfort. All right, you little brat. On the other side, Xiaoyu was still trying to cast magic, sweat pouring down his face, looking as though he was about to collapse from exhaustion. With my mind, I can maintain this for 6 hours, but any longer and I won't be able to hold on.
How do we escape?
You all need to figure out a way quickly, Shuaiyun said resolutely. The body of Hong Grotto Lord is too weak, we can't use the underwater secret passage to escape.
The only option is to break through the encirclement.
Seeing Lu Ji struggling, Hao Shuang said, no rush, let Lu Ji finish practicing the 3-pattern technique.
Then we can break through the encirclement and leave without issue.
But suddenly, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He hurriedly moved to her side, reached out to support her, and asked,
What's wrong? She wiped the blood from her mouth, struggling to speak. I can't.
I was circulating my energy using the technique my master taught me, but I felt my inner elixir becoming unstable. If I continue, I fear I might overexert myself. Shuaiyun looked at Si Xiang, who was lying unconscious, puzzled.
Could it be that Lord Hong Grotto misremembered the technique's formula?
Hao Shuang propped his chin and thought for a moment. No, I tried it just now and felt there was absolutely no issue.
This left Lu Ji astonished.
His internal energy worked immediately.
He nodded. That's right,
If you don't believe me, look at the first level of the 3-pattern technique. The body, mind, and intention have already been mastered. This surprised both of them, leaving them bewildered. Shinhui, standing beside them, spoke cleverly. Elder, who is it that requires your personal reception? The impostor, standing behind, said sternly, it is a distinguished guest, someone who can help me achieve my goal. He seemed a little alarmed, sweating profusely. What? Is there someone who understands Bayou Dong better than we do? He recalled the person when he heard him say, they've arrived. Standing in front of them were 2 people. The other one sat nonchalantly and asked, where is he? He bowed and answered, he's still in the cave, but has already fled. The man stepped aside, and a mummified demon, exuding malevolent energy, appeared. He furrowed his brows and said, I had already anticipated this, that's why I brought him here. The other person leaned in and whispered, Great Demon King, do you think intervening like this might be too risky? He calmly responded, that's why we absolutely cannot let Hao Shuang's group escape this time. When you cut grass, you must uproot it completely. They ventured deeper into the cave. The demon seemed to sense something, its eyes gleaming, and immediately looked towards the rock formation. The other person smirked, having found it. At this moment, Hao Shuang was still confident about the shape-forming technique he had just created, which was equivalent to recreating another water-based clone. By adjusting the density of his body's surface, he could reinforce its defensive power, like a suit of steel armor, and could freely control its transformations, launching attacks in various weapon forms. Si Xiang stood beside, quite surprised, unable to refrain from asking. Did you used to study the martial arts of our Bayou Dong? He was somewhat confused. Apart from learning a few beginner-level techniques for fun, he hadn't delved deeper into any advanced water techniques, let alone the martial arts of Bayou Dong. Hearing this, Lu Ji widened his eyes as if he had been enlightened. Could it be that the essence of the 3-pattern technique required talent? That only those without a foundation in the art could truly have an awakening? He grimaced and said. However, the 3-pattern technique is a high-level martial art of water techniques. Right now, you are nothing more than an empty vessel. Once you face a true expert, you will fail. Only with a deep foundation in water techniques can one truly unleash its full potential. He shook his head in frustration. Well, never mind. In the end, I'm just practicing it for fun. Suddenly, Lu Ji seemed to realize something. He turned his head and said, Someone's coming, a lot of them, and they're rushing towards us. Shuayun was a little startled. Could it be that we've been discovered? She was also sweating profusely. It's possible. The targets of those people are very clear, they must have used a new method to find our location. Hao Shuang stood up, frowning. It seemed the only option was to forcibly break through the encirclement. He weakly coughed a few times. It was impossible to risk confronting those bad people head-on. He knew that you were skilled in thunder techniques, and surely you had set up lightning resistance charms all around the cave. If you acted recklessly, you would only end up hurting yourself. She was frightened, not knowing what to do, but staying here to let others slaughter them was not an option. He spoke with difficulty. There is still one last method. He pointed at Xiaoyu. You should transfer the cultivation power you absorbed from me to Hao Shuang. This left her in a state of shock, her mouth hanging open. Ha! Hao Shuang was also stunned, not understanding what was going on. That seems inappropriate, doesn't it? After all, it's your power. It would be better to wait until you're fully recovered before taking it back. I can't wait any longer. He still tried to articulate each word carefully. As for the state of my body, I knew it clearly in my heart. Every minute that passed, the hope for survival grew smaller and smaller. He awkwardly turned back to look at her. I remember you said that only through simultaneous cultivation could it be done. She immediately waved her hand, laughing awkwardly as she explained, that was just a way to deceive Bu He. Actually, there is a more effective method. He was a little surprised. A more effective method? She glanced at Lu Ji, then said, perhaps I need 3 minutes. Lu Ji seemed to understand,
replying seriously, "Got it, I'll keep them occupied." Then, turning back to face him, she said, "Stay right there, don't move, relax a bit." He was still confused, but followed her instructions. Immediately, she clasped her hands together, a green aura surrounding her, and then she swiftly extended her hand to push it into the air. A large vortex gradually appeared. Her face turned pale as she directly pushed the energy into him. The light pierced through his body, leaving him stunned. The people outside began to calculate. The leader said, "Is there any chance that the thoughts and spiritual energy we've gathered from Hong Xixiang will be taken away by Hao Shuang?" The other person simply laughed sarcastically, "Well, that would be great. I was actually hoping he would help me." The old man with silver hair was suspicious. "What do you mean by that?" He smiled sinisterly and explained, "In order to inherit Hong Xixiang's cultivation, I have intentionally disabled the spiritual energy in my body. Apart from my physical skills, the spiritual pills are completely gone. In the future, when I inherit it, I won't be affected by any discordant spiritual energy and risk falling into madness." He still had doubts, but Hao Shuang's physique is different from others. Can he cultivate multiple methods with important attributes at the same time? The old man answered confidently, "If his talent is outstanding enough, of course, he can possess multiple attributes. But I've already taken certain precautions with him." After saying this, his eyes turned bloodshot, exuding a sharp, intimidating aura as he smiled maliciously. The cultivation transmitted from her body would be like a bomb, capable of turning anyone who came into contact with other types of spiritual energy into dust in the blink of an eye. A green light gradually seeped into his body, and a wave of energy surrounded him, which he could even feel himself. He never expected that cultivation could be transferred in such a way truly rare and unusual. Hong Xixiang sitting next to me also exclaimed in surprise, completely unaware that I had exerted all my efforts for so many years to confront Dragon Lake Mountain, only to ultimately let the disciple of the Heavenly Master acquire this treasure of the time. After a while of transferring energy, suddenly, my older brother felt dizzy, everything turned upside down, and his body emitted small flashes of lightning. His eyes turned bright yellow. He let out a roar that shook the heavens, and with just that one roar, the rock wall beside him exploded into pieces. The scattered stones caused Xiaoyu to panic. She quickly hugged her head tightly, her face filled with dread as she turned around, her face as pale as a sheet. "What's going on?" he asked in shock, his eyes wide open. The two different types of magic were clashing against each other. It shouldn't be possible. Clearly, he has successfully mastered the three-pattern technique. How could it clash with his own thoughts? The energy kept surging uncontrollably, and he panicked. "The cultivation has been transferred, something's wrong, I can't control the lightning technique." He limped as he stood up, leaning against the wall, and electric currents from his body shot out everywhere. Xiaoyu, terrified, quickly covered her ears. He shouted loudly, "Did Bu Hijia do something to you?" The girl, in a panic, hurriedly explained, "Earlier, he told me to drink a bowl of medicine, saying that if I wanted to run, I would die. He didn't do anything else." His face darkened, beads of sweat forming. "Then it's true. He used charms to leave a mark on you. If he tries to absorb your vital energy, he will be attacked by the energy that has already recognized its master." Electric bolts radiated from his body, continuously shooting in all directions, and the blackness in his eyes had vanished. He screamed hopelessly. He continued, "So, it's not the thunder technique in Hao Shuang's body expelling the water technique, but the thunder technique's protective reaction to its master." Xiaoyu, worried, asked, "What should we do now?" He was sweating profusely, thinking with difficulty, "At this point, there's nothing more we can do. We'll have to leave it to fate." Lu Shi stood frozen, holding the silver-haired man, then hurriedly turned his head, confused. "What was that sound?" It sounded like Hao Shuang. Seeing this, he became somewhat anxious, turned around, and said to her, "Let me go check it out." She glanced ahead, hesitated, and said, "It's too late now, all of them have already moved in front, they're here." He immediately retreated behind the rock outcrop. "The movements are too fast, how could they pinpoint our location so accurately?" She widened her eyes, unable to comprehend, or maybe they started moving very smoothly? It must be the bandaged monster in front of us. I should deal with him first. At once, the bandaged demon lord pointed ahead, as if to say something.
The person beside him seemed to immediately understand, throwing two throwing darts toward it.
Luji panicked when she saw two arrows heading straight for her, and in an instant, the rock outcrop was blasted to pieces.
She had to crouch down, while the silver-haired person had to prop himself up with his sword, sweating.
Damn it, you, again, if you don't hurry back to Qingqing Mountain and follow Hao Shuang, you'll just be bringing harm to yourself.
Immediately, he jumped into the air, grabbed two swords, and said seriously, I'm willing. He struck fiercely at the other person, but was instantly blocked.
He frowned, if that's the case, I'll just have to send you to your death in Bayou Dong. He ground his teeth and said, let's see if you have the skill to do that, and then launched a series of chaotic, wild strikes at him. The people behind also quickly ran up, definitely someone inside there. They were all terrified when they saw the fight between the two.
Immediately, the guards were trapped inside a water bubble, making Boo-hee grit his teeth in anger.
You!
Lushi trembled a little but still tried to cast a spell. As long as I'm here, no one gets through. The Demon King summoned a group of black crows, which rushed to attack Luji, leaving her no time to react. The other person laughed wickedly and stepped inside.
I've won. Even Hong Xixiang can't stop me.
At that moment, a fist appeared in front of him, landing a punch that made him spit blood.
It was Hao Shuang, who simply said, "Shut up already. Don't you know there will be an echo in the cave?"
Shui Yun, standing below, saw this and felt relieved, knowing immediately that Hao Shuang was fine. The other person turned back, Hao Shuang. He seemed somewhat displeased.
Senior brother, you really want to send me to my death, don't you?
The mask had been punched off to one side. The impostor wiped his mouth with his hand, sensing the aura of Hong Xixiang on him.
How could this be? I can't believe my curse failed.
He laughed wickedly. My dear junior brother, you really have a strong life force.
But I'm afraid this time you won't make it out alive.
Immediately, the group of people threw a talisman onto the stone wall. Xinhui immediately ordered them, disciples of Bayou Dong, follow my command and set up the lightning protection spell. All of them received the command and continuously pasted talismans on the wall. Soon, all the talismans were aligned in a row. The wind began to howl.
He also sneered, this lightning protection spell doesn't cost anything to buy, huh?
The whole mountain cave is about to be covered with your talismans. Xinhui drew out a blade and took a fighting stance, responding with disdain. As long as it can stop your thunder magic, then go ahead and strike with all your might.
Without hesitation, he rushed forward, disregarding everything. Bu Elder, there's no need for you to take action, I can handle him myself.
This was a rare opportunity to showcase himself in front of his fellow martial artists and the disciples of the sect. If he could kill him single-handedly, he would become famous. He immediately grinned, his expression devoid of humanity, and charged toward him. It was his only chance to make a name for himself. Seeing that the other remained still, he first stood there, provoking him, thinking that the other would be too scared to move. Immediately, the sword slashed towards his face.
He shouted, "End it."
But instead of dodging, he used one hand to block the sword. His eyes had lost their pupils.
His senior brother, standing beside him, was stunned and had to exclaim, "What?"
Bu-hee feigned fear, his face dripping with sweat.
The water shield could break the water sword. Could it be the three-tiered divine skill?
Xinhui stood agape, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. His unrivaled water sword had been defeated. He stepped back, gathered momentum, and threw a punch. "Sorry, I broke your water sword.
To show my apologies, let me give you a gift."
The man trembled, raising his hands in surrender.
"Wait, actually, I really admire you. How about we become sworn brothers?"
"Please accept my gesture, brother." Before he could finish his sentence, a single punch sent him flying 8 meters away.
"I don't have an older brother as old as you."
That one punch shook the very earth, sending a massive beam of light straight up into the sky.
Lu Ji fled, sighing, "Is this the power of the three patterns divine art? This is only the first level of its realm, yet it's already enough to easily crush Shin Hui."
Bu He pretended to be terrified, his face pale. "Impossible. Even if Hong Si Xiang taught you the three-pattern technique, even if you're more intelligent than others, how could you inherit his way of thinking?
Clearly, I added the seal, so how could you remain unharmed?" He responded indifferently, frowning slightly, and said calmly, "I just thought, if I could learn from him and abandon my martial arts, would the seal treat me as him? I tried, and the result was smooth, absorbing the cultivation into my body."
After saying this, he was stunned and stepped back.
"How could you do that?
You just abandoned your martial arts and yet you're strong enough to stand here." "I had to rest for 3 months before I could barely walk again." He snapped his fingers and laughed coldly. "Actually, I didn't abandon my martial arts, I just temporarily disconnected from them." Inside, Hong Si Xiang and Xiaoyu were still standing next to an indistinct, glowing figure. He marveled, never expecting this could be done, truly an eye-opening experience. Bu He pretended to be furious, his teeth grinding in anger.
Despite using a clone to push his thoughts away, how did he not think of this method? 30 years of hard-earned cultivation, wasted.
Immediately, he moved toward Lu Ji, sneering, "Since it has come to this, and you're already crippled, there's no need to fight anymore, right?
Why not talk things out? Tell me about the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment, would you?"
His senior brother stepped forward, his face grim and his teeth gritted as he said,
"Junior, are you still this Na-VE?"
He sneered contemptuously.
"With me here, how could I possibly let you have things your way?"
Hao Shuang sighed in exasperation and said, "Brother Bei, I truly don't understand what grudge exists between us.
Why must you push me into a corner like this?" He laughed wickedly. "Clearly, you are a demon, yet Master took you as his disciple. I will never allow this to happen.
When you die, Master will re-evaluate things, recognize me, and Dragon and Tiger Mountain will be in my hands." Hao Shuang chuckled bitterly.
"Well, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed then. The letter I asked you to deliver earlier contained a coded message. Master already knows you're the traitor."
Upon hearing this, his face turned pale, confusion spreading across his features, as though he wanted to vanish on the spot. The young man scratched his head, watching as the anger built up in his senior brother, the flames of fury starting to ignite.
"Sorry about that, but even if you kill me, I'm afraid you won't inherit Master's position."
The more furious his senior brother became, the fiercer the flames of anger blazed. He shouted, "Tear him apart for me!" Immediately, the Demon King lunged forward without hesitation, aiming for him, but unexpectedly, a water shield blocked his path. However, his hand still managed to penetrate the shield and continued toward him. Lu Ji, standing beside him, was alarmed and cautious.
Perhaps he was someone from Mang Mountain.
Upon hearing this, his face turned pale. He who wears the mountains and rivers beneath his feet, the memories flooded back.
Hao Shuang's parents were desperately fleeing deep into the forest. They ran, panting heavily. The mother glanced back in panic and asked, "Are they catching up? What should we do?" Immediately, the father set Hao Shuang down gently and said, "Hao Shuang, hide here." The boy, frightened, struggled to remember the image of his parents. They kindly reassured him, "Don't be afraid, we will lead the bad people away and come back to get you later. No matter what happens, don't make a sound, okay?"
Tears streamed down his face, each word from his parents carved deeply into his mind. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to stay silent. Immediately, the two of them led the crowd and continued running. The father called out, "Mei Su, hurry up." However, at that moment, an arrow shot through her leg, causing her to fall to the ground. The father hurriedly stopped, calling her name, Mei Su. Immediately, the pursuer arrived. He had a vicious face and coldly said, "The Demon King, he who wears the mountains and rivers beneath his feet, has agreed, and yet you dare refuse? Your crime is worthy of death."
Without hesitation, he raised his sword, preparing to strike. Mei Su tried to speak her last words, "Go quickly." But the father could not give up. He turned around and shouted, "Don't!" However, it was too late. With a single strike, Mei Su's blood splattered into the air. The father, furious, yelled and summoned a surge of electricity around his hand, rushing to attack the enemy. But with one blow, his head was severed from his body. He collapsed immediately. The cold-hearted villain turned back and asked, "Where is the child?" Hao Shuang was hiding nearby, trembling and too scared to make a sound. He looked around for a moment, sighed in frustration, and turned away. "Let's go," he directed the next monster. Tears welled up in his eyes, and fear gripped him so tightly that he could only stand there, staring in horror. Recalling each scene, Hao Shuang's face turned grim as he murmured, "The Demon King, he who wears the mountains and rivers beneath his feet. I never expected you to be his followers." The impostor sneered derisively, "It's too late to realize now. You're about to become a corpse." He raised his hand, conjuring a surge of sinister energy. Lu Ji, standing beside him, shouted in panic, "This is too dangerous." She could sense the severity of the situation. In an instant, a long sword pierced through the Demon King's body, lifting him into the air. The impostor, witnessing this, was struck with terror. What? How could it erupt like this? Such a fierce attack. His senior brother, standing calmly beside him, said confidently, "Even if you stab him 1,000 times, it's useless. He's a living corpse, incapable of feeling pain." He arrogantly continued, "Demonic magic attack. Let's see how you defend yourself." Despite having multiple holes pierced through his body, the Demon King stood firm, exuding the form of a bizarre creature. Lu Ji, filled with fear, warned, "This move is extremely dangerous, Hao Shuang. Retreat quickly." But he disregarded her warning, continuing to cast his spell with a composed expression. Suddenly, the monster's leg was held tightly, unable to move. It realized it was sinking into something like a swamp. Immediately, it was swallowed by the ground, causing Bei to panic. "What the hell?" He quickly turned around and shouted, "You all chase after it, take care of it." Before he could finish speaking, a flash of light startled him. The arrow had pierced straight into his pupil. Hao Shuang shouted, "Tell me everything about the Demon Emperor, or I'll kill you." The arrow, right in front of his face, made him step back in fear. "I didn't expect you to dare." The impostor behind him intended to attack, but just as the two swords were about to strike him, they were blocked by a shield. He gritted his teeth. "You actually blocked it. Did you grow eyes on your back or something?" Lu Ji was astonished. Hao Shuang hadn't seen his movements, he had sensed it. Hao Shuang had already reached the level of water perception. Now, everything around him was like a GPS, with the water acting as his eyes, ears, and even his skin. Hao Shuang calmly turned around and said, "Hong Grotto Lord has passed on all his life's cultivation to me, so you understand." He gritted his teeth in anger. "I've worked so hard on this plan for so long, and now a beast like you gets to benefit from it?" Immediately, he turned his fury into slashes, shouting, "Give me back what's mine." Hao Shuang, feeling frustrated with the attacks, snapped his fingers, muttering something. A massive ball of water immediately slammed down on his head, creating a loud explosion that sent him crashing into a deep hole in the ground. Shen Hui stood beside, his face bruised on one side, stammering, "Is the elder really so easily dealt with?" A person standing beside him, in a panic, asked, "Elder Shen, what should we do now?" He spoke sternly, "Don't worry, stay calm. We are the legitimate Bayou Don. No matter what happens, we must maintain our dignity and absolutely cannot bow down to outsiders." The man was taken aback, turned around, and saw that the elder had already kneeled and was kowtowing. "I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly earlier and caused trouble for you. Please forgive my immature behavior." Hao Shuang, feeling disheartened, couldn't be bothered to pay attention to people like that. He said, "Tell the people from Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment outside that Booty has already lost all his momentum.
They should leave immediately, or we will go to full-scale war.
The man trembled. Understood, I will go right away.
Immediately, their group withdrew from the cave. The disciples of Bayou Dong, following orders, quickly drove the outsiders away, safeguarding the sect. The whole group of them left like beaten dogs with their tails between their legs. Lu Ji, standing beside, couldn't help but criticize. I have to say, Shen Hui really is a loyal dog. The old man with silver hair standing next to him immediately said, the people outside are also masters.
Do you think they will just retreat obediently? Hao Shuang couldn't be bothered to think much.
They had only come to seize the right to exchange positions. Now that Bu He was barely hanging on to half his life, there was no reason to continue the confrontation. Looking at the impostor lying on the ground, his teeth were all shattered, and it seemed like all his bones had been broken. Even if he was saved, he would be a cripple, but he still spoke arrogantly. I advise you not to be too optimistic. I'm still here. They won't retreat. But immediately, someone came to report, causing his face to turn pale. The enemies outside had already retreated. Elder Shen was leading the disciples to rebuild the defenses. He was terrified. How could this be? Hao Shuang sneered disdainfully, Senior brother, no one is here to help you now. Are you still stubbornly trying to struggle? He tried to justify himself, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one.
Don't let anyone else interfere.
Hao Shuang shook his head and said, when it comes to experience in the martial world, you're still too inexperienced. Before he could think further, he was punched, his face caving in as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. Hao Shuang said sternly, who do you think you are to talk about conditions with me? There are only two choices now, either tell me everything, or die. He quickly panicked, frantically waving his hands, wait, I'll tell you everything, damn, why are you so hot-tempered?
Hao Shuang stepped forward and asked, what is your connection with the Demon King? Where can I find him? He is the one behind the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment.
He spoke with blood on his lips. 3 years ago, he contacted me and told me to inherit the position of Heavenly Master, with the condition that I join his ranks and serve him. I don't know where to find him, it's always him contacting me.
You want to betray your sect just for this? Hao Shuang questioned, you want to betray your sect just for this? He painfully explained, what do I count as? The most favored disciple? You're the one who should be. That old man never trained me to become his successor.
Hao Shuang's tone hardened, if that's the case, don't blame me.
He frowned, thinking.
Even with the Heavenly Master's arrival, at this distance, he wouldn't be able to avoid a fatal blow. Immediately, his eyes turned bloodshot, and it turned out that a sharp dagger was in his hand, with a decisive grip. The two people standing beside him were terrified dangerous, the distance was too close.
But unexpectedly, Hao Shuang remained calm. Did you forget the lightning protection spell inside the cave? Immediately, his face changed, realizing everything.
The light from the talismans they had earlier begun to explode. A moment of impulse had turned into an eternal grudge. He turned around, only to realize how deep the trick was. With a single blow, he collapsed, smoking on the ground. This person was in a miserable state. The two of them lowered their heads, looking at him and beginning to pass judgment. How do you plan to deal with him? Hand him over to the Heavenly Master? No need, he's already a cripple. With that, he didn't care and turned to leave. After all, they were brothers in the same sect. He threw him outside, leaving him to live or die on his own. She was quite surprised, unable to understand what he was thinking, but still followed his lead. The two of them carried him outside together. If you go outside and do evil deeds, you deserve to die. Hao Shuang must have softened his heart. You let the tiger back into the forest, later on, the consequences will definitely be unpredictable. His words sounded smooth. Do you want to test it? Then the two of them dropped him into the deep abyss. It was him who knocked the enemy down, and it was also him who defeated the enemy.
As for how to handle it, they would just listen to his arrangements. The two of them left, ignoring him as he lay beautifully on the ground, still with important matters to attend to. Such a shame. After being discarded, he slowly sat up, no longer needing to pretend. A demon standing at a distance saw this, and indeed, it was him. Hao Shuang's guess was correct, this person had only been pretending to faint. Immediately, the little weasel jumped down from the cliff, but as Hao had predicted, everything was just as expected. "Come on, obediently lead me to the ghost mountain," he said. Inside the cave, Hao Shuang was supporting Hong Xixiang, and the issue had been resolved. Bu He was a servant of the ghost emperor of Ghost Mountain. Suddenly, he coughed lightly, and eventually, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. All the disciples rushed over in panic. "Master!" Lu Shi supported him, listening to his final words. "My time has come, I can't live anymore. If I can drive out the invaders and protect the sect, that will be a good thing." He pointed forward. "After I die, the position of Grotto Lord of Bayou Dong will go to." No one expected that the person he pointed to was Hao Shuang. He spoke it out loud, and everyone was shocked. Hao Shuang inherits. He was very confused, continuously waving his hands. "No, originally, I am a disciple of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and moreover, I." Immediately, he tried to explain, "This is not an issue. You can cultivate the three texts' divine art, that is your fate. As for which sect you belong to, whether you're human or a demon, it doesn't matter." Then he spoke his last words, leaning against Lu Ji, "Remember the heart of the one who cultivates, to protect the world and all living beings." Everyone was in panic. "Master." They quickly erected a tombstone for him, the resting place of Hong Xixiang. She was in agony. "Master, you knew for sure that we would inherit your will, protect Bayou Dong, and uphold righteousness." She swore on herself. "The ones who harmed Master, we will make them pay with blood for their deeds." A person came forward respectfully to report. "Grotto Lord, the traitors, led by Shen Hui, have been captured and locked in the water prison, awaiting judgment." He frowned. "Keep them locked up for now, we might need them later." Xiao Yu shyly appeared and said, "It was me." He just turned his head without reprimanding her, though she had made a mistake, she had atoned with her actions, so he didn't press further. She frowned in sorrow. "Will you come with me?" He scrunched his face, his expression full of confusion and sweat. Lu Ji angrily clenched his fists. Was the woman still trying to cause trouble for Bayou Dong? She hurriedly waved her hand, explaining, "No, I mean no harm. I just want to invite you to meet my palace master." He was quite puzzled. Was the princess joking? She nodded, then added, "Her name is Tan Ji, palace master of the Jinu Palace. The palace master has been suffering from a strange illness for years, and I fear only you can save her." He was confused, his face showing skepticism. This seems to be troublesome again. Lu Ji stood in front of him, disagreeing. "She deserves it. Don't even think about tricking us into going there." He scratched his face, agreeing, "I don't know anything about medicine, but if she really needs help, you can invite her here instead." Xiao Yu tried to explain, "Of course, I know what you're worried about, but I also have a condition that you can't refuse. The power to ward off evil spirits is rare, and across the world, only my palace master can help you summon the spirits to the Mang Mountain." A servant entered and said, "Respected palace master, I've just received news that Xiao Yu has been missing for several days. She said she found a man who can cure your illness and is bringing him here." The girl with green hair spoke with conviction, "Don't meet those filthy men. None of them have good intentions when they approach the palace master. No, we cannot let men like them pollute our place." Saying that, she peeled a banana. "If it's Xiao Yu, then I'm quite at ease. Let them come here." She put the banana into her mouth and continued, "If he can't cure it, we'll lock him in the flower garden as fertilizer." Just in time for the flower season. Two palace maids who were patrolling the road talked together. "Did you hear? Another man is about to enter the mountain. Who is it this time?"
I heard that the palace master personally approved his entry to treat her illness. She shook her head and said, "Forget it, it's been years. Those men enter the mountain for the palace master's beauty, and there's no less than 80, if not 100. In the end, they all end up buried in the ground as fertilizer. Right, in my opinion, the palace master will no longer hold any illusions about men." Suddenly, she stopped, causing the person behind her to wonder, "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, a beam of blue light descended directly in front of them. Xiao Yu was behind, while he landed with his hand pressed to the ground, making a perfect landing. Immediately, the two others rushed forward. "Damn man, how dare you barge into the palace of the female cultists? You're dead." Xiao Yu quickly stood up to mediate. "Wait," she said. However, the sword couldn't even touch him. He merely knocked it aside and explained, "Calm down, I'm here to rescue your palace master." The two gritted their teeth, realizing that the full force of their attacks was easily blocked by him. "Too strong," Xiao Yu said from the side. "Sisters, it's a misunderstanding, it's me." Everyone was stunned. Xiao Yu. Then they turned to look at him suspiciously. "So, who are you?" she asked. "Quickly introduce me," he said. "I'm Hao Shuang, specially here to treat your palace master." He moved forward, not expecting the female cultists to harbor such hatred for men. Luckily, Shui Yun hadn't come yet. She explained from the side, "If you hadn't insisted on barging in from the mountain pass, there wouldn't be a problem." "You know," he sighed, "it's complicated. Time is of the essence, I need to hurry back to Bayou Dong. Xiao Shui could return at any moment." When they reached the gate, the green-haired girl appeared. The two maidservants beside her bowed respectfully and said, "Elder Lin." She stood tall in front of me, looking displeased, and spoke, "Xiao Yu, is he the divine doctor you brought here?" She bent over quickly, eager to explain, "Hao Shuang is exceptionally gifted, he can definitely cure the strange illness afflicting the palace master." He stood behind, his face turning pale. "Oh my god, how on earth did he end up with such a muscular physique?" She sneered, "A divine doctor?" Then, with one swift kick, she sent a blow straight toward him, stopping just before him. She was stunned. "Why didn't you dodge? You're sweating profusely." "The fact that I'm here means the palace master has already agreed to let me treat him." "If you kill me, wouldn't you have to pay the price with your life? So, I'm sure you wouldn't dare to harm me." She firmly replied, "You have guts, but you're wrong. Just because I haven't harmed you now doesn't mean I won't in the future. I've already prepared a spot for you in the garden behind." With that, she coldly turned away. "Follow me." He was confused. "What's in the garden behind?" Xiao Yu wept bitterly. "Big brother, when you're standing under the eaves, you must lower your head. Stop provoking them." The three of them entered inside. Lin Wufa respectfully said, "Palace master, Hao Shuang has been brought here." A voice came from behind the curtain, "If she's already here, then proceed with the treatment." Before she could react, he stepped forward. She panicked and said, "Why are you getting so close?" Without hesitation, he pulled back the curtain. How could one treat illness with the curtain still up? She was startled, her mouth agape. The vile man, she never expected him to dare. "Xiao Yu, get out." "Can't stand what I said? Can't bear to listen?" Immediately, he employed the water technique to break free from the lightning technique, and Wufa angrily charged toward him. What a shameless scoundrel, today he would personally tear him apart, this trash. At that moment, as she stood above him, she shouted, "Die for me." But she couldn't touch him, being repelled by a shield and sent flying backward. Tanji felt the mysterious power slowly spreading within her. The intoxicating and numbing sensation was incredibly effective. She was drenched in sweat, leaning back. Could it be that this man really could cure her illness? Wufa was in a panic. How could this be? Daring to make a move right under the nose of the Grand Sage? Where is he? Immediately, she pointed at him and shouted, "Protect the palace master, kill that pervert." The group immediately rushed in, weapons in hand, following her command. Suddenly, Tanji raised her hand to stop them. Wait, let her be surprised, Palace Master. Then she shyly said, I want him to take a look, everyone, please step back. Wufa stiffened, unable to hide her surprise at seeing the expression of a young girl. What exactly had just happened? After everyone had left, Tanji spoke again. Your name is Hao Shuang, right? He coldly replied, yes. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled faintly. Has Xiaoyu told you about my situation? He remained indifferent and replied, she said you are afflicted by a strange illness, and perhaps my physique could save you, so that's why I'm here. She rubbed her chin and smiled lightly. Is that so? You dare come to our female palace, you've got some nerve. If you're unable to cure it, you'll have to leave your life here. But if you succeed, I'll help you achieve financial freedom. Unexpectedly, he bluntly said, no need. My goal is the Ghost Emperor of Mang Mountain. You must lend me a hand. Hearing this, her face darkened, clearly showing her anger. She immediately drew a whip and lashed it toward him. She shouted, how did you know? Did that little brat Xiaoyu tell you? He quickly explained, don't get worked up, I have no idea about any grudge between you and he who wears the mountains and rivers beneath his feet. She only said you could help me defeat him. After thinking for a while, she felt his words made sense. It was true, she didn't know the full details. Why would he want to go up against the Ghost Emperor of Mang Mountain? He frowned and recounted the painful past. He sent people to kill my parents. I have a deep, unrelenting grudge against him. She couldn't understand it, so that was the reason. However, no one in this world could kill him. Even if a heavenly master came, they wouldn't be his match. But if you really can cure my illness, then I can offer you useful assistance. He smiled in joy. Where exactly do you feel uncomfortable? Why don't you tell me the details so I can understand better? She anxiously pointed to her abdomen. The area near my dantian is blocked and stagnant. Just now, when you released the lightning outside, I unexpectedly felt a warmth flow through my lower abdomen. He also bent down to examine it closely. Could it be that electricity has such a miraculous effect? She shyly blushed and punched him repeatedly in the face. You pervert! The force of her punches made him fall backward, his face covered in wounds. Feeling embarrassed, he said, What are you doing? I'm trying to treat your illness. She hurriedly drummed the village drum. I'm so sorry, I overreacted a bit. Saying that, he generated a small electric current in his hand. Sit still, let me use electricity for therapy. She leaned back, relaxing, then I'll leave it to you. He reminded her beforehand, it might hurt a little, try to endure. Saying that, he placed his hand on her abdomen. She suddenly flushed, feeling nothing. He became worried, how could this be? Can't it pass through the blanket? She also removed the blanket so he could place his hand directly on her lower abdomen, her face gradually turning redder. It's so comfortable. His eyes were covered, but he still asked, do you feel anything this time? She felt each wave of pleasure. I do, but I still can't unblock the spiritual energy in my dantian. Do you think we need to get closer? He broke into a sweat. We've already taken off the clothes, how much closer can we get? She was drooling, so the only option was to go inside. In the small room, there was only the dim light from the lamp. The two of them were in a state of intense passion, and the cramped space was filled with tension and desire. He was blindfolded with a thin black cloth, feeling every breath, every movement of her. Though he couldn't see, he could clearly feel the closeness between them. After hearing her words, he subconsciously felt his face flush, his heart race faster, and shyly asked, Are you implying what I think you're implying? She hesitated, her face turning as red as his, slightly flustered as she replied, What's wrong? Don't you feel like you're getting the better end of this situation? He quickly waved his hand, his face still slightly flustered, awkwardly explaining, Of course not, it's just that the master placed the golden light protection on me, making it impossible for me to get close to a woman, unless I give up the thunder technique clone. But if I do that, I won't be able to treat you with the thunder technique anymore, and that's a tough situation. She still blushed and looked up at him, her eyes shining under the dim light, gently responding, "It's just the golden light protection. If I were to face a true expert, I wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow, so you don't need to worry too much.
I will make it up to you 100-fold. Try it, and you'll understand."
He scratched his face, his voice growing awkward and uncertain.
"This really worries me."
She immediately sat up, placed her hands on her hips, her eyes slightly irritated and a bit pouty, her voice becoming sharper.
"Are you even a man? Do I have to take off the blindfold for you to actually do something?" Hearing that, sweat started to bead on his forehead. He replied, a little tense, "Of course, there's no need. The Lord has sacrificed so much, how could I dare ask for anything more?"
She kept her hands on her hips, looking straight at him, her tone firm.
"Good. My limit is this: if you do it with the blindfold on, I can accept it. But if anyone sees me like this, I won't forgive you."
He swallowed, a sense of discomfort rising in him. But then he reached out to untie his belt, his eyes darkened under the blindfold, yet he could feel the atmosphere growing more serious.
He thought to himself, "Now that it's come to this,
the matter of that thin layer of cloth, I'll never bring it up again, even if it costs me my life." He paused for a moment, then spoke.
"If that's the case, I'll do my best."
After he untied the belt, a strange light emitted from his body, which startled her. She quickly covered her mouth and eyes, her breath becoming more rapid. He helped her lie back down, his voice serious.
"Hurry. We don't have much time."
She hugged herself, her voice trembling slightly.
"As long as you can open the sealing mechanism, you can do whatever you want next."
He clenched his fists, his body exuding determination, and said,
"My lord, then I'll begin."
In his mind, the image was like a ship shooting through space, breaking through layer upon layer of barriers. He took a deep breath, then moved forward. She let out a sigh, when suddenly, a figure with green hair burst in from outside, shouting loudly, "Palace Master, I'm here to save you." But immediately, that figure was kicked flying back out before anyone could realize what was happening. Returning to her and him, the atmosphere once again sank into silence and tension. Still embarrassed, she said a bit shyly, "All right, hurry up and use the lightning technique, quickly." He immediately became serious and activated the thunder bow. The lightning technique fired out dazzling bolts of light, illuminating the entire room, making everything sparkle in the electric glow. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily, and said while working, "Phew, it really does have an effect." She quickly stopped him as she saw him about to withdraw, her voice urgent, "Wait, don't go outside yet, it's not done, what should we do now?" He calmly replied, "It's okay, I have another way to return, no problem."
She asked with a hint of doubt, "So it's working, right?" He answered, "Just try it and you'll see."
The image of a spaceship crashing into the universe reappeared in his mind, but this time, it was accompanied by brilliant blue lightning bolts, lighting up an entire corner of the sky. He wiped his forehead, wiped away the sweat, and said, "It's done.
I really can't feel the lightning technique anymore."
She lay beneath, tiredly sighing and said, "I feel the spiritual energy in my dantian has finally started to move again."
He looked at her and smiled back. Her entire body was emitting a mystical glow.
It was truly impressive. She was startled, turned around in surprise to look at him, and asked clearly, "You have your eyes covered, how can you still see?" He replied, frightened and worried, "This is really hard to explain.
I don't know how to put it."
He quickly pulled his pants up, explaining, "What I can see is just the result of my sensing abilities being quite strong." She glanced at him with an angry look, even acting excessively dramatic. A loud crack sounded, and in the blink of an eye, she used her powerful gaze to push him away, sending him crashing into the wall, shattering a large part of it. The dizziness left him unable to grasp the situation around him. At the same time, the blindfold had loosened and fallen off. She quickly used her abilities, wrapping a white cloth around her body, while he remained stuck to the wall. Panicked, he thought to himself that the situation was truly serious, his entire body suppressed, unable to move. It was clear that once someone had gotten what they wanted, they would turn on you. She used magic to lift a wooden stick beside her and then threw it, enveloped in a dark red light, toward him. He grew even more frightened and hastily said, "Hey, are you trying to kill me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the wooden stick shot directly toward a vital spot on him, forcing him to spread his legs to dodge the attack. After escaping from the wall, he panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, feeling his body was now able to move. He knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in thanks to the palace master for sparing his life. She looked at him and said, "My cultivation can recover, and you have contributed to that. As for today, it's over. You may leave." Nevertheless, he stayed kneeling, still asking, "How can I defeat the Ghost Emperor of Mang Mountain? Please, Palace Master, enlighten me." She glanced down, looking at him with annoyance, and asked, "Why do you keep wanting to seek out the Ghost Emperor of Mang Mountain to find death? I can't bring myself to kill you, but the Ghost Emperor is not as merciful as I am." He scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean by can't bring yourself?" Her question made her blush, and she turned away, speaking as if she didn't care about his life or death. "It's just that I can't bring myself to do that." "Forget it, anyway, a promise is a promise. I'll tell you everything I know." Scene change, the two of them were sitting outside. The table was laid with delicious food, which made the atmosphere lighter. She began to speak. 20 years ago, when I first took over this place, the Ghost Emperor of Mang Mountain suddenly sent someone to summon me to an audience." He repeated, puzzled, 20 years ago? She continued, "The secret technique of soul stealing that he practiced and the mysterious art of my lineage are very similar. Both can directly absorb the cultivation of others to use for oneself. He wanted us to offer our cultivation to become stepping stones for him to dominate the world. In order to prevent me from using the mysterious art to grow stronger, he sealed my core essence. My cultivation has been sealed for 20 years, and I can't break the seal. I never expected that you would be able to help me do it." He seriously listened to her and then asked, "How long has it been? Why hasn't he shown his face in the martial world anymore? If he could directly absorb the cultivation of others, he should have already dominated the world by now, right?" She answered him firmly, but with increasing fear. At that time, in addition to absorbing the cultivation of others, he was also searching for a lost secret scroll, the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens. He looked up at the sky and repeated, "The scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens?" She explained that this secret scroll, with its supreme yang energy, was the perfect counter to the dark, demonic cultivation of the Ghost Emperor. He dared not leave the mountain recklessly, afraid of secretly battling to refine this cultivation technique. He was surprised. "So, all these years, he's been searching for this martial technique? As long as he can destroy it, no one will be able to stop him anymore." This information was extremely valuable. "I will find the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens," he said. She replied, "The Ghost Emperor has been searching for it for decades but still hasn't found it. How could you possibly find it?" He stroked his chin, sat down, and said, "That's true. I wonder if my master knows about this." She was peeling a banana while saying, "The world is vast, and there must be a place where clues can definitely be found. Moreover, the forces of the Demon Emperor cannot infiltrate that place." He asked her curiously, "Where?" She continued eating the banana while saying, "The core of the heavenly way, the place where the heavenly mechanism is deduced, decides the fate of both the heavens and the earth." He broke into a sweat, realizing she meant the river diagram and Luo writing. He stood up, determined, and said, "All right, I'll go find my master and ask him to help me find the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens." She replied, "Why are you worrying so much?" She kicked his leg and said, "I told you, if you cure me, there will be a big reward for you." He blushed and asked, "What kind of reward?" She smiled and said, "My power is still slowly recovering. Remember to come find me next month, and I'll give you a part of my power." He awkwardly replied, "Does that mean it has to be through the method of dual cultivation? Clearly, you can't wait to kill me." She smirked maliciously. That's why, this month, you should focus on nourishing your body well for me.
If you can't enjoy it fully next time, you'll be in trouble. In his heart, he thought, what is this human suffering?
At that moment, several girls walked over. The one with green hair and a very fit body stepped forward and reported, Palace Master, we've caught a monster outside the mountain.
It says it has come to deliver a letter. The girl who was being imprisoned spoke up, release me. He turned around in surprise and, seeing the imprisoned girl, called her name, Xiao Shui. The imprisoned girl also called out, how?
Tan Ji commanded, let her go, she's one of us.
The girl with green hair obeyed, yes.
It turned out that the girl who had been captured was Xiao Shui. After being released, she rubbed her hands.
He saw this and asked, why did you come here? Did you find anything?
She replied, I've been tracking him all the way, and I discovered that Bayou didn't go to search for the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain.
On the contrary, he's heading back to Dragon Lake Mountain.
He rubbed his chin and said, he must have realized his identity was exposed.
Why would he return to a dangerous place like this? Could it be that he went to the mountain with another plan?
She smiled and said, he's truly fearless, daring to investigate the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain's whereabouts. Fortunately, that person didn't go to Mang Mountain, or else your little beauty wouldn't have come back. He clasped his hands together and thanked her, thank you for the reminder, Palace Master.
I must return to Dragon Lake Mountain.
She winked and teased him, saying, remember our agreement.
Come find me next month.
He broke into a cold sweat and replied, all right, I'll definitely come. The scene shifted to Dragon Lake Mountain, where inside a house, someone slammed their hand on the table, frustrated, and shouted, damn it, ever since he arrived, all our plans have failed.
What a damn bad luck.
An old man nearby spoke up, now that things have come to this point, we should prepare for war.
The white-haired man spoke again, Master, are you planning to make a move against the Heavenly Master? The old man replied, not yet. As long as he doesn't turn against us, we'll endure.
Let's not act rashly and deal with Hao Shuang first. The white-haired man hurriedly said, but he's truly devious, never missing an opportunity. The old man grinned maliciously, everyone has a weakness, especially a demon like him. Scene transitions, Luing slouched on the chair, mentioning Hao Shuang.
Ah, Hao Shuang, where the hell have you been? You've been gone so long, don't you care about me anymore?
She gazed out the window, lost in thought, when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She stepped outside to open it, wondering if someone had come to cause trouble again. Peering outside, she saw two girls who had just beaten two men senseless. One of them spoke first, this is already the fifth group this month. Ever since you stayed here, even the hooligans from down the mountain have no idea why they keep coming up here. The other girl also chimed in, I guess you could be considered a contributor to the peace and order of Dragon and Tiger Mountain now. Although she was furious, Luing forced a smile, I might as well just open a club down the mountain. The girl with green hair replied, then the Heavenly Master will definitely become a regular guest. Suddenly, someone darted towards them, but Xiaoyu noticed him and threw a dart. However, this man was highly skilled, dodging the dart and immediately closing in on Xiaoyu, delivering a punch to her side. The force sent her flying, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She was startled, thinking he was a master. The girl with green hair lunged at him, executing a move while he was distracted. Yet, he seemed like a true expert, quickly sensing the attack, turning around to parry her strike, causing the air around them to crackle with purple lightning.
His move resembled Goku's Kamehameha.
The green-haired girl was thrown back by the counterattack, crashing into a tree. She, too, coughed up blood, just like Xiaoyu, and then fainted. Only two were left now, Luin and him. She spoke up, who are you? He replied, come with me. When Hao Shuang just returned home, he received the news that Luin had been taken away.
He angrily asked his master, what's going on? I just got back and already heard that Luin was taken. Is it the people from Zhangjiu Yuan again? His master advised him to stay calm, right now, we don't have any evidence.
If we go looking for him recklessly, he'll just turn it around on us, putting us at a disadvantage.
It's best to find Lu Yin's whereabouts first, but he definitely won't make such a basic mistake.
Hao Shuang, hearing this, angrily punched the wooden pillar next to him, causing it to crack and sink in.
I'm a monster. Monsters do things based on their mood, not caring about evidence, he muttered.
Seeing his wooden pillar broken, his master yelled, "My precious 1,000-year-old golden silk Zenom pillar."
Hao Shuang was startled and heard him shout, "Ah! Is it that precious?"
The scene shifted to a mansion, where 2 soldiers stood blocking the way, not allowing him to enter. The one with his hair tied up spoke first, "Hao Shuang."
Never heard of him.
The one beside him added, "The Grand Elder is still resting.
No one is allowed to see him."
Inside, the white-haired man looked out and laughed. It seems Hao Shuang is already getting impatient. The old man sitting beside him, sipping tea, also spoke, "Let him rush. The initiative is on our side. Just watch the show." He shouted from outside, "I heard that Elder Zhang Zhou is suffering from kidney failure. A disciple has specially come to deliver medicine for erectile dysfunction."
Premature ejaculation isn't a disease, psychological pressure is the real illness.
Upon hearing this, he immediately turned pale, spitting out the tea he had been drinking. The white-haired man beside him also heard this. As a result, there were 2 people standing behind, both of whom turned pale after hearing it.
Is it true? Elder Zhang isn't doing well? How did he know about this?
This is shocking news. Yes, after all, his age is quite advanced. The man continued shouting from below, "I just received news from the elder and came here immediately, bringing along some excellent medicine.
It will definitely help the elder regain his glory."
The 2 guards, upon hearing this, immediately shouted at him to shut up. After hearing this, he became even more furious and slammed the table, saying, "Quick, let him in.
Don't let him keep babbling outside."
The white-haired man immediately followed orders, saying yes, and went outside. He opened the door and told the young man, "Stop shouting, if you have something to say, come inside."
The young man pretended to say, "Ah Bei, are you also here to treat the elder? Looks like Elder Zhang's condition is quite serious." He yelled angrily, "Shut your filthy mouth." The young man acted innocently, "Oh, did I say too much? I shouldn't have shouted so loudly and revealed Elder Zhang Zhou condition in front of so many people, right?"
He then turned to the people who were gossiping and said, "Everyone, Elder Zhang is in very good health and has no issues in that regard.
Please don't spread rumors. We must not tarnish the reputation of Elder Zhang Zhou. Thank you all."
The white-haired man, upon hearing this, held his head and screamed in frustration. There were still a few people gossiping, covering their mouths and whispering to each other. The old man inside heard this and angrily shouted, "Bring him in here to me." After he entered, he sat down casually and picked his nose, while the old man continued to fume and said, "Well done, Hao Shuang. You dare to openly sabotage, disgrace, and slander me.
What are you trying to do? Do you want to die? Do you still know what the law is?"
He continued to pretend to be startled, saying, "Elder Zhang, why would you say such a thing? I just received the news and rushed here."
He broke out in a cold sweat. "What nonsense, who gave you that news?"
He remained calm and blamed the white-haired man. "It was him, Brother Bei."
The white-haired man pointed at himself and asked, "Me?"
He continued, "Didn't you say that recently Elder Zhang has been less tough on me than before, and even told me to figure out a way to treat it?"
He retorted, "Stop lying, when did I say that?"
He said, "It was during the hero competition," to which the man shouted, "How could I have said that to you?" He smiled and said, "Then it must have been Bayou Dong."
He refuted, "Bayou Dong? We never mentioned Elder Zhang from beginning to end." He grinned maliciously and asked, "Oh? Then what did we talk about in Bayou Dong?"
The man was furious but couldn't say a word. The old man spoke again, "All right, Hao Shuang, stop beating around the bush.
Why exactly are you here to find us? Just say it straight."
Then he thought to himself, damn, I originally planned to lure him here and kill him.
But who would have thought this guy would make it known to everyone? It'll be difficult to act now.
But the initiative is still in my hands, I can still kill him. He still tried to explain, there's nothing, I just remembered the elder, so I thought I'd visit. The two of them froze when they heard this, confused. There's nothing else, he smiled and said, nothing else, which made the atmosphere fall into deep thought. 30 minutes later, no one had said a word. Suddenly, a signal sounded from outside, catching the attention of the white-haired man, who then spoke, who shot that signal arrow? He then clasped his hands and said, seeing that both of you have no issues, I feel reassured.
I'll take my leave now. This left the two of them stunned, wondering, what? He quickly ran off. A few people outside, watching the situation unfold, saw him running and spoke to each other, is it over now? The treatment finished? The Grand Elder didn't kill him?
Looks like he really did go in there for treatment.
Makes sense.
The white-haired man stepped outside, and upon seeing this, he remarked, an hour sitting there without hearing a word. Then as soon as the signal arrow went off, he suddenly ran off.
What kind of lunatic is that?
The old man suddenly realized something was wrong, he had fallen into a trap. The reason he stayed here was to stall us, no doubt two others went to rescue Luin.
He heard this and immediately asked, what?
The old man, somewhat panicked, said, go check if Luin has already been rescued. If she's still alive, kill her.
Keeping her alive is too dangerous for us.
Upon hearing this, he immediately ran off.
How could he have found out? Could one of our subordinates have betrayed us? Lulu, who had been listening, also heard everything. The white-haired man was running towards Lu Yin's confinement, asking the guards stationed there, what happened? Is anyone here to rescue him?
The guards, upon hearing this, replied, everything is still normal, there's no one. Hao Shuang suddenly jumped out, raised his hand and struck towards him, saying, gotcha. He was startled and turned around, immediately bending down to dodge the strike, then said, I never thought you'd be leading the way for me.
Why are you using so many tricks? No wonder you're from the city.
Too bad luck is on my side, even if you try to ambush me, you won't gain anything. He also smiled and said, not so sure about that, I've already plucked your hair. He was stunned, and at the same time, his subordinate held up a mirror for him to see, and he screamed, my hair. He shouted so loudly that the guards immediately rushed forward.
Hao Shuang sneered and said, are you really going to try to deal with me with this bunch of small fries?
He sneered back, saying, you're the fool. If I've already captured your girlfriend, then I've surely prepared everything.
This is the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, and once it activates, even gods and demons will have difficulty breaking it. Today will be your last day.
The soldiers immediately surrounded him in a circle. He maintained his composure and said, let's see what you can do. Then, the soldiers rushed toward him. He emitted bolts of lightning, jumping back and forth, cursing, damn it, the only thing I can do is run up. The white-haired man below sneered, you fell for the trap.
Jumping up makes you a living target.
Instantly, the soldiers used their powers to leap toward him, but to him, it was just child's play. He summoned a shield, making it impossible for the soldiers to get close enough to strike. Seeing this, although slightly panicked, the white-haired man ordered the attack to continue, curious how long he could still resist. He fired a bolt of lightning at the white-haired man, causing him to widen his eyes. Could he be the legendary sharpshooter? A massive bolt of lightning shot directly at him. The man jumped down, snorted, and spared his life. He was lucky, but he'd still have to take a severe beating, such a strange preference.
Meanwhile, Luin, bound to a post and blinded by the light, shouted for help, is anyone there?
Hurry, let me out.
The soldiers who had ganged up on him earlier were now rushing toward her, causing her to panic in fear. What do you want from me?
Those people bowed their heads and kneeled down, apologizing to her, we have eyes but could not see Mount Tai.
We have offended you.
Please forgive us. He walked over and kicked one person in the back, saying, move aside.
Keep kneeling. No one is allowed to stand up without my permission. Luin asked, why are you only back now? Bayou is a traitor.
He smiled brightly at her and said, I know.
I've dealt with him.
This time, he'll stay outside to reflect on his actions. She angrily said, that bastard, I will tear him apart. He stopped her, saying, not yet.
Keeping him alive is quite useful. She asked, useful for what?
He smiled and said, I want to use him to overthrow Zhang Zhouyuan. Bayou groggily woke up in a dark space. His master stood beside him, his gaze sharp enough to penetrate his soul.
He looked at him sternly and asked, are you awake now?
Bayou, trembling, stammered, Master.
He immediately interrupted, shut up. You don't deserve to call me master.
His voice was cold, like a sharp blade. Bayou felt a wave of fear rise as he heard the mocking tone in his words.
The bastard, always looking for other opportunities, quickly confess everything you've done. He lowered his head, not daring to look his master in the eyes, and whispered, haven't you all already known everything about me? Do whatever you want, kill me if you wish.
The girl standing beside spoke up, Bayou, if you can point out Zhang Zhouyuan's crimes, especially if you help us root out the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment spy on the mountain, I can guarantee your life.
He laughed loudly upon hearing this, guarantee my life? Do you think you have the ability to do that?
Maybe I could survive without saying anything, but if I speak, I'll definitely die, no doubt about it. According to the rules, the sect had clearly stated that disciples who betray the sect would suffer the heaviest punishment, though it was only the loss of cultivation and being expelled from the mountain.
His master, who was the leader of the mountain, wouldn't possibly break the rules set by the ancestors, would he? His master was left speechless, the boy was stubborn and headstrong.
Immediately, he used his power, thinking, then I'll strip him of his cultivation first. Suddenly, a hand stopped him. It was Hao Shuang.
He smiled and said, Master, don't be hasty. Let him think it over some more.
The master paused, eyeing him with suspicion.
At this point, you still hold on to hope for him? He thought.
He hadn't expected Hao Shuang to be able to stop him with just one hand. Hao Shuang's cultivation had advanced so quickly. He spoke again, in any case, he's already sprouted wings. It's hard for him to escape. Let him think carefully, tomorrow, we can strip him of his cultivation if needed.
He shouted, if you think I'll just lie down and accept it, dream on. I won't say a word.
Then the three of them turned away, leaving him behind.
After stepping outside, the master asked, speak, what wicked plan are you up to? He replied, huh? How did you know?
The master said, humph, 3 of your tricks trying to slip past my eyes.
Surely you don't have the good intentions to keep them. Come tomorrow, you'll definitely have another move. He smiled and pushed the master away. If I could get him to speak, could you help me investigate the whereabouts of the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens?
The master was startled and said, I've told you before, the key lies within the river diagram and Luo writing.
Even I can't access it. It requires the authorization of the 3 elders. He said, the Grand Elder is Luo Elder and Zhang Zhouyuan. As long as they're overthrown, they'll surely help me.
It turned out the woman accompanying the 2 was Luo Elder. She said, humph, I never said I would help you. The river diagram and Luo writing is a highly classified secret, how could I help you with your personal matter? He whispered into her ear, if you agree to help me, I'll continue massaging your entire body. She blushed and coughed a few times. The rule is that life or death depends on the situation.
If you've made a big contribution, I could be flexible just this once.
He smirked darkly, with this, I can rest assured. Tonight, I'll make him cry and confess the truth, playing psychological games with me.
He's still so green and inexperienced.
At that moment, someone rushed in to report, Master, it's bad.
Bayou has been captured by Hao Shuang.
The woman has also been rescued.
He said, what's there to worry about?
They're all his people,
What does that have to do with us? As long as Bayou isn't stupid, he won't reveal anything about us.
The man continued to worry, although the heavenly master doesn't know him, that brat Hao Shuang has never acted according to the norm.
Don't you think we should have prepared for this?
Upon hearing this, he said nothing more. Scene change. Bayou cursed, damn it, if it weren't for my meridians being sealed, how could I be trapped here by these ropes?
He heard a noise and looked toward the door in surprise. Who's there? What's going on? Then, someone kicked the door open. It was the guy who had captured Luin.
Seeing him, Bayou joyfully said, "Great, I knew the elder wouldn't leave me hanging.
Quickly, get me out of here."
The man replied, "The order from him is to kill you on the spot."
Bayou, in fear, explained, "What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. You can't."
While speaking, Bayou suddenly realized something and said, "I knew it, you're Hao Shuang in disguise. You're trying to drive a wedge between us.
Take off your mask."
The masked man, holding a knife, was about to stab Bayou. He coldly looked at Bayou and said, "Rest assured, you're about to embark on your journey." When Bayou heard that he was preparing to send him to heaven, he was finally scared. He closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Help!
Somebody, save me!"
At that moment, Hao Shuang suddenly appeared behind the masked man. As he prepared to punch him, Hao Shuang said, "Did I give you permission to kill my people?" The masked man quickly dodged Hao Shuang's attack, causing Hao Shuang to whiten his eyes in surprise. Then, the masked man kicked Hao Shuang, sending him crashing into the wall. Bayou watched Hao Shuang being kicked, then touched his face, still suspicious of him. Bayou warned, speaking to Hao Shuang, who was wiping the blood coming from his mouth, "Hao Shuang, do you find this game amusing?
Don't think that pretending to send someone to kill me will make me tell the truth."
Hao Shuang looked at Bayou, who remained stubborn.
Despite his injuries, he still cursed, "You fool, don't you notice the clothes I'm wearing?"
"It's true I was planning to impersonate Zhang Zhou Yuan to deceive you, but the expert is definitely not someone I arranged." Bayou still didn't trust Hao Shuang and stubbornly retorted, You're just putting on a show.
Don't think you can fool me."
Hearing Bayou's ungratefulness, Hao Shuang raised his hand in surrender and said to the masked man, "You are a master, I can't defeat you.
If you want to kill Bayou, I won't stop you. You two go ahead, I'll leave now."
Bayou, terrified by Hao Shuang's abandonment, panicked and cried out in fear. The masked man said nothing more and coldly uttered one word to Hao Shuang, "Leave." Bayou, finally believing what was happening, begged Hao Shuang in fear, "How, you can't leave me.
I don't want to die."
Hao Shuang, seeing how quickly Bayou had turned his back, was at a loss for words and muttered, "This guy." The masked man, with a blade in hand, lunged at both of them.
"If that's the case, let's die together."
Hao Shuang didn't know how to save Bayou. After escaping from the masked man, he grabbed Bayou by the neck like a chicken and cursed him for trying to deceive him, "You fool, you've already been caught, and you still want to mess with me." Bayou, in a pitiful tone, pleaded for Hao Shuang to save him, "We're brothers, you can't just watch me die." Seeing the hole in the wall and the assassin standing behind it with bloodshot eyes like a demon, Hao Shuang had no choice but to say, "We can't fight him, so we'll have to run." He quickly grabbed Bayou by the collar and dragged him away to escape. Bayou, his hands tied, was being pulled by Hao Shuang and could only scream in fear, his voice shrill and desperate.
Zhang Zhou Yuan, upon hearing his subordinate's report, stood up in shock and asked again, "Someone is chasing Bayou?" The subordinate, kneeling on the ground, replied,
"Yes, we don't know where they came from or why they want to kill Bayou."
Hearing the subordinate's confusion, Zhang Zhou Yuan sat back down and pondered.
"This is bad, it must be a scheme orchestrated by Hao Shuang himself, trying to make Bayou think that I wanted to silence him." The subordinate, startled by Zhang Zhou Yuan's words, asked,
"Ha? So, what should we do now?"
Zhang Zhou Yuan, deciding to follow through with the situation, stood up with a cold, ruthless gaze and immediately gave the order to his subordinates to handle Bayou. "Now that it's come to this, we cannot let him have his way. Send everyone out to deal with Bayou and eliminate any future threats once and for all." After escaping the assassin's pursuit, Hao Shuang, walking ahead, spoke to Bayou, who was following behind. There's no need to be afraid anymore. The disciples of Dragon and Tiger Mountain have been mobilized. That person won't be able to kill you. As soon as the words were spoken, more assassins appeared from somewhere. Hao Shuang suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, those aren't our people." Seeing these individuals, Bayou, who had just escaped their pursuit, cursed inwardly, "Damn it, Zhang Jiuyuan, are you serious?" At that moment, the disciples of Dragon and Tiger Mountain arrived, with one of them giving orders to the others. Upon hearing the command, the disciples of Dragon and Tiger Mountain rushed to surround and capture the assassins, with orders to kill anyone who resisted without question. The other disciples of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, upon hearing the command, all shouted in unison, "Understood." The leader of the group of assassins, equally determined, ordered his followers, "Don't be afraid. Charge forward. No matter what, we must kill Bayou." Then, a fierce battle broke out between the assassins and the disciples of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. On this side, Hao Shuang grabbed Bayou and hid behind a wall. While hiding behind the wall, Hao Shuang began sowing discord between Bayou and Zhang Jiuyuan. Zhang Jiuyuan is like a dog hastily jumping over the wall, brazenly assassinating in Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Even so, you still want to protect him? Upon hearing Hao Shuang's question, Bayou fell silent for a long while, then, as if having made a decision, gritted his teeth and said to Hao Shuang, "Take me to find the master. I want to tell him everything. If he's heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful." Upon hearing that Bayou wanted to reveal the truth, Hao Shuang acted magnanimous, patting Bayou on the shoulder and saying, "If that's the case, I'll reluctantly protect you for a little longer." On the rooftop at this moment, the assassin who had been watching Hao Shuang and Bayou now removed his mask, revealing himself to be Luin in disguise. Seeing Hao Shuang and Bayou appearing to be at peace, Luin happily said, "It seems like the fish has finally taken the bait." Meanwhile, in the hall, Bayou was kneeling on the ground, blinded by the bright light. A female disciple holding a sword stood behind him, her body covered in blood, as she reported the situation to her master, Su Ruofeng. "Those people have all been killed, and the few who managed to escape are being pursued." Su Ruofeng, after hearing his disciple's report, instructed the female disciple, "You've worked hard. You should rest early." Then, Su Ruofeng turned to Bayou, half threatening, half trying to persuade him, "Bayou, things have come to this point. Don't hold on to any illusions anymore. No one will come to save you, or perhaps, no one will come to kill you either." Hearing Su Ruofeng's threat, Bayou widened his eyes in fear, then hesitated before revealing the truth. I'll speak. The spy from Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment in Dragon and Tiger Mountain is Zhang Jiuyuan. Hao Shuang, standing beside them, interjected, saying, "He is a high-ranking member of Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment, ranked 3rd, right?" Upon hearing Hao Shuang mention Zhang Jiuyuan's ranking, Bayou frowned in surprise. With his power, he's only ranked 3rd? Bayou then turned to Hao Shuang and continued to divulge what he knew. "The top one is the Ghost Emperor of Mang Mountain, you already know that. As for the second, I know it's a woman, but I've never met her, so I don't know her identity or appearance in detail." Hearing Bayou, Su Ruofeng quickly stood up and asked, "Are there still any supporters of Zhang Jiuyuan in Dragon and Tiger Mountain?" Upon hearing his master's question, Bayou recalled what he knew and replied, 7 of the 16 branches of Dragon and Tiger Mountain have already sworn allegiance to him. I can provide a list for you." Upon hearing that there were so many traitors in Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Su Ruofeng was stunned as if struck by lightning. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Almost half of them are traitors. This is truly an unfortunate sect." Hao Shuang showed no emotion upon hearing the shocking news. He looked at Bayou, who was bound and kneeling on the ground, and extended his hand, demanding evidence. The list didn't matter. What was important was the evidence that could prove Zhang Jiuyuan's crimes. Hearing Hao Shuang demand proof, Bayou feigned ignorance and said, "Evidence? I don't know what kind of evidence you're asking for." Upon hearing this, Hao Shuang grabbed Bayou, who was bound, and stood on the edge of a cliff, preparing to throw him into the abyss. Hao Shuang threatened Bayou, "Think carefully in your next life, and then tell me what you know." Bayou was terrified by Hao Shuang's actions and quickly spilled everything. Why yes, there is evidence. Bayou, with an uncertain tone, declared, under his bed, there is a secret chamber hiding correspondence with the Demon King, but I don't know if it has been destroyed by now. Upon hearing the information he wanted, Hao Shuang hurriedly ran off. Before leaving, Hao Shuang informed Su Ruofeng, that's enough, let me go capture him. The female disciple of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, seeing Hao Shuang charging headfirst into danger, anxiously called out to her. When she saw that Hao Shuang didn't even bother to look back at her, she turned around in a hurry and said to Su Ruofeng in an irritated tone, old man, why aren't you making a move yet? How could Hao Shuang possibly be a match for Zhang Jiuyuan? Upon hearing her words, Su Ruofeng remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. Then, he decided to go save Hao Shuang, who was charging recklessly into danger. He stood up slowly and said, although Master forbade us from killing each other back then, now that things have come to this, I believe Master in heaven will understand my actions. Su Ruofeng angrily clenched his fist and said seriously, the grudge between me and him should have come to an end. On Zhang Jiuyuan's side, Hao Shuang attacked the disciples with water techniques, injuring them as they screamed in pain. Hao Shuang casually slipped his hands into his pockets, feigning calmness as he said to Zhang Jiuyuan in front of him, Elder Zhang, it's already late, why aren't you resting yet? Zhang Jiuyuan calmly sat on his chair without responding to Hao Shuang's question. Unconcerned, he said, Hao Shuang, your timing is really inconvenient. Hao Shuang was unafraid, smiling arrogantly as he said, apologies, it seems I've ruined your big plan. This is what happens when you do too many wrongs. Death is inevitable. Zhang Jiuyuan tried to sow discord between master and disciple. Hao Shuang, regarding your grandfather, don't you want to cooperate with me to uncover the truth behind it? Hao Shuang, though curious, maintained his composure as he replied, no need. I only know that before my grandfather passed, he specifically told me to always trust my master. Hearing Hao Shuang's refusal, Zhang Jiuyuan laughed loudly and said, what a fool. I've endured for many years, my plan painstakingly set in motion, and yet it's being destroyed by an idiot. Just as he began to attack, Hao Shuang said, I won't accept this. Hao Shuang saw him attacking without dodging, and in his heart, he was terrified, thinking, so fast. Suddenly, his master appeared, taking the blow for him. After quickly blocking Zhang Jiuyuan's attack, Su Ruofeng turned his head around and said to Hao Shuang, kid, you dare to charge in here alone on horseback? Do you really not know how to write the word death? Hao Shuang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and said, if I didn't act rashly, how could I force you to take action yourself, master? Knowing Hao Shuang was lying, Su Ruofeng scolded him, you, even daring to set a trap for your own master. Hao Shuang wasn't frightened by his master's scolding, and happily jumped to go search for evidence. Turning his head back, he said to his master, not daring, leave him to you, I'm going to find the letter. When Su Ruofeng heard that Hao Shuang was going to search for evidence, he took out his whip to catch him. Angrily, he scolded, kid, get down here. Before the whip could reach Hao Shuang, it was blocked by Su Ruofeng. After Hao Shuang escaped, he stood on the roof, watching the two people fighting below, muttering to himself, this old man, when it really matters, he's actually reliable. Zhang Jiuyuan, holding a weapon, spoke to Su Ruofeng, who was standing opposite him. Su Ruofeng, you finally come out to battle yourself. Zhang Jiuyuan continued, but that's fine, today we'll see who's worthy of sitting in the position of heavenly master. Without waiting for Su Ruofeng to reply, he began to strike with dark lightning. Seeing him use dark lightning, Su Ruofeng tensed up and gritted his teeth, asking, have you sold your 3 souls to the demon emperor? Hao Shuang was ready to enter Zhang Jiuyuan's bedroom. He began searching for evidence, pushing the bed aside. When he saw a hidden chamber appear beneath it, he joyfully said, found it. After opening the hidden chamber and finding a letter, Hao Shuang happily said, great, with this evidence, Zhang Jiuyuan will have a hard time denying it, no matter how much he talks. Just as he was rejoicing in finding the evidence, Hao Shuang was startled by a loud noise from outside. He hid the evidence in his pocket and turned to look outside the room. His master and Zhang Jiuyuan were engaged in a battle. With concern, he asked, what's going on? Outside, Su Ruofeng was sent flying into the wall by Zhang Jiuyuan. Injured, Su Ruofeng clutched his chest and mumbled in disbelief.
This bastard. He can even do something like this. After successfully retrieving the evidence, Hao Shuang turned back.
He anxiously called out to Su Ruofeng, who was sitting on the ground, clutching his chest.
Master.
Hao Shuang helped Su Ruofeng up and asked with worry.
How are you? Su Ruofeng, not wanting to make him worry, replied. I'm fine.
But this person is harder to deal with than I imagined. Suddenly, Hao Shuang seemed to see something terrifying. He wasn't quite sure, so he asked his master.
Is that Zhang Jiu Yuan?
Upon hearing his disciple's question, Su Ruofeng answered. Yes, he has gained the power of the demon emperor.
He has become a monster neither human nor demon.
At that moment, Zhang Jiu Yuan, resembling a monster, arrogantly spoke.
Su Ruofeng, you can't defeat me. I am the number one in the world.
Despite the fear, Su Ruofeng retorted boldly. A beggar's strength is not worth boasting about, yet you shamelessly call yourself number one in the world. Nearby, Hao Shuang, also unafraid, raised his middle finger at Zhang Jiu Yuan and arrogantly said, You shameless, filthy scoundrel. Su Ruofeng heard Hao Shuang teasing Zhang Jiu Yuan and suddenly turned to ask him, Why are you provoking him and throwing him off balance? Hao Shuang, not understanding his master's intention, turned pale and replied, I thought you wanted to mock him. Zhang Jiu Yuan, enraged, attacked the two of them. Furious, he said, Don't underestimate me. Su Ruofeng explained, I was just speaking harshly, but you really managed to piss him off. Seeing the color of the lightning technique, Hao Shuang, while defending against Zhang Jiu Yuan's attack, asked Su Ruofeng in confusion, Why is his lightning technique black? Even though Zhang Jiu Yuan was tense, he still took the time to explain, This is dark lightning, a form of extreme energy that can nullify other lightning techniques. Seeing his own lightning technique rendered useless, Hao Shuang anxiously muttered, We're done for. Zhang Jiu Yuan attacked both of them. When he saw that neither of them could resist, he triumphantly declared, It's over.
Su Ruofeng, seeing the dark lightning in front of him, could only helplessly sigh, It's over. We can't avoid it. If we get hit, we're done for.
Seeing Su Ruofeng and Hao Shuang helplessly unable to resist his attack, he arrogantly laughed loudly and said, I want to see with my own eyes how the two of you turn into dust. With one hand raised, Hao Shuang summoned a green light that appeared, neutralizing Zhang Jiu Yuan's lightning magic. The force of both attacks was so strong that it pierced through the roof. After it ended, Su Ruofeng, still dazed, asked, What just happened? Seeing that the two were unharmed, Zhang Jiu Yuan stammered and asked, You? What did you do? Why did my dark lightning veer off course? Hao Shuang assumed a fighting stance, not responding but arrogantly said to Zhang Jiu Yuan, Isn't it obvious? You'll know if you try again. Zhang Jiu Yuan, seeing Hao Shuang's disdain for him, was so furious his eyes turned red. He muttered to himself, To look down on me. I can't believe he looks down on me. This little brat with his face full of baby fuzz, daring to disrespect someone like me, the number one in the world. In a state of extreme anger, Zhang Jiu Yuan began to create a new move. He said to Hao Shuang, Then I'll grant your wish. Seeing Zhang Jiu Yuan erupt as if his wish had been granted, Hao Shuang calmly replied, Now is the time. Zhang Jiu Yuan, too enraged to notice Hao Shuang's strange behavior, asked in confusion, Dare you attack first? Zhang Jiu Yuan continued to focus on executing his move to strike Hao Shuang. He smugly said, It's a pity, you're still one step too late. As the lightning strikes were about to hit Hao Shuang, a protective circle of water appeared around him, simultaneously countering the lightning attack. Zhang Jiu Yuan, witnessing this strange phenomenon, muttered, Water. When the lightning touched the water, it neutralized the dark lightning. This rendered Zhang Jiu Yuan's attack useless. He couldn't believe it, looking at Hao Shuang in shock and saying, No way, a cultivator like you studying physics? What for? Hao Shuang's hand pierced through the lightning and prepared to deliver a punch to Zhang Jiu Yuan. With no time to dodge, Zhang Jiu Yuan took the punch straight to the face, causing his face to swell and a few teeth to fall out.
Despite having his teeth knocked out, he didn't forget to say, researching physics, huh? Hao Shuang's powerful punch sent Zhang Jiuyuan flying far away. The punch was so strong that it punched through the wall, and after that, Zhang Jiuyuan was sent flying even further, towards the gate. Su Ruofeng stood there, stunned, watching as Zhang Jiuyuan was knocked back so far, his body frozen in fear. After knocking Zhang Jiuyuan away, Hao Shuang stood behind him and explained to his master, "Master, I've always forgotten to tell you, I've learned a bit of water techniques while I was at Bayou Dong. I'm sorry, I wasn't careful." Despite being heavily injured, Zhang Jiuyuan still managed to get up, coughing violently as he rose. Cough, cough, cough. Hao Shuang walked directly in front of him, calmly asking, "Now that it has come to this, do you still have anything to say?" Even though he was beaten and battered by Hao Shuang, Zhang Jiuyuan showed no fear and remained arrogant. He covered his mouth to cough, then proudly said, "Do you think this is enough to defeat me? How naive. I still have an ace up my sleeve." Upon hearing this, Hao Shuang was startled and repeated, "An ace?" A shadow appeared behind Hao Shuang, preparing to strike him. He was a shadowy figure, similar to the one Luin had previously impersonated. He was holding a sword, preparing to take Hao Shuang's life. Hao Shuang sensed an attack from behind, but before he could counter, a blast of elemental energy struck the black shadow, sending him flying. It turned out that Su Ruofeng had intervened just in time to protect Hao Shuang. With both hands forming a stance, Su Ruofeng said, "Finally, you reveal your true face." As Hao Shuang approached the spot where the black shadow had fallen, intending to remove his mask, he remarked, "To think you could break through the defenses of Bei Bei and Wanwan on your own. I'm curious, who exactly are you?" Hearing Hao Shuang's curiosity, the black shadow showed no fear. With arrogance, he replied, "Who am I? It's your ignorance. I'm just a nameless servant under the command of the Demon Emperor." Then, 3 throwing daggers shot towards Hao Shuang, forcing him to retreat in order to dodge the attack. At the same time, countless figures of black shadows suddenly appeared from nowhere. Seeing these people, Hao Shuang said incredulously, "I never expected that so many subordinates of the Demon Emperor were hidden on Dragon and Tiger Mountain." Su Ruofeng seemed provoked. As he performed a formation, he said, "What do they think of our Dragon and Tiger Mountain? How can this be? Command decree." The assassins rushing to attack realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Su Ruofeng's decree accurately struck each of them, causing them to fall to the ground on the spot. Hao Shuang praised, "Such precision truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets." Su Ruofeng accepted the compliment without modesty and then didn't forget to mock Hao Shuang, "It shows your cultivation still needs a lot of effort. Stop always learning that nonsense." Su Ruofeng was surprised, his eyes widening as he discovered Zhang Jiuyuan, who had been saved, had already run far away. He urgently shouted, "Zhang Jiuyuan has escaped." Hao Shuang looked in the direction where Zhang Jiuyuan had fled, confused, and stroked his chin as he analyzed, "That's strange. That's not the direction down the mountain." Upon hearing Hao Shuang's question, Su Ruofeng seemed to realize something and suddenly exclaimed, "That direction leads to the mysterious cave, where the river diagram and Luo writing are stored." At the entrance of the mysterious cave, 2 subordinates, supporting the injured Zhang Jiuyuan, were making their way into the cave. The master-disciple duo, Hao Shuang and Su Ruofeng, appeared in front of the mysterious cave entrance. Seeing the 3 people, including Zhang Jiuyuan, enter the cave, Hao Shuang, surprised, asked his master, "Didn't they say that it takes the authorization of 3 grand elders to enter? How is it that he could enter so easily?" Su Ruofeng quickly ran towards the cave, anxiously clenching his teeth as he said, "Surely, the people inside have been deceived. Let me go over and remind them." Hao Shuang also ran after him, calling, "Master." When the 2 were near the entrance of the mysterious cave, a formation appeared in front of them, within which a monstrous beast emerged. It angrily warned, "This is the forbidden land of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. No one without permission is allowed to enter." Hao Shuang asked Zhang Jiuyuan, "Is this the guardian spirit of the mysterious cave?"
Zhang Jiuyuan did not answer Hao Shuang's question. Instead, he addressed the beast. I am the heavenly master of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Immediately notify the guards, and let me enter. After the guardian remained silent while notifying the sentries of River Diagram and Luo writing for a while, it then responded to Su Ruofeng, saying, the sentries have rejected you, you are not authorized, and you cannot enter. Upon hearing the answer that he was not allowed inside, Su Ruofeng could hardly believe it, exclaiming, What? Hao Shuang asked Su Ruofeng, Master, earlier you told me that there were spies among the sentries of River Diagram and Luo writing. Have you investigated it? Su Ruofeng turned to look at Hao Shuang and replied, Of course, I've instructed the sentry team to investigate thoroughly several times, but nothing unusual has been found. Hao Shuang hesitated after hearing this, and then concluded, It seems the spy is not just one person, but the entire sentry team. At this moment, from inside the cave, the smug voice of Zhang Jiuyuan could be heard. He provocatively said, Su Ruofeng, didn't expect this, did you? Hearing the familiar voice made Su Ruofeng furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Jiuyuan, it seems I was right. Inside the cave, Zhang Jiuyuan began to reveal his plan. 15 years ago, I started setting things up. Little by little, I replaced all the sentries here with my people. Finally, today, it is all coming to fruition. Hao Shuang calmly said from outside, If you like to hide like turtles in your shell and stay in there, then stay inside. Master, we'll eat and drink out here, and let's see who can't hold on any longer. Inside, Zhang Jiuyuan was not afraid either, laughing proudly and saying, Fine, you all take your time playing, I still have important matters to attend to. With a malicious look in his eyes, Zhang Jiuyuan continued with his next plan, I'm about to write your names into the latest target list of the Heavenly Canopy and Earthly Extermination, then release it to the world. Can you imagine the chaos that will cause? That really makes people look forward to it. Hao Shuang furrowed his brows and asked, You plan to treat us like Heavenly Canopy and Earthly Extermination and announce it to the public? Su Ruofeng, who was beside him, angrily cursed at Zhang Jiuyuan, You're too evil. Zhang Jiuyuan laughed proudly and said, The 3 mountains, 9 provinces, and 21 caves strike were needed because of the River Diagram and Luo writing. To control the mysterious cave is to control the world. Just wait until you become like a rat, scolded and beaten by everyone. Su Ruofeng was helpless against Zhang Jiuyuan. He took a stance, gritted his teeth, and said to Hao Shuang behind him, Hao Shuang, we can't delay any longer, we have to force our way in and stop him. Hao Shuang obediently replied, Yes. The two of them moved forward while discussing. Su Ruofeng walked ahead, speaking to Hao Shuang, who was following behind. Let me hold off the guardian spirit, you go ahead. The guardian spirit of the mysterious cave, holding a sword, blocked their path. It snarled fiercely. Those who dare to trespass into the forbidden hall shall die. The sword of the guardian spirit of the mysterious cave slashed down. Hao Shuang and Su Ruofeng quickly dodged the massive sword. Not stopping there, the guardian continued to attack them with the sword. Hao Shuang dodged while counterattacking with everything he knew, while Su Ruofeng closed in for a direct assault. Inside the mysterious cave, Zhang Jiuyuan's subordinates anxiously spoke. Su Ruofeng's skills are formidable. With just one guardian spirit, there's no way it can stop him. Zhang Jiuyuan calmly responded. Don't worry. I've long designed this place as the final battleground. How could I not be fully prepared? Outside, the master and disciple were fighting the guardian spirit. Hao Shuang informed Su Ruofeng. Master, I'm going in. Su Ruofeng, worried, instructed Hao Shuang. Once you're inside, don't get distracted by the fight. If the communication equipment is damaged, retreat immediately. The guardian spirit of the mysterious cave saw Hao Shuang preparing to charge in and raised his sword, ready to strike Hao Shuang. Angrily, he warned him, anyone who dares to enter without permission must die. Before the sword could fall, it was tightly restrained by the cords from Su Ruofeng's sword. Su Ruofeng, trembling, struggled with all his might to hold it back. Gritting his teeth, he said, Your opponent is. Just as Su Ruofeng was speaking, he suddenly stopped, a fearful grunt escaping him. Zhang Zhuoyuan laughed loudly when he saw Su Ruofeng attacking, only to stop abruptly. With a smug grin, he said, "It's starting to take effect." Su Ruofeng trembled all over, muttering in confusion, "Why is this happening?" At that moment, the guardian spirit, taking advantage of Su Ruofeng's stillness as he was being restrained, thrust his sword through his body in a single blow. Hao Shuang's pupils contracted when he saw his master wounded. He cried out in alarm, "Master!" Zhang Zhuoyuan, seeing Su Ruofeng's stomach pierced, burst into jubilant laughter, causing his injury to worsen. At that point, Hao Shuang had wounded him. He laughed while clutching his stomach, saying, "It hurts so much, just looking at it makes it hurt, but I feel so satisfied." Outside the cave, Su Ruofeng was severely injured. He was in so much pain that his whole body trembled, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as his hand gripped the sword tightly, coughing. Cough, cough. The guardian spirit made another powerful slash, sending Su Ruofeng flying backward. Fortunately, at that moment, Hao Shuang arrived just in time to block behind him, preventing further injury. Hao Shuang supported Su Ruofeng and asked anxiously, "Master, are you all right?" Su Ruofeng, though gravely wounded, still managed to speak with some strength, saying, "I'm fine, I've avoided the worst of it. I never expected Zhang Zhuoyuan to have set up the 8 gates of thunder trap." With Hao Shuang holding him, Su Ruofeng gave a stern instruction, "You must never use the thunder technique, or you will lose all your strength." Hao Shuang, understanding his master's warning, responded, "I understand, master. I will find a way to break in." Su Ruofeng weakly grasped Hao Shuang's hand, saying, "It seems the time has come for me to give this to you." He then opened his mouth and called out, "Xiaoya." Xiaoya appeared from within the tower, kneeling respectfully before Su Ruofeng and saying, "I am here, disciple. Please, heavenly master, give your instructions." Su Ruofeng ordered Xiaoya, "Take the demonic blade and give it to Hao Shuang." Hearing this command, Xiaoya was surprised, her eyes wide open. She hesitated and said, "This." Su Ruofeng urged her, "Hurry." Inside the cave, they were watching the developments outside. Zhang Zhuoyuan wondered, "What are they talking about?" One of his subordinates answered, "It seems they're about to give something to Hao Shuang." Xiaoya followed the command, saying, "Yes," and then she began casting the demon-suppressing formation. A red aura appeared from the tower behind Xiaoya and shot straight toward Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang caught the light, holding the red blade in his hand, murmuring, "What is this?" The blade Hao Shuang was holding was the demonic blade named Soul Severance. It was as red as blood, and now, it was laughing triumphantly, saying, "Finally, I get to see the light of day again." When Zhang Zhuoyuan saw the Soul Severance appear, he was so shocked that his mouth hung open. He stammered, "Why the hell would this crazy guy release this god-slaying thing? Are you trying to destroy the world?" Hao Shuang grabbed the demonic blade Soul Severance, feeling its power surge through him. He feared and muttered, "This power is too overwhelming." Demonic blade, feeling Hao Shuang's grip, angrily shouted at him, "Where did this brat come from, thinking he's worthy to wield me? Get lost." Su Ruofeng, seeing the blade thrashing around disrespectfully, spoke up threateningly, "Soul Severance, I can release you, but I can also lock you back up." He clutched his wound in pain, then opened his mouth to pressure Soul Severance into submission. If it didn't want to return to the dark, sunless depths of the tower, it would have to cooperate and atone for its actions. Soul Severance, hearing Su Ruofeng's threat, wasn't intimidated. Instead, it howled, cursing, "Nonsense! You damn old fool! I'll never be a servant to you. You better abandon that idea while you still can." Seeing that threats weren't working, Su Ruofeng switched to a more persuasive tone, "Hold on, look carefully. The boy is a monster too." Soul Severance innocently looked at Hao Shuang, angrily asking, "You really are a monster, huh? How could you betray our clan and side with that damn old man?" Hao Shuang scratched his face, feeling awkward and unsure how to respond to this question. He hesitated and said, well, this." Soul Severance didn't bother listening to Hao Shuang's response and said irrationally, "I don't care. A little monster who surrenders to that damn old man is also a traitor.
I won't help.
Su Ruofeng, seeing how unreasonable Soul Severance was, angrily cursed, the stubborn, hard-headed thing.
Hao Shuang quietly asked Soul Severance, Senior, are you interested in cutting down that damn old man?
Soul Severance was about to step into Hao Shuang's trap, repeating, cut. Hao Shuang grabbed Soul Severance, standing face to face with the guardian spirit, and softly began to negotiate, half persuading and half luring. Ahead is the mysterious cave, which holds the secrets of Dragon and Tiger Mountain.
Inside, that damn old man is still hiding and controlling the river diagram and Luo writing. How about we go and cut him down?
Upon hearing this, Soul Severance's interest was piqued, and it hurriedly said, Ha ha ha, why didn't you say so earlier? Hao Shuang urged Soul Severance to attack towards the guardian spirit of the mysterious cave. The guardian spirit saw Soul Severance advancing toward it and warned, Get lost. Anyone who dares to enter the forbidden hall will die. Then, raising its sword, the guardian spirit struck. Soul Severance, undeterred, fiercely charged forward. With disdain, it mocked the guardian spirit, saying, Who do you think you are, attempting to dance in front of me like this? Soul Severance cleaved the guardian spirit in two. The overwhelming power of Soul Severance shattered the protective barrier of the mysterious cave. Hao Shuang, witnessing its power, muttered in surprise, Incredible. After defeating the guardian spirit, Soul Severance licked its lips and uttered a satisfied grunt, before laughing heartily and praising, Delicious, absolutely addictive. It turned out that after defeating the guardian spirit, Soul Severance had consumed it. Seeing this, Hao Shuang was astonished and asked, I didn't expect you could actually eat the guardian spirit. With a smug smile, Soul Severance replied, Not just the guardian spirit, but that old bastard's cultivation too. I can eat it all. Hurry up and lead the way, let's go in for the buffet. Hao Shuang, hearing Soul Severance's urging, chuckled and agreed. In contrast to Hao Shuang on this side, Su Ruofeng, after witnessing the power of the demonic blade, clutched his chest in pain, anxious and thinking to himself that he had been too optimistic. He never expected that even after being sealed for hundreds of years, the power of the demonic blade remained as strong as ever. If it were to lose control, the world would be in danger. He silently encouraged Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang, it's all up to you now, you have to control it. The mysterious cave was shattered by 2 strikes from the Soul Severance. Hao Shuang emerged from the broken cave, seeing the group inside. Though he felt a bit apprehensive, he still put on a tough front and said, Oh my, there are so many of you? He then spoke to Soul Severance. These people are all yours, feel free to enjoy them. The demonic blade responded unceremoniously. Then I shall accept. Zhang Jiuyuan, seeing the demonic blade in Hao Shuang's hand, fearfully warned. Hao Shuang, do you know the origins of the demonic blade? It was the personal weapon of the Demon King 300 years ago. Over 3,000 spiritual cultivators had to sacrifice their lives just to defeat the Demon King and seal the demonic blade. Now, if it is exposed to the sunlight again, the human world will once again face a calamity. Hao Shuang was not afraid after hearing the history of the demonic blade. He took the demonic blade, gently touched it, and calmly replied. Well, it does sound quite serious. Then, he looked directly at Zhang Jiuyuan and said, Well then, after I deal with you, I'll think about its problem. Unable to persuade Hao Shuang, Zhang Jiuyuan pointed at him and ordered his subordinates. This stubborn brat, kill him. Your era has come to an end. Hao Shuang, holding the demonic blade, struck, scattering the men who charged at him. Seeing all of his subordinates defeated by Hao Shuang, Zhang Jiuyuan trembled in fear and stammered. You. Hao Shuang, holding the demonic blade, prepared to end Zhang Jiuyuan's life. He coldly said to the old man, Your era has come to an end. Zhang Jiuyuan, terrified, quickly knelt and begged for mercy. He tried to tempt Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang, can we cooperate? I'll help you become a heavenly master, I'll assist you in conquering the world. Just don't kill me. I'll serve you like a dog if you spare me. Suddenly, Zhang Jiuyuan screamed.
Hao Shuang, noticing the strange phenomenon, asked Soul Severance, "What is this?" Soul Severance, with his profound knowledge, answered the question, "It seems to be some kind of blood sacrifice ritual. Someone wants to use his death to summon an incarnation." Then, Zhang Jiuyuan exploded into pieces. After the explosion, a figure appeared. The figure spoke disdainfully to Zhang Jiuyuan, "The traitor who betrayed trust, you truly deserve to die. You can only be a dog of the demon emperor." When Hao Shuang saw him, he immediately recognized him, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Hao Shuang muttered, "It's you, the scarred man with the knife." Seeing Hao Shuang seemingly familiar with him, the man curiously asked, "Do we know each other?" Hao Shuang, trembling with rage, spoke in a low voice, "Years ago, in order to summon the demon race of the demon emperor, you killed my parents." The bastard acted as if he didn't care, recalling the past as he stroked his beard and said, "Let me think. The Hao couple." He then arrogantly laughed and said, "I've killed so many insects under my blade, I have no impression of them at all." Hao Shuang quickly lunged forward, attacking him. With lightning speed, he grabbed Soul Severance in his hand and slashed toward him. The bearded man, seeing Hao Shuang's attack, fearfully said, "Too fast." He managed to dodge Hao Shuang's strike. After evading the blow, he looked at Hao Shuang, gritting his teeth and saying, "You little brat." Hao Shuang continued his relentless assault. The scarred man, seeing Hao Shuang's furious onslaught, angrily said, "You ungrateful brat." Hao Shuang didn't respond to him, only continuing to slash at him. The bearded man was extremely skilled, managing to block all of Hao Shuang's continuous attacks. Hao Shuang, in a frenzied state, was consumed by the hatred of losing his parents. Hao Shuang continued his assault on the scarred man. After fending off all of Hao Shuang's relentless attacks, his sword also started to crack. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the damaged blade and thought, "This kid is even more wicked than a demon. I can't afford to keep fighting." He then called for his fire horse, mounted it, discarded his sword, and commanded, "Blizzard, retreat." Hao Shuang wasn't about to let the enemy who killed his parents escape so easily. He growled, "Stop right there." Then, he gathered all his strength and struck a blow from behind. The scar-faced man, seeing Hao Shuang so powerful and frantic, couldn't help but feel fear. Looking at Hao Shuang, he cursed, "Damn, where the hell did you hack that from?" He was slashed across the body by the demonic blade and fell from his horse. Before he died, he still managed to shout, "The demon emperor will not spare you." Hao Shuang wasn't afraid, responding, "It's fine, I won't spare him either." Suddenly, Hao Shuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to collapse, a woman appeared and caught him. The woman, seeing Hao Shuang unconscious, anxiously said, "You're too reckless. With Hao Shuang's strength, how could he control the demonic blade? His cultivation has been drained, and I fear there's little hope for him." Su Ruofeng, also injured, slowly walked in and leaned on a pillar, saying, "This is urgent, I didn't expect the demon emperor to have penetrated so deeply into Dragon and Tiger Mountain." Su Ruofeng looked at Hao Shuang, still unconscious, and continued, "If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. This outcome might not necessarily be a bad thing for the boy." Demonic Blade laughed out loud and said, "This is his wish, I'm just helping him fulfill it." The woman glared at him in anger and threatened, "Shut up, quickly return the remaining spiritual energy to him. If Hao Shuang dies, I will bury you in the toilet pit." Soul Severance, hearing the woman's threat, silently pressed the keys in his heart, calculating, "This woman is really vicious, but never mind, I like the kid too. I'll spare his life first." Su Ruofeng walked over to the corpse of the scarred man, worriedly saying, "The thing I'm most worried about right now is whether the demon emperor will immediately go mad with revenge." Then, helplessly, he continued, "The blood rain and stinking winds are unavoidable now." In accordance with Su Ruofeng's words, the sky outside was filled with thunder, lightning, and a heavy storm. At the demon emperor's side, upon learning that his subordinate had been killed by Hao Shuang, the demon emperor angrily declared, "Dragon and Tiger Mountain, daring to kill my general, this debt must be repaid." One of the demon emperor's subordinates spoke to advise against it, "Your Majesty, calm down. A mere dragon in Tiger Mountain is nothing to be concerned about.
The urgent matter at hand is to find the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens. With this divine skill, you will be able to rule the world and unify all for eternity. The demon emperor sitting above asked, has Zhang Jiuyuan passed on any information about the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens, which can be measured by the river diagram and Luo writing? The subordinate of the demon emperor replied, this person is cunning and only provided partial intelligence, but I have found a lead. Within 10 days, I will surely deliver the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens to you. Hao Shuang, in a nightmare, was running forward. He hurriedly turned his head to search for his parents. Ahead, Hao Shuang's parents were standing, looking at him. Hao Shuang's mother called out, Xiao Shuang, come here, my son. When he saw his mother open her arms, ready to embrace him, Hao Shuang rushed over. He joyfully said, finally, I've found you both. Just as he was about to hug his parents, an explosion suddenly occurred. A shadow appeared before Hao Shuang. It said, Hao Shuang, I will send you to reunite with your family. Hao Shuang screamed, I'll fight you. But it turned out he was dreaming. Hao Shuang woke up, his hands seemingly touching 2 round objects. Looking closer, it turned out to be Lu Yin lying on top of him. In this awkward situation, Hao Shuang quickly released his hands from Lu Yin's waist. He hurriedly explained, sorry, I just had a nightmare, so I. Lu Yin blushed and shyly told Hao Shuang, your health is still very weak, it's not suitable for you to do anything inappropriate. Try to hold back. After that, Lu Yin quickly walked toward the door, but before leaving, she turned and instructed, wait there, let me go make you a pot of red dates and wolfberry stew to nourish you. Hao Shuang's face turned pale upon hearing Lu Yin's words. He silently thought, I'd rather continue fighting the demon general for 3 more rounds than deal with this. Suddenly, the red bracelet next to Hao Shuang rang with a voice, kid, looks like you're lucky to be alive. You didn't die. Hearing the familiar voice, Hao Shuang turned around and saw the bracelet on his wrist chattering away, you should thank me properly. I helped you kill your enemy and saved your life. Hao Shuang, seeing that soul severance had unexpectedly turned into a bracelet, raised his hand to look at it, puzzled, and asked, Sir, how did you turn into this? Upon hearing Hao Shuang, soul severance snorted coldly before explaining, isn't it because of that damned old man? He insisted that I accept you. You're in charge now, or he'll lock me up again. But since I think you're all right, I agreed. From now on, whenever you need help, just call me Lord Blade, and I'll assist you. Hao Shuang, hearing this, happily said, that's great. With your help, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Su Ruofeng came in through the door and asked Hao Shuang, who was sitting on the bed, Hao Shuang, how are you feeling? Hao Shuang saw Su Ruofeng and greeted him. Master. Then, he continued. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. After that, Hao Shuang continued to inquire about his master's condition. Your injuries aren't serious, are they? Su Ruofeng replied. It's just a superficial wound, a little medicine and it'll heal. Hao Shuang asked about the situation outside while he was unconscious. He asked, how is the situation around the mysterious cave? Did Zhang Jiuyuan and his group leave behind any hidden troubles? Su Ruofeng recounted. They hid in the mysterious cave, and actually, they've been secretly absorbing the spiritual energy from the river diagram and Luo writing. Su Ruofeng continued to analyze. I suspect they're trying to use the river diagram and Luo writing to aid the Ghost Emperor's cultivation. Hao Shuang asked in confusion. Is it still possible to track down the whereabouts of the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens? Su Ruofeng provided the current update. Before we entered the cave, he had already used a secret seal to seal the river diagram and Luo writing. Right now, Luoing is figuring out how to lift the seal, but it will probably take a few more days. Hao Shuang speculated. If the Ghost Emperor's goal is also the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens, could Zhang Jiuyuan have, on his behalf, investigated the whereabouts of it? Hearing Hao Shuang's speculation, Su Ruofeng also felt it made sense and said, this is very likely. I have interrogated Bayou, but he knows nothing about the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens. It seems Zhang Jiuyuan also hid some things from him. Hao Shuang thought for a moment, then voiced his.
That's not right.
If the demon emperor has already found the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens, then why would he still occupy the mysterious cave? Zhang Jiuyuan is not the type of person to cooperate willingly.
It must be that he left himself a way out.
After that, Hao Shuang jumped off the bed. Su Ruofan, worried, asked,
"What are you going to do?"
Hao Shuang replied, "I'm going to Zhang Jiuyuan's room to see if I can find any clues." Inside Zhang Jiuyuan's room, after searching every corner, Hao Shuang still found nothing. He stood there muttering to himself,
"I've turned everything upside down, but there are no useful clues. Could it be that I guessed wrong?"
At that moment, Demonic Blade Soul Severance spoke up, addressing Hao Shuang.
"Go check the backyard. His scent is there too."
Hearing Demonic Blade speak, Hao Shuang looked at it curiously and asked,
"Scent? You're also good at tracking?"
After searching through the entire backyard, no trace could be found. Hao Shuang speculated, there's nothing unusual here.
Perhaps the scent was left behind while walking in the backyard? Demonic Blade disagreed and asked in return, "When you go for a walk, do you touch the bricks and walls?"
Hao Shuang, upon hearing this, touched the wall. As he reached a brick, Demonic Blade suddenly spoke up, reminding him, "This one here, it still has his fingerprints on it." Hao Shuang smiled and praised, "You're really a genius." Then, Hao Shuang removed the brick, and inside was a brown box. He murmured, "Just as I thought, there's something." After obtaining the box, on his way back, Hao Shuang, holding the box in his hand, opened his mouth to compliment, "Master Dao, you're really amazing." Upon hearing Hao Shuang's praise, Soul Severance was not modest and laughed proudly, saying, "It's nothing." Hao Shuang opened the box, and upon seeing what was inside, he was surprised.
There was only a photograph.
Inside the box was an image of a girl tied to a chair and locked in a room. Master Hao Shuang stroked his chin with one hand, furrowing his brows as he stared intently at the piece of paper he was holding, letting out a soft hum.
Hao Shuang, noticing this, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Master, don't you recognize it?" He replied, "I don't know them. I've never met them at Dragon and Tiger Mountain." Hao Shuang continued to scrutinize the paper, thinking it wasn't easy to find any clues. Could it be that it was interrupted? Suddenly, Master Hao Shuang seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "Ah, could it be?" Hao Shuang quickly turned to ask, "What have you figured out?" He slapped his hand down, as if remembering something important. Zhang Jiuyuan, he liked SM, which made Hao Shuang almost drop his jaw. "Do you think everyone is as strange as you?" Hao Shuang held the piece of paper and waved his hand to bid the man farewell. "Never mind, let's look for other clues." The man waved his hand in return. "If you find more pictures, remember to share them with me for analysis." Hao Shuang walked down the road while looking at the paper. "I've seen this place before." He looked up and asked the 2 sisters who were on the roof, "Do you guys know where this is?" The pink-haired girl, sucking on a candy, pointed and answered, "The pattern on the stone only appears in old houses that are over 100 years old. The main hall of Dragon and Tiger Mountain was renovated 10 years ago, but Northern Shadows still preserves a few old rooms. This photo was probably taken there." Hao Shuang widened his eyes in surprise and asked again, "Where is Northern Shadows?" The evening sun cast a fiery red light onto a courtyard at the foot of the mountain. "This is Northern Shadows." The 3 of them stood atop the mountain, looking down. Hao Shuang exclaimed, "I didn't expect a palace like this would be hidden in the valley of Dragon and Tiger Mountain." The pink-haired girl explained, "This place used to be the residence of the elite demon slaying organization, the Heavenly Talent Battalion, from Dragon and Tiger Mountain." The girl with green hair continued, "Tianzi Yang has eradicated countless demons, but unfortunately, later on, a mishap caused severe losses, and the entire army was wiped out, with no survivors.
Since then, this place has become desolate, with no one coming here anymore.
Hao Shuang was startled. The entire army was wiped out? What happened?
The two girls with sharp expressions recounted. It is said that the sacrificial item for the power struggle among the higher-ups at Dragon and Tiger Mountain was sold out, so this place has been shrouded in darkness, and there are demons and ghosts causing trouble. Hao Shuang broke out in a cold sweat, rendered speechless.
The two girls, seeing him heading down the mountain, asked in confusion, "What are you planning to do? It's getting dark. Are you going in there now?"
Hao Shuang, uninterested in their concern, replied, "Time waits for no one.
We can't delay any longer."
Suddenly, his expression grew serious. If the woman in the picture was truly locked up here, then she could die at any moment. Inside Northern Shadows, it was desolate and silent. The two girls clutched Hao Shuang's hand in fear, and he found himself at a loss for words. "If you're scared, don't follow me here," he said.
The pink-haired girl trembled and retorted, "Who? Who said we're scared?"
The blue-haired girl glanced at him and spoke, "Heavenly Master entrusted us with the mission to protect you.
We're just carrying out our duty."
Suddenly, a shadow darted down, startling the girl. She turned her head to glance, only to see a strange-looking monkey. Her eyes widened as she screamed, "A ghost!" The blue-haired girl quickly turned and hugged him, exclaiming, "A ghost!"
The pink-haired girl pointed ahead and said, "There's one over there too."
He hurriedly tried to reassure them, "It's not a ghost, just the corpse of a wild monkey." In front of them now lay a number of bodies scattered on the ground and hanging from tree branches. Hao Shuang stepped forward and examined them. Strange, these cats seem to have been killed by something. Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl, filled with suspicion, asked, "Could it be that there really are ghosts here?" He stretched out his finger, pointing in a certain direction, "Look over there." The twisted characters written in red on the wall had been punctured with a hole. The protective array had been set up by someone. Hao Shuang looked in that direction, also feeling a bit uneasy, and replied, "The important thing is that the formation has been damaged.
The cracks on the wall are still fresh. Could it be that someone came before us just now?" Whoosh! 3 arrows simultaneously shot towards them.
Hao Shuang extended his hand, pushing the pink-haired girl backward to avoid the attack. "Be careful." 3 black-clad figures, completely covered, their red glints flashing in the dark night, were rapidly charging toward him. Seeing this, Hao Shuang was certain that there was indeed someone here. The two girls charged forward, and he called out from behind, "Capture them alive." Both of them responded in unison, "Understood." The pink-haired girl kicked one of them away, sending him flying and causing him to spit out blood. Hao Shuang sneered, "The remnants of Zhang Jiu Yuan are really weak. They only know a few pathetic moves but dare to resist here." The pink-haired girl stepped on the black-clad man's chest, one hand on her hip, and asked, "What is the person you placed here?" The man gritted his teeth, furrowing his brows, "I will never yield.
Kill me if you must. Even if I die, I will never forgive Zhang Jiu Yuan." Hao Shuang was slightly worried and said, "You are not with Zhang Jiu Yuan, are you?" The young man heard this and replied, "Aren't you the ones Zhang Jiu Yuan sent?"
Hao Shuang froze for a few seconds and exclaimed, "I'm terribly sorry." The leader, bowing respectfully, along with the two men behind him, said, "So you are the hero who killed that bastard Zhang Jiu Yuan.
It's an honor to meet you. We are members of the Miracle Cloud Society.
We came to this tower to rescue our president, who was kidnapped. We did not get approval from Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Please forgive us."
Hao Shuang, upon hearing this, responded respectfully, "It's all right.
This place is no longer considered within the jurisdiction of Dragon and Tiger Mountain.
You may come and go freely."
Xiaoya, standing behind, whispered into his ear, "The Miracle Cloud Society is a bandit organization with a legacy of over 300 years. It can be considered part of the dark world." Suddenly, Hao Shuang handed something to the other person and asked, "Is your president the one in this picture?" The man received the photo, his face froze for a moment, and he replied, "That's right, this is our president. That bastard sends us a photo like this every half month, trying to force us to follow his orders.
Hao Shuang, upon hearing this, asked in surprise, "What does he want you to do?"
Holding the photo that was passed around, the man began to explain to Hao Shuang, "He wants us to find the 9-dragon box, but we've never heard of such an item. He said if we can't find it, he'll kill the president. Yesterday, we heard there was chaos on the mountain and decided to take advantage of the situation, risking everything to break in and look for the president." Looking at an old building nearby, Hao Shuang asked him, "Did you guys search this place before we arrived?" The man replied, "Yes, although the president's aura does seem to be pointing in this direction, we've already turned this place upside down and found nothing.
He might have been moved somewhere else."
Hao Shuang stroked his chin and made a deduction. Zhang Zhou could have set up a formation around here, so even wild beasts can't get inside.
There must be something mysterious about it. If it were this easy to find, we'd be underestimating him. The person was suddenly stunned upon hearing that and asked again, "But where else can we even go to find it? We can't actually dig up the ground, can we?"
Then suddenly, Hao Shuang turned toward the young man and asked, "You said you followed the scent here, what kind of scent was it?" The young man began to explain, "It's a special scent that remains after the president applied poison.
The residue left by the technique is very difficult to dissolve. This is an important clue." Then suddenly, he held the pouch toward Hao Shuang and said, "Is it this scent here?
Are you skilled at tracing scents?" Hao Shuang took the pouch and replied, "I'm not, but there's a certain elder brother who is." Suddenly, something on his hand sprang outward, causing the young man to stumble back in alarm. The blade bared its ghastly teeth and cried out, "It stinks.
It stinks to death."
Right after it curled back into the form of a bracelet, Hao Shuang asked, "Lord Blade, help me with this."
"This person is the key figure."
The bracelet replied, "I'm tired.
Not interested."
Hao Shuang closed his eyes and responded helplessly, "All right then, rest well." The bracelet had nothing more to say except for a disgruntled snort. Then he turned and said to the 3 people standing nearby, "The taste is really gone, even he couldn't find it."
"That's it, let's go home." He was angry and shouted, "Who said I couldn't find it? Do you dare to look down on me?" Hao Shuang smiled widely and asked again, "Huh? I just wanted to give you a way to climb down." The monster asked again, "Do I need someone to clear the way for me?"
After that, Hao Shuang was pulled forward helplessly.
Hao Shuang was dragged into the house at the speed of light.
The person who had just spoken to him suddenly asked, "Has Hao Shuang been controlled by something?" The other person responded, "No." Xiaoya, wearing sunglasses, replied, "It should be Hao Shuang who has gained control over that thing." Inside the old courtyard, with a cracked door ajar, the man wielding the sword dragged Hao Shuang forward, causing the obstacles in front of him to instantly shatter.
Standing in the spacious garden, he suddenly asked, "Is it here?" "There's nothing here."
The Lord of the Sword angrily shouted, "Fool, Zhang Zhou has used illusionary magic, don't let this image fool you.
Find the ethereal figurine, and then destroy it."
Immediately afterward, he began to shine. Hao Shuang asked again, "So that's it, then we don't need to waste time looking anymore." His hand struck the ground forcefully, causing an immense surge of power to appear. The force shot through the wind, tearing through it. Soon after, the dirt at the front of him was sent flying into the air. In an instant, the figure of a woman appeared before him. Hao Shuang, overjoyed like it was harvest season, shouted, "Found it!" Hearing the commotion behind them, the others instinctively rushed over and shouted, "President, have we found it?" They quickly gathered around, untying the bindings and calling out, "President, wake up, we're here to rescue you." The girl lowered her head, her eyes still closed, and cried out, "I really don't know what the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens is, I don't know." Seeing her actions, Hao Shuang made a guess, it seems like she was wrongly accused. Zhang Zhou had forced her to search for the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens, but she truly had no knowledge of it. Inside the courtyard, sunlight flooded in, filling the space. The girl lowered her head, gazing down, and with a soft murmur of concern, she suddenly looked around and wondered, "Am I dead?" Looking at her bare body, another question arose, "Why are my clothes like this?" Suddenly, Hao Shuang stepped forward and said, "Don't be afraid, your spiritual energy has been severely depleted, and to heal you, this vital energy needs to be unblocked first." A sharp, piercing scream echoed outside the old courtyard, causing a tremor. The girl covered her body and asked, "Who are you?" Hao Shuang raised a hand to calm her and said, "Don't panic, I am the one who saved you." Then he sat down on the ground inside. The girl, covering her body, looked down and couldn't make sense of anything. Immediately after, a handprint appeared on his face. The girl had slapped him. Hao Shuang covered his face and said, "I only told you to take off your clothes, how did you end up stripping me completely?" The two girls sat next to each other, hands resting on the table. One of them replied, "If you have other thoughts, wouldn't it be better to just go ahead and do it?" Hao Shuang clenched his fists and angrily said, "I was saving someone, what thoughts could I have?" A knock on the door echoed from inside the room, causing Hao Shuang to turn his head and order the person to enter. The girl stepped in, hesitantly saying, "I'm really sorry, benefactor. Everyone has told me already, you truly are my savior." She awkwardly shed a few tears and added, "And yet I hit you, Xinya, I've been so rude." The girl sitting by the table suddenly spoke, "You should see the good thing you've done, making her cry like that." Hao Shuang, in a frenzy, yelled loudly, "When did I hurt her?" The two of them fell silent. Xinya held the cup of water in her hand and began to tell the story. 2 months ago, I was kidnapped by Zhang Yuan and taken to Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Listening to her repeated account, Hao Shuang suddenly asked, "What about the 9 dragons box? What is that?" Xinya, with a pained expression, closed her eyes as if not wanting to face the truth, and continued. "The 9 dragons box is a sacred heirloom of the Mystic Cloud Society, but it disappeared 40 years ago. It's just an ancient box, but for some reason, Zhang Yuan is targeting it." Sitting across from her, Hao Shuang suddenly asked, "Where did the 9 dragons box disappear to? Is there any hope of finding it?" Xinya lowered her head and asked in return, "Do you need it, young master?" Hao Shuang answered sincerely, "If I'm not mistaken, what's inside that box is very important to me. As long as there's even the slightest hope, I'll put everything into finding it." Xinya nodded and replied, "I understand. If it's something that my benefactor needs, I will do everything I can to find it. However, to investigate the 9 dragons box, we need to go to a very distant place, and there's no guarantee we'll find anything." Hao Shuang happily grasped her hand and said, "It's all right, we can go there together." He asked further, "Where?" Xinya looked at him and firmly replied, "Nanhai, at Nanhai Beach, Jingguan Beach." The girl placed her hand on her hair, wearing a seductive lingerie set, and said, "Finally, we can go to the beach to play." Looking at her body, Hao Shuang immediately said, "You just said you wanted to go to the beach, I can't go without you. We're here for work." The other 2 girls looked at him and said, "That's right, you're not being serious at all, you definitely need a serious reprimand." Then, right after, with Hao Shuang feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts dreamy, the girls jumped up onto the white sand. He suddenly thought to himself, it's exactly those 2, yet they still had the nerve to talk about others. A young boy appeared and said, "Brother Shuang, later the president will bring a boat here. We can use the excuse of going on a trip to head out to sea, and then go to the destination." The boy leaned his face close to Hao Shuang and continued, "Do you really have to be so mysterious when you want to go somewhere? Why all the sneaking around?" He responded with a submerged ancient tomb. "So." Suddenly, in the distance, a sharp scream echoed, causing both of them to panic. Xiaoyo was playing with the water and shouted, "Help!" Below, some creature was trying to wrap itself around her calves. She continued screaming, "Something's pulling me." Seeing this, Hao Shuang quickly rushed towards the sea and shouted loudly, "This kid isn't having a leg cramp, is she?" The people around them kept discussing non-stop, "What's happening? Is it a shark? It can't be." Hao Shuang bent his body like an arrow and plunged into the sea. Upon landing, he took a deep breath and thought, "What is that thing?" A monstrous creature with a strange shape and tentacles.
His mind suddenly filled with the question, what is that?
The girl was being dragged straight down into the water, causing them to panic and cry for help. Suddenly, the tentacle tightened around all three girls, but being underwater, they couldn't scream. However, unable to endure any longer as the tentacles simultaneously pulled all three of them deeper, they screamed, "Help!" In his hand, he held two spears frozen solid, ready to be hurled forward, thinking, how could a monster appear on the shore?
As soon as that thought finished, the two spears followed the water's surface, preparing to strike the tentacles.
Yet, the monster aggressively thrust its tentacles towards him. The tentacle wrapped around the spears that Hao Shuang had launched. The creature was a gigantic octopus, prideful in its demeanor. It seemed puzzled as it saw Hao Shuang radiating a golden glow. Hao Shuang swam closer to it and shouted, "By appearing in this form, you will bring about chaos.
It must be for this reason."
His eyes sparked with lightning, and he cried out, "Be honest before me."
Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the distant sea. People were continuously discussing who caused the explosion under the water and blew up the fish. Could it be a torpedo?
The tentacles continuously tossed the three girls into the air, shouting, "Let it go, we must deal with the sea monster now, right?"
Hao Shuang replied, "The sea monster, we can't let it roam free here like this.
We happened to run down into the deep ravine, we must capture it." The octopus, still bound, had no other choice but to crawl onto the surface of the sea.
The pink-haired girl showed a worried expression and said, "Do you still want to release it? Why don't you kill it, instead of keeping it to harm others?"
Hao Shuang looked at the girl who had spoken and replied, "It might still have a master." Hao Shuang gazed at the octopus, bound and lying on the surface of the sea, and continued, "The chains on it might have come from somewhere else."
The boat continued to roll on the wavy sea. A voice, filled with anger, shouted, "Damn it!"
On the deck, two crew members were kneeling. One was scolding, "With your eyes closed, the target was almost reached, and you let the 9-abyss sea beast out." The one-eyed man hesitated and stammered, "Actually, last night's storm was too fierce, and I didn't expect the chain to break."
The masked man shouted, "Shut up! I don't want to hear your useless explanations."
The other man suddenly grabbed his neck and released a peculiar cloud of smoke. Immediately after, both logged out, leaving only a trace of black smoke behind.
The masked man, furious, growled, "The search for the 9-dragon box cannot be delayed. Issue my orders, all personnel, no matter what, must capture the 9-yuan beast and bring it back."
The disciple below respectfully replied, "Yes, we have to control our spirits, or we will starve to death." The yacht continued to sail, and a girl spoke up, "I once imagined having countless accumulated assets, and for safety, I hid the most important treasure on a cursed cape in the southern seas. After my death, it was buried here about 90 years ago. Due to a seismic event, the land and rocks buried the cursed cape, and it's become nearly impossible to locate.
The 9-dragon box is very likely to be buried there too." Hao Shuang immediately asked, "Can you roughly determine the location? I can go down and try to find it." Xinya responded, "I've never been here before.
I'm only relying on the information passed down by my ancestors to estimate the general area." The girl next to Hao Shuang suddenly said, "The deep sea is not like rivers or streams, the water pressure is enormous, and there are strong currents."
"Can you handle it?"
Hao Shuang looked at her worried expression and replied, "It's hard to say.
We can only try and see. There's nothing that can't be done."
But the girl with the green hair pointed toward the sky and asked, "Speaking of which, do you think this sea creature is suitable for exploration later?
Can we ask it to help us search?" Hao Shuang, upon hearing this, immediately responded, "That's also a good idea. But what if it doesn't cooperate with us?" A terrifying smile appeared on Hao Shuang's face. He answered, "It's fine. My specialty is winning people over with virtue. If that doesn't work, I do have a few moves to settle things."
A yacht was sailing on the sea, with a backdrop of white sand and golden sunlight. Hao Shuang was using a rope to pull something and shouted, "This little brat can't come up here." Another girl standing next to him continued, "Just go down and catch it. After a fight, it'll be honest." Hao Shuang tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, "If we're going to cooperate, there should be some sweetness involved."
Xiaoya and two other girls approached and asked, "What sweetness are you talking about?"
Hao Shuang turned around, and the droplets of water splashing off his body created a uniquely seductive aura.
He suddenly asked, "Do you have any unused underwear? Give me a pair."
Out of nowhere, a pink pair of panties flew towards him. Xiaoya stepped forward, stood beside Hao Shuang, and asked, "Is this all right?" Hao Shuang crossed his arms and responded, "From the technique it used to strike us underwater, I can already tell what kind of personality it has.
It's definitely something we can control."
Soon after, the panties were thrown into the water with Hao Shuang's command, "Come up here." A giant octopus suddenly appeared, with the pink panties on its head, causing everyone to instinctively scream. Unexpectedly, a voice groaned, "Hey, you, the one who's different." Hao Shuang faced it and said, "Do you want to cooperate? After we succeed, I'll let you go." The octopus pretended to be angry, causing Hao Shuang to hesitate and add, "It wants to dive down now." Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching its attention, "It seems I'll have to throw away all these treasures." A row of white jewels rested in Hao Shuang's hand as he showed a regretful expression and exclaimed, "What a pity." The octopus, with its eyes glowing brightly, looked directly at Hao Shuang. Right after that, it showed its delicate face and spread its tentacles out.
Hao Shuang continued, "Can we cooperate now?"
He then turned towards the girls and asked, "Let's arrange the tasks." Xinya, a little worried, paused and said, "All right, it's best to start from here." Looking from the direction of the yacht, a man riding a jet ski was already standing watch there.
He wore a mask, visibly angry, and shouted, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?"
The Nine Heavens beast had fallen into Hao Shuang's hands. The man from before answered respectfully, "Of course, it's true. They seem to be looking for the tomb's location, and the Nine Heavens beast has been subdued." He then put on a cunning expression and continued, "There's no rush. Our goal is the scripture of the profound stem of the Nine Heavens.
With them leading the way, it's actually more convenient. Everyone outside, stay alert. Don't alert them, wait for them to retrieve the item and then strike directly."
Everyone nodded in agreement, approving of his idea. On the yacht, Hao Shuang and the other four girls were gathered together nearby. He suddenly spoke, "We've been searching all day.
The location is correct, right?" Xinya held the map and replied, "Maybe it's right, but I'm not completely sure."
Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, causing the yacht to tilt. The people aboard the yacht began to worry. Immediately after, they shouted in fear and panic, "The ship has capsized.
Is the sea monster trying to escape?"
Hao Shuang also jumped off the yacht and shouted, "Let me go down and check."
The yacht was tossed around by the large waves as if it were a mere toy.
Jin Koexayan, anxious, called out, "Hao Shuang, be careful." As he was about to sink into the water, he suddenly thought, could it be that the sea monster's tether has snapped? Why else would it be sinking like this? When he submerged, he regulated his breathing and dove deeper into the sea. He saw a broken rope and a large black mass, following it and thinking that there might be a cave. As soon as he surfaced, he spat out a mouthful of water and gasped for air like a drowning man. The moment he emerged, Hao Shuang said, "There's a cave below, the sea monster was sucked into it. I suspect that inside is the location of the ancient tomb." Right after that, he turned around and shouted, "Xinya, come with me down to investigate, the rest of you stay here and be ready to respond as necessary." She began to climb the side of the yacht and shouted, "I'm coming." As soon as she plunged into the water, the remaining people on the boat cautioned her to be careful. One of the three girls left on the boat said, "I suddenly wondered whether the sea monster was sucked in or captured there." The other two girls were puzzled and asked, "What?" The pink-haired girl, a little worried and hesitant, said, Don't joke about it. It's grown this big, what could possibly still capture it?" Inside the cave, a rope was pulled in. The octopus was being wrapped around by something and dragged away in fear. In front of it appeared a set of long, sharp teeth. Hao Shuang and Xiaoya held their breath as they swam with the current. Suddenly, a long rope appeared ahead, catching him off guard and making him curious. When he swam closer, Hao Shuang grabbed the rope tightly and began pulling. Xiaoya's face started to tense up with discomfort. Immediately, Xiaoya pointed in another direction. Nearby, a giant fish with teeth as white as if it had been brushed with toothpaste appeared. Suddenly, something struck forcefully onto the ground. The sea monster began to move and prepared to attack Hao Shuang. Immediately after, it fell and collided violently with the ground, creating a shockwave. Xiaoya stood behind, quietly observing and making her judgment. Is this really the damage that a hand strike can inflict? The strength is terrifying. Hao Shuang stood tall on the ground and subtly whispered, "My team members, I must protect them." Behind him was an octopus shackled by chains, struggling and screaming. The sea monster that had just been lying on the ground was now fast asleep. Suddenly, it spat out something special. Xinya saw it and her face immediately twisted in disgust as she shouted, "Idiot, get out of the way." The sea monster opened its large mouth, ready to attack Hao Shuang. It slithered towards him continuously, shortening the distance between the two. Despite its injuries, it continued to rise up arrogantly. Suddenly, small pieces of flesh appeared. Xiaoya blushed and thought to herself, impressive. No wonder he's the man who defeated Zhang Jiuyuan. Then, Hao Shuang waved his hand towards Xiaoya and softly said, "If our team wants to make a comeback, we must tightly hold onto this big leg." In the vast lake, Hao Shuang and Xiaoya were swimming toward the shore. As they reached the riverbank, Hao Shuang gently supported her and murmured, "I didn't expect there would be another space here." Xinya walked around, looking at the trees growing on the cliff, while Hao Shuang stood quietly, gazing at everything around him. When he noticed a type of plant that was glowing, Xiaoya suddenly exclaimed, "A type of algae that glows? No wonder there's light in this cave." The octopus slowly surfaced from the water. Hao Shuang glanced at it and said, "Is the tomb buried deep inside?" It silently observed the two of them walking forward and then spoke. "Let's go in and check. You wait here." The octopus waved its tentacles as if to say goodbye. As they walked along the towering rock formations, Xinya suddenly exclaimed, "These are the ancestral tablets of the Yunhui clan." Suddenly, Hao Shuang looked ahead and called out, "The path ends here." Out of nowhere, Xiaoya asked, "Ha?" Grave Guardian Spirit stood tall in front of the cave, and a voice echoed, "Indeed, 7 tomb raiders had come." Xinya, surprised, walked past Grave Guardian Spirit and approached the door, exclaiming, "Could there be another trap?" The monster suddenly spoke, "Anyone who is not a descendant of the Qin family and intrudes into our tomb must die. Look here, even your ancestors were overly protective of their privacy. They built a tomb under the sea and wrote these threatening words." Then, Xiaoya crouched down on the ground, probing and making a guess. It seemed that there really was a button here. Hao Shuang slowly approached her and shouted, "Let me take a look." The eyes of Grave Guardian Spirit began to glow brightly, and soon after, a sword blade was poised to strike down at Hao Shuang. The moment the blade touched the ground, a surge of power emerged, lifting dirt and rocks into the air. Hao Shuang, in a fit of anger, shouted, "This toy." Xiaoya anxiously glanced toward the area where the incident had just occurred and cried out, "It's alive!" A group of people slowly entered the cave. A man rushed over and shouted, "Sir." The old man responded, "What's the situation up ahead?" The man who had just arrived began reporting, "The area within 50 meters ahead is the dead end, but they've been blocked by a stone statue. It seems that the statue is preventing anyone from entering the tomb." The man wearing the face veil seemed slightly surprised and asked, "A stone statue?" Then, a cold gleam appeared in his eyes, and he demanded to go and see it. The people behind him all nodded in agreement, supporting his suggestion. Suddenly, a person wearing an iron mask advanced toward Hao Shuang and attacked him. "Anyone who isn't from the Qin family clan will die in the tomb." It seemed like the tombkeeper's domain. Qin Koxian was dodging a downward strike like a hammer, when suddenly she exclaimed, "What should we do then?" Hao Shuang, holding a red sword with eyes above it, replied, "It's not a big problem. The guardian spirit is fighting with you, and suddenly you shout out, if you're not satisfied, just fight."
The man responded, "If I can't protect the tomb, then I'll destroy it." Immediately after, Hao Shuang looked toward the cave that was being broken into and asked in confusion, "Huh?"
Xinya, growing even more anxious, her face pale, cried out, "This is bad, the guardian spirit plans to destroy this tomb.
"We'll die with them." The man in the black mask, hiding behind, suddenly asked, "Destroy it? Doesn't the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens also get destroyed?"
Hearing this, the man behind smiled and said, "That's even better.
Isn't our mission to destroy the martial arts techniques?"
The man, like a demon king, began to scream, causing the others to panic. "The demon emperor wants us to take the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens back, so he can personally destroy it."
"Are you saying destroy it in the sea? Where's the proof? Are you going to use your head to prove it?"
The man trembled in fear and replied, "I know I was wrong, I won't speak carelessly anymore." Standing in front of the tomb guardian, Hao Shuang reassured the person.
"Big brother, don't think too much. We're not outsiders. Look, this is the bloodline of the Qin family, one of our own." Qin Koxian replied, yes, that's right, I am Xiaoya."
The tomb guardian's eyes turned red, like a demonic mirror, and he shouted, "Indeed, it is the bloodline of the Qin family." Hao Shuang, overjoyed as if he were at a festival, exclaimed, "Thank goodness, we can still distinguish between friend and foe."
Then, his face twisted in anger as he sneered and shouted, "Your recognition function is way too outdated."
The tomb guardian placed his sword atop his head and called out, "I am fulfilling my duty as the bloodline of the Qin family. Please leave this place immediately." Hao Shuang clenched his fists, his face filled with worry, and said, "In my opinion, we should just chop off his brain directly."
"No," came the reply. "His life system must be closely bound to this tomb.
Once he dies, this place will immediately turn to dust."
The subordinate standing behind the masked man shouted, "Sir, what do we do about this? Let's just run."
The masked man shouted, wait a moment, they'll definitely think of something." Qin Koxian suddenly approached and grabbed Hao Shuang's arm, exclaiming, "You're my husband, this doesn't count as an outsider, right?" Then, a sly grin appeared on his lips. Qin Koxian continued, "Let's just get through the gate first and figure it out later."
He immediately responded, right, we're husband and wife."
The tomb guardian's eyes lit up and demanded that he prove it. The two of them stammered, asking, how exactly were they supposed to prove that?
Xinya replied, "It's not like we carry our marriage certificate around all the time." The masked man tilted his ear in that direction and overheard the exchange. "Can we submit it later? Just let us in first. Invalid proof. Please leave immediately. The tomb will collapse in 10 minutes. The masked man clenched his fists and shouted, "Are you two pigs? Don't even know how to prove you're a married couple? Just kiss him on the cheek already, isn't that enough?"
The people behind immediately urged, "Hurry up, that's right."
Suddenly, the grave guardian spirit was intrigued by the words and asked again, "Huh? Who are these people?"
Xiaoya, standing nearby, replied, "I don't know either."
Next, the masked man immediately ordered, "Capture them for me. As long as Xiaoya is still here, the grave guardian spirit won't dare to act recklessly."
The others instantly rushed forward and shouted, "Yes, whoever wants to be her husband, whoever snatches her gets her."
Xiaoya hid behind Hao Shuang, worriedly asking, "Could they be the Ghost Emperor's people?"
Hao Shuang stepped in front of her and replied, "They've already chased us this far.
Quickly, hide behind me."
As those people kept charging toward the grave guardian spirit, they kept shouting, "Now we understand, but it's already too late.
Thanks for leading the way."
Then came bursts of eerie laughter. Grave guardian spirit swung his sword, preparing to charge forward, leaving Hao Shuang and Xiaoya in shock. Immediately after the first strikes of the swords, the bodies of the others were thrown backward.
Those remaining nearby began to worry and exclaimed, "This is too powerful.
The masked man, witnessing this, angrily shouted, "A bunch of useless trash, even when Grave Guardian Spirit is about to die, you can't defeat him." Grave Guardian Spirit stood in front of Hao Shuang, shouting, "Let me block them, you all continue moving forward.
There is a safe path out of the tomb."
Hao Shuang turned and looked back at them, asking, "Why won't you let us prove our identities anymore?" Grave Guardian Spirit immediately replied, "Your actions in protecting Xiaoya earlier have already proven it." Suddenly, Xiaoya picked up a stone slab, creating a special sound. Soon after, the door opened. Xiaoya exclaimed, "The door is open." Just as the two of them entered, a voice called out from inside, "You must hold on. You must get us out of here." The masked man's face darkened as he said, "It wasn't easy for me to find this place, I can't let you escape."
"No one is leaving here today."